When Jiang Xun woke up, his cheek was pressed against the steering wheel. It was icy cold and painfully hard. He jerked his head up. His mind felt as if it had been poured full of cement muddled into a haze. In front of him was a windshield fractured by 3 jagged cracks. Beyond the glass, a dull gray highway stretched straight into the distance, absurdly wide with at least a dozen lanes. On both sides of the highway, dense gray fog rolled and churned like boiling asphalt, silently surging. What kind of place was this? Jiang Xun rubbed his temples hard. Fragments of memory slowly pieced themselves together. Overtime at work, going home, lying on the bed, scrolling through his phone, falling asleep. Then he had simply appeared here. He lowered his head to look at himself, a crumpled plaid pajama set and a pair of slippers on his feet. Did I transmigrate? Jiang Xun's eyes widened as he began to scrutinize his surroundings. He was sitting in the driver's seat of an old sedan. The seat had a hole in it, yellowed foam bulging out. The leather on the steering wheel was worn smooth and bare, and a thick layer of dust coated the dashboard. A sheet of paper lay on the passenger seat. Jiang Xun picked it up. Wanderer notice. Welcome to the endless highway. Your identity has been reset. From this moment on, you are a wanderer. The world you inhabit is composed of a single, endlessly extending highway and the boundless gray fog on either side. The highway is your sole area of activity. The gray fog must not be entered. It is the breeding ground of monsters and the boundary of the world. After nightfall, the fog will creep onto the road surface. At that time, you must remain vigilant or reach a service station to seek shelter. Your vehicle is your only reliance. It is your weapon, your dwelling, the entirety of your capital to survive. If the car is destroyed, you die. Cherish it as you would your own life. Your vehicle is now bound to you. No other wanderer can start or drive. If you die, your car will come to a halt where it stands, never again driven by another. Every wanderer's initial configuration is one randomly assigned, ungraded old car and a single tank of fuel that is not filled to capacity. No exceptions. Scattered along the highway are lost cargo crates. Opening them may yield fuel, parts, food, weapons, and all necessities for survival. They are the supplies this world leaves for you, and the reason you must take risks. Ahead lie service stations, companions, monsters, natural disasters, and answers. Keep moving, keep vigilant. The highway will not stop for anyone. Highway will to all wanderers. Jiang Xun turned the paper over. The back was completely blank. Endless highway. Wanderer. Before he could digest all of this, a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye drew his gaze to a palm-sized touch screen embedded above the center console. The screen lit up by itself. An interface popped up on the screen, divided into several sections. At the very top was a chat channel, messages bursting out one after another. Regional channel. Zone 1024. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell, where on earth is this? Why am I in a car? Is anyone there, anyone there, anyone there? Calm down, everyone has a notice in their car, read it yourselves. I read it, so we're now in some place called the Endless Highway. We can't go back. We must have transmigrated. My phone is gone too. Does anyone still have a phone? Hurry and call the police. Who cares about your phone? I only have half a tank of fuel in my car. How far can that take me? Half a tank is pretty good. My gauge shows barely 1/3 left. Damn it. There's nothing but fog beside me. What happens if I drive into it? Has anyone tried? Has anyone tried getting out of the car? I tried. The car door can open, but it feels icy cold outside, and it's like something is moving inside the fog next to me, so I shut the door again. Don't go into the fog. I just heard something moving in there. There's really something out there. Don't scare me. I tried, and something reaching out from the fog almost dragged me in. Don't go inside. Jiang Xun stared at the screen, his heartbeat accelerating. So he had transmigrated. And it wasn't just him. Had all the humans from the blue planet ended up here? He closed the chat channel and turned to the other sections on the touchscreen. The second module was the trading platform, where several listings had already appeared. For sale, 1 pair of slippers in exchange for 1 liter of gasoline. For sale, high-end dress shirt in exchange for any food. Wanted any food and water, will pay in gasoline. Jiang Xun touched his stomach. He was hungry. But he had nothing at all right now, no way to trade with them, and in any case no one had put any food up on the platform. The third module was the crafting station, utterly empty, without a single blueprint. At the very bottom of the screen there was a small tab, World Channel. Opening it required spending mileage points to speak. Mileage points would only be issued after he drove a certain distance. Clearly no one possessed any points yet. The World Channel was a complete void. Jiang Xun switched off the screen, leaned back against the seat, and drew in a deep breath. So be it transmigration or not, he had always been unfettered with no ties. One man eating his fill and no one else to worry about. Arriving in a new world might not be a misfortune but a kind of opportunity. From the notice on the passenger seat and the chatter in the channel, he had already formed a rough understanding of this world. He would have to rely on his car as much as possible to search for resources and stay alive. At the same time, he would have to remain constantly alert to the threats lurking in the gray fog. Jiang Xun in fact rather liked this setup. Whoever you were before, whatever status or position you held, at least here everyone started from the same line. Enough thinking. First start the car. He had to go in search of the lost cargo crates, mentioned in the Wanderer notice. He turned over the engine. The clunker let out a wheezing roar like an asthmatic patient, shuddered 3 times, and finally sputtered to life. The instrument cluster lit up, the speedometer, tachometer, coolant gauge, fuel gauge. Jiang Xun glanced at the fuel. He was relatively lucky with a bit more than half a tank left. The touchscreen popped up the vehicle information, as well. Vehicle information, damaged vehicle owner Jiang Xun. Vehicle status, 67, durability reparable. Fuel tank capacity 40L. Current fuel level 64. What a pathetic little junker, he muttered. Jiang Xun shifted into gear and pressed the accelerator gently. The sedan emitted a harsh screech of metal grinding against metal, wobbling as it finally began to roll forward. On either side of the highway, the gray fog never ceased its churning. Now and then Jiang Xun felt as though something inside the mist was watching him, but whenever he tried to look closely, he saw nothing at all. In the rearview mirror, only a deserted strip of road stretched back into emptiness. As for those cargo crates, there was not even a shadow of one in sight. At that moment, Jiang Xun's stomach issued a loud protest. Hunger-thirst. He instinctively glanced at the passenger seat, hoping to spot a bottle of water or a piece of bread. Of course there was nothing. Just as Jiang Xun was about to resign himself to driving on something completely beyond his comprehension occurred. A soft thud sounded from the back seat. It was as if something had dropped onto the upholstery. Jiang Xun whipped his head around. On the rear seat, a brown cardboard box had appeared out of thin air. The box was neat and square, about the size of a shoebox, with no markings at all, only a strip of tape sealing it shut. Stuck to the tape was a delivery label. Jiang Xun slammed on the brakes. The rickety car shrieked in protest and skidded to a stop. This is insane. He twisted around, scooped up the box, and set it on the passenger seat. Staring at the delivery label, he felt as though his worldview were being rubbed raw against the pavement. There was no sender's address, no tracking number, no QR code. Only 5 words: recipient Jiang Xun. Who sent me this package, and how can it appear out of nowhere? Jiang Xun scratched his head as he looked at the box, his mind full of question marks. He had already transmigrated to another world, and yet there was still a parcel addressed to him. There were far too many absurdities in this. Wait. All at once, as though realizing something, Jiang Xun hurriedly opened the regional chat channel and scanned for any mention of parcels, but the flood of messages was so dense that he could barely make them out. Fortunately, the channel allowed keyword searches. Jiang Xun typed in parcel. No chat logs appeared. This discovery thrilled him. A bold conjecture surfaced in his heart. Could this parcel be a golden sheet that belonged to him alone? He hastily opened the cardboard box. The instant he lifted the lid, a voice sounded in his ears. Suitable candidate detected. Intelligent binding in progress. Binding successful. Endless way station parcel unique. Recipient Jiang Xun. Effect a blind box parcel that refreshes at irregular intervals. Till opening it allows you to obtain random items. As the gentle reminder echoed in his mind that parcels from the endless station could not be traded, Jiang Xun cried out in astonishment. This really was his very own golden sheet. Only when he was sure the voice in his mind would sound no more did Jiang Xun hug the package to his chest and tear open the taped seal. A strange black device emerged from within. What is this? Seeing that it was neither the food nor the water he longed for, Jiang Xun curled his lips in faint disappointment, turning the black device over and over, examining it from every angle. It was palm-sized, a little thicker than a phone, its casing a matte black plastic. On the front sat a small rectangular LCD screen, and above the screen a faded line of lettering read, cargo crate detector. Beneath the screen was only a single round button that clicked crisply when pressed. Jiang Xun pressed it. The screen lit up. It was not the vivid, colorful display of a phone, but the gray-green dual-tone of an old calculator's LCD. The backlight was dim, yet in the dusky carriage it was more than clear enough to read. A simple radar interface appeared on the screen. At its exact center a green dot blinked on and off. That represented him. Taking that green dot as the origin, ring after ring of scanning lines rippled outward like waves upon water. With every expanding ring a few new red markers refreshed onto the screen, scattered in all directions. The scanning lines soon came to a halt, just like a radar screen in a game. Combined with the lettering on the device, Jiang Xun instantly understood this thing was meant specifically to search for cargo crates. Amid his excitement, a trace of doubt surfaced. The road ahead was indeed fairly wide. If there were cargo crates scattered further on, could he really fail to see them with the naked eye? Whether it was useless, only a trial would tell. The road climbed into an incline, and when Jiang Xun drove his battered little car over the crest, he immediately realized the cargo crate detector was anything but a useless trinket. The endless highway was not the smoothly open stretch he had imagined. Dense woods crowded the roadside, massive boulders and assorted obstacles littered the middle of the lane, and a heavy fog hung over everything, drastically shortening visibility. Jiang Xun swept his gaze across the scene and did not see even the shadow of a cargo crate. "I almost wronged my precious little treasure," he murmured, foregoing any admiration of the endless highway scenery and immediately following the detector's markers to begin his search. He drove only a short distance before reaching the nearest red marker, yet he did not hurry to get out. First he checked the rearview mirror. The road behind lay utterly empty, no monsters, no other vehicles. He swept his gaze left and right once more, and only after confirming there was no danger did he kill the engine and gently push open the car door. Faced with the unknown, a little caution never hurt. He drew in a deep breath of long-missed fresh air. The outside temperature was indeed low. The cold wind burrowed through his pajamas, making him instinctively hunch his neck against the chill. "Let's hurry up and find something," Jiang Xun muttered, lowering his head to check the nearest red dot on the screen. It lay straight ahead. He squinted into the distance for a long while before finally noticing something out of place at the right edge of the highway. It was a rusty white tin box half buried in gravel and sand, the metal latch on its lid corroded to a dull brown. Without careful observation, it was indistinguishable from a heap of roadside trash. "Damn, that's devious." If not for the detector's mark, he would absolutely have driven past without ever noticing. He strode quickly up to the tin box. It was not large, roughly the size of a small suitcase. A film of rust coated the lid, but the body of the box remained largely intact. Jiang Xun pried the lid open with force. The grinding rust shrieked in a harsh creak. Inside lay 3 items: a small jerrycan of gasoline labeled 5L, its seal still perfect, a palm-sized pack of compressed biscuits, a bottle of water as long as his hand. "It really does yield supplies," he breathed. The first time opening a crate and finding items within that blind box thrill-filled Jiang Xun, a born hoarder, with a fierce sense of satisfaction. He grabbed the gasoline can in one hand and hugged the compressed biscuits and water in the other, sprinting back to the car, where he tossed the food and drink onto the passenger seat. After indulging his excitement for a brief moment, Jiang Xun turned to studying how to refuel his battered little car. He located the fueling port, lifted the can, and was just about to pour when the touchscreen in the driver's cabin flickered. He froze mid-motion and craned his neck to look. A prompt had popped up on the screen: detected suitable fuel within a fixed range. "Add fuel." "You've got to be kidding. This junker actually has a function like that." Jiang Xun was truly astonished. This world could only be described as utterly marvelous. Since the car could refuel itself intelligently, Jiang Xun was more than happy to save his strength. He reached out and tapped yes. At once a soft metal tube about 2 centimeters in diameter extended from the fueling port, automatically lowering into the gasoline can beneath. Under Jiang Xun's attentive gaze, the gasoline can was quickly drained dry, and the soft metal tube obediently retracted back into the car. He did not throw the empty can away, but stowed it in the trunk. Who knew when it might come in handy? Once back in the driver's seat, Jiang Xun checked the fuel gauge: 30L, 40L. The tank that could hold up to 40 liters was now 3/4 full, easing his anxiety about fuel by a good margin. Glancing at the cargo crate detector, he saw that the red dot ahead had vanished, indicating that any crate already opened would no longer appear. Jiang Xun decided to secure the nearby crates before eating. He set the detector on the center console, wedging it neatly into the groove between the instrument panel and the touchscreen, the display facing upward, so that a simple downward glance would suffice. He drove around a massive boulder in front of him, heading toward the next red dot. These cargo crates were like contestants in a game of hide and seek, each tucked away in an extremely concealed spot. Even with the detector, Jiang Xun still found them hard to spot at a single glance. He dared not imagine how many supplies he would miss without this device. "Thank you, endless station parcel, thank you, golden sheet," he muttered under his breath. Still mumbling, Jiang Xun lifted the lid of the second cargo crate. Inside lay a pair of anti-slip gloves and a loaf of bread longer than his own face. There was also an iron ingot. Picking up the 3 items, Jiang Xun examined them one by one. The gloves were a fine find, capable of keeping his hands warm. His ex-girlfriend had once said that her second favorite thing was precisely his pair of long, slender hands. The long loaf of bread was tossed onto the passenger seat, and then he turned his attention to the iron ingot in his hand. It was a perfectly standard block of iron, matching every image Jiang Xun had ever had of a chunk of iron. It was likely a crafting material, perhaps usable at some future crafting station. Though without any blueprints, he could not make anything yet. A hoarder-type player's pure delight, he chuckled. Jiang Xun was the very picture of a chatterbox. Even alone, his mouth could rattle on without end. After checking off the last few red dots nearby, Jiang Xun had roughly gauged the detector's range. If he drove along the exact center of the highway, it would neatly cover both edges of the road. In other words, the cargo crate detector's scanning radius was around 50 meters, already entirely sufficient for Jiang Xun's current needs. When no more red dots remained on the detector, Jiang Xun parked the car in front of a huge boulder, using it as a shield against the cold wind that blew in through the shattered front glass. Then he began to take stock of his supplies. First, regarding food: 4 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 large loaves of bread, 2 bags of military rations, and a piece of hard flatbread. He also collected a considerable amount of water, with 4 bottles of palm-sized bottled water, plus a larger bottle. For the next couple of days, he need not worry about food and water. Jiang Xun tossed the food and water into the delivery box, casually placed it on the passenger seat, and began to count other items. He had also extracted a significant amount of gasoline, and after filling the small dilapidated car's tank, he still had over 5 liters left, which Jiang Xun stored in the trunk for later. The rest was an assortment of materials like stones and wood. Although the quantity was small, they would certainly come in handy for scavengers in the future. These materials, aside from their different appearances and weights, were identical in shape, all stacked on the back. After counting the items, Jiang Xun leaned back against the seat, feeling quite satisfied. It was only now that the rush of excitement began to fade, replaced by a creeping hunger. He casually pulled out a large loaf of bread and a bottle of water from the delivery box, devouring it ravenously. This bread had little flavor, with a coarse texture and large air pockets, just flour and water baked together. However, Jiang Xun had no complaints at this moment. Having something to eat and being able to fill his stomach was good enough. He gulped down some water to wash down the breadcrumbs in his mouth, and took another bite. After a couple of bites, Jiang Xun felt something was missing. He usually watched videos on his phone while eating, laughing and enjoying the meal, but now without his phone, he felt quite out of place. He decided to open the regional channel on the touchscreen to see what everyone was talking about. Messages were popping up one after another at such a speed that he could hardly keep up. Jiang Xun took a bite of the bread and slowly scrolled up. Regional channel area 1024: has anyone found a cargo box? I've been driving for almost 3 hours and I haven't seen a single thing on the roadside. With the fog so thick, visibility is only a few meters. If a cargo box rolled off the shoulder, it would be impossible to see it. I found one. An iron box. Inside there's a bottle of water and a pack of compressed biscuits. Damn, I'm so envious. My eyes are about to pop out. I haven't found anything. A bottle of water and a pack of biscuits, and you're satisfied. Having anything is good. I'm now both hungry and thirsty, and I can barely push the accelerator. Seriously, don't you think there are too few cargo boxes? I've been driving all this way and the sides of the road are engulfed in fog. There are occasionally abandoned vehicles, but the cargo boxes are pitifully few. It's not that there are few, but that they are hard to find. On foggy days, visibility is low. There are many obstacles on the road and cargo boxes don't shine. So many have definitely been missed. I've been driving for over 2 hours and haven't found a single cargo box. My fuel gauge has dropped considerably. If I can't find supplies, I'm doomed. I found 2. The first was behind an abandoned truck and the second was in a pile of rubble on the shoulder. Luckily, both had food. Wow. 2. I haven't seen a single one. What kind of luck do you have? It's not luck. I drove particularly slowly and had my eyes almost glued to the windshield to see them. This is just too difficult. Jiang Xun swallowed the last bite of bread, took a sip of water, and tightened the cap. He glanced down at the small black device on the central console. The screen was lit, and the gray-green radar interface was continuously scanning the surroundings with green dots at its center. So far, he had found 7 cargo boxes. In the channel, most people hadn't found a single one. Finding 2 was considered godlike luck in the. If it weren't for his cargo box detector, he would probably be like most people, feeling lucky to find even one, and perhaps he would still be hungry. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Jiang Xun gathered his spirits and continued on the road. With time still on his side, he aimed to find more cargo boxes and stockpile additional resources. However, after driving for over an hour without discovering a single cargo box, Jiang Xun began to question. Just as Jiang Xun was doubting the cargo box detector, a red suddenly appeared on the display ahead, instantly reviving his spirits. Finally, a discovery. He slammed down on the accelerator and parked the car beside a collapsed section of the road. Jiang Xun looked around from the car. The cargo box detector showed that the red dot was located in the collapsed road. He couldn't see the entire view from the car and had to get out to check the specifics. Standing next to the collapse, Jiang Xun glanced around and quickly spotted the cargo box in a relatively flat area below. However, this cargo box was different from the ones he had encountered before. It wasn't just the appearance that was different, but it was larger in size, and the color had changed from white to dark green. It seems like this cargo box contains something good. Based on the principle that bigger is better, Jiang Xun drew this conclusion. Just as he was about to excitedly walk down, he suddenly noticed a snake coiled next to the box. This made him halt in his tracks, even his breathing stopped for a second. If he rashly approached, he might agitate the snake, and a bite would certainly mean trouble. Leaving aside whether it was poisonous or not, he had no medical supplies to treat a wound, and the price of getting hurt would be heavy. Jiang Xun narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the snake from a distance. Its gray-black body was as thick as a thumb coiled in the shadow of the box, its scales glistening with a shiny sheen in the dim light. The triangular head of the snake lay on the box lid, unmoving, but its eyes were wide open, and its tongue flicked in and out continuously. It's venomous. After making the judgment, Jiang Xun felt a bit hesitant. Running over the vehicle would be the safest choice, but this collapsed area was impossible to drive into. He had no weapons on him. If he got bitten, it wouldn't be worth the risk. Yet he felt somewhat unwilling to give up. Having driven for so long, and finally encountering this cargo box, which was clearly different from the others, it would be a pity to abandon it just like that. Jiang Xun was not the type to hesitate. The next moment he made a decision. He would go for it. If he didn't seize the opportunity, it would be a disservice to the fuel used by his little broken car. With his mind made up, Jiang Xun returned to the vicinity of the car to find a suitable weapon. After searching around, he only found a sharp piece of stone on the ground and a wiper arm pulled from an abandoned vehicle. Iron about half a meter long, bent at one end, just barely usable. He also retrieved the pair of non-slip gloves he had taken out before from the car, putting one on the bent end of the wiper arm. With preparations nearly complete, Jiang Xun cautiously made his way down toward the collapse. Instead of approaching the box directly, he took a curved path, slowly edging closer from the side of the box. The snake didn't move. The gray-black snake coiled at the bottom of the box, wrapping around it twice, its head resting on the edge of the lid like a relaxed spring. When Jiang Xun was 3 steps away, the snake's head lifted slightly. Its black tongue flicked out from between its lips, quivering rapidly twice. Jiang Xun stopped. He raised the wiper arm with the glove on one hand and slowly stretched it forward. The glove wobbled in front of the snake's head, and the upper half of the snake instantly curled into in shape. It did not strike at the glove. Instead, it slightly tilted its head, locking its gaze on Jiang Xun behind the glove. Upon seeing the snake's movement, Jiang Xun quickly stepped back 2 paces. This creature did not take the bait. It knew where the human was. Jiang Xun could only approach again, poking the snake's face with the glove. The snake moved. It was as fast as a gray whip, sinking its fangs into the glove, the venomous fangs piercing through the thick cotton, with 2 drops of murky yellow liquid oozing out from the back of the glove. He didn't wait for the snake to release its grip and stomped down hard. The sole of his shoe accurately landed on the snake's vital point. That section of the snake's body was thicker than any other part, its scales sliding and writhing violently under the shoe, but Jiang Xun pressed all his weight down, holding it firmly in place. The snake's body twisted and coiled in a frenzy, the tail whipping and striking Jiang Xun's calf. The force felt even through the pajama pants. Without hesitation, Jiang Xun brought down the rubble in his other hand onto the snake's head. 1 strike. The snake's body convulsed violently. 2 strikes. The scales shattered and the snake's head became deformed. 3 strikes. The force of the tail's strikes weakened. 4 strikes. 5 strikes. The snake's body completely relaxed, its coiled form like a loose rubber tube, sliding off the box and lying motionless on the ground. The snake's head had been smashed into a flat, indistinct shape, unrecognizable from its original form. When Jiang Xun stopped, he was slightly out of breath. He tossed the stone aside and looked down at the snake's corpse. The gray-black scales were covered in dirt and blood, the tail still twitching slightly, but that was just a nerve reflex. The snake was already dead. He looked down at his calf, noticing several gray marks left by the snake's strike on his pajama pants. It was burning, but not broken skin. Jiang Xun pulled out the wiper. The glove was rendered useless, with 2 holes bitten through by the fangs, still oozing yellow liquid, the entire glove emitting a faint bitter almond smell, tightly gripped by the flattened snake head. Huff! At this moment, although Jiang Xun stood in the cold wind, he was breaking into a cold sweat. Just as he was preparing to search the cargo box, he caught a glimpse of a faint glow rising from the surface of the snake corpse. The gray-white light was thin like mist. The snake corpse began to disintegrate. It was not rotting, much faster than rotting, and much cleaner. The snake's skin completely peeled off from the muscle, rolled into a small bundle. The fangs fell from the shattered snake head, with a clink landing on the ground. The snake meat was cleaned out, automatically dividing into fist-sized pieces neatly arranged in a row. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, with no blood, no foul odor, only that layer of faint glow flowing over the surface of the snake corpse before vanishing. What remained on the road was a neatly arranged pile of materials. Wow, it has an automatic decomposition feature. Jiang Xun was overjoyed, squatting down to pick up the items one by one. Two fangs curved with the tips of the venom sacs still sealed by a thin membrane. Just a slight squeeze would release yellow venom. A complete snake's skin gray-black with a natural sheen from the scales rolled up to be thicker than a fist. The inside of the snake skin was smooth and dry with excellent toughness. It did not tear when pulled, making it perfect for wrist guards or wrapping something. 5 pieces of snake meat thoroughly cleaned the flesh, firm and pale. Jiang Xun weighed them in his hands, enough for 2 meals. 1 snake gallbladder, deep green, wrapped in a thin membrane, placed separately next to the snake meat. Jiang Xun first loaded the items into the car. He stuffed the snake meat into the corner of the trunk, draped the snake skin over the back seat to dry, and placed the gallbladder in an empty water bottle. This was already quite a bountiful harvest. Even without this large cargo box, this adventurous act had already paid off. After tidying up the items from the snake, Jiang Xun rubbed his hands and returned to the collapsed area. Walking around the dark green cargo box, he found no other threats before happily opening the box. He crouched down and discovered that the interior of the box had partitions, so he began to pull them open one by one. The first compartment contained food: 3 cans of luncheon meat, a box of energy bars. Not only was the quality of the food much better than before, but there was also a larger quantity than in the smaller cargo box. When he opened the second compartment, his fingers brushed against something cold and heavy. An axe. A short-handled hand axe with a leather sheath over the blade, a hardwood handle, and the end wrapped in anti-slip hemp rope. Jiang Xun removed the sheath, and the blade gleamed with a cold light in the grayish light, clearly sharpened. He lightly scraped the edge with his thumb, and goosebumps immediately rose on his skin. Gripping the handle, he found it heavy, but still manageable. Indeed, there are good things. With this axe, he had acquired a weapon, and should he encounter a similar threat as before, he would have a better means of attack. He casually swung the axe a few times and continued rummaging through the box. In the third compartment, he found 2 more items: a roll of hemostatic bandage, medical-grade, vacuum-sealed, and a small bottle of blood circulation ointment. With medical supplies included, Jiang Xun was very satisfied. It seemed his guess was correct. The size of the cargo box likely determined whether it contained good items. After confirming there was nothing else inside the box, he took the items and crawled out of the collapsed area. After walking a few steps, the place where the snake's tail had struck his calf began to hurt more. Jiang Xun rolled up his pant leg and found some redness and swelling in the middle. That snake had considerable strength. Just as he frowned, he thought of the ointment he had retrieved from the box. He squeezed some of the blood circulation ointment onto his calf, and the pain from the snake's strike immediately lessened significantly, with the redness and swelling starting to subside. The effect was immediate. Jiang Xun's mood brightened, and while humming a tune, he weighed the axe in his hand, suddenly recalling something. Wood. Previously, some wood had also been among the materials he retrieved from the box, and he wondered if there were other ways to obtain wood besides collecting from the cargo box. He looked up at the sides of the road. Scattered trees grew by the roadside, not tall, with trunks about the thickness of a bowl right at the transition zone between the gray mist and the road. The thicker trees, which could be embraced by a person, were near the gray mist, their trunks wrapped in grayish-white mud. He dared not approach those trees too close to the gray mist. Not only would it consume a lot of energy, but the unknown threats within the gray mist also made him wary. Jiang Xun slowly drove to a small tree, pulled the handbrake, and got out with the axe in hand. This tree was about wrist thick with rough bark, but the trunk stood straight. He raised the axe and swung it diagonally at the base of the trunk. The blade sank in half an inch deep, sending wood chips flying onto his pant leg. Another swing. When the third swing came down, the trunk emitted a crisp crack, swaying as the whole tree began to fall toward the road. Before the trunk had fully hit the ground, a faint gray-white glow appeared on its surface. Just like that snake earlier. The trunk began to disintegrate automatically. The bark peeled off completely, rolling into a bundle. The branches broke off in sections, forming a small pile. The root part decomposed more slowly, but within a few seconds it had turned into a pile of loose debris. The main trunk was cut into neatly sized rectangular blocks, neatly piled on the road. Jiang Xun crouched down to count 12 pieces of wood. Not many, but this was a small tree. If he encountered a slightly thicker one, getting 20 or 30 pieces would be no problem. He moved the wood pieces into the trunk one by one. The cut surfaces of the wood were smooth and even, as if they had been machined, perfectly uniform in size and stacked tightly together. The bark and some unshaped branches were not wasted either, piled together in one corner of the trunk. These could be useful as kindling or filler material. However, this meant that quite a bit of stuff had accumulated in the trunk. With the previous box of gasoline stockpiled, half of the small shabby car's trunk was already occupied. This broken car is really too small, Jiang Xun said, somewhat helpless. The last thing a hoarder like him wanted was insufficient space, and this little car's trunk couldn't hold much. He estimated that he could only fit about 20 more pieces of wood before it was full. It seemed he needed to find some other items to increase the carrying capacity of the little car, otherwise it would be a pity to not have enough space for good finds later. Closing the trunk, Jiang Xun decided not to chop any more trees. He tightened his clothes, rubbed his hands, and hurried back into the car. The temperature outside was dropping rapidly after staying out for a short while his hands and feet were already cold. The thin pajamas he wore could hardly shield him from the cold wind. Even returning to the car didn't provide much warmth, but at least it offered some shelter from the wind and rain. After warming his hands, Jiang Xun wasted no time and continued driving the little car on the road. The broken car continued to drive down the center of the road. This time he drove for over 3 hours. The scenery on both sides of the highway had not changed at all. Gray mist the road surface and the occasional crooked tree, nothing more. Jiang Xun stopped once in the middle to rest, nibbling on half a pack of compressed biscuits and taking a few sips of water. In those 3 hours, he had found 3 cargo boxes, averaging 1 per hour. This was completely different from the earlier route. When he first crossed over, the detector screen was filled with red dots with 2 or 3 detectable within a 50-meter radius. Now it took an hour to see just 1 dot pop up, sometimes even longer. Jiang Xun guessed that the earlier stretch of road belonged to a novice reward area, where cargo boxes were concentrated. The difficulty was low, and it was designed to help people survive. Now this density was considered normal. All 3 cargo boxes were white, identical to the iron boxes he encountered at the beginning. The items obtained weren't particularly surprising: 4 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bags of vacuum-sealed buns, 3 bottles of mineral water, several large waterproof tarps, a 5L bucket of gasoline sealed tightly, and several standard-sized iron ingots, pieces of wood, stone, and glass. He moved the items into the car and found that the trunk was almost full. The originally empty little car was now packed to the brim. In the trunk, 2 5L buckets of gasoline took up considerable space, with used oil containers piled on top along with various materials stacked together. There were also quite a few items on the back seat, with snake skin draped over the back of the seat, a piece of snake meat wrapped in a waterproof tarp resting on the floor mat, and another piece wrapped in bark and branches. Food and water were stuffed inside the passenger seat. Delivery box. The usable space in the entire car was nearly filled. After organizing the items, he returned to the driver's seat. The endless highway had no sun, but the light was indeed growing dim. The sky transformed from grayish-white to deep gray, and the color of the gray mist shifted from light gray to dark gray, as if someone were continually adding black to a palette. Visibility on the road shrank from dozens of meters to just a few meters, and the distant highway was already being swallowed by darkness. Jiang Xun glanced to the sides. The gray mist had thickened, and its swirling speed had noticeably increased, like a pot of water about to boil. From deep within the gray mist, occasional dull thuds could be heard, the source of which was indiscernible. The sign clearly stated, "At night the gray mist would spread and things within the mist were likely to emerge." However, it was evident that there was still some time before nightfall, and Jiang Xun planned to use this time to find a few more cargo boxes, otherwise he wouldn't feel secure. After driving for nearly another hour, Jiang Xun occasionally glanced down at the detector. A solitary green dot flickered in the center of the screen. Suddenly a red dot appeared at the edge. Cargo incoming. Jiang Xun pressed down on the accelerator, driving towards the red dot. The distance shrank from 200 meters to 100 meters, then 50 meters, and finally 20 meters. He released the accelerator, and the car gradually slowed down as he peered ahead using the headlights. On the right shoulder of the road lay a dark green cargo box identical to the one he had previously found with the axe. Before Jiang Xun could feel pleased, his peripheral vision caught sight of a dark shadow beside the cargo box. He slammed on the brakes. The broken sedan skidded a short distance on the road before stopping, and Jiang Xun felt the seatbelt tighten around him as his hands instinctively gripped the steering wheel. The shadow was moving. Jiang Xun squinted, peering through the windshield for a closer look. The beam of the car's headlights illuminated one side of the cargo box, revealing the outline of the shadow from the darkness. A dog lay on the ground, its body rising and falling rhythmically. But it was not an ordinary dog. Its shoulder height was about the same as a person's calf, and its gray-black fur was covered in patches of mange, exposing the dark red skin underneath. Its ribs protruded sharply, and its belly was sunken against its spine, yet the muscle definition on its 4 legs was alarmingly solid. Its claws dug into the pavement with long curved nails, scratching shallow grooves into the ground. A mutated wild dog. Jiang Xun held his breath, slowly reaching for the hand axe in the storage compartment of the car door, his gaze fixed intently on the wild dog, waiting for it to move. But it didn't move. The hunting dog curled up next to the cargo box, resting its chin on its front paws, eyes tightly shut. Its chest rose and fell slowly, and a low, intermittent growl emanated from its throat. A trickle of dried saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth, pooling on the ground into a small dark stain. Its forelegs occasionally twitched, as if chasing something in its dreams. It was sound asleep. Jiang Xun slowly released his grip on the axe, leaned back against the seat, and regulated his breathing. He glanced at the cargo box, then at the wild dog. A dark green cargo box which could possibly contain something as good as the axe, but a mutated wild dog lay next to it, sleeping soundly, still a significant threat. He put the car in reverse and slowly backed up 10 meters, stopping at a distance where the wild dog was unlikely to charge directly at him. Then he turned off the headlights, leaving only the faint backlight of the dashboard. Jiang Xun leaned back in his seat, staring at the indistinct shadow in the mist ahead. He needed to come up with a plan. Approaching quietly would be risky. There was no guarantee the wild dog wouldn't wake up. If it woke up and a close-quarters fight ensued, it would be troublesome. Even without considering rabies, it would be lucky if he didn't lose a few chunks of flesh. His eyes scanned the items inside the car. Jiang Xun's eyes gradually narrowed. An idea began to form in his mind. Moments later, the little broken car slowly approached the location of the wild dog. The wild dog also sensed something approaching, abruptly waking from its slumber. Jiang Xun immediately slammed the brakes, pushed the driver's door open with his left hand, and leaned halfway out. Gripping the hard wooden handle of his axe tightly with his right hand, he aimed at the area where the wild dog's neck connected to its shoulder. He threw the axe with all his might. The axe flipped halfway through the air, the blade, facing down, and accurately struck the wild dog's scapula. The dull thud of shattered bone and the tearing sound of flesh occurred almost simultaneously as the wild dog's eyes widened, its pupils shrinking to 2 pinpricks in the dim light. It sprang up violently, its forelegs frantically clawing at the ground, as it threw back its head and let out a hoarse, piercing howl. The axe was still embedded in its shoulder, the wooden handle flailing wildly in the air with its struggles. Blood gushed from the wound, soaking half of its gray-black fur. The wild dog turned its head and saw Jiang Xun. The frequency of its howling changed instantly, transforming from pain into rage. It lowered its body, pushing off the ground with its hind legs, ignoring the axe still embedded in its scapula, and lunged directly at Jiang Xun. The small broken car could hardly withstand even a single bite from the wild dog. Jiang Xun quickly pulled back into the driver's seat, not even having time to close the door, and shifted into reverse as fast as he could, slamming the accelerator. The dilapidated car screamed as it crazily retreated. The wild dog missed its target, its claws scratching 4 white marks on the ground as it turned and continued the chase. The ferocity of this beast was exactly as Jiang Xun had anticipated. A single axe could not solve the problem, so he was well prepared. Not far away on the ground, a glove and 2 discarded fangs were blown about by the wind. The venom sacs had already dried up. The poison inside had been smeared onto the axe by Jiang Xun. This was the true gift he had prepared for the wild dog. However, even so, Jiang Xun did not expect that after hundreds of meters of pursuit the wild dog had not yet fallen, or indeed, it was tough-skinned and resilient. But upon closer inspection, the speed of the wild dog in pursuit had slowed significantly. The injured hind leg could barely lift off the ground, leaving shallow scratches as it dragged along, yet it still kept up. Even in this state, Jiang Xun was not confident he could kill it without injury. The best strategy now was to use the small broken car to continuously circle the wild dog until the poison in its body fully took effect. With this in mind, Jiang Xun maneuvered the small car to keep circling around the wild dog, both of them endlessly revolving near the cargo box like an unending tug-of-war. After a while, the wild dog that was still in pursuit suddenly collapsed, but then immediately tried to struggle back to its feet. Its 4 legs trembled, the front legs pushed up only to go soft again, yet it managed to stand. It shook its head, releasing a low, mournful whine from its throat, then turned to look in the direction of the car lights. Its 2 eyes reflected a murky yellow-green in the light. Jiang Xun gripped the steering wheel tightly. In the next moment, the wild dog took a step forward, dragging its hind leg awkwardly towards the car, drool hanging from the corner of its mouth, and its low growl intermittent, but its gaze remained fixed on the car lights. It was not dead yet. Really hard to kill, Jiang Xun muttered as he shifted gears and released the brake, letting the broken car slowly move forward. He did not press the accelerator, allowing the idle speed to propel the car. The wild dog followed behind the car. Its speed was slow, but it kept up. After driving about 200 meters, Jiang Xun saw in the rearview mirror that the wild dog's speed had significantly decreased. Its injured hind leg could barely lift its claws, dragging a shallow mark on the ground, yet it continued to follow. He turned the steering wheel, changing direction and looping around the cargo box. The small broken car traced an irregular circle on the open road, while the wild dog staggered in the middle, its body lowering more and more, its belly almost touching the ground. Yet every time Jiang Xun thought it would finally fall, it managed to hold on. After an unknown number of laps, Jiang Xun glanced at the fuel gauge. The needle had dropped one notch from the 3/4 mark, settling just below the middle scale. Burning fuel, he muttered under his breath. Finally, the wild dog collapsed, lying on its side on the road, its forelegs no longer moving, only its belly still gently rising and falling. Jiang Xun parked the car 30 meters away, turned off the headlights, leaving only the faint backlight of the dashboard, and watched the dark shape waiting for it to completely stop moving. But he did not immediately get out of the car to approach. He feared that the wild dog was feigning death and might suddenly spring up when he got close. And just as he had anticipated, the wild dog, which had originally fallen to the ground and ceased moving, suddenly opened its eyes after a moment of quiet. Seeing that Jiang Xun had not come closer, it let out a few unwilling whines before collapsing onto the ground completely still. After waiting a few minutes, a grayish-white glow began to rise from the body, starting to decompose automatically. Only then did Jiang Xun drive closer, picking up the items that were decomposing from the wild dog's corpse. The fur was the first to peel away, a complete gray-black hide coming off the body, rolling itself into a bundle. The inner side of the hide still had a thin layer of fat, but it was cleaned very well with no blood or flesh residue left. The hide itself was much thicker than snake skin and could be tanned into a fine mat or protective gear. The foreclaws fell off the claw tips intact, the curved nails as long as fingers, hard and sharp. Jiang Xun picked one up and scraped it against the metal box, leaving a shallow scratch. 2 canine teeth automatically fell from the open mouth of the wild dog, along with a section of the root roughly the length of a palm's width. Thicker than the venomous fangs, they were suitable for making piercing tools or embedding in weapons. The dog meat decomposed into several fist-sized chunks, mostly lean, dark red in color with fibers thicker than snake meat. The final item caught Jiang Xun's eye. A shiny gold coin, larger and thicker than a 1 yuan coin, feeling heavy in his hand. On the front, an image was engraved. A straight road extending from near to far, flanked by rolling gray mist with the words at the top, "Roaming coin." The strokes were straight and neat, with no unnecessary decorations. Jiang Xun immediately realized that this must be the currency of this world, surprisingly able to drop from creatures. Along with the wild dog's gifts and the coin, the already crowded space in the car was stuffed even fuller. He sat back in the driver's seat just as he was about to toss the coin into the cargo box. The touchscreen on the center. The screen popped up, a prompt box by itself, white background with black text, detected roaming coin 1, would you like to deposit it into your account? Below were 2 options, deposit, cancel. Jiang Xun was taken aback. He had thought this coin was merely for trading or decoration, but he never expected it could be deposited. He reached out and clicked deposit. The screen refreshed, and the numbers in the currency column jumped. Account balance 1. Jiang Xun leaned back against the seat, staring at the number for a while. This world had a currency system and accounts. That meant there were other places where this could be used aside from bar. No need to think so much, there's still a big treasure waiting for me. Jiang Xun hurried back to the cargo box, yanking the door open. The interior was divided by partitions like the previous dark green cargo box. He first opened the first compartment. Inside were 2 packs of instant noodles, a can of luncheon meat, and a bottle of drink. Jiang Xun took out the items one by one and placed them by his feet, silently calculating his inventory. This made Jiang Xun both happy and a bit troubled. The trunk was almost full, and if he added this can of gasoline, there would be no space. This made Jiang Xun both happy and a bit troubled. The trunk was almost full, and if he added this can of gasoline, there would be no space left at all. There were also some materials beside it: steel ingots, copper ingots, metal parts, rubber, some of which he had never seen before. He put these aside and continued to open the third compartment. This compartment was smaller than the other 2, containing only 1 item: a roll of paper. It wasn't a hastily drawn map on a scrap of paper, but a neatly rolled blueprint, the paper thick with a faint blue sheen, and the edges had been die-cut with uniform perforations. Jiang Xun unfolded the blueprint, and at the top was printed a bold line: ordinary vehicle upgrade, blueprint white. It was actually a blueprint. Sure enough, this dark green cargo box could yield good things. Jiang Xun, unable to contain his excitement, hurriedly moved all the supplies beside his feet into the old broken car. Now, not only was the trunk packed to the brim, but there was hardly any extra space inside the car either. After quickly tidying up, Jiang Xun approached the touchscreen at the center console and switched to the crafting interface. The blueprint lay beneath the passenger seat. He glanced down, and the crafting table icon, which had originally been grayed out, flickered, popping up a prompt: new blueprint detected. Do you want to import? Import. The screen lit up, and a new recipe appeared in the crafting list: ordinary vehicle upgrade, blueprint white, but it was displayed in gray, indicating insufficient materials. But Jiang Xun still breathed a sigh of relief. This broken car could finally be upgraded. Right now this old car had leaks all over, and was cramped, and this blueprint had come at just the right time. Let's see what materials are still needed. His finger slid across the touch screen, and the materials required for the ordinary vehicle upgrade blueprint white were as follows: stone 3530 iron ingots, 2030 steel ingots, 1015 copper ingots, 1015 glass, 1040 metal parts, 530. Jiang Xun gasped. The demand for materials was indeed considerable. Aside from stone, he was short on all other materials, especially the last item, metal parts, which he lacked by a significant margin. The sky had completely darkened, and continuing to move forward was clearly unwise. The night fog would not dissipate, making it easy to collide with obstacles on the road. Furthermore, the swirling fog on both sides of the road was even more eerie. Even if he encountered a cargo box, Jiang Xun did not dare to rashly exit the car. He could only check if there was anything he needed on the trading platform. As Jiang Xun searched for the materials he required, he took out some food from the passenger seat as his dinner for the night. Without hot water, he decided to set aside the instant noodles for now. Jiang Xun took out a can of luncheon meat and spread it on a piece of hard flatbread. The once bland and hard-to-swallow flatbread instantly became flavorful. He also opened the bottle of an unknown brand of drink and took a sip, feeling as if his soul had been uplifted. Refreshing. Who would have thought that on the first day of arriving in this world, he would achieve basic food freedom? Watching the constantly rolling food purchase information on the trading platform, Jiang Xun enjoyed his meal even more. I hope to collect all the materials tonight to upgrade the old broken car. Otherwise tomorrow we'll waste time searching for cargo boxes. He scoured the trading platform, but didn't find a satisfactory deal. Most were trying to get something for nothing. Someone even wanted to trade a photo of stockings for food along with various items that couldn't pass inspection, which made Jiang Xun feel a mix of excitement. Some were trading with normal materials, but the prices were exorbitant. One iron ingot was being traded for a basic portion of food and water, which was utterly ridiculous. Just as he was about to close the trading platform, a cold wind rushed in through the crack in the windshield, hitting him directly on the neck. Jiang Xun shivered. It wasn't just any cold. It was the unique, damp chill before nightfall on the endless road, mixed with the moistness of the gray fog penetrating through every crack in the windows, doors, and chassis. He wrapped himself tightly in his checkered pajamas, but it was no use. The chill seeped through the fabric fibers into his skin, as if someone was pressing a cold back against his chest. Jiang Xun rubbed his hands together, exhaling a puff of white breath. In such cold, he was freezing even in his pajamas. Those who started out wearing only a single layer were even worse off. Most importantly, this old broken car had no heating. And as the notice had stated, all vehicles were the same, meaning no one had heating available right now. He shifted his gaze back to the trading platform, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Although most people had nothing of value to trade on the first day, there must be quite a few who were quietly making a fortune. What Jiang Xun needed to do was to trade with these people. And now as the temperature continued to drop, even hiding in the car could not prevent the biting cold. What everyone urgently needed was surely something to keep warm. So at this moment, if he were to put a batch of heating items on sale, those holding resources would likely be willing to part with their stocks in exchange. Jiang Xun exited the trading platform and casually opened the regional channel. Messages on the screen were scrolling up at an almost frenzied pace, faster than when he first arrived. Regional channel. Zone 1024. Damn, why is it suddenly so cold? I crossed over wearing a short-sleeved shirt. I'm freezing to death. I was fine just now, but the temperature dropped drastically as soon as it got dark. Is there anyone with extra clothes? I'll trade 2 packs of compressed biscuits for a jacket. Clothes. I've wrapped myself in everything I can find in the car, but my feet are still icy. This damn broken car doesn't even have air conditioning. Have you all noticed? This cold isn't just a regular cold, it's that damp chill that drills into your bones. The moisture from the gray fog. The windshield had already begun to fog up, and wiping it seemed futile. Isn't it going to get colder at night? What time is it? That's what I'm afraid of. Is there anyone with heating items? Hot water bottles, heating pads, anything is fine. I'll pay a high price for them. I no longer envy those who found cargo boxes. I envy those who crossed over wearing down jackets. Jiang Xun couldn't help but chuckle at this point. The channel was still scrolling with complaints, wails, and requests for heating supplies one after another. He scanned for about 10 minutes, but found no one stepping forward to sell heating gear. Not a single person. Occasionally someone would post a short-sleeved t-shirt, which would be snatched up immediately, trading for a price 5 to 6 times higher than normal. It wasn't that people didn't have good items, rather no one had warming supplies. These things might be optional during the day, but as soon as night fell and the temperature dropped, they became a hard currency. This was a great opportunity for trading resources. Jiang Xun already had a plan in mind for how to trade. However, before that, Jiang Xun needed to test whether this idea was feasible. He first used 2 compressed biscuits and a bottle of water to trade for 2 firestones on the trading platform, examining the firestones in his hands before looking around the car. The seats were made of fabric, the foot mats were synthetic, the back seat was piled with waterproof cloth and wooden blocks, and there was fuel in the tank. Could he start a fire in the car? The normal person's first reaction would be no. However, this afternoon Jiang Xun unexpectedly discovered that no matter how he chopped with the axe in his hand, he couldn't harm the interior of the car in the slightest. Even the claws of a wild dog left no mark. This made him feel that there must be some special setting inside the car. Jiang Xun weighed the firestone in his hand and decided to give it a try. He didn't test it on the seat. He cleared the foot mat of the passenger seat, dug out a small piece of bark left from chopping trees in the trunk, and gathered a few broken branches to pile on the foot mat. He also found a small handful of twigs to serve as tinder, forming a small pile the size of a fist. Then he brought the firestone close and struck it vigorously. Sparks flew onto the tinder, producing a wisp of blue smoke before extinguishing. He scraped again, and this time the sparks struck the fiber bundle, causing a small flame to leap up, licking the broken branches. The bark ignited, crackling softly. The fire steadily blazed on the foot mat, its flames a warm orange-red, yet showing no signs of spreading. The foot mat remained unburned, the seat showed no signs of smoke, and even the fabric directly beneath the fire retained its original temperature. Jiang Xun placed his hand over the flames to test, and it was hot. Yet the flames remained obediently on the bark and branches, as if pressed into a fixed area by an invisible hand refusing to cross boundaries. He pulled a piece of wood from the fire and placed it on the seat. The wood continued to burn, but the seat remained unaffected, not even a trace of scorching. It truly is a benevolent fire, Jiang Xun muttered. It seemed that the endless highway's protection for wanderers was not just talk. The car is the only reliance of a wanderer. That phrase on the notice now seemed worth pondering. The car was the owner's bound equipment, and the owner himself could not damage or destroy his vehicle. This makes things easier. Jiang Xun immediately felt invigorated. This discovery allowed his trading idea to come to fruition perfectly. He promptly listed the burning wood on the trading platform. For sale, burning wood in exchange for iron ingots, steel ingots, copper ingots, glass, metal parts. Limited quantity, first come first served. Interested parties please PM. Note: safe to start a fire inside the car. He published it, and then switched to the regional channel. The wanderers who had been chatting about other things suddenly discovered the items Jiang Xun had listed on the trading platform and instantly erupted. What the heck? You can start a fire inside the car. Is this for real? I almost burned myself and didn't dare to light a fire in the car just now. You can start a fire? Aren't you afraid of burning the car? They said it's safe, they must have tested it. I want it. 1 iron ingot for 1 burning wood. Don't fight me for the ones above. Ill trade, 3 iron ingots for 3. Jiang Xun, check your PM. I have 1 copper ingot, can I swap it for 1 piece? In the next moment, Jiang Xun's private message list jumped from a dozen to over 100 within 10 seconds after the listing went live, and it kept increasing with the notification sounds ringing continuously. He turned off the notifications, but the messages kept pouring in. Watching this scene, a smile appeared on Jiang Xun's face. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He opened the private message interface, and a long string of messages popped up. Naturally, Jiang Xun traded with those who offered more materials, ignoring many who wanted to get it for free. Soon the wood stored in the trunk was completely cleared out and a large amount of materials piled up together. The trunk was still full, and even the back seat was piled high. Jiang Xun smacked his lips. The quantity of materials he gained was beyond his expectations. It seemed there were indeed many who made a fortune quietly. However, he didn't have much wood stored due to space issues. After this wave of sales, he could only pause for the night. Looks like I need to stock up on more wood tomorrow. Ooh, I hope this vehicle upgrade brings me surprises. He opened the touchscreen, and the regional chat was still urging Jiang Xun to list more burning wood. Jiang Xun, do you have more? Please add a few more. He'll trade 2 metal parts for 1 burning wood. PMing you, big guy. They're gone. I just saw them, and they're already gone. Jiang Xun, please add a few more. I'm begging you. My fingers are about to freeze. Help the kids. Jiang Xun glanced at the trunk. There were still a few pieces of wood left, but he needed to keep some for himself. He couldn't sell it all. Just as he was about to type a message telling everyone to come back tomorrow, his finger hovered above the screen. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. He deleted the half-typed message and re-edited it. Don't rush if you haven't gotten one. I am offering a separate service. I can help ignite wood. You provide the wood, and I provide the fire source. I will ignite 1 piece of wood and charge 1 piece of wood as a fee. A small business, no bargaining. He published it. The regional channel was quiet for about 3 seconds before exploding. Ignite 1 and collect 1. Isn't that too greedy? I provide wood, you ignite it, and I still have to give you 1 as a fee. That's half right off the bat. Even capitalists would cry. I have firestones that anyone wanting to ignite can find me. Ooh, I only charge half a piece. I have a lighter too. He'll charge 1 piece of wood for igniting one, which is half cheaper than Jiang Xun. Is this how it begins? I also have a fire source. I charge 1 piece of wood for igniting one, and take a quarter. It's heating up, it's heating up. Jiang Xun watched the bidding information on the screen surge, and his eyes twitched, quickly following up with another message. Anyone who comes to me for igniting wood will receive twigs, bark, and other flammable materials to ensure the burning wood has a greater and longer-lasting flame. After sending that, the direction of the channel changed again. Not only are there woods and fire sources, but also excess flammable materials being given away. I opened 3 cargo boxes. There are only 5 pieces of wood total, and he has sold 20 or 30 pieces. He must have more. While the big guy bought firestones from me, trading 2 compressed biscuits and water. While trading food. People can be really frustrating. How many cargo boxes did this big guy open? I suspect he cleared out all the cargo boxes along a whole stretch of road. Jiang Xun chuckled at the discussions in the channel. He had indeed not missed a single cargo box on this road. Every red dot on the detector screen had been cleaned out. The trunk was stuffed full, the back seat was piled high, and even the passenger seat was used. He had enough food for half a month, enough water for a week, and a good amount of gasoline. He even had an axe and some meat dropped by monsters. If they knew all this, the regional channel would probably crash on the spot. He ignored the noise and the channel switched back to the private message list and found hundreds of unread messages, requests to ignite wood. Jiang Xun opened each one and replied uniformly. Anyone needing help igniting would bring 2 pieces of wood. First come, first served. The quantity of wood had been stockpiled to a satisfactory level, prompting Jiang Xun to pause his agent ignition. Logically speaking, the wood acquired from the agent ignition could certainly continue to be used for trading. After all, once the wood was depleted, he could continue to act as an agent for igniting wood, forming a closed loop. However, after this series of actions, Jiang Xun was quite fatigued and decided not to continue. Moreover, the space inside the vehicle truly could not accommodate more items. Not to mention that there was another important matter at hand: upgrading the vehicle. All the necessary materials had long been prepared. Normal vehicle upgrade blueprint: white required materials. Stone 3,530. Iron ingots 7,530. Steel ingots 6,015. Copper ingots 6,515. Glass 5,040. Metal parts 5,030. The materials are sufficient. Would you like to proceed with the blueprint creation? Excited heart, trembling hands. Jiang Xun clicked confirm, and in the next moment a progress bar popped up on the screen. Simultaneously, the entire vehicle began to vibrate. It was a dull shaking that traveled from the chassis to the roof, as if something within the vehicle's shell was awakening. The neatly stacked materials in the trunk began to merge into the vehicle's body, as if being devoured by it. The steering wheel, dashboard, and windows emitted a deep humming sound simultaneously, with a frequency that resonated from the soles of his feet up to his spine. The needles on the dashboard suddenly swung to their maximum values before snapping back to zero. Gray-white light illuminated simultaneously from the roof, chassis, and 4 doors, enveloping the entire vehicle in a glowing cocoon. This spectacle did not last long. After a few breaths, it gradually returned to calm, and the dazzling light slowly dissipated. Jiang Xun slowly opened his eyes. As Jiang Xun slowly opened his eyes, the scene before him brought a smile to his face. After inspecting the upgraded vehicle inside and out, laughter that drew attention echoed within. Firstly, the exterior. The previously chipped and peeling paint had transformed into a smooth gray-white finish. All the shattered glass had been replaced with whole pieces. The gaps in the vehicle's body had been repaired. The severely rusted and potentially fracturing bumper was replaced with new steel, smooth and shiny. A circle of metal sheeting was added around the vehicle, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Cold air no longer seeped in from all directions, and a warm sensation enveloped Jiang Xun. Even without kindling for warmth, he felt no chill. Then the interior. The space had clearly expanded considerably. Previously, it was difficult to stretch inside the vehicle. Now it was much better. His legs could at least stretch out, and there was significantly more room to move. The overall length and width of the vehicle had been stretched by nearly a meter. The trunk was the same. The side walls expanded outward significantly, increasing its capacity, with more than half of the space still available after loading supplies. More importantly, a vehicle-mounted air conditioning system had been added to the interior. Although it consumed gasoline, Jiang Xun had ample reserves fully capable of supporting it. The fuel tank capacity had increased from 40L to 60L. According to the touchscreen display, the vehicle's fuel consumption had also improved, less consumed over the same distance. Now if you were to drive in circles with that wild dog, not a single drop of fuel would be lost. In short, the upgraded vehicle had turned into a true means of survival. The vehicle had become sturdier, the space was sufficient, it ran smoothly, and no cold wind could intrude. It had transformed from a shelter into a stronghold, a place where he could safely start a fire and cook inside, stretch out on the back seat for a nap, and neatly organize supplies. Jiang Xun excitedly dashed around the vehicle. At that moment the touchscreen inside flickered and rebooted. The line of formulas on the crafting table remained, but there was a new line of small text. Blueprint is not applicable to the current vehicle. It seems that to upgrade the vehicle again, I need to obtain other blueprints. I still have to continue searching for cargo boxes, especially those larger ones. They are too tempting. After upgrading the vehicle, his anxious heart finally relaxed. Drowsiness gradually set in. He adjusted the air conditioning to warm air, climbed into the back seat, and comfortably lay down, thinking about the events of the day, soon drifting into slumber. In his dreams he did not know how long had passed when Jiang Xun was awoken by a series of knocking sounds accompanied by faint growls. Once, twice, 3 times. The muffled knocking sound penetrated through the window and into his ears as if someone was using their palm to pound on the glass. He jolted awake, his body reacting before his mind, his hand already reaching for the hand axe on the ground. Then he froze, even holding his breath. Outside the windshield a face was pressed against it. The gray-white skin looked as if it had been soaked in water for too long, and then pulled out to dry halfway. One eye was cloudy and white, while the other eye socket was empty, containing only a hole of darkness. 5 fingers were splayed against the driver's side window, the nails half-split, revealing the black nail bed beneath. It knocked repeatedly, pausing briefly between knocks, occasionally letting out a low growl. After being frozen for about 2 minutes, he noticed that the vehicle remained completely still. The face simply shook the glass each time it knocked. Jiang Xun gradually regulated his breathing and released his grip on the axe. If it had been the previous broken vehicle, these few knocks might have already broken in. From the handprints on the window, it was evident that this creature had been outside for a while. Jiang Xun silently scolded himself for being too relaxed, having not woken up immediately. Suddenly a cold sweat soaked his back. But now was not the time for self-recrimination. He leaned closer to the window and carefully observed in the faint light outside. The creature stood at an awkward angle with its left shoulder slumped, the collarbone broken, and bone fragments protruding through the skin. As if it felt no pain, its lips were rotting away, exposing 2 rows of teeth, and each time it knocked on the glass it left a dark mark on it. A zombie. Not like those in the movies, it was real. Hiss! Jiang Xun gasped in shock, quickly scanning the surroundings, and discovered that there were no other figures apart from this one, which finally brought him some relief. It seems this is one of the monsters from within the gray mist. The mist spreads at night, and they come out. Calming his heart, it appeared that the zombie could not effectively attack this vehicle, but the knocking and growling sounds were indeed irritating. It seemed that it would not cease until it was killed. Damn it! Feeling a surge of adrenaline, Jiang Xun grabbed the axe on the ground, and taking advantage of the zombie's backward swing, quickly rolled down the window. As the zombie's face lunged forward, half of its rotten face squeezing through the gap, its decayed lips almost brushing against the inside of the glass. A foul stench of rotting flesh flooded into the vehicle. Disturbing my sweet dreams, die. Without waiting for it to push its shoulder inside, he swung the axe from below upwards, directly striking the skull above the zombie's left eye socket. The axe blade sank in 3 fingers deep, black blood trickling down the blade, dripping onto the window sill, and sliding off the vehicle's body to the ground. The zombie's body stiffened suddenly, its face that had squeezed through the window tilted to one side, its mouth still gnashing, teeth clattering against the glass, missing several bites. He withdrew the axe and swung down again. This blow landed on its temple. The axe blade sliced through the skull, embedding itself completely. Jiang Xun pulled the axe back, and the zombie's body slid down from the window, its face leaving a black streak of blood on the glass. Then with a thud it collapsed on the roadway and lay still. He reached out to roll the window back up, and at the moment the seal closed, the foul stench was completely kept outside the vehicle. Jiang Xun wiped the black blood off the axe and casually opened the regional channel. As the screen lit up, the messages flooded in faster than the gray tide. Something is banging on my car window. What should I do? I have a face pressed against the glass, or I was so scared I almost wet myself. Don't open the door. Whatever you do, don't open the door. I cracked it open just a bit and almost got bitten. How long have they been banging? My car window is shaking. Is the glass about to shatter? I don't know. I can only huddle in the driver's seat, too scared to move, and the noise is getting louder. This lousy car door has gaps that let the wind through. It won't hold for long before it gets smashed open. Those with weapons grab them. I poked at its face with an iron rod through the window gap. I smashed it with a crowbar, hit it more than a dozen times before it stopped. The crowbar bent, my arm is strained, I don't know if I can last until dawn. I dare not open the window. I don't even have a screwdriver, opening the window would be suicide. Hurry and drive away, are you just going to wait here to die? It's so dark ahead, and the surrounding mist is thick. Where can we run to? No one replied to this. After a while someone typed, a person's icon has gone dark, they were just talking. I also saw a few icons go dark. Same. They were just complaining about the cold, and now they're gone. They're dead. When the icon goes dark it means they're dead. Jiang Xun scrolled up, gray icons were mixed in with the chat history. For those whose icons went dark, some last messages were help, while others were about getting out of the car to fight the zombies, and then the icons went dark. Someone typed in the channel, this world is different from before, we have to survive on our own. The channel was silent for a long time. The speed of the messages slowed down significantly, as if everyone was struck by those words. No one wants to die? In times like these everyone can only rely on their own abilities. Jiang Xun turned off the channel and leaned back against the seat. This world is different from before. It's not a game, there are no dovers. Once you're dead you are truly dead. He didn't feel much when he chopped the zombie with the axe, but that was just adrenaline. Now recalling the scene from earlier he couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. He dared to open the window because he had a weapon. But not everyone could find a weapon in the cargo area like he did. How those people would get through tonight Jiang Xun could not know. Yet he didn't care. Jiang Xun looked down at the hand axe in his grip. The black blood on the blade was already wiped clean, but the scratches on the axe face remained. Just because he managed this time easily doesn't mean it will be easy every time. If one comes tonight, tomorrow there might be a whole swarm. The axe can kill zombies, but can it kill something even more dangerous than zombies? He adjusted the detector on the center console, the screen lit up, and the scanning line expanded outward. After dawn he had to clear every red dot on this road. Although he had a special advantage, he needed to find more resources to survive. Food, water, weapons, equipment. The more the better. Only by making himself stronger can he live a little longer. Otherwise he would end up like those people dying in fear. In the morning Jiang Xun woke up due to thirst. Sleeping in the car seat overnight wasn't comfortable, though he couldn't feel the chill. His neck was stiff, as if someone had twisted it all night. Moreover, after experiencing the zombies last night, he didn't dare to sleep deeply. Half dreaming and half awake, he dozed off for a while. Climbing up from the seat, he rubbed his neck and his spine crackled twice. This sleep left him with a sore back, but being alive, living is better than anything else. He grabbed the water bottle and took several gulps. The cool water rushed down his throat into his stomach, finally waking him up. Then he picked up the hand axe and pushed the car door open. As soon as his foot hit the ground, a putrid smell assaulted his nose. The zombie was still lying in the same position it fell last night, exactly as it was, its skin grayer than during the night, and the rotten areas had begun to ooze black sticky fluid. Jiang Xun pinched his nose as he walked over, just about to bypass it, when he caught a glimpse of something hovering above the zombie's chest. A coin slowly spinning in the air. Oh snap, a monster dropped gold coins. Last night the light was too dim. After killing the zombie, he just closed the window and went to sleep completely unaware of this. I can't dismantle the corpse, it just drops gold coins. Jiang Xun tossed the gold coin in his palm a couple of times before storing it in his account. The zombie's body can't be broken down into materials, which is different from snakes and wild dogs. But at least it dropped a gold coin, which is better than nothing, and this roaming gold coin will definitely have other uses later on. Storing more is never a bad idea. After checking around and finding nothing unusual, he prepared to return to the car to have breakfast. Just as he got back to the driver's seat, he saw something familiar in the back seat through the rearview mirror. A delivery box. Another delivery has arrived. He picked up the cardboard box and flipped it over. The sender's information still read recipient Jiang Xun. He tore open the tape. The first thing that burst out of the box was a wave of hot air, that warm, moist aroma of food just cooked. Gulp. Jiang Xun instinctively swallowed, lifted the box lid, and inside were neatly arranged several items. On top was a meal box wrapped in aluminum foil. The moment the aluminum foil was peeled back, hot steam rushed up and hit his face. Steamed rice. White rice. Hot white rice. On top of the rice was a layer of dishes, several pieces of braised pork with a rich sauce. The meat was a mix of fat and lean, the skin still quivering slightly. Half a marinated egg, the egg white turned dark brown, a small handful of stir-fried greens, the leaves glistening with oil. Beside the meal box was a small sealed bag of instant miso soup mix with an illustration of tofu and chopped green onions on the packaging. The bag felt warm to the touch, as if it had just been fished out of hot water. Below that was a pack of wet wipes and a pack of disposable wooden chopsticks. Jiang Xun's mouth dropped open. He actually got himself such a sumptuous breakfast. Just as he was about to dig in, he suddenly thought it would be better to keep such a lavish breakfast as a memento, which would also add some sense of ceremony. He placed the aluminum meal box on the steering wheel. The braised pork was still quivering slightly, and the sauce seeped into the rice. The cut side of the marinated egg was smooth and glossy. He adjusted the angle to take a photo of the meal box with the touchscreen. Then he picked up the meal box and dove into the food. When he bit into the braised pork, the fatty part melted on his tongue. After eating nothing but compressed biscuits and hard bread for a day, the warmth of food was the first to enter his stomach, warming him from throat to belly. The marinated egg was soft-boiled. When he pinched it with chopsticks, the yolk oozed out from the crack. He was eating so seriously that he didn't notice a system notification popping up in the bottom right corner of the touchscreen. Photo has been uploaded to the regional shared album. In the regional channel, someone sent a message. Regional channel, area 1024. Followed by a second message. A third message. You guys quickly check the shared album. It was quiet for about 5 seconds. Then the messages exploded. Rice, braised pork, marinated egg. Am I hallucinating from hunger? You guys see this too? I see it. White rice, braised pork, and greens. I was still gnawing on half a compressed biscuit left from yesterday morning. He gets to eat this. This isn't the point. The point is the next day. The next day? Where did the hot food come from? Can the cargo hold produce hot food? I've opened 3 cargo holds, and I haven't even seen a self-heating pot. The next morning, hot rice, braised pork, marinated egg, miso soup. I wouldn't even dare order takeout like this before I crossed over. Is this big shot too rich? Rich. You guys call him Jiang Xun the big shot. Oh, I call him Jiang the capitalist. How do you think he did it? Everyone started with a broken car. Why can he eat hot food the next day? Big shot do you take in little brothers? Jiang Xun stuffed the last piece of braised pork into his mouth, chewed it thoroughly, swallowed, and wiped his mouth with a wet tissue before turning his gaze to the touchscreen. Private messages had already jumped to 99, and the comments on the shared album photo had surpassed 1,000 within 10 minutes. What the hell? How did this photo upload automatically? He didn't reply to any private messages and hurriedly removed the photo from the shared album, then typed and sent, "Sorry, I accidentally uploaded the photo to the shared album. Tonight, I will continue to stock up on firewood. Please prepare your materials. Priority will be given to trades involving weapons, equipment, or blueprints. Thank you all for your support." After sending the message, Jiang Xun no longer paid attention to the chat in the channel. Having eaten and drunk enough, he felt an inexplicable surge of energy pushing outward, and the drowsiness from just waking up had completely vanished. Jiang Xun estimated this was the special effect of the breakfast from the delivery, though he didn't know how long this effect would last. He had to hurry and hit the road while he could. Without easing off the accelerator, he didn't know how long he had been driving, but he had gathered all the cargo boxes on the road. Today his speed in searching for cargo boxes was quicker than yesterday. After upgrading the vehicle, the maximum driving speed had been enhanced, allowing him to cover twice the distance in the same amount of time compared to yesterday, making his efficiency significantly better. As soon as a red dot appeared on the detector screen, he pressed the accelerator. Yesterday he could find one every hour. Today, he could find one in just over 40 minutes, and sometimes with good road conditions, he could even collect one in half an hour. Moreover, the contents of the cargo boxes were different from yesterday. Yesterday, he only found compressed biscuits, bottled water, and wooden planks out. Today, when he opened a box, the items were clearly more varied. In one white cargo box, he found scattered vitamin tablets sealed in a plastic bottle with a label reading multivitamins. In another box, a small bottle of eye drops rolled out, and Jiang Xun dropped 2 drops into his eyes, feeling a cool sensation. He also found a memory foam cushion, which he placed on the driver's seat, providing immediate comfort to his lower back. There was also a foldable sunshade that he stuck to the windshield with a suction cup, making the light no longer blinding. As he gathered more and more items regardless of whether they were useful at the moment, Jiang Xun loaded everything into the car. After all, the vehicle had been upgraded and the space had increased significantly. The food had expanded from a single type of compressed biscuits and bread to include oatmeal and canned goods. The drinks now comprised not only water, but also various beverages and teas. As for clothing, though he still lacked a coat, he had pulled out 2 thin blankets, one to cover his legs, and the other draped over his shoulders, and when the car speed increased, he didn't feel cold with the wind coming through the window gap. Most absurdly, Jiang Xun had also found a bottle of aphrodisiac in the cargo box. Although he didn't know what it was for, he still decided to keep it in the car. When Jiang Xun stuffed this bottle of aphrodisiac powder into the side of the back seat, he himself found it absurd. He twirled the bottle in his hand for a moment, unable to think of what he could use it for on this desolate road. Surely, he wouldn't use it on zombies. However, tossing it away felt like a waste, so he casually shoved it into the clutter in the back seat alongside vitamin tablets, eye drops, and sharpening stones. Such a thing would be nearly impossible for other wanderers. They could consider themselves lucky to find 3 to 5 cargo boxes in a day, and what they typically unearthed were just basic food supplies and bottled water with maybe a few materials at most. But Jiang Xun was different. He had a cargo box detector that covered a radius of 50 meters, ensuring that no cargo box, whether hidden in a pile of rubble or buried behind an abandoned vehicle, could escape his notice. With the increased speed today, his efficiency was even higher. He could find 10 cargo boxes in the morning alone. Each of the 10 boxes could yield at least 2 items, and when gathered together, the variety of supplies exploded. While others might find a canned meat and feel excited enough to post 3 messages in the regional channel, the items Jiang Xun uncovered had already surpassed the category of survival supplies. With plenty of food, sufficient gasoline, and materials packed into the trunk, the scraps coming from the cargo boxes began taking on strange forms. In the afternoon, he draped a blanket over his upper body, had a cushion under his lower back, a half cup of cool tea in the cup holder, and was cruising along on cruise control. The trunk was already full. Food that was not immediately consumable, gasoline, and tools piled up into a small mountain. The materials were packed tightly, with wood occupying half of the trunk stacked neatly like in a brick kiln. Metal materials were crammed on the other side with iron blocks, copper pieces, steel plates, screws, and nuts, all categorized and tied up with zip ties. However, today there were only ordinary white cargo boxes along the way. Iron boxes appeared one after another, and he hadn't seen a single dark green larger cargo box, which could only mean bad luck. After driving for an unknown length of time, the earlier braised pork had been digested, the effects of the food gradually faded, and the excitement from the car's speed subsided, leaving fatigue creeping up from the back of his neck. The sky darkened a shade. He lowered the window to the minimum, found a relatively quiet stretch of road to stop, pulled the handbrake, and turned off the engine. He climbed over to the back seat. In the back seat, he set up a simple resting area. A cushion laid on the ground as a mat, a few iron blocks formed a small circle, and inside it was a small iron pot he had found in a cargo box filled with the remaining bottled water from the morning, which was already boiling and bubbling. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, warming the cabin. He poured half a cup of boiling water into a cup, took out the tea leaves he had just found, unsure of the variety, and the packaging had no text. He tossed the tea leaves into the cup, and as the boiling water was poured in, the aroma of the tea immediately spread, mixing with the scent of burning wood, filling the entire cabin with warmth. Leaning against the wall of the car, he took a sip from the teacup. It was hot but fragrant. Then he pulled out the snake meat and a few pieces of wolf meat he had saved from last night, skewered them, and placed them over the fire to roast. The skewers sizzled over the flames, the oil dripping into the fire and creating small sparks, the crackling sounds echoing throughout the cabin. Taking out a hand axe, he retrieved the sharpening stone he had found today, whetted a bit, and began to sharpen it one stroke at a time. The sharpening stone and axe blade rubbed together, producing a gritty sound while the fire crackled and the skewers sizzled, and the aroma of tea wafted to his nose. With the 3 sounds layering together, Jiang Xun's movements slowed down and he relaxed. After sharpening the axe, he opened the trading platform and browsed for a while. Someone was listing seasonings for sale. A small package of salt, a small bag of chili powder, and a package of cumin powder in exchange for some food. However, these things were rarely traded. They were of no use at the moment, as there was no place to use them, making a biscuit and a sip of water feel more practical. But for Jiang Xun it was different. He needed these items right now. He clicked to trade, offering a pack of compressed biscuits and a large piece of bread, and a few seconds later the seasonings were in hand. He sprinkled salt and cumin on the skewers, flipped them over, and added a handful of chili powder. The aroma of the meat mingled with the cumin and spiciness, and he swallowed hard. After roasting them for another 2 minutes, he took the skewers off the fire, blew on them, and took a bite. The outside was crisp while the inside was tender, with the seasonings penetrating the meat, making it incredibly flavorful. He leaned back against the cushion, a blanket draped over his legs, holding a skewer in one hand and a half cup of tea beside him, while the fire crackled at his feet. Outside the car window were endless roads, gray mist, and monsters in the fog. He raised his teacup and tapped it against the windshield, then took a big gulp of tea, bringing the skewer to his mouth and tearing off another piece. Delicious. In this broken place, being able to live like this was quite good. Having eaten and drunk enough, Jiang Xun calculated the time and felt that it was still not too late, and the sky outside had not completely darkened, so he planned to drive a little further. Today's road conditions and the scenery on both sides were no different from yesterday. The monotonous scenery made Jiang Xun lose any sense of novelty. He ignited the engine, started the vehicle, and stepped on the gas, continuing forward without any hesitation. Not even 20 minutes into the drive, a red dot appeared on the edge of the detector's screen. Immediately after, another one. The 2 red dots were extremely close, almost touching, flickering on the screen. Jiang Xun pressed down on the gas, heading towards the red dots. The distance shrank from 300 meters to 100 meters, then to 50 meters, and finally, to 20 meters. He eased off the gas and looked ahead with the headlights. Two larger dark green boxes lay side by side on the right shoulder of the road. They had hard plastic exteriors with metal protective corners identical to each other. Wow, two green cargo. Jiang Xun was truly at a loss for words about his luck. He hadn't spotted a single dark green cargo box that day, and now two had appeared at once. Before he could start celebrating, his hand had already reached for the axe. Such dark green cargo boxes were never without guardians. Last time, it was hunting dogs. What could it be this time? He turned off the headlights and scanned the area around the cargo boxes with the dim light of the fog. Two shadows crouched behind the boxes, their bodies larger than wild dogs. They had hunched shoulders, thick necks, bristles standing up along their spines, and their snouts were pressed to the ground, making wet grunting sounds. Wild boars, two of them. Jiang Xun put the axe back in the storage compartment. Two wild boars with thick skin and hard bones. A short-handled axe would likely not even break the skin. Going in heat-in would be akin to seeking death. He leaned back in his seat, scanning the car: food, water, gasoline, tools, a pile of materials. His gaze froze when it landed in the corner of the back seat. The aphrodisiac he had previously brought out was quietly lying among the clutter. At the time he thought it was just taking up space, but now it seemed like it could come in handy. Jiang Xun unscrewed the cap and poured the entire bottle of aphrodisiac powder onto a coarse grain pancake. The powder was as white as flour, and when it landed on the pancake it immediately blended into the dough without a trace. He flipped the pancake over. The powder had already seeped into the core, leaving only a rich, sweet fragrance wafting from it. Not a medicinal smell, but a concentrated honey-like sweetness that made one feel as if their throat was being suffocated by the sweetness. He rolled down the car window and forcefully tossed the pancake out. The pancake rolled 2 circles on the road before stopping about 10 meters in front of the 2 wild boars. Both wild boars raised their heads simultaneously. The male boar in front flared its nostrils rapidly, its ears perked up, and the bristles on its neck stood on end. However, it did not charge forward. Wild boars were not foolish enough to rush at food they saw. They braced themselves on 4 legs, their nostrils pointed towards the pancake, sniffing continuously, their eyes fixated on it, while their bodies remained rooted in place. The female boar also stood up, its shoulder blades pushing up, its thick fur peeking out half its face from beside the male boar. Jiang Xun leaned back in his seat, his hand already reaching for the axe. The male boar held out for less than 10 seconds. Once the sweet fragrance spread through the air, it seemed to pull its nose towards it like a string. It took a step forward, then another. By the 3rd step, it was no longer hesitant. Its legs alternated in a quickened pace, emitting heavy snorting sounds, saliva dripping down from its tusks. The female boar followed closely behind, taking small hurried steps, its nose pressed to the ground, never leaving the direction of the pancake. The male boar grabbed the pancake in its mouth. The female boar bumped into it. Both pigs each bit onto a corner of the pancake, pulling hard, splitting it in half. They swallowed it directly without chewing. The male boar rubbed its mouth against the ground, still trying to find leftover scraps. Jiang Xun closed the car window and began counting seconds. In less than 3 minutes the drug took effect. The male boar's walking posture began to change. Its legs now alternated at a slower frequency, as if each step required contemplation on which leg to move. Its breathing was so heavy it could penetrate the car window. The female boar began to anxiously circle the cargo boxes, most of its body rubbing against the male boar, its tail erect like a stick, occasionally whipping against the male's side. The male boar's pupils dilated, its whites filled with red veins, and saliva dripped down, forming strands from the corners of its mouth. It suddenly swung its head, biting down on the female boar's neck, its whole body pressing down. The female boar let out a sharp squeal, its 4 legs kicking wildly against the ground, while the male boar pinned it down like a mountain of meat. The car window was rolled down 5 centimeters, and all the sounds poured in. The roars of the pigs, the sounds of flesh colliding, and the muffled thuds of tusks gripping fur. The 2 wild boars became entangled, rolling from beside the cargo box into the middle of the road and back to the roadside. In their eyes there was no longer any cargo box, no food, no territory, only each other. Jiang Xun started the engine. He did not shift gears, but merely turned on the headlights. The pale beams of light shone on the 2 wild boars, and they showed no reaction. The female boar was pinned beneath, legs in the air, letting out short, sharp screams. The male boar continued to dig into the ground with its hind legs, scraping shallow grooves onto the road surface. Jiang Xun opened the car door, the axe spinning in his hand. He stepped carefully on the gravel, and the 2 wild boars didn't notice him at all. When the 2 boars had exhausted most of their energy, he dashed forward, swinging the axe from below, striking the male boar's neck near the throat. The blade cut through skin and fat, and a warm spray of pig's blood splattered onto his shoe. The wild boar let out a sharp squeal, its body suddenly flipping to the side, its four legs flailing in the air. Without waiting for the other to react, Jiang Xun pulled out the axe and turned to smash the flat side against the other wild boar's forehead, producing a muffled thud, causing its front legs to buckle and collapse. Then came two more strikes, both aimed at the same spot on the back of its head. The axe was indeed still insufficient. Even so, the two wild boars were still not dead, but due to the drugs in their bodies they could not resist. Jiang Xun then raised the axe again and again, stopping only when the blade had become somewhat dulled. He panted heavily, huff huff. Below him lay two wild boars with no means of resistance in the middle of the road. Pig's blood flowed across the road, winding and branching in the cracks of the gravel. In just a few breaths the corpses began to disintegrate into light. Soon two whole hides and a large amount of pork piled up in the middle of the road. Jiang Xun stood up looking at the pile of pork that filled half the road, standing with his hands on his hips for a moment. After the snake had fully decomposed, there were skins, teeth, meat, and gall, not a single item missing. The wild boars, on the other hand, only yielded hides and meat. He guessed that either wild boars did not have any special materials to decompose, or the world deemed them only worth a pile of meat. Well, that's fair enough. Jiang Xun bent down and began to load the car. First he moved the pig legs, stuffing 4 whole legs into the deepest part of the trunk. Then came the pork chops and pork belly, wrapped in waterproof cloth and stuffed into the back seat, stacked in 2 layers. The pork tenderloin was set aside separately. These pieces were the tenderest and should be consumed first over the next few days. The scraps and trimmings were wrapped in canvas and placed together with the leftover wild dog meat. After moving for nearly half an hour, he finally finished transporting all the pork on the ground. By this time the sky had already darkened, and Jiang Xun hurriedly opened 2 dark green cargo boxes. As he lifted the lid of the box, the partition revealed 3 compartments. The first compartment contained 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, with lotus slices, potatoes, seaweed, and a few slices of marinated beef neatly arranged under the transparent plastic cover, and the seasoning pack bulging with red oil inside. The second compartment held a bag of rice, vacuum-packed, weighing about 5 pounds, along with a bag of flour, also vacuum-sealed, also 5 pounds. When he pulled open the third compartment, his fingers brushed against paper. It was blue, thick paper with die-cut perforations along the edges, a blueprint. Jiang Xun pulled out the blueprint and unfolded it. The first page was titled, "Ordinary Equipment, Crafting Blueprint White. Goods have arrived." He began to take out the items one by one and place them on the ground, then turned to break open the second cargo box. Pulling apart the partition, the first compartment was similar to the first box, 1 self-heating hot pot, and 4 cans of luncheon meat. The second compartment contained a small box of fruit with apple patterns printed on the cardboard. Upon opening, he found 6 apples, not too large, but with smooth skins showing no bruises or rotten spots, each wrapped in foam netting. When he reached the third compartment, Jiang Xun was taken aback. Another blueprint. Ordinary Weapon Crafting Blueprint White. Jiang Xun placed the 2 blueprints side by side in his hands and stared down at them for a while. The only weapon he had was an axe, which was sufficient to fend off low-defense zombies, but useless against wild. Previously, he had dared not confront hunting dogs hidden, and when encountering wild boars, he had to rely on sedative drugs to ambush them. As for a horde of zombies, 1 short axe might suffice for one, but facing a group would be suicidal. But now it was different. 2 blueprints, one for crafting armor, and the other for crafting weapons. Armor would allow him to venture out and fight monsters without needing to lock the car doors tightly. With a weapon in hand, he could pierce through a zombie's skull without having to get too close, and even if a wild boar charged at him, he would have something to defend himself. He loaded the items from the cargo box into the car, placing the apples in the back seat, the rice and flour in the trunk, and the self-heating hot pot on the passenger's foot mat. He tucked the lighter into his pocket. Then, leaning against the car door, he pulled out the 2 blueprints and opened the crafting interface. New blueprints detected. Would you like to import them? Import. The crafting list now had 2 new recipes added: Ordinary Equipment Crafting Blueprint White and Ordinary Weapon Crafting Blueprint White. No wonder he hadn't encountered any dark green cargo boxes all day. It seemed luck was saved for the end. Ordinary Equipment Crafting Blueprint White. Required materials: leather cloth. The notes section had a small line of text. The quantity of materials can be added freely, additional materials can be included, and the properties of the finished product will vary with the materials used. Ordinary Weapon Crafting Blueprint White. Required materials: wood, iron ingots. The notes similarly stated the quantity of materials can be added freely, additional materials can be included, and the properties of the finished product will vary with the materials used. He decided to look at the equipment blueprint first. He had plenty of leather. Just earlier he had 2 complete pieces of wild boar leather, and they were well processed with no odor. It should be enough to make armor for himself. He also had a good amount of cloth with 2 thin blankets in the back seat. If necessary, he could tear one apart. What additional materials could he include? He thought for a moment. The snake's skin was still draped over the back seat with its grayish-black scales facing outward, and it was strong enough that it wouldn't tear. It should fit well. As for the wild dog skin, that could also be worth a try. It should have decent warmth. The weapon blueprint was even simpler. He had plenty of wood with half a trunk piled up in the back. Making a longer weapon would be no problem at all. There should certainly be enough iron ingots. For additional materials, his gaze swept over the wild dog's claws and fangs, wondering what effects they would have as additional materials. He had a good grasp of the materials needed, so Jiang Xun decided to eat something first. Killing those 2 pigs had truly exhausted him. Outside the windshield, the sky had completely turned dark. The upgraded headlights emitted 2 beams of light brighter than the previous dim bulbs, illuminating over 30 meters ahead. But driving at night wasn't just about visibility. The gray fog would spread at night and zombies would appear, making it impossible to prevent sudden threats emerging from the mist no matter how high the visibility. He shifted gears and drove the car onto a relatively flat shoulder of the road, stopping close to a crooked tree. Both side mirrors clearly showed the rear, and the view ahead was unobstructed, allowing him to see anything approaching in time. He turned off the engine and pulled the handbrake. He gathered the small firewood pile in the back seat, adding 2 more pieces of wood, and the flames flickered back to life. He opened the self-heating hot pot, tearing open the heating pack, and placing it at the bottom, squeezing the seasoning pack over the vegetables, and poured in half a bottle of mineral water. He closed the lid and steam began to escape from the edges. After a while, the entire hot pot started bubbling with the spicy oil mingling with the flavor of marinated beef exploding in the car. He picked up a lotus slice with chopsticks, chewed it, and then grabbed a piece of beef. After finishing the hot pot, he folded the empty box and threw it out of the car using wet wipes to clean his hands, and then wiping the dashboard. Then he spread the 2 blueprints open again, setting the crafting interface to the brightest setting, and began selecting materials. First came the equipment blueprint. He took out both pieces of wild boar leather and spread them out in the back seat, dragging out the cloth from the trunk. He removed the snake skin and wolf skin from the backrest, the gray-black scales glistening with a sheen in the firelight. As the various materials piled together, the screen popped up a prompt. Materials met additional materials, snake skin, wolf skin. Would you like to craft? Jiang Xun clicked yes. Next came the weapon blueprint. He took nearly 10 pieces each of wood and iron ingots, stacking them beside the crafting interface. The 4 claws and 2 fangs of the wild dog were placed on top, and he confirmed the selection. The screen displayed a prompt. Materials met additional materials, wild dog claws, 4 fangs too. Would you like to craft? He clicked confirm. The crafting station buzzed softly in the cabin with 2 beams of grayish-white light, enveloping the 2 piles of materials. Before long, as the armor took shape from the crafting station, the grayish-white light still hadn't completely dissipated, and a complete set of armor pieces was neatly stacked on the seat. Jiang Xun picked up each piece to examine. The chest armor was cut from a whole piece of wild boar leather, wrapping from the collarbone down to the lower ribs. The outer leather retained the original gray-black pattern of the wild boar skin, and the entire piece had been processed by the crafting station into a natural reinforcement for the armor surface, slightly raised to the touch. The pig leather was thick, and when he pressed his fingernail into it, it left only a white mark bouncing back, without any trace. Across the center of the chest, a strip of snake skin was embedded horizontally, with its gray-black scales facing outward. Under the firelight, it shimmered with a glossy, cold glow, as if a scale pattern was inlaid in the center of the chest armor. The snake skin extended from the chest to the collar, wrapping around each side of the neck. This part of the pig skin had been thinned, replaced with flexible snake skin, ensuring no chafing against the chin when turning his head. The shoulder armor consisted of 2 curved pieces of wild boar leather, wrapping from the shoulder peak down to the lower edge of the deltoid. The outer side of the pig leather was layered with wolf skin with gray-black, fur streaked with white, facing outward. The armholes were made with snake skin, allowing for flexibility. When raising his arms, the wolf and pig leather expanded together without pulling at the armpits. The wolf fur was thick, and when brushed against the face it didn't prick and carried a faint leather scent. The arm guards extended from the wrist to the elbow. The outer side of the forearm guard was made of hard pig leather, while the inner side was soft wolf leather with a circle of snake skin wrapping around the wrist joint. When he turned his palm over, the wolf fur on the inner wrist just touched his pulse. The end of the arm guard had a thumb hole, ensuring that the entire arm guard wouldn't slide up after being put on. The leg guards were divided into 2 sections for the thigh and calf. The front of the thigh was made from a whole piece of pig leather, while the back and the hollow of the knee were replaced with wolf skin with a circular pigskin kneecap, shield secured at the center of the knee, and snake skin pleats at the bending point. The front of the calf was covered in pig leather from just below the knee to the ankle, with the bottom of the leg guard tucked into the shoe tongue and wolf skin resting against the calf. The belt was woven from double-layered pig leather with snake skin wrapped around as a binding strap, and the buckle was made from polished wild boar ribs. Wearing the complete set of armor, the gray-black base color served as a foundation, with the outer sides of the arms and legs made entirely of stiff wild boar leather. The horizontal strip of snake scales on the chest reflected a layer of cold light in the fire, while the wolf fur on the shoulders and back of the neck lay in one direction. Jiang Xun put on the last arm guard, stood up, and moved around a bit. He felt no discomfort. Each part was crafted with utmost precision. Jiang Xun stepped out of the vehicle and walked around it, feeling the cool breeze that couldn't penetrate his clothing. The entire suit of armor provided quite decent warmth. As for its defensive capabilities, the armor, made from wild boar skin, was not lacking. When he dragged an axe across his arm, it only left a few white marks without cutting through. Jiang Xun returned to the vehicle with satisfaction, realizing that the armor crafted from the blueprints was even more exquisite than he had imagined. At that moment, the touchscreen displayed the equipment's attributes. Common armor white. 1. Wild boar skin, main material, thick fat, for warmth. Wild boars survive at the edge of the gray mist. Their hides are naturally thick with a dense layer of fat underneath. In addition to its defensive properties, the boar skin armor also provided warmth. 2. Wild dog skin, additional material, heat retention. Wild dogs are omnivores, and their fur has a characteristic of absorbing and storing heat. It can absorb the faint light shining on its surface, and during cold times the stored heat is gradually released to maintain body temperature. 3. Snake skin, additional material, temperature regulation. A piece of good quality snake skin, warm in winter and cool in summer, can regulate temperature according to body heat. There are even special attributes. Jiang Xun glanced over and found that all 3 attributes were related to warmth, yet they did not conflict, each having its unique utility. It seemed that the armor's ability to retain warmth was stronger than its defensive capability. He needed to gather some stronger defensive materials to craft another set later, but for now this armor was completely sufficient. Before long the weapon was also completed. A weapon plopped down onto the back seat. Jiang Xun picked it up. It was a straight knife complete with a sheath. The blade was forged from iron ingots, single-edged with a half-finger thickness left on the spine and a sharp point. The blade preserved the dark oxidation layer left from forging, with only the edge polished to a bright shine. A silver line ran from the hilt to the tip. The grip was made from several pieces of wood pressed together, the grain interwoven in 3 layers, providing a natural slight roughness that prevented slipping. The pommel was inlaid with a wild dog's canine point facing outward, producing a thud when struck, and could be used as a piercing weapon when turned upside down. The guard was adorned with 4 wild dog claws. The claws were encased in iron with the sharp edges facing outward, forming a small cross-shaped guard. In special circumstances, these 4 claws would serve as barbs. More importantly, this straight knife was slim enough. Jiang Xun laid it flat in the passenger compartment to try it out. The tip just touched the bottom of the compartment, while the handle stuck out, easily graspable for drawing. Unlike a spear, which made turning in the vehicle cumbersome, but it was longer than an axe. The axe had a cutting distance equal to the length of his arm plus the axe handle, while this knife extended that distance. Against zombies, he no longer had to lean close to the window to strike. He could pierce an eye from half a meter away. He raised the straight knife and turned it in the firelight. The cold light of the edge flowed from the hilt to the tip, while the wild dog claws cast 4 curved shadows, feeling well balanced. Common weapon white. 1. Dog claws, additional material, wild dog claws. For wild dog claws were evenly pressed into the entire edge during forging. When the straight knife strikes, the edge leaves deeper and more irregular wounds than a normal iron blade, making it harder to stop the bleeding and heal. 2. Canine's, additional material, canine bone crusher. Equipped with 2 sharp canines, enhancing the weapon's sharpness. This weapon proved to be quite effective. The combination of both effects made it a godly artifact for the current stage. If he used this weapon against wild boars, it would surely be effortless. At this stage, most wanderers still lacked decent weapons, relying on iron rods, crowbars, wrenches, and screwdrivers. Being able to forge a small knife was already considered a blessing. The difference in combat power brought on by this equipment gap would directly translate to differences in survival rates. With that, Jiang Xun felt satisfied. Today's harvest was bountiful. Both the light armor and weapon had been crafted, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. If he encountered wild dogs again with this gear, he could easily take them down. Placing the straight knife nearby, Jiang Xun began to check for activity on the trading platform. As he guessed, compared to yesterday, the quality of items being traded today had significantly improved. Many people began trading various materials to repair their vehicles, and food and water were gradually becoming more abundant. Indeed, it wasn't just him. There were noticeable changes in what everyone was pulling out of their cargo boxes. More and more people had sources of fire indicating that the availability of ignited wood for trading materials wouldn't last long. After some contemplation, Jiang Xun continued to list a large quantity of ignited wood. After all, more people had not yet discovered sources of fire, so he would take whatever profit he could get. While rummaging through the trading platform, Jiang Xun suddenly noticed a trading message. A vehicle modification blueprint in exchange for food, water, and warm items specifics in private chat. He clicked on it. A blurry thumbnail popped up on the screen showing a corner of the blueprint with the title for the vehicle modification and a vague pattern visible, but the details of the modification were too small to see. Jiang Xun immediately opened a private chat typing, "Is the blueprint still available?" The other party replied instantly, "Yes." "What blueprint?" Without further ado, the other party sent a clear image. The screen displayed a blue blueprint with the title at the top, Vehicle Modification Blueprint Glass Reinforcement. Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. His vehicle had been upgraded once, and the entire body was covered with a layer of iron providing quite decent defensive capabilities. But the only weakness was the glass. Although the glass was much better than that of his previous shabby vehicle, its defensive capability was still limited, barely able to withstand intermittent strikes from a zombie. Just like last night, a zombie posed no real threat to his vehicle, but it was better to be cautious. If more zombies came in the future, the glass would be the vehicle's weak point. Thus, this blueprint was highly appealing to Jiang Xun. Was it found in a dark green cargo box? He continued to ask, quickly receiving confirmation from the other party. "That type of cargo box is dangerous. I exerted a lot of effort to obtain it." "What price?" The other party typed quickly as if they had already drafted the terms, 10 portions of food, 5 bottles of water, and 1 warm item. Jiang Xun clicked his tongue. 10 portions of food, 5 bottles of water, and a warm item. This price was definitely not low by the second day. Food and water were scarce for everyone, and warm items were even more limited. Last night he sold burning wood, and it was gone in seconds. A complete warm item was practically equivalent to hard currency at this stage. He typed 3 words, "Too expensive." The other party replied instantly, "No haggling. You should be aware of how rare this blueprint is. Rarity aside, how many people at this stage can offer this condition to trade with you?" The other party fell silent. Jiang Xun waited 5 seconds, then continued typing. "How long have you been posting this?" "A little over 2 hours. 2 hours without any offers. What does that indicate?" "It indicates that those who have this kind of resources either don't need your blueprint or are unwilling to pay this price. If you wait another half hour as dawn breaks and new items appear on the trading platform, your blueprint will be pushed further back and even fewer will click on it." After finishing that segment, he added, "A blueprint is a good item, but if it sits idle, it's just waste paper." The other party took a long time to reply. "How much can you offer?" 2 pieces of meat. The screen fell silent for about 10 seconds. The other party sent 3 question marks, then followed up with meat. "What kind of meat?" Jiang Xun turned and pulled a piece of wild boar belly from the back seat, placing it on the center console, taking a picture of it against the touchscreen, and sending it. Jiang Xun watched the screen display. The other party is typing, flickering on and off repeatedly. "Did you kill a wild boar? Have you ever seen a wild boar?" "Yes, there was one next to the dark green cargo box, but I didn't dare approach it." The typing speed from the other side noticeably quickened. "How did you kill it?" "That's none of your business. The meat can be traded, but the method of killing is not for sale." The other side fell silent for a moment, then sent a new message, 5 pieces of meat plus 5 bottles of water in exchange for a blueprint. Jiang Xun twitched the corner of his mouth. 5 pieces of meat. He picked up the chunk of pork belly and weighed it in his hand. That piece was enough for several meals, let alone 5 pieces. How long would it take for one person to eat that much? This person was a bit too greedy. Although trading such a large piece of meat for a blueprint was still a profit for him, it wasn't practical. He couldn't be bothered to drag it out any longer, and directly typed, "This isn't compressed biscuits or bread, it's meat. Do you know how many people have never even opened a can of meat on this road? My meat is fresh, just killed. You should also know about the automatic decomposition ability. The meat is very clean with no unpleasant odor. 2 pieces of meat plus 5 pieces of kindling. If you didn't manage to grab any burning wood last night, these 5 pieces will allow you to start a fire in the car to keep warm." The other side didn't hesitate for too long. About 30 seconds later, a message popped up. "All right, let's trade." Jiang Xun placed 2 pieces of wild boar meat and 5 pieces of burning wood in the trade slot and submitted. 10 seconds later, the other party submitted the blueprint. 5 seconds later, all trade items were approved, and a line of green text popped up on the screen. Trade completed. On the passenger seat, there was an additional white blueprint, vehicle modification blueprint glass reinforcement. Detected new blueprint. Would you like to import it? Import. Common vehicle modification blueprint glass reinforcement white required materials iron ingot 6, glass 30. Materials are sufficient. Would you like to craft it? Jiang Xun naturally chose to craft it. A grayish-white light illuminated the side windows and the front and rear windshields simultaneously, spreading like a thin film from the edges toward the center. After the light faded, the car's glass had transformed. The thickness of the glass had more than doubled, and the layers could be seen at the edges. However, looking through the gray mist outside remained clear. He reached out to feel the surface of the glass. It was cool and smooth, indistinguishable from ordinary glass. Yet touching from the inside, he could feel an extremely thin iron coating when his fingertips brushed against the inner wall of the glass, sandwiched in the middle of the glass layers with a layer of sandy coating sealing the surface. Light passed through the glass, and the coating did not reflect or obstruct, making the view even clearer than before. Jiang Xun tapped on each window. The knuckles made a dull sound rather than the previous hollow, brittle noise, and he pulled out his axe, striking the side window of the driver's seat with the back of the axe. No imprint was left. He struck harder again, and the glass remained unmoved. The axe handle rebounded, sending vibrations through his hand. This level of defense is truly reassuring. Jiang Xun turned off the crafting station, pulled the blanket up to his chest, and was about to close his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two shadows swaying at the edge of the windshield. One in front, one behind, moving towards the car. He turned the headlights to the brightest setting, sending two beams cutting through, revealing two grayish-white faces, two zombies. He leaned back against the seat, remaining still, even feeling a bit amused. Last night, a single zombie tapping the window had caused no damage. Two of them posed no threat either. With his armor just donned and his dagger freshly sharpened, the windows just reinforced, it was the perfect time to test them out. The two zombies approached and stood still in the beams of the headlights. The one in front raised its hand first, slamming it against the window of the driver's seat with a muffled thud. The one behind circled around its companion and began to strike as well. The two decayed hands took turns smashing the glass, nails splintering and exposing blackened nail beds, each strike delivered with full force. Jiang Xun sat in the car, watching the faces of the two zombies pressed against the glass, their rotting lips leaving a dark imprint. After a good while of pounding, the glass remained unyielding. The previous hollow vibrations had vanished, leaving only the muffled thuds. Jiang Xun yawned. It seemed that letting them pound all night, the glass wouldn't crack. He waited a moment, confirming that there was no third shadow behind the two zombies. Then with his left hand, he pulled the dagger from the storage compartment, and with his right hand, pushed open the car door, stepping out from the other side. The wild boar skin locked in warmth, the wolf fur pressed against his forearm, and the snake skin collar snugged around his neck. The wind that blew past only took away the slight chill of the snakeskin surface, his body still warm. The two zombies turned at the sound, both spinning around simultaneously. The one in front opened its mouth as wide as possible, its rotting gums hanging out, staggering forward. Jiang Xun did not retreat, but instead stepped forward, thrusting the dagger upward at an angle, the tip piercing from beneath the zombie's chin, penetrating through its mouth and into its skull. The blade tore through, creating an uneven gash at the skull's exit, black blood mixed with shattered bones spraying out from the back of the head. He did not withdraw the dagger, but rather pulled it sideways, severing half of the zombie's head, leaving the remaining half hanging on its neck as its body collapsed forward. The second zombie had already charged to his side. Jiang Xun turned, gripping the dagger with both hands, and struck down into its head. The blade sliced through the skull, and the wild dog's claw effect ripped the top of its head in two. He pulled out the dagger, wiped it on the zombie's clothes, bent down to pick up two wandering coins, tossed them into his pants pocket. Standing outside for a moment with no new movements in the gray mist, he returned to the car and leaned back against the seat. The temperature inside the car was just right. He didn't even need to turn on the air conditioning. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiang Xun groggily opened his eyes to a faint odor. Fresh pork had been stewing in the closed car all night, mixing with the smell of charcoal from the fire pit, and the leather's odor filling the entire car with a distinct scent. He climbed up, lowering all the windows completely. Cold air rushed in, causing the corners of the blanket to... He poked his head out to take a deep breath, then turned to look at the pile of wild boar meat stacked in the back seat. When he moved it in last night, it was still fresh, but now the surface had become a bit sticky. He needed to deal with it quickly. He moved all the pork from the back seat and the trunk, laying it out piece by piece on the ground. He left the four legs intact, set aside the pork belly and tenderloin, and piled the scraps and trimmings into a small heap. Drying it out was the quickest and least tool-demanding method. He rummaged through the trunk for the iron wire and rope he had collected earlier, cutting them into sections, then using the axe to pierce a hole in each piece of meat, threading the wire through and twisting it into a loop, then stringing them together with the rope into a long chain. Then he climbed onto the engine cover, tying one end of the rope to the crossbar of the roof rack and pulling the other into the back of the car. A string of pork hung outside the car, lined up along the side of the roof. The wind blew, causing it to sway, with the pork skin facing out and the lean meat facing in, perfectly positioned to be continuously blown by the airflow while driving. He jumped down and clapped his hands. Turning back, he saw the pile of scraps and trimmings. He couldn't eat all of that himself, and leaving it would only cause it to rot. After thinking for a moment, he returned to the car and opened the touchscreen, accessing the trading platform. The burning wood he had traded last night had exchanged for quite a few materials, and there were people asking in private messages if there would be any fire sources tonight. But he hadn't seen any blueprints. He flipped through a few pages of listings and found that there were indeed a few more people listing blueprints today than yesterday. Mostly simple vehicle component blueprints, all white tier. However, Jiang Xun found no use in trading these, as he wouldn't need these component blueprints after upgrading his vehicle. It was the next day, and those who had collected a bit of stock with a larger quantity of cargo boxes filled the trading pool deeper than yesterday. He divided the scraps into 3 piles, took a photo, and edited the listing information. Wild boar meat is now available on the trading platform. Scraps and trimmings, a total of 3 portions. Only in exchange for blueprints, no restrictions on type. He published it. In the regional channel, someone quickly started discussing. It's Jiang Xun again. Wild boar meat. Did I read that wrong? Just yesterday I was envying him for having hot meals, and today he directly sells wild boar meat. Big shot, which route are you on? Can I come over to help carry your bag? Trading blueprints for meat? That's quite a deal, but it's still meat. Jiang Xun waited for almost half an hour without having traded a single piece of meat. Many people in the regional channel drooled over his 3 pieces of shredded meat, but he hadn't seen a single blueprint. He replied to a few inquiries about the price, but they all wanted to trade other items for the blueprint. However, Jiang Xun was not interested in what they had to. Aside from the blueprint, they had little that could pique his interest. It seemed that there were still few people offering blueprints. He wrapped the shredded meat back up in waterproof cloth and stuffed it into the trunk, shifted gears, and continued driving down the central lane. I head north. After driving for a while, he collected scattered supplies from several white cargo boxes into the trunk. When he reached a bend in the road, he saw a car parked by the roadside. It was the same model as the dilapidated sedan he had before, with a rusty shell and a dull gray paint job. A car. Jiang Xun immediately perked up. The other party was likely a wanderer like him. This was the first time he had encountered anyone else on this road. He slowed down, moved closer, and parked 10 meters away. Pushing open the car door, he held a knife and stepped cautiously over the gravel. As he got closer, he realized something was off. The car was even more dilapidated than his previous one. One side of the windshield was shattered, the door had several scratch marks, and the metal shell had been torn open with the seats inside pulled out. A dark streak dragged along the ground, stretching from the driver's door to the shoulder of the road. Jiang Xun gripped his knife tightly and circled to the driver's side. With the window gone, he leaned in to look inside, but found nothing. He followed the dark streak on the ground for a while, when suddenly, he heard a commotion. Hiding behind a tree, he peeked out to see 2 zombies hunched over a corpse, one biting into the shoulder, while the other was gnawing at the abdomen. The decayed fingers tugged at the clothing and skin, emitting a wet, squelching sound. Without waiting for them to look up, Jiang Xun rushed over and plunged his knife into the temple of the outer zombie from the side. The blade pierced through the skull, pulling out a stream of black blood. The inner zombie released its bite just as Jiang Xun delivered a second strike, slashing into its neck and severing its spine. The 2 heads rolled to the ground and lay still. After picking up a wandering coin, he kicked the zombie's body aside and leaned down to inspect. The person being devoured was a man, half of his face gnawed away, his chest still slightly rising and falling, but the breath he exhaled was rancid and the tips of his fingers had begun to turn gray with blackened nails. Not good, buddy, you're about to mutate. Jiang Xun looked for 2 seconds before stabbing the knife into his heart, then flicked the tip upward. The movement in the chest cavity stopped. Clearly this man was also a wanderer like him. It seemed he had been attacked by the 2 zombies last night, dragged into the woods, and devoured. Given the situation earlier, he would probably be assimilated into a zombie. He returned to the main road and checked the man's vehicle, finding some useful supplies inside, but there was not a drop of gasoline left. Suddenly the touchscreen on the central console lit up by itself. A message popped up on the screen: unknown vehicle detected. The life signal of the original owner has ceased. Vehicle ownership is now open. Please select an action: disassemble fuse. Jiang Xun stared at the screen for a moment. It turned out that once the owner died, the vehicle would become unowned, which was quite beneficial. Continuing to read the detailed explanation: disassemble means breaking down the unknown vehicle into basic materials. Fuse means integrating the unknown vehicle into your own, similar to upgrading the vehicle with blueprints. He glanced back at his own car. He had plenty of basic materials inside, and the trunk was filled with various supplies. Disassembling this dilapidated car wouldn't yield anything good, so he opted for fusion. A grayish-white light emerged from beneath the unowned vehicle's chassis, crawling along the road to Jiang Xun's car. Both vehicles shook simultaneously. Parts from the unowned vehicle began to dissolve one by one, their essence being drawn away. The grayish-white light wrapped around the items inside, peeling them away from the wreck's frame, flowing into Jiang Xun's car along the beam of light. The entire process took less than half a minute, leaving only an empty shell of the unowned vehicle. The light extinguished, and the whole car turned into a pile of scrap metal. Jiang Xun walked back to his car and circled around it. The engine sound steadied a bit, and the slight vibrations of the car at idle had mostly disappeared. The fusion of this unranked vehicle brought limited basic performance improvements, merely a nice enhancement. But when he climbed into the car, he was immediately startled, his eyes wide. The rear seat area now had extra space, and the entire rear section of the cabin had significantly increased in depth. "What's going on?" Jiang Xun gasped, reaching in to touch. The interior now had storage compartments and straps, and the walls were lined with the same metallic lining as the cabin. He stepped outside to look. The back of the car hadn't changed in length, and the external dimensions remained unchanged. Moving to the side, the tire positions hadn't shifted, and the overall contour of the car was exactly the same as before. Climbing back inside, he found that the space behind the rear seat extended at least half a meter, and all the supplies previously piled on the back seat were now neatly stored in the newly expanded storage area, leaving the back seat empty enough for more than one person to lie down. He hurried to the touchscreen to check the vehicle information, regular vehicle, white owner Jiang Xun, vehicle status, 97, durability, reparable fuel tank capacity, 60L, current fuel level 74, upgrades applied, glass reinforcement, white all glass, thickened laminated iron, plating, vehicle storage expansion, white internal space, depth of the cabin increased, additional external dimensions unchanged, fusing other vehicles will also enhance vehicle space. Vehicle storage expansion, Jiang Xun muttered to himself. The original owner of this broken car had installed a storage module blueprint, which was fused and directly transferred to his own vehicle. At this moment, the touchscreen also displayed the fusion situation. The unowned vehicle was an unranked vehicle, while his own car had already been upgraded once using blueprints, so the basic performance improvement after fusion was minimal. However, the important thing was that the interior area would expand, albeit less than the vehicle storage expansion, with an increased area of less than 1 square meter. Combined, the newly added area in the vehicle was quite substantial. He patted the backrest of the rear seat. Now the rear seat could fold down entirely, leading directly into the newly added storage area. From the outside it was undetectable, but inside there was a large additional space. He had previously worried that the pork and materials would not fit, but now he could store a lot more supplies. Jiang Xun happily continued down the road, but today's unexpected events seemed particularly numerous. After driving less than 20 minutes, the fog ahead suddenly thinned. It wasn't that the fog had dissipated, but rather the road ahead split into two. The white mist was cleaved apart by two paths swirling on either side like a wall that had been cracked open. He slowed down, turned on the headlights to full brightness, and the beams sliced through the fog, creating two blurred corridors. After driving a few hundred meters, the fork in the road was fully revealed. Two paths. Not parallel roads, but a true fork. The road was torn in half here, each leading in different directions. In between there was a strip of gravel with a crooked signpost stuck in the gravel. The sign at the top rusted to the point where only half remained, and the words had long been eaten away by rust. A fork in the road. It seems the endless highway isn't just one way to darkness. Jiang Xun parked his car in front of the fork, turned off the headlights, and got out. The package has arrived. Jiang Xun parked the car, turned off the engine, and squeezed through the gap between the driver and passenger seats to the back seat. A square brown cardboard box was stuck next to the storage extension area addressed to Jiang Xun. He tore open the tape and lifted the lid of the box. Inside was only one thing, a neatly folded map. The paper was thick, and when unfolded it was almost the size of a steering wheel. Lacking the sheen of blueprints, it was just ordinary paper, but the lines drawn on it were clear and crisp. Jiang Xun spread the map out on the dashboard. At the center of the map was a fork in the road. Two solid lines diverging from the main road, one to the left and one to the right. Isn't this where I currently am? Jiang Xun became increasingly familiar with the map, looking down at the starting point symbol marked on it. A small triangle positioned right at the fork. This was indeed his current location. He placed two fingers on the two routes marked on the map, his gaze tracing down the left path. The left route was marked with winding contour lines dense like a washboard, labeled with bumpy road and continuous sharp turns. Next to it was labeled cargo box, explosion rate low. Several red crosses were scratched out along the route with annotations stating high fuel consumption and tire wear. His finger moved to the right route. It extended straight for a while with no cargo box icon drawn on the road surface, but beside it was marked in red, cargo box explosion rate high. Continuing along the right highway, a square icon appeared on the map labeled ranch. The box was positioned not too close to the main road, requiring nearly half a day's drive to reach. This was the first time Jiang Xun saw a building. In the upper right corner of the map, a warning written in red read, "Once entering any fork, gray mist will seal the way back." There was no turning back. Jiang Xun flipped the map over, blank. He turned it back to the front and reviewed the left route again. Those few visible white cargo boxes were indeed not far from the fork, but what lay beyond those boxes? The turns were dense, the road surface was bumpy, and the cargo box explosion rate was low. Fuel consumption and tire wear would double under such conditions. What he lacked now was efficiency. Efficiency meant that the same amount of fuel could go further, and the same amount of time could yield more cargo boxes. The few cargo boxes on the left looked tempting, once they were gone they would be gone. On the right, although there were no visible cargo boxes, the explosion rate was high, and there was a ranch further ahead. He placed the map on the passenger seat, returned to the driver's seat, and started the engine. Turning the steering wheel fully to the right, the vehicle veered into the right fork. As the wheels just crossed the boundary line of the fork, gray mist closed in from both sides in the rearview mirror like a door being shut. The way back vanished. The fork, the signpost, and the few tin cargo boxes were all swallowed by the gray-white mist. Nothing. Jiang Xun felt a wave of relief. Thankfully a package arrived at a critical moment, or else taking the left route would have cost him dearly. This stretch of road indeed lived up to the words high explosion rate. Every 20 minutes or so, he could find a white cargo box, and even a dark green one occasionally appeared. In less than 20 minutes, another cargo box appeared on the shoulder of the road, a white box with a layer of dust on the lid. He pried it open to find a large bag of vacuum-sealed sausages inside, labeled garlic flavor, containing 8 links, and weighing about 2 pounds. Next to the sausages were 2 packs of instant coffee and a box of vitamin effervescent tablets. Jiang Xun whistled, loaded the items into the car, and continued driving. After driving for over 20 minutes, 2 red dots appeared simultaneously on the detector screen. He pulled over and discovered a white cargo box and a dark green cargo box lying side by side in a pile of gravel on the shoulder, guarded by a sleeping wild boar. As the vehicle approached rapidly, the wild boar woke up instantly and charged at Jiang Xun. What greeted it was a gleaming knife. Puff! The knife easily pierced into the wild boar's head, which was quickly reduced to fresh pork and leather. The white cargo box was pried open, 4 packs of spicy strips, a 5L can of gasoline, and some fabric. The dark green cargo box was pried open. The first compartment contained a whole piece of smoked meat, vacuum-packed, labeled smoked ham, weighing at least 3 pounds, with a smoky aroma wafting through the packaging. The second compartment had 5 packs of instant noodles and a small bottle of hot sauce. The third compartment was stuffed with materials: 10 iron ingots, 10 pieces of wood, and a box of screw and nut sets. Jiang Xun picked up the smoked meat, weighed it in his hand, and stuffed it into the storage area in the back seat, leaving the hot sauce separately in the cup holder. Just as he drove a short distance, the detector lit up again. This time it was a solitary dark green cargo box hidden behind an abandoned truck, almost unnoticeable without careful inspection. To his surprise, guarding the cargo box was a massive red-eyed rabbit. The moment this rabbit saw Jiang Xun, it lunged forward, only to have half its head sliced off by Jiang Xun's knife. The corpse fell to the ground, decomposed into a pile of rabbit meat and leather. "You're not cute at all, rabbit." He pried open the box lid, pulling out the divider revealed a large iron pot and a white blueprint. Vehicle modification blueprint, seat upgrade, white. He unfolded the blueprint and spread it out on the blueprint. Illustrated a breakdown of the seat structure, indicating that the thickness of the sponge layer was doubled, with adjustable joints added to the backrest and an independent shock-absorbing module embedded beneath the cushion. The materials list was listed alongside fabric sponge springs. He had plenty of fabric. He didn't have ready-made sponge, but the notes mentioned that soft filling materials could be used as a substitute. Jiang Xun thought for a moment and traded for some soft filling materials on the trading platform. He also had enough springs in the car. He opened the crafting station and scanned the blueprint. The screen popped up with the materials list, confirming that he had enough. "Let's create one first and see the effect." He clicked confirm. The crafting station's light enveloped the driver's seat, and the seat frame emitted a series of light metallic grinding sounds. The sponge layer bulged from beneath the cushion, and the canvas was wrapped in another layer with neat and tight stitching. 2 movable joints were added to the backrest, allowing it to recline almost flat. The headrest was refilled, snugly cradling the back of his head. So comfortable. The entire seat was larger than before, but didn't encroach on space with the cushions slightly contoured to fit his body. He took off his armor and sat down. As he leaned back against the backrest, it slowly reclined under his weight without a creak, with the shock-absorbing module beneath him sinking and then supporting him. Leaning back completely, he reclined the backrest to its lowest position, lying half back on the seat with the cushion supporting his lower back and the back of his head nestled into the headrest. The crafting station allowed this blueprint to be produced repeatedly. Since there were plenty of materials, and he was satisfied with the effect, he decided to replace all the seats in the vehicle. Soon, all modifications were completed. He laid back, flattening his arms and legs. Previously waking up from a nap would leave his back aching and neck stiff, but now it felt as if he were being cradled in someone's palm, much more comfortable. He turned his head to glance at the touchscreen, feeling that this wave of unboxing had already recouped his fuel costs just from this one blueprint. He carefully counted the food he had gathered, neatly packaged with waterproof cloth, and categorized, stuffing them into the storage extension area: garlic sausages, smoked ham, instant noodles, instant coffee, vitamin, effervescent tablets, spicy strips. A wide variety. The materials had also increased significantly, and he had even picked up 2 cans of gasoline. These items he gathered today would have taken him the whole day to collect yesterday, but now he had them all in just a few hours. Had he chosen the left path at the fork, he probably would have only found those initial items, and for the next 1 or 2 hours, he wouldn't have spotted any cargo boxes. Aside from these supplies, there was another good piece of news. The touchscreen displayed a prompt: mileage reached the standard earning mileage points, X100. He could now speak in the World Channel. From the very first day, Jiang Xun's supply of gasoline has never been short. One could say that gasoline is the most crucial resource in this world, bar none. Without gasoline, one can only wait to die in place, effectively trapped in a deadlock. Like that abandoned vehicle Jiang Xun saw today, which still contained a fair amount of supplies, but without gasoline, it was utterly helpless against the approaching zombies at night, unable even to flee, simply waiting to perish inside. Conversely, Jiang Xun's gasoline reserves continued to grow, allowing him to completely disregard the concern of running out of fuel. Coupled with an upgrade to his vehicle, not only had the fuel consumption decreased, but its maximum speed had also significantly increased. The designated travel distance would likely take other rovers about a week to achieve, but Jiang Xun easily accumulated enough travel points. Gazing at the empty World Channel, Jiang Xun stroked his chin, pondering how to make the most of this opportunity. The awarded travel points were only sufficient for one statement, and as he was likely the first rover to acquire points, he needed to utilize this opportunity wisely. After a moment of thought, Jiang Xun decided to share the 3 portions of minced wild boar meat on the World Channel. However, he didn't rush to type go. Instead, he first took another photo of the 3 portions. He specifically chose a well-lit angle, capturing the marbling of the wild boar meat clearly, with a package of vacuum-sealed sausages placed beside it for reference, making the meat appear larger and more substantial. He then began editing the text, deleting and revising until he settled on a final version. District 1024 Jiang Xun: delicious wild boar meat, 3 portions, each about 1.5 pounds. Not compressed biscuits, not canned goods, but delicious wild boar meat. It can be grilled, boiled, or cured. Any way you eat it is far better than gnawing on biscuits. Only exchanging for blueprints, no type restrictions. A total of 3 portions of meat, first come first served. Those in need can message directly. Casual chatter is unwelcome or no deal. After Jiang Xun sent this message in the World Channel, all the rovers saw it immediately. Messages started flooding in across various regional channels. Among the scrolling messages, one name began to repeat itself. Jiang Xun. District 1024. How does he have travel points? I only have around 20 points, and he has 100. How far has he traveled? Wild boar meat. I've never even opened a can of meat, and he's already eating meat. Can the World Channel be used this way? I'm worried about whether he'll have enough to eat tonight, while he's already trading for meat. 3 portions of meat, only exchanging for blueprints, which means he has plenty of meat for himself. Although there are no blueprints, I should follow him first. He's the first big shot to speak in the World Channel. District 1024 Jiang Xun. I wonder if I'll have a chance to meet him. I want to ride his coattails. Leaning against his upgraded seat, Jiang Xun crossed his legs and checked his private message list. In an instant, the private message list had surged with thousands of messages, roughly categorized into 3 types. One type was serious inquiries about transactions, asking if they could trade for blueprints. Another type was flattery, calling him a big shot and seeking to become his underling. And the last type was indirectly probing how much supply he actually had. He cleared out the last 2 types of private messages. There were indeed quite a few serious inquiries about trading blueprints, indicating that promoting in the World Channel was a very correct decision. Jiang Xun was well aware that he was certainly not the only one who could eat meat now. The beasts, wild dogs and wild boars, near the dark green supply boxes had not only encountered him. As long as one has weapons and dares to get out of the vehicle, they could obtain some meat. Those fortunate enough might even find meat in the supply boxes. However, while others got meat to eat themselves or traded within regional channels, he was the first to advertise in the World Channel. It's akin to advertising on television. The first person to shout out their brand during prime time will be the name that pops into people's heads when they think of that product category. Now, among the billions of people on the endless highway, he was the only one capable of speaking in the World Channel. After this round of advertising, when someone wants to trade blueprints or rare materials regardless of whether they seek him out, they will at least know there is a Jiang Xun in District 1024. Following this logical chain, his advantage was not a single point, but a series of interconnected benefits. After driving for a while, his stomach began to protest. He took a look at the blueprints from the passenger seat. There was still some distance to that ranch, but he estimated he would arrive before nightfall. He pulled out a pack of instant noodles and a piece of smoked pork leg from the expanded storage area, placed the large iron pot over the fire, and poured in more than a bottle of mineral water. The flames licked the bottom of the pot. The water had yet to boil, so he sliced a few pieces of smoked meat and placed them on the pot lid to warm them up with the steam, the edges curling slightly as the smoky aroma mingled with the char of the firewood spread throughout the cabin. This was one of the few foods that could replenish salt, and he planned to savor it properly later. While waiting for the water to boil, he opened the private message list. After finishing his advertising on the World Channel, the private messages had surged to tens of thousands. Not wanting to read through them all, he directly filtered by the keyword blueprint, bringing up over 200 messages. Going through them one by one, most of the blueprints sent were ones he had seen before and were of no use to him. After careful selection, he ultimately chose 3 blueprints. However, none of these 3 were fools. They all wanted to exchange more meat for blueprints from Jiang Xun. Fortunately, Jiang Xun had also killed quite a few beasts on the way, and he indeed had a substantial amount of meat stored, adding a small piece of meat for each person in exchange for blueprints. Transaction completed. Jiang Xun turned back to stir the noodles in the pot. The noodles were already thoroughly cooked, bubbling with seasoned broth. He tore the smoked meat into pieces and sprinkled them, and then broke half a garlic sausage into slices and tossed it into the pot. After covering the pot, he let it simmer for half a minute. When he lifted the lid, a wave of spicy oil mixed with the aroma of smoked meat rushed to the roof of the car. He held the pot against his upgraded seat, his legs crossed on the passenger seat, using chopsticks to pick up a clump of noodles dripping with broth. He slurped one bite, and then grabbed a piece of smoked meat. Outside, the gray fog rolled, and the steam from the noodles fogged half of the windshield. He chewed on the noodles, thinking the meat accumulated from killing beasts along this journey was indeed quite a lot. Snake meat, wolf meat, wild boar meat, plus the smoked pork leg he just opened today. There was enough meat to last 2 months. However, this meat clearly wouldn't last that long, and most of it would need to be dried to ensure longer preservation. It would be great if there were a refrigerator in the vehicle. Feeling he was thinking too far ahead, Jiang Xun shook his head and looked at the 3 blueprints he had traded for: rainwater collector blueprint white, simple trap production blueprint white, vehicle modification blueprint, tire reinforcement white. 3 blueprints were laid out on the workbench, clearly detailing the recipe and effects. Rainwater collector blueprint white, materials: iron ingots 5, plastic sheets 3, hose 1, a filtration device 1. Effect installed on the roof of the vehicle. When it rains, the plastic sheet opens up into a funnel shape, allowing rainwater to flow through the iron mesh filter into the hose, which connects directly to a water bottle or storage tank. A medium rainfall could fill several bottles. When it's not raining, it can be folded and stored in the storage expansion area, taking up no space. Water in this world is as valuable as gasoline. The cargo box can dispense mineral water, but it depletes quickly. Drinking, cooking, making tea, and even simple washing all require water. The rainwater collector turns a consumable dependent on opening supply boxes into a sustainable resource, allowing one to gather several days' worth of water with each rainfall. From now on, passing through rainy areas, there's no need to conserve water. Simple trap blueprint white, materials: iron ingot 1, wood 4, short iron wire 3. Effect: a structure resembling an animal trap. The wooden base and pressure plate are complemented by iron wire for the trigger mechanism and securing chain. When stepped on, the plate springs up to snap shut, capable of breaking a zombie's ankle. Jiang Xun felt that having a few of these placed in parking areas would greatly enhance security, allowing for a good night's sleep. Vehicle modification blueprint tire reinforcement white, materials: iron ingots 5, metal parts 20, a rubber 10. Effect: metal anti-slip chains and rubber lining are added to the outer side of the tires. The anti-slip chains provide extra grip on gravel and slippery surfaces, while the rubber lining reduces wear from sharp stones, enhancing tire durability. Like the glass blueprint, this is another blueprint for enhancing vehicle defense, further strengthening the vehicle's defensive capabilities after upgrades. After trading for a filtration device, Jiang Xun completed the rainwater collector, entire reinforcement, placing the rainwater collector on the roof, and bending down to check the tires once more. The reinforced tires were a full size larger than before, with the tread expanding nearly 3 fingers wide, the anti-slip chains tightly wrapped around the sidewalls, the metal links glistening with a dark silver hue in the faint light of the mist. He got into the vehicle, started the engine, and turned the steering wheel to merge onto the highway. The tires rolled over the gravel road. The previous jarring vibrations diminished significantly thanks to the lining, the entire chassis gliding smoothly along the surface. He deliberately drove over a pothole that had previously slowed him down. The vehicle only swayed slightly, with no shake of the steering wheel, the shock absorption module of the seat rising and falling gently to dissipate the residual vibrations. Driving on this road, he surprisingly experienced a sensation akin to cruising at a steady speed on a highway. He slapped the steering wheel, feeling exhilarated. This is so comfortable. Continuing along the right fork for nearly 2 hours, the red dots on the detector screen had hardly ceased. Every 20 to 30 minutes one would pop up, sometimes too close together. He had come across 7 or 8 white cargo boxes and 3 dark green ones. There weren't many new food items: compressed biscuits, canned meat, instant oatmeal. But the materials were abundant: a stack of over 10 iron ingots, a bundle of wood, and 2 empty oil barrels filled with fine sand. He also found a 10L barrel of gasoline and 2 packs of heat pads. He categorized the items and stuffed them into the storage expansion area. The previously half-empty slots were now filled to 2/3. The sky gradually darkened. The color of the mist shifted from grayish-white to dark gray, then deepening into inky blackness. The headlights were turned to the brightest setting, cutting through the mist for over 30 meters. Jiang Xun glanced down at the map. The marked ranch was nearing. He pressed the accelerator and drove a bit further when suddenly a gap opened in the gray mist ahead. Not that the mist had dispersed, but the fog on the left side of the road had been pushed back by something, revealing a large area free of gray mist. Jiang Xun slowed down, parked the vehicle at the side of the road, and turned off the headlights. That open area was the ranch. From the road it appeared as an island surrounded by gray mist. The perimeter was enclosed by a wooden fence, several posts leaning, but overall still standing. Behind the fence lay a vast expanse of dried yellow grass growing knee-high, the wind stirring it into waves of gray-green. At the center of the grassland stood a 2-story wooden main house, half of its tin roof torn away, yet the walls remained intact. Scattered around were several low sheds, one with a roof partially collapsed, while others appeared relatively sturdy. The most eye-catching feature was a cylindrical grain silo on the right side of the ranch, its metal shell rusted to a deep brown, the top still intact, towering over the grassland, taller than the main house. The entire ranch lay quietly amidst the gray mist, devoid of light or sound, while the waves of grass gently lapped against the fence. Jiang Xun placed his knife on the passenger seat and checked the straps of his armor again. Not rushing to exit, he scanned the ranch through the windshield once more. He noticed a vehicle parked less than 100 meters ahead on the road. It wasn't an abandoned car, but rather a traveler's vehicle quietly parked there. The vehicle had not been upgraded, its paint chipped, and the tires were flat, a typical sign of a trunk packed with items. Behind the windshield, a vague silhouette remained still, also looking toward the ranch, seemingly aware of the approaching vehicle, as it could be seen turning its head to observe. Jiang Xun opened the car door and stepped out, standing behind his vehicle with his hand resting on the roof rack. The door of the other vehicle cracked open, but no one stepped out. The two vehicles quietly stood several dozen meters apart by the roadside. At this distance, neither could clearly see the other's appearance, but both could tell the other had no intention of making a move. Clearly both were thinking of spending the night here, entering the ranch at dawn. No one knew what was hidden in that grassland. Entering in the dark was a gamble for their lives. Entering when the sun comes up would at least allow one to see whether the ground was grass or something else. After a distant look, the situation inside the ranch was not clear. Through the haze, a few figures could be seen, likely zombies. Jiang Xun took a few more glances before returning to the car, locking the doors, reclined the seat back to a halfling position, and pulled out a pack of garlic sausage and half a compressed biscuit from the side compartment as a snack. He planned to sleep in the car tonight and take a closer look in the morning. The darkness quickly enveloped the surroundings. The outline of the ranch sank completely into the night, with only the metal roof of the silo reflecting a glimmer of light in the residual glow of the headlights. Jiang Xun wiped his face and hands with wet wipes, brushed his teeth with the available toiletries, and after tidying up, he intended to sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, two beams of light flickered in the rearview mirror. It's a vehicle's headlights. Two beams of light pierced through the gray mist from the rear road, swaying as they approached. The sound of the engine also came over, low and grumbling, carrying a sputtering noise from a leaking exhaust. Jiang Xun sat up straight, adjusting the backrest of his seat, as he looked into the rearview mirror. In the mirror, two glowing orbs drew closer, the car moving slowly and hesitantly, as if the driver was searching for a place to stop. After about a minute, the car leisurely passed by Jiang Xun's vehicle, coming to a halt on the shoulder approximately 30 meters ahead. The rear of the car faced Jiang Xun's front, and the exhaust let out two more coughs before falling silent. Jiang Xun took advantage of the vehicle's still-in lights to survey his surroundings. It was also a sedan, the model similar to what he had before his upgrade, but the body was clearly more streamlined. Although several patches of paint were missing, the doors weren't dented, the glass intact, and the body showed no rust. The bumper was a different color from the body, clearly taken from another car. The two roof racks were of different styles, one thick and one thin. Jiang Xun squinted and took another look, understanding now. This car had not been upgraded. Its paint was still the original mottled finish, the glass lacked any metallic reflective coating, and the tires were the most ordinary thin types, but it had been assembled with parts from other vehicles. The various signs of patched components indicated that the previous owner had integrated at least two cars. Jiang Xun leaned back against the seat and tapped the car twice with his fingers. There was now one more car, and it was another patched vehicle. He had tried blending vehicles today. Integrating lower-tier vehicles yielded minimal enhancement for him, but the advantage came in expanding storage space and inheriting modification modules from the other vehicles. His storage expansion zone was obtained this way. However, this vehicle showed no signs of any special modifications from just its appearance. It simply pieced together parts from several wrecked cars, swapping bumpers here and adding roof racks there. In plain terms, it was just piling up quantity to achieve a state that was slightly stronger than the initial wreck. Jiang Xun estimated an initial wreck had no levels, and upgrading once made it a standard level. To rely solely on fusion to elevate a car from no level to standard level would likely require over 10 or even 20 level cars. After some thought, Jiang Xun still believed it was safer to bring the airdreed meat inside. He pushed open the car door. Cold wind rushed in the pigskin lining of his armor, trapping his body heat. He walked to the back of the car and began to take down the strings of cured pork that hung on either side of the roof rack. Having dried all day, the surface of the meat had developed a deep red hard shell, firm and elastic when pressed, with edges slightly curling inward, the fatty portions transitioning from white to a translucent waxy yellow. He rolled the meat skewers in waterproof cloth, securing them with zip ties, and tucked them into the outermost compartment of the storage expansion area. Just as he bent down to untie the last skewer, he noticed two pairs of eyes staring intently at him from the rearview mirror of the patch car ahead. The lean man in the passenger seat turned his entire upper body around, resting his chin on the side of the headrest, his eyes following the meat skewers in Jiang Xun's hands. He licked his cracked lips, watching Jiang Xun take the string of airdreed wild boar meat off the hook, then observed as he pulled out an axe from the roof rack and inserted it into the storage slot of the car door. Ma San swallowed hard, turning to lower his voice. "Boss, did you see that kid behind us?" The driver Guang Dali did not turn his head. Through the rearview mirror, he watched Jiang Xun's every move. This kid walked from the back of the car to the side, bending down to check the tires, which were a whole size larger than ordinary tires, wrapped in metal anti-slip chains and a layer of unknown leather material. Standing up, he walked to the front. The headlights swept across the windshield, revealing a faint reflection on the glass surface, unlike the thin translucence of ordinary glass. The car was covered with a solid gray-white iron plate, the edges lined with neat rivets, and several metal hooks were added to the body. Guang Dali shifted his gaze from the rearview mirror, glancing at his own car's dashboard. It was a plastic shell lacking even a decent metallic border. "Boss." Ma San became anxious, rubbing his hands, dirt caked under the fingernails on the back of his hands. "Should we go over and rob him? That kid's car is loaded with meat, airdreed meat. And look at his trunk, it's almost overflowing." Guang Dali. He watched Jiang Xun close the car door in the rearview mirror, the dim light inside the car shining through the glass, making even the blurred outline hard to discern. After waiting for a while, he finally spoke, his voice lowered. "How do you think that kid got this car? The body is clean and tidy, the glass is shining, and the tires are wider than any car I've seen before." "Well, you might not know this, boss." Ma San hurriedly leaned closer, nearly bumping his head against the rearview mirror. "I've heard people say in the regional channel that vehicles can be upgraded from the cargo box. As long as there are enough materials, you can elevate a car from no level to standard level. This kid must have hit the jackpot. Not only did he get the upgrade blueprint, but he also ended up with a whole bunch of..." However, he chuckled a few times, revealing a mouthful of uneven teeth. "Boss, with a single command from you, all of this will belong to you." Guang Dali leaned back in his seat, his fingers slowly stroking his chin. He and Ma San had been together in the previous world, one collecting protection fees and the other dealing with those who refused. After crossing into this desolate road, they unexpectedly reunited, and he ordered Ma San to abandon his car and merge it into his. Two wrecked cars merged into one were still wrecks, but they were a bit stronger than the average wreck. Leveraging this slight advantage, they had robbed two solitary travelers on the road and discovered that as long as the people inside a car died, the car would become ownerless, allowing them to either disassemble or fuse it, thus obtaining a substantial amount of resources. There were no laws, no police, nothing at all. Whoever had the bigger fist owned the resources. He stared at the gray little sedan in the rearview mirror, the headlights, turned off, parked quietly in place. He had also robbed twice before knowing when to act and when not to. Don't rush. Guangdali waved his hand palm down, pressing it down. It's already dark outside. If we make a big noise, we might attract all the zombies in the mist, and then both of us would die here. Ma San, anxious, opened his mouth again, but Guangdali interrupted him. What are you rushing for? He's right there. The car is there. The meat is there. It won't fly away. He came out with weapons earlier. We can't just rush in, and we need to think of a plan. Ma San whispered, what if that kid sneaks away when we're not paying attention? Guangdali slapped him on the head, and Ma San immediately covered his head, howling. Are you stupid? Can't you see the large pasture right beside? He must be waiting for daylight to explore. Why would he run? Ma San dared not speak any further, nodding vigorously while covering his head. Guangdali, still worried about this dim-witted little brother, adjusted the seat back and issued further instructions. Remember, don't act yet. There's another car parked in front of us. See how the trunk is so heavy that the tires are almost flat? There's probably a lot of good stuff in there. But if we act tonight, we might scare the snake in the grass in the dark. If that kid gets startled and drives away, should we chase? If we do, the mist is full of zombies. If we don't chase, the meat will fly away. Ma San immediately gave a thumbs up, almost poking Guangdali's chin. Boss, you're brilliant. I knew Boss had a grand plan. Ew, I spoke too soon. Earlier spoke too soon. Guangdali's face, full of flesh, broke into a smug smile, the corners of his mouth stretching down to his earlobes. He glanced again at the gray little sedan in the rearview mirror, lowering his voice to say, wait for daylight. This area is so vast, they will surely go in to search for things. We will follow them in to see the situation. Once inside, you can find any excuse to come back and destroy their car, transferring whatever can be taken to our vehicle. With no way to retreat, we can do whatever we want. This is called catching a turtle in a jar, understand? Ma San nodded vigorously, his neck forming two folds. Got it. Got it. Boss is different because he has read books. Guangdali hadn't read many books, but he enjoyed being flattered by Ma San. He rubbed his bald head a few times, beginning to plan the specific details for tomorrow. The two huddled together, whispering. Ma San occasionally let out a suppressed chuckle, while Guangdali gestured with his finger on the steering wheel, pointing at the car ahead, then at the car behind, and then at the direction of the pasture fence. In the car behind, Jiang Xun sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he tightened the collar of his clothing. He was unaware of the two plotting against him, but he knew that with 3 cars parked here tonight, entering the pasture tomorrow would likely not be peaceful. Resolving to get a good sleep, he thought tomorrow's matters should be dealt with tomorrow. If he didn't get enough sleep tonight, he wouldn't be able to think straight tomorrow, and that would lead to real trouble. He opened the crafting table, clicking on the recipe for the simple trap. Iron ingot 1, wood 4, short, iron wire 3. He took out the materials and placed them on the floor mat of the back seat, confirming his selection. The crafting table enveloped the pile of materials in light. The wood was cut into wedge-shaped pressure plates, the iron wire bent into triggering mechanisms, and the spring snapped into the bases slot, forming a bear trap in less than 2 minutes. He made several more traps, lined them up in the back seat with iron teeth open and the triggering pedal slightly raised, and just a touch would make a snap sound as they closed. He moved the traps out of the car, walking around the vehicle. One was placed under the driver's door and another under the passenger door. Whoever wanted to open the door had to step on it first. 2 were placed 3 meters in front of the car and 2 3 meters behind, sealing off all 4 directions. This would do it. Zombies approaching would first have to step on the traps. Wild beasts circling the car would eventually step on one. Even if it was a person, he thought, glancing at the 2 cars in front and behind. If a person stepped on it, it wouldn't be pleasant either. He stood up, brushing off the wood chips from his hands. The 4 traps surrounded the car, their iron teeth glistening in the dim light. His parking spot had plenty of grass, making these traps harder to detect. Feeling quite secure, he opened the car door and climbed into the back seat, placing the straight knife next to the backrest where he could easily reach it. Pulling the blanket up to his neck, he turned over, burying his face in the blanket. The car was filled with the smoky scent of air-dried meat and the lingering spicy oil aroma from instant noodles, much more pleasant than last night. As the night deepened, the gray mist gradually enveloped everything, making it hard to see the vehicles ahead. Soon Jiang Xun fell into a deep slumber. As dawn broke, something hit the back of Jiang Xun's head. It wasn't heavy, but the aim was precise, striking the most prominent bone at the back of his skull. He abruptly opened his eyes, his hand already reaching for the straight knife. Then he looked down to see a brown cardboard box lying quietly on the seat cushion, beside his head the delivery slip, with Jiang Xun's name clearly visible in the morning light. "Can you be a bit gentler with your delivery?" Jiang Xun rubbed the back of his head, pushed the box aside, and didn't hurry to open it. First he looked out the car window. Upon seeing it, the corners of his mouth lifted. Of the traps he set last night, 4 had sprung. The one placed under the driver's door had bitten down on a zombie's ankle, that zombie lying face down on the gravel, its hands futilely clawing at the ground, digging shallow grooves into the gravel. The one in front of the car had caught a zombie by the lower leg, causing it to topple next to the engine hood, its head banging against the bumper repeatedly, its nails scratching several lines into the paint, but fortunately, there was a layer of iron beneath the paint. The one at the back of the car was the most chaotic, trapping one zombie's knee while tripping another, the two tangled together, writhing on the ground. Drawing the straight knife, he pushed open the car door. A blast of cold wind mixed with the stench of rotting zombies hit him. He approached the first zombie, which lifted its head upon hearing his footsteps. Before it could open its mouth, the knife's tip had already pierced through its eye socket, black blood oozing down the blade, the tearing effect churning inside its skull, and as he pulled the knife out, the zombie's head tilted to one side, completely motionless. The second zombie, caught by its lower leg, was attempting to bite its own leg to escape the trap. Jiang Xun circled behind it, stomping down on its neck, the knife's tip piercing neatly through its rear skull. The two zombies tangled at the back were still gnawing at each other. He swung the knife horizontally, slicing both their necks, black blood spraying onto the gravel with a hissing sound. 4 roaming coins floated up from the bodies of the zombies. He bent down to pick them up, tossing them in the air. Collecting coins felt like an effortless game, just taking the knife out of the car and strolling around. After dealing with the zombies, he stepped on each triggered trap to check them. The springs and iron teeth were undamaged, the slots were secure with no wobbling, and the zombies' claw marks only left a few shallow impressions on the surface. He reset each trap one by one, then stood upright, looking ahead. Around the 2 cars in front, there were also scattered zombie bodies, and the coins had already been collected. Surrounding the patch car were also 4 zombies, their heads deformed from blunt force trauma. One even had a crowbar embedded in its neck. Further ahead, several zombies lay around another car, and a slender figure was crouched beside it, searching through the zombies' bodies with something. However, the hazy mist made it hard to see clearly, but the figure's build didn't seem to be that of a man. It seemed that these people had some skills. Jiang Xun withdrew his gaze, not looking further. He opened the car door, sat back in the rear seat, picked up the delivery box that had woken him, quickly tore off the tape, and lifted the lid. Jiang Xun opened the delivery package and found to his surprise a complete set of clothing inside. He peeled back the final layer of wrapping paper from the cardboard box, and nestled at the bottom lay a folded slip of paper. This outfit is no ordinary garment. It is called the Wayfarer attire. Once worn, it automatically adjusts to fit the wearer's physique perfectly. Its fabric repels dust, water, and blood alike. When soiled, a simple shake restores its pristine state. Should it tear or burn, placing raw material over the damage triggers self-repair. Jiang Xun flipped the note over, and on its reverse a line of smaller script read: "Socks are not self-cleaning. They are ordinary socks. Wash them yourself when dirty." He tossed the note aside and lifted each garment from the box, laying them out neatly across the car seat. The base layer was a deep gray long-sleeved t-shirt, its surface subtly brushed with an ultra-fine nap. Gently tugging the shoulder seam outward, he watched the fabric stretch smoothly with his motion, then snap back into place the moment he released it. Slipping it over his head, the hem settled precisely at his waistline. The seams aligned flawlessly at his acromion, and even with arms raised overhead, the fabric remained anchored without riding up. The matching trousers shared the same fabric. Elastic cuffs hugged his ankles without bunching at the knee. The outer jacket was a stand collar blazer in charcoal gray, one shade deeper than the t-shirt. Its fabric was slightly thicker, yet added negligible weight, its surface etched with an almost imperceptible crosshatch texture that whispered faintly beneath his fingernail. He donned the armor vest over the t-shirt, tightened the straps, then slipped the blazer on last, zipping it halfway up his chest. The fabric yielded subtly around the contours of the armor, expanding just millimeters outward, concealing the protective layer entirely. From the outside, it appeared merely as a perfectly tailored blazer, its hidden reinforcement utterly undetectable. The cargo pants matched the blazer's charcoal hue, reinforced with double-layered knees. When he squatted to test mobility, no outline of the leg armor betrayed itself beneath the fabric. Finally, he pulled on the leather boots, cuffs snugly cradling his ankles, tongues crafted from seamless supple hide. Once laced tight, his feet sat firmly rooted within the soles. He glanced into the rearview mirror. The reflection showed a man transformed overnight. Upright collar framing a sharp jawline, cargo pants tucked into high-top boots, armor fully masked beneath the blazer, yet shoulders and chest broadened by a subtle, powerful definition. A straight sword hung from the right waist tool loop, an axe rested in the thigh pocket. He zipped the blazer to the topmost notch, slid his thumb into the cuff tab, and rolled his neck. This ensemble radiated quiet menace. No one would mistake him for harmless. He folded his worn sleepwear and stowed it deep within the lowest compartment of his expanded storage unit. That sleepwear had carried him from the first day of his crossing. Now at last it was retired. From the same storage unit, he retrieved a can of luncheon meat and a packet of instant oatmeal. Today's objective was the ranch. A proper hot meal would fuel him before departure. He set the iron pot atop the fire, pouring in half a bottle of mineral water. While waiting for the water to boil, he pried open the tin lid, skewered the solid slab of meat with chopsticks, sliced it thickly, and dropped the pieces directly into the pot. The pot hissed fiercely as the meat hit the searing surface. Each slice bounced twice before crisping at the edges into golden brown shells. Fat rendered clear and translucent, bubbling audibly as the slabs sizzled and spat. He nudged the seared slices to the rim, leaving the rendered oil behind. Then added water, brought it to a boil, poured in the oats, stirred twice, and crumbled half a dense loaf of bread into the mixture. The bread soaked up both meat fat and oat broth, swelling rapidly into a rich velvety porridge. A pinch of salt and several drops of chili sauce followed, stirred thoroughly before he extinguished the flame. The cabin filled with the mingled aroma of sizzling luncheon meat and warm oat broth, the savory depth of caramelized fat, the comforting sweetness of toasted grain underscored by a sharp, bright tang of spice. Once breakfast was ready, he leaned against the upgraded seat, holding the pot in one hand. A crisp, golden brown slice vanished between his teeth with a satisfying crunch. Then he scooped a steaming spoonful of porridge and slurped it down in eager gulps. The meat tasted deeply savory, the broth creamy and thick, exhaled its fragrance through the cracked window. Ahead inside the lead vehicle, Guang Dalai and Ma San had barely slept the night before. Zombies had crept close after midnight. Taking turns wielding iron crowbars, they stabbed blindly into the dark, daring not to switch on headlights lest more draw near. Only after hours of exhausting, sightless combat did they clear the perimeter. They'd just dozed off before dawn, eyes closed for mere minutes, when an unfamiliar scent slipped through the window sill. Not the stale, dusty odor of compressed biscuits, but meat. Real meat. Crisp, charred, still sizzling with hot oil, and beneath it the steamy, earthy fragrance of simmering broth, so intoxicating it felt as though their very souls were being lured away. Ma San opened his eyes first, his nose twitching like a hound's, drawing in frantic, shallow breaths. Drool pooled unnoticed beneath his chin. Boss, smell that. What is that? It's meat, real meat. Guang Dalai jolted awake. He said nothing, but his stomach spoke first, a long, resonant, unmistakable growl. He looked down at the compressed biscuit clutched in his fist, half-eaten, marked by yesterday's bite, and crumbs scattered across his trousers. Holding it to his nose, he sniffed, then leaned toward the window to inhale again. His face hardened into grim, ashen silence. Damn it! With a sharp slap, he slammed the biscuit onto the dashboard, shattering it into jagged fragments that scattered onto the floor mat. That kid's cooking breakfast inside his car. They longed to storm out and seize Jiang Xun on the spot, but restraint held them back. Instead, they chewed dry biscuits and brittle bread, their mouths watering as they imagined biting into fragrant, succulent meat instead. Jiang Xun scraped the last spoonful of porridge from the pot, tossed it into the back seat, and wiped his mouth and hands with a damp cloth. He pushed open the car door, the soles of his boots crunching sharply over gravel. As he straightened upright, the door of the patched-together vehicle ahead burst open with a loud bang. Guang Dalai emerged from the driver's side, his bald head gleaming under morning light. Ma San circled from the passenger side, thin as a bamboo pole, stumbling over the threshold and staggering 2 steps before regaining balance. They approached Jiang Xun in tandem. Guang Dalai forced a wide grin, cheeks bulging sideways, revealing yellowed teeth. Ma San trailed behind, grinning too, but his expression twisted more like a grimace. Hey brother. Guang Dalai extended his hand from a far, voice booming across the empty road. We spotted your vehicle last night, but didn't dare disturb your rest. Your ride looks impressive, upgraded I see. Jiang Xun glanced at the outstretched hand, did not take it, and gave only a curt nod. Morning. Guang Dalai's hand froze midair for a beat, then retracted and rubbed awkwardly against his thigh, smile unwavering. Ma San chimed in, rubbing his palms together. Brother, you're clearly a man of extraordinary talent. Only days in this world, yet your vehicle's already upgraded. Truly admirable. He chuckled twice, eyes darting incessantly toward Jiang Xun's car interior. Jiang Xun offered no reply. his gaze sweeping past Guang Daliai's glistening scalp toward the lead vehicle still silent and unopened. The frontmost wanderer, perhaps sensing movement behind, also swung its door open. First to emerge was a baseball bat. Silver aluminum alloy, its grip wrapped tightly in non-slip tape, dents marred the barrel, evidence of repeated forceful impacts. Then came white athletic shoes, lightly dusted but impeccably laced. Finally she stepped fully into view, a young woman. Her hair tied high in a ponytail fluttered sideways in the morning breeze. She wore deep blue sportswear, zipper drawn to her clavicle sleeves pushed to her elbows revealing toned forearms. Her tapered joggers accentuated long straight legs. The baseball bat hung at her waist, swaying gently with each step against her hip bone. She strode forward swiftly, her ponytail swinging rhythmically behind her, radiating irrepressible vitality. Yet up close, twin smudges of ash-gray shadow beneath her eyes betrayed profound exhaustion. She nodded briefly at the three men, lips lifting faintly, offering neither warmth nor chill. As she drew nearer, sunlight flared behind her, casting her ponytail into soft, shimmering motion across her shoulders. Raising a hand, she tucked a stray strand behind her ear, revealing a face impossible to look away from, delicate features, high cheekbones softened by gentle contours, a straight nose, lips neither thin nor full, and a natural upward curve at their corners. Her skin was porcelain pale, the shadows beneath her eyes spoke plainly of fatigue. Though her zipper rose to her collarbone, her figure remained unmistakable. Slim waist, long legs, curves balanced with elegant precision. Jiang Xun studied her a moment longer. Guang Daliai stared transfixed. Ma San stared, equally spellbound. Guang Daliai's mouth hung open, forgetting entirely the hollow smile he'd just offered Jiang Xun. He'd lived half a lifetime, worked construction sites, gambled in backroom card dens, grilled skewers at roadside stalls, yet never encountered beauty like this. Not the airbrushed, digitally perfected kind from screens, but real, breathing, standing mere paces away. His Adam's apple bobbed twice as he swallowed hard, so loudly that Jiang Xun heard it. Ma San was worse. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, scanning her face, then her waist, then her legs, then back again, as if encountering for the first time a creature of such form. Unbidden, he took 2 steps forward, palms rubbing nervously against his thighs. A self-conscious, gentlemanly smile stretched across his face, but paired with his spindly frame and stained teeth, it only amplified his leering absurdity. "Oh, beautiful lady. Hello, hello." Guang Daliai surged ahead, voice rising several octaves, stripped now of all pretense, dripping instead with cloying eagerness. "You're searching the ranch too. What a coincidence. What's your name? Traveling alone is dangerous. Why not join us, big brother?" Yes, let's go together. We've got numbers. We'll protect you." Ma San hurried to echo, forcing 2 brittle laughs from his throat. "Shin Chuyao." Her voice was low, steady, uttering her name like a shield, closing the door on foot. She retreated 2 steps, withdrawing the bat from her waist and gripping it firmly. Her brows knotted. She inhaled deeply, exhaled slowly, then spoke. She paused, gaze sweeping over Guang Daliai and Ma San's faces, eyebrows drawn tight, as if suppressing something volatile. Guang Daliai missed the signal entirely, stepping forward once more. "Shin Chuyao. That's a lovely name. I'm Guang Daliai. This is my brother Ma San." Stop." Shin Chuyao raised the bat, its tip hovering inches from Guang Daliai's toes. "Stay right there." Then she turned her head, her gaze settling quietly on Jiang Xun, who stood silently beside his car, and offered a small, deliberate nod. That nod was slight, but more genuine than all her prior words combined. Jiang Xun leaned against his doorframe, arms crossed, one finger resting lightly on the hilt of the straight sword at his right hip. The wayfarer attire lent him an effortless poise. His hair wasn't long, but unstyled, these past days, strands falling just above his brow. Beneath them rested calm, watchful eyes, neither cold nor weary. His features were refined, not sharply angular, yet defined, a straight, modest nose, a jawline cleanly carved, skin pale from days spent beneath the gray mist, yet vibrant, alert, eyes bright and unburdened by fatigue. Shin Chuyao held her gaze on him for a heartbeat. Here no clinging stare, no unsettling leer, just a man leaning against his car, arms crossed, watching with detached, amused neutrality. She gave a quiet, dismissive hum, and moved 2 steps toward Jiang Xun, then angled herself, positioning herself precisely between him and the other 2, not shielding him, but using his presence as a barrier, redirecting their attention. Jiang Xun pushed off the doorframe instantly, stepping sideways 2 paces. It was instinctive, swift, almost reflexive. His hand slid from the sword hilt, not grasping, merely widening the distance to 2 meters. Then he tilted his chin upward, acknowledging her while silently signaling, "Come no closer." She was undeniably beautiful, but Jiang Xun was no fool blinded by lust. He knew well the blade that hung above Desire's head. Shin Chuyao's lips pressed downward, irritated. Whether before or after the world fell, she'd always been pursued. Men like Guang Dalai and Ma San were nothing new. Her usual response was silence. Yet this man, instead of welcoming her advance, had recoiled as if stepping away from a trap. Still she said nothing. In this forsaken place no one dared turn their back on another, not even herself. She turned sharply, locking fierce, unblinking eyes with Guang Dalai and Ma San. Her ponytail snapped sideways, her chin lifted. Though exhaustion ringed her eyes, her glare burned with readiness, capable in an instant of swinging that bat with lethal intent. Guang Dalai faltered, his grin frozen mid-expression, flesh twisting unnaturally across his. Ma San shrank behind him, eyes dropping from Shun Chuyao's waistline to his own shoe tips. Yet soon Guang Dalai's smile returned, wider, sharper. Spicy. I like that. Desire ignited fiercely within both men. To encounter such breathtaking beauty here, where survival was paramount, they knew they wouldn't hold back. Guang Dalai licked his lips as he gazed upon Shun Chuyao's flawless profile. He nudged Ma San's ribs with his elbow, stepped back, and hissed through clenched teeth, "Proceed as planned last night." Ma San winced at the jab, but his leering grin widened further. Leaning close to Guang Dalai's ear, his whisper was barely audible. "Don't worry, boss. I'll go in first, wait until they're far enough, then circle back. Exactly as you said." Like trapping a turtle in a jar. Guang Dalai nodded, jowls trembling. His gaze flickered from Shun Chuyao's silhouette to Jiang Xun's unassuming gray sedan, and back again, greed blazing openly in his pupils. Jiang Xun leaned against the car door without moving. He clearly observed the two men whispering to each other. Guang Dalai's lips were almost pressed against Ma San's ear as Ma San nodded, while listening, his shoulders twitching. "What are you two whispering about?" Jiang Xun asked with a fake smile. Guang Dalai suddenly turned his head, and the gluttonous expression on his face instantly switched to his signature fake smile, the change so rapid it was akin to a face change. He chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his bald head, his voice reverting to the excessively enthusiastic tone from before. "Nothing. I discussed with my brother. Since we're all so fated to gather in this place, we must want to go in and search around. Why don't we go into the ranch together? In case of any danger, we can look out for each other. What do you think?" This line was something Guang Dalai had rehearsed repeatedly with Ma San last night. In Ma San's script, the emphasis on the words "look out for each other" was meant to come at the end with a sincerity that could make one's hair stand on end. Ma San quickly chimed in, nodding his head like a chick pecking at grains. Right, look out for each other, look out for each other." Jiang Xun listened discreetly, scanning the two. His gaze lingered on Guang Dalai's face for a moment, then shifted to Ma San's face for another moment before retracting his eyes, revealing no emotion on his face. Shin Chuyu frowned at Guang Dalai, then glanced at her own car. She had arrived the earliest last night, originally planning to search around as soon as dawn broke, but unexpectedly two more cars had appeared overnight. The two men in front of her, one bald with a face full of flesh, the other looking like a skinny monkey with a lewd smile, had raised an alarm in her mind the moment she saw them. However, if she didn't go in with them, the supplies in the ranch would be scavenged clean. Before she could speak, Guang Dalai chuckled and preemptively said, "Don't worry about resource allocation, beauty. Even though we have one more person, I Guang Dalai assure you, everything inside will be split equally fair, and just we will not take what others find. Let's all be witnesses." He concluded, patting his solid chest, the sound echoing. Shin Chuyu bit her lip, took a deep breath, and nodded. She had no better options. Turning back to her car, she opened the door and pulled out a deflated backpack, slinging it over her shoulder. After closing the car door, she checked the handle from the outside to confirm it was locked, then walked around the car to check all the windows, finally stopping at the rear of the car to check again carefully. This scene fell into the eyes of Guang Dalai and Ma San, who exchanged glances. Ma San stifled a laugh, turning his face away, his shoulders shaking. Guang Dalai didn't laugh out loud, but the corner of his mouth twitched upwards, thinking to himself that with such a shabby car, even a door rusting away was useless. No matter how tightly it was locked, a crowbar could easily pry it open. Jiang Xun also noticed Shin Chuyu locking her car. He didn't voice an opinion, just squatted down leisurely to tie his shoelaces. At the moment, Guang Dalai and Ma San were focused on Shin Chuyu. While tying his shoelaces, he kicked the traps surrounding his car half an inch towards underneath it, one by one. The iron teeth of the traps, originally exposed 3 meters outside the car body, were just moved to a more concealed spot beneath the car, their reflections completely covered by the shadows of the chassis. After tying his shoelaces, he stood up and kicked back with his heel, sending 2 snake venom sacks that had dropped on the ground far away, while reaching to check the axe in his side pocket. Guang Dalai opened his arms in a gesture of invitation. Let's go, it's already bright, don't waste time. Let's go in together and look out for each other." Ma San was already impatiently taking steps towards the ranch fence, glancing back at Shinshuyu with a lewd laugh. Shinshuyu, with her deflated backpack on her back and a baseball bat back in hand, stopped about 5 steps away from Jiang Xun. The 4 of them formed a loose line, stepping over the gravel path towards the ranch fence. Shinshuyu walked on the far left, holding the baseball bat, her expression serious. Jiang Xun walked second from the left with the knife sheath pressed against the outer side of his thigh. Guang Dali and Ma San squeezed in on the right, with a crowbar and wrench tucked into their waists. There was a distance neither too close nor too far between the 4 of them. The sky had completely brightened the dry yellow grass waves, and the ranch surged in the morning wind. The shadow of the wooden fence dragged across the grass. In the depths of the grass, a few vague sounds of shed doors slamming in the wind could be heard, but nothing else. The 4 of them climbed over the wooden fence surrounding the ranch and walked through the patch of dry yellow grass. The interior of the ranch wasn't as dilapidated as it seemed from the outside. The walls of the main house in the distance were still sturdy, and although the roofs of several low sheds had collapsed halfway, the frames were still intact. The soil beneath their feet was soft, and the grass stems snapped underfoot, creating a dry, rustling sound. The air was mixed with the scents of dried hay, old wood, and a hint of residual livestock odor, which wasn't unpleasant, just quiet. Too quiet. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing, and even the sound of the wind rustling through the grass seemed suppressed, muffled. Jiang Xun deliberately walked at the back of the group, keeping a distance of 5 or 6 steps from the others, his straight knife sheath pressed against the outer side of his thigh. Guang Dali walked at the front, the crowbar resting on his shoulder, intermittently chatting with Shinshuyu. Shinshuyu didn't engage with him at all, her baseball bat firmly in hand, her ponytail swaying on her shoulder, occasionally glancing back at her car, still parked by the roadside. Ma San followed closely behind Guang Dali, his gaze fixated on Shunshuyu's waistline, without moving away, even stumbling into a shallow pit, without pulling his eyes back. The group traversed the main road of the ranch across the grass, arriving at the central part of the pasture. This was the most open area, with the surrounding fences and 2 distant sheds within sight. Just as the others were walking forward, tense and alert, Ma San's toe kicked something. There was a crisp clink that erupted on the unusually quiet grassland. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously to see Ma San stumble, knocking over a rusted tin bucket that rolled away, spilling the remaining concentrated feed inside the golden corn bits and oat flakes starkly visible against the dry grass. The bucket rolled to Jiang Xun's feet, and he stepped on it, the rim still buzzing. "Damn it, Ma San, what are you?" Guang Dali's curse hadn't finished before a rustling sound emerged from the depths of the surrounding dry grass. It wasn't the wind, it was living creatures. The patch of knee-high dry grass around them was moving, not swaying with the wind, but rather a clump of grass swaying this way and that, as if something was quickly moving close to the ground. The 4 of them were surrounded in the center of the grass, unable to see anything, but the sounds of grass stems snapping came from all directions. Shinshuyu stepped back half a pace, holding the baseball bat in front of her, the bat's head slightly lifted. Jiang Xun noticed the goosebumps rising on the back of her neck, yet her fingers gripping the bat did not tremble. Ma San's eyes, which had been glued to Shinshuyu, finally pulled away. He shivered, his whole body trembling, as though splashed with a bucket of cold water, goosebumps rising all over his back. Wrench pulled from his waist and gripped tightly in his hand, his lips trembling as he stuttered, "What is it? Who saw it? What is it?" His previous foolish grin while staring at the beauty disappeared, completely replaced by a look of fear with slightly dilated pupils. Guang Dali had already taken the crowbar off his shoulder, both hands gripping the handle, his bald head swiveling as he scanned the surroundings, his voice pressed down as he cursed, "Don't panic." But his knuckles gripping the crowbar had already turned white. The grass suddenly parted. A pig charged out. Not a living domestic pig from the ranch, but a zombie pig. Its grayish-white skin was covered in black veins, most of its bristles had fallen out, and its exposed flesh seemed to be pushed up from within, bulging unnaturally. There were no eyeballs in its eye sockets, only 2 dark red glows that looked more like glowing coals buried in ash than blood. When it opened its mouth, strands of bloody saliva dripped out. It charged out quickly, lowering its head and crashing into the nearest Ma San's leg, sending dirt flying into Ma San's face. Following that, the second, third, and fourth waves of grass were knocked aside as more than 10 zombie pigs charged out simultaneously. The dry yellow grass stems were snapped in half, fragments of grass flying through the air, and the entire pasture was filled with a thunderous sound of hooves. They had no formation and didn't make a sound, but once they burst out of the grass, they charged directly towards the nearest targets among the 4. Jiang Xun cursed inwardly, pushing off the ground forcefully, propelling himself 2 steps back to create distance. As he drew his straight knife, a zombie pig had already charged in front of him, lowering its head to slam against his knee. He sidestepped to avoid the impact lines, swinging the blade horizontally from left to right, the razor-sharp edge tearing into the connection between the zombie pig's skull and neck. The moment the blade embedded in it felt like cutting into rotten wood, he twisted his wrist to pull the knife out, black blood spraying out in an arc. The zombie pig's front hooves went limp, and it collapsed to the ground, its hind hooves still futilely kicking at the grass. He didn't pause, turning to slash at the second one. This strike came down diagonally from above the blade, embedding directly into the center of its skull, the tearing effect splitting the skull in half, two dark red glows flickering in the crack before extinguishing. Xinqiu's reaction was half a beat slower than Jiang Xun's, but much quicker than Guang Dali and Ma's. A zombie pig charged from her right side. She dodged to the left, her sneakers slipping on the grass, her knee nearly hitting the ground, but the angle of her evasion allowed the pig to brush past her waist, leaving a gray streak on her sportswear. While stabilizing her center of gravity, she swung the baseball bat up, using her waist to propel her body into a 180-degree turn. The silver bat traced an arc in the morning light, thudding against the zombie pig's forehead, and she quickly retreated. Guang Dali and Ma San were not as nimble. They hadn't rested well the previous night, resulting in a significantly slower reaction time. Guang Dali faced a zombie pig heat, and he attempted to jab it with the crowbar, but the impact when the zombie pig lowered its head and charged was much greater than he anticipated. The tip of the crowbar barely punctured the pig's shoulder before he was knocked off balance, crashing onto the ground with his back solidly hitting the grass. One zombie pig landed on top of him, its drooling mouth approaching his face. He gripped the pig's ears tightly, twisting its head to one side, as the black blood it sprayed dripped onto his neck. He cursed while twisting, his voice breaking. Ma San had it worse, being hit by two pigs at once, his body flipping like a kicked ball on the ground, the wrench falling from his grip into the grass. One zombie pig stood on his chest trying to bite him. He pushed desperately against its neck with both hands, his legs kicking wildly in the grass, his pants already soaked in a patch, making it unclear whether it was from fear or the pig's hooves. Fortunately, he managed to hook the dropped wrench with his foot, and with one swing, he struck the pig's temple, hitting it several times before finally knocking it off. Jiang Xun pierced the last zombie pig beside him through the skull, and as he pulled out the knife, he used his knee to shove the pig's head away. He surveyed his surroundings. He had already cleared the few around him, and 4 floating coins rose from the pig's corpse. He bent down to pick them up one by one and stuffed them into the side pocket of his cargo pants, zipping it up. The remaining zombie pigs were still circling around the other 3. Jiang Xun sheathed his straight knife at his waist, and then sat down on the grass, appearing exhausted and wounded, but in reality, he was simply too lazy to help. Sitting cross-legged, he rested his elbows on his knees, even leaning back slightly against the grass, adjusting his posture. He reached into his inner coat pocket and pulled out half a garlic sausage, tearing open the wrapper and taking a bite. While chewing, he glanced up at Xinqiu. Xinqiu, constantly twisting her body, skillfully dodged the zombie pig's charges, occasionally swinging her bat at the right moments. Jiang Xun watched her agile movements, his eyebrows involuntarily raising slightly. This woman indeed had some skills. At first she had been a bit flustered when the pigs charged, almost falling to her knees while dodging, but now she had clearly found her rhythm. Her fighting style was different from Jiang Xun's. Jiang Xun relied on the sharpness of his knife to take down each pig with a single blow, while she relied on her movement and prediction, employing a Hitandran strategy. She knew she didn't have enough strength to kill in one hit, so she didn't confront the pigs heat-in. Instead, she waited for the pigs to charge first, exposing their weaknesses, then struck at vulnerable spots like joints or the back of the head in the moment of evasion, hitting, and then retreating, never lingering. Such a fighting style could only be executed with a clear mind. If panicked, it would all fall apart. Yet she was not only calm, but even stole a glance to her right. To the right, Guang Dali had just crawled out from under the third pig, his crowbar stuck in the pig's bones, and unable, he simply abandoned the crowbar, picking up the wrench that had fallen again from Ma San, and began wrestling with the zombie. Ma San was in a worse situation, being chased by several pigs, rolling and crawling on the ground, his body like a ragged ball being kicked around, his cries of "boss" already hoarse. At this moment, Xinqiu was just dealing with her last 2 zombie pigs, but she was panting heavily, her stamina severely depleted, clearly overwhelmed by the 2 pigs. She dodged to the left to let the zombie pig charge past her, then turned and ran a few steps, not towards the open ground, but towards Guang Dali and Ma San. The zombie pig followed closely behind her, lowering its head as it chased her heels, its hooves crushing the dry grass and dirt. When she reached a distance of about 3 or 4 meters from Guang Dali and Ma San, she suddenly stomped her left foot to a halt, pushing off with her right foot to pivot, allowing her body to shift to the side. The gap she created allowed the zombie pig to brush past her, charging directly toward Guang Dali. In the pig's line of sight, she had disappeared, replaced by 2 confused living people caught in their own struggles. This scene was also clearly visible to Jiang Xun. He hadn't expected this woman to be unexpectedly capable, no wonder she had survived the zombie attack at night. Moreover, not only was she skilled, but she also had a sharp mind managing to divert attention while low on stamina. As the zombie pig charged into Guangdali and Ma San's battlefield, its target immediately switched to the nearest Ma San. Ma San had just been knocked over by one pig and hadn't had time to get up when a second pig came crashing into him from behind, flipping him over and biting onto his pant leg, tearing off half of it with a rip. Guangdali was not faring much better. The sudden aggression disrupted his rhythm of swinging the wrench. The wrench he had just lifted was nearly knocked from his grip when the new pig crashed into him from the side. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Shin Chuyu stabilized her stance and turned around, raising the baseball bat high. The bat traced a silver arc in the morning light as she swung it down onto the last zombie pig beside her. The pig's head was slammed into the ground, bouncing slightly. Shin Chuyu quickly followed up with several more strikes, ensuring it was thoroughly dead. She straightened up, wiping the sweat off her chin with her sleeve. Shin Chuyao gasped for air, her chest heaving violently as sweat darkened her tracksuit and clung. She scanned the area, making sure no more zombie pigs stood nearby, and her gaze involuntarily flicked to Jiang Xun at her side. Jiang Xun sat cross-legged on the grass, one hand resting on his knee while the other lazily brought a bottle of water to his lips. Around him lay several zombie pigs in disarray, each had a clean slice across its skull, and black blood pooled and congealed among the grass roots. Shin Chuyao stared at Jiang Xun, her panting momentarily faltering. She had noticed this man's oddness from the start. Not only was his vehicle upgraded, he carried an air of composed vitality, as if on a leisurely excursion. She had never underestimated him completely, as she knew he was capable. Still, she had misjudged him. She had expended half her strength dodging, pulling, and using momentum to deal with her few pigs. He, on the other hand, had not so much as a blade of grass on him. Exactly as he had been when he stepped out of the car. Jiang Xun watched her with interest. This woman was intriguing. His ability to fight was one thing. The way she had pulled and redirected their momentum moments ago contained no wasted move. Her timing and tempo were steadier than a novice's. Her cleverness was another. She had lured the zombie pigs toward Guangdali and Ma San at precisely the right moment and angle. Those two qualities combined in a woman of top-tier looks and figure meant her appeal went beyond mere appearance. Their eyes met in midair. Shin Chuyao still held the baseball bat, sweat sliding from her forehead to her chin and dripping onto the grass. Jiang Xun leaned against a pile of rubble, a water bottle at his knee, utterly dry from hair to boots. They held each other's gaze for several breaths. The wind whispered through the meadow while Guangdali and Ma San's distant cries sounded like background noise from another world. Shin Chuyao suddenly realized she had been staring too long. She jerked her eyes away, a faint flush climbing the tips of her ears. Without speaking, she bent and picked up the drifting coins that had appeared over the zombie pigs' bodies, gathering them one by one in her palm. Her fingers steadied only after the fourth coin. She slid the coins into her tracksuit pocket, brushed grass from her knees, then walked to within about 2 meters of Jiang Xun and turned to sit down with her back to him. The distance was just enough that neither could reach the other's shoulder, yet their voices carried without need for She rested the bat across her knees, produced a bottle from her pack, and took several long swallows, then leaned against the haystack with closed eyes to steady her breathing. Neither of them seemed inclined to go help. Jiang Xun glanced at Guangdali and Ma San, still being chased around, pocketed the half-eaten garlic sausage, and continued to chew. Shin Chuyao's breathing slowly evened out, and she opened her eyes to tidy her clothing. After all, they had not been the ones to attract the zombie pigs in the first place. This mess began when Ma San kicked over a metal barrel. It was more than reasonable for them to have only cleared their own area. Not far off, Guangdali and Ma San's humiliation was far from over. Guangdali at last pried the crowbar lodged in a pig's skull free and, roaring, slammed it repeatedly into the beast's head until black blood splattered his face. Ma San retrieved his wrench, but was shoved onto his backside by a pig, scraping painfully. He scrambled up and smashed the wrench into the pig's snout, then landed 2 more blows before it finally collapsed. The zombie pigs attacked in a simple, relentless pattern: headbutt and bite, nothing more. But quantity mattered. Together they faced 7 or 8, each needing brute force to fell. By the time Guangdali planted the crowbar into the last pig's eye socket, and it toppled, both men were soaked in blood, and their clothes were torn to shreds. Ma San's calf bore a tore from a thong, his pant leg was half gone, and he knelt gasping for air. Guangdali fared no better. He threw down the crowbar and sprawled on his back, chest heaving like bellows, his bald head gleaming in the sun, face smeared with black blood and grass. Jiang Xun tightened the cap on his water bottle, rose, and brushed grass from his trousers. Guangdali and Ma San still lay on the ground, catching their breath. Shin Chuyao closed her eyes against the haystack to regulate her breathing, and no one noticed Jiang Xun's departure. He walked without greeting anyone, following the edge of the dead grass. His boots rustled, his fingers rested on the knife hilt, swinging subtly with each step. 3 haystacks behind the livestock shed rose higher than his car roof, the dry fodder pressed tight and compact. Nearby lay several sacks of concentrated feed, their seals intact and stamped with protein charts and a cattle head emblem. If one could keep animals alive, that feed would be hard currency. He crouched and hefted a sack, easily 40 Jiang, decided it was unrealistic to carry it back, and left it where it was. After all, sacks don't sprout legs. Beyond the stack sat a low wooden hut, its door half open. A faded wooden plaque hung on the door, the characters blurred until only the single word "Doctor" was legible. Jiang Xun pushed the door and slipped inside sideways. The room was dim, saturated with the smell of dry hay and old wood. On the wall hung a veterinarian's roll, stainless instruments laid out. 3 scalpels, 5 suturing needles, with 2 coils of gut thread, 2 hemostats, a syringe with spare needles, and an unopened bottle of povidone iodine. He rolled the kit up and tucked it into a hidden inner pocket of his jacket, zipped it closed, and patted his chest. On the road there was no hospital, these things could save lives in a pinch. Turning, he noticed a rusted metal cabinet in the corner, its door stuck fast, until he slipped his knife into the seam and pried it open. Inside there was nothing valuable, only a handwritten notebook bound in leather, its pages frayed from frequent use. He skimmed a few pages by the light from the doorway. Milking times, feed ratios, common ailment treatments. All the routine records of a working ranch. On the last page was a folded hand-drawn map. When he smoothed it out, it revealed a layout of the entire ranch. Several buildings were penciled and labeled faintly. He stood at the livestock shed on the perimeter. Ahead to the left lay the granary, to the right the warehouse. Opposite the warehouse was the tool shed, and the largest building at the far end was the main house. Beside the main house, a downward arrow had been marked with 2 characters, Diqiao cellar. The entrance to the cellar lay beneath the kitchen's wooden floorboards. He folded the map and stuffed it into the glove compartment, then thumbed back to the feed ratios page and slipped that in as well. After closing the cabinet, he found nothing else and retraced his steps outside. When Jiang Xun returned across the dead grass, Guang Delay sat on the ground, splashing water on his face. Black pig blood mixed with water trailed from his chin into his neck, staining his already torn t-shirt in dark, irregular patches. His crowbar lay on the grass, its handle crusted with dried black blood and a few coarse pig bristles. The head was slightly bent, whether from blows or a pig's stomp was unclear. Mawson slumped beside him, his pants soaked from thigh to knee, the damp stain conspicuous against the dull. He was tearing open a pack of compressed biscuits with shaking fingers, crumbs scattering across his trousers and sticking to the wet cloth. The gash on his calf remained unbandaged. He had stuffed a strip of cloth from his shirt hem against it, already saturated with blood and tangled with grass, so the wound's depth was hard to discern. Shen Shuyao was already standing, her baseball bat planted in the grass, and her brow knitted into a heart. Guang Delay sat slumped a few paces before her. Though they were separated by distance, Shen Shuyao's presence pressed low and fierce. She looked angry. "You kicked over the barrel and drew the pigs," Shen Shuyao said in a voice low and crisp, each word clipped and clear. "I helped you enough already. Why are you yelling at me now?" Guang Delay tilted his head back, his face swollen and purple from exertion. Just as he opened his mouth, he caught sight of Jiang Xun returning from the haystack. He seemed to be flipped by some switch and sprang to his feet with a snarl. The anger he had been unable to vent at Shen Shuyao found an immediate new target. Bald head shining in the sun, black blood still smearing his face, and clothes ragged, he charged forward with surprising vigor. Ma San, seeing his boss rush out, shoved a biscuit into his mouth, stumbled to his feet, and hobbled after him, pants still wet and gait uneven. "You!" Guang Delay stormed up to Jiang Xun and jabbed a finger at his nose. "Why didn't you help just now?" As he spoke, a vein throbbed from his temple to his neck. His voice was hoarse and rough, nothing like the false politeness he had worn that morning. Jiang Xun halted and looked at him calmly. There was no provocation, no mockery, and not a trace of nervousness in that gaze. His eyes drifted from Guang Delay's accusing finger to the wide, bulging eyes on his face, then to Shen Shuyao only a few steps away. Shen Shuyao tightened her grip on the bat, but did not raise it. With a single look, she offered Jiang Xun a silent acknowledgement. Jiang Xun shrugged offhandedly, lifting his shoulders no more than an inch before they fell. "I was hurt. Couldn't stand up." Guang Delay's face seized, then swelled a sickly shade of liver color. The finger pointing at Jiang Xun trembled, his mouth twitched, and his voice shot up 8 notes. "You're bullshitting me." Spittle flecked from his teeth as he barked, his bald head thrust forward with rage, and the veins on his neck twitching. "You sat there eating sausage all relaxed. How the hell is that being hurt? I was getting tossed around by pigs out front while you sat behind eating and watching." Now you tell me you couldn't stand. Spittle flecked from his teeth as he barked, his bald head thrust forward with rage and the veins on his neck twitching. You sat there eating some. His hand reached behind his waist, drew an axe from the side pocket. The hemp-wrapped handle fit 5 fingers tightly. The blade flashed a cold edge in the sunlight. Guangdelai was still mid-curse, spittle hanging at his mouth, when a shadow swung across his brow. It was not a punch or a slap, it was an axe. The blade slid through the air with a thin ripping sound like paper being torn, yet in Guangdelai's ears, it was the loudest thing he had ever heard. Holy shit. His eyes went wide and pinprick small as terror overflowed them. The face of meat and anger twisted grotesquely beneath the axe's shadow. He tried to dodge, but his legs would not obey. His soles felt nailed to the grass, his body leaning back half an inch though his feet did not move. Ma San standing behind Guangdelai reacted a half-beat faster, not because he was brave, but because the cowardly often sensed danger keener than the reckless. Both his hands grabbed at Guangdelai's collar, and with a desperate heave yanked him backward. The collar choked Guangdelai and dragged him half a step away. That half step let the axe blade slide past his forehead close enough that the metallic breath chilled the skin. A shallow slash arced from the center of his brow down toward his nose. Blood welled from the cut and ran down the bridge of his nose to the tip, dripping onto a footprint he had made in the grass. They staggered back several paces, Guangdelai's back hitting Ma San's chest, the two of them clinging to one another in an undignified tangle to keep from falling. The bloody streak made his bald head look even brighter. The wound wasn't deep, but its position was terrifyingly close to the skull. He stood dazed, shivering, the damp, torn t-shirt cold against his spine. In his earlier fury, he had not imagined this man would act. An act with a real weapon, not the blunt crowbar, but a sharpened axe. The thought that Jiang Xun would try to kill him flashed through Guangdelai's mind, and his calves trembled. You. He covered the wound on his brow with one hand, and pointed at Jiang Xun with the other, voice shifting between shock and rage, and an inability to come closer. You tried to kill me. Jiang Xun snorted coldly. He did not sheath the axe, but waited in his palm, rolling the handle a half-turn on his fingertips before gripping it anew. The other man sprang back into guardedness. Jiang Xun now hesitated to strike a second time. Another blow would become a fight to the death. He looked at the wound on Guangdelai's brow, and faint green tinge could be seen. He slid the axe back into the pocket at his side. Mind your tongue, Jiang Xun said softly, each word clear in the quiet pasture. Don't play tricks, or next time you won't get to live. Blood continued to seep from Guangdelai's forehead, flowing down his nose to the corner of his mouth. He wiped at it with the back of his hand, leaving half his face smeared. Against his gleaming head and brutal features, he looked both fierce and pitiful. He opened his bloodshot eyes and began to speak, but Ma San grabbed his arm from behind and pulled him back a few steps. Boss! Ma San tiptoed up to Guangdelai's ear, his lips moving rapidly, his voice lower than a mosquito's. Jiang Xun couldn't hear what he said, but he could see Ma San's small eyes mumbling while glancing towards his waist, eyeing the sheath of the straight knife. Guangdelai listened for a few moments, and the expression on his face began to change. Anger still lingered, but it was suppressed by something else. The veins on his bald head throbbed twice before slowly calming down. He closed his eyes for a moment, his cheeks bulging with 2 hard lumps. When he reopened his eyes, a smile squeezed out from his face full of flesh. A smile even more forced than the insincere warmth from the morning, as if it was painfully forced out after swallowing a fly. The corners of his mouth trembled as he smiled, looking worse than crying. You are right, little brother. Guangdelai began, his throat sounding as if coated with sandpaper, each word scraping. It's all because this useless Ma San knocked over the iron barrel, bringing forth these ghastly things. I was just being foolish. My brain was muddled, and the words came out without thought. He turned to Ma San and unleashed a barrage of curses, saliva spraying all over Ma San's face, his voice loud enough for the entire field to hear. Do you have eyes? Aren't you watching where you're walking? Can't you see such a big iron barrel? Did I bring you out with me just to embarrass myself? Go apologize to the little brother. Ma San shrank his neck, his face wrinkling up, mumbling incoherently. Yes, 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 as he prepared to apologize to Jiang Xun. Jiang Xun remained silent. He raised an eyebrow, lifting it slightly before letting it fall back down, his expression unchanged. How could he endure this? Just a moment ago he was cursing at him, and now with a wound on his forehead resembling an axe cut, he could turn around and squeeze out a smile to apologize. Someone whose mind was clouded by anger suddenly became so adept at controlling their emotions. If he wasn't genuinely afraid, then he was plotting something else. Guangdelai's smile slowly froze on his face, the muscles at the corners of his mouth beginning to ache, but afraid to retract, fearing that if he did his expression would collapse. Since the little brother has no objections, let's continue deeper and not waste any time. He seamlessly continued his sentence, his tone shifting back to the previous apologetic manner, as if nothing. He turned around, and the smile on his face vanished the moment he faced the depths of the grassland. In his bloodshot eyes, the earlier feeling of suppression, anger, and wariness surged back, merging into an overwhelming murderous intent. "Ma-san, after we walk a bit further you can head back." "I understand, boss." Shin Chuyu followed behind Jiang Xun, her eyelids still twitching. She witnessed the entire scene. Jiang Xun drawing the axe, striking down, withdrawing, weighing the axe, and making threats, the whole process taking no more than a few breaths. She had seen several ruthless people along the way, but Jiang Xun was the first to take deadly action without finishing his words. She quickened her pace to catch up to Jiang Xun's side, lowering her voice. Her ponytail swayed with her steps. Only when she got close did she realize she was half a head shorter than Jiang Xun, needing to tilt her chin slightly to speak. "You really offended them back there. Guang Dalia's forehead wound is bound to leave a scar." As she spoke, she glanced at the two figures ahead. "They definitely won't let this go easily. Don't be fooled by Guang Dalia's apology, though people like him hold grudges the most. If you ask me, you should find an opportunity to strike first." Jiang Xun glanced at her. This woman with such a beautiful face was advising him to kill first the moment she caught up. What a contrast. Indeed, one should never offend a woman, as she immediately wanted someone dead. He chuckled softly, the corners of his mouth barely curving upwards before quickly dropping back down. His feet didn't stop the soles of his boots crunching on the dry grass. In his heart, he thought that axe strike wasn't just going to leave a scar. He pointed ahead. There lay the heart of the ranch. The outlines of the barn and warehouse had already emerged at the end of the grassy waves. The iron dome of the barn glinted dark brown under the sunlight, and the granary beside the main house stood a full height above the surrounding sheds. There's still such a large area ahead, perfect for those two to scout. Shin Chuyu furrowed her brows, tightening them together slightly, her mouth slightly open, as if to say something, but Jiang Xun raised a hand to interrupt her. Jiang Xun retracted his finger, placing his palm back on the hilt of his straight knife. He turned his head to glance at her again, this time his gaze lingering on her face a moment longer than before. "You should worry about yourself more than me." He paused. "I believe you can see it too. These two are definitely plotting something behind the scenes. With someone as beautiful as you might very well be part of their plans." When Shin Chuyu heard the words, "You are so beautiful," the moments they locked eyes on the grass flashed through her mind. Her face slightly flushed, her ears turning a shade of faint pink, completely contrasting with her earlier fierceness when swinging the baseball bat. But that blush didn't last long. Her expression changed, and she stopped in her tracks. It wasn't from fear, she was struck by a truth. She certainly noticed that Guang Daliai and Ma San's sticky gazes were off from the moment they first. She knew Jiang Xun was right. However, being pointed out so bluntly made her heart skip a beat. But the problem was, without moving forward there would be no supplies. Her supply reserves were running low, and her water would only last for a day or two. During those few hours waiting for dawn by the roadside, she had been staring in the direction of the ranch for a long time. This grassland was not an adventure for her, it was a matter of survival. She gritted her teeth, her lower lip turning white from the pressure, before bouncing back. Clenching the baseball bat at her waist, she took a step forward, continuing towards the depths of the ranch. Her pace quickened even more. Jiang Xun paid no attention to Shin Chuyu, his gaze lightly falling on Guang Daliai, who was still trudging ahead a few dozen meters away. Guang Dalia's bald head bobbed among the dry yellow grass, accompanied by Ma San's limping shadow. He retracted his gaze, his fingers reaching into his side pocket, pulling out the axe, and flipping it in his hand. The blade was coated with a thin layer of dark green viscous liquid, glistening under the sunlight, snake venom. He had opened quite a few dark green cargo boxes along the way, each guarded by beasts, with snakes being the most abundant. He had collected all the venom sacs left behind after the snake carcasses decomposed, wrapping them in canvas and storing them in a separate package, and he had accumulated quite a bit by now. The night before, he had used snake skin to coat the blade on both sides with venom, allowing the liquid to seep into the tiny metal grooves, leaving a layer of dark green film after it dried, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. Now that layer of film had diminished somewhat. Hearing sounds behind him, he lifted his head and happened to see Shin Chuyu catching up from his side. The distance between them shrank to less than a meter, with her shoulder resting on the baseball bat, her ponytail nearly brushing against his arm. Jiang Xun stepped aside, shifting 2 steps to the side, naturally creating a distance of 2 meters. Shin Chuyu glanced at him, her expression momentarily faltering. It was unclear whether her gaze conveyed exasperation or resignation. Her mouth opened as if to say something, but then closed again. She simply turned her head back, resting the baseball bat on her shoulder, continuing her own path. The 4 of them left the outer livestock shed and arrived at the barn entrance. The barn was a cylindrical iron building, its exterior rusted to a deep brown with the roof still intact, standing taller than the surrounding low sheds. The iron wall had several dents from being struck by something, the edges rusted and cracked like spiderwebs, but the overall structure still appeared sturdy. The entrance was a sliding iron door, its track rusted, and a mixture of dry corn and old iron rust wafted through the gap. Guang Dalai and Ma Sen stood at the door, neither reaching out to pull it open. The feeling of being surrounded by those dozen zombie pigs earlier still lingered in their bones. The two exchanged glances at the barn entrance and simultaneously took half a step back, distancing themselves from the iron door. Jiang Xun and Shen Chuyu reached the barn entrance, Shen Chuyu's baseball bat resting on her shoulder, her ponytail retied. Jiang Xun remained the same, the straight knife at his waist, the zipper of his jacket pulled up to his chest, walking at a steady pace. Ma San saw the two approaching and suddenly bent down, clutching his stomach with both hands. His face contorted, his features scrunched together as he let out a painful and exaggerated groan. Ouch! Oh no, my stomach, he wailed, bending over and taking 2 steps back, straining so much that the seam of his pants ripped at the back, the sound of the stitching bursting, echoing sharply in the quiet barn entrance. Immediately after, he forced out a fart, the sound long and muffled, reverberating against the iron walls. Shen Chuyu abruptly sidestepped 2 meters, one hand covering her nose, the other waving the baseball bat back, as if trying to fan away the smell in the air. Ma Sen, still clutching his stomach, dove into the dry grass, waving his hand back, while shouting, "You all search first, I need to find a place to solve this, I'll be back soon." The smell coming from him was indeed overwhelming. Having just been scared into wetting his pants by the zombie pigs rolling and crawling in the grass, his pant legs were smeared with a mixture of pig blood, crushed grass, and mud. The dried blood on his calf had stuck the cloth to his wound, emitting a pungent and complex odor with the stench of urine as the base, the smell of blood in the middle, and the damp fabric's moldy scent at the end. Jiang Xun watched Ma San's retreating figure. Even as Ma San dove into the dry grass, still bent over clutching his stomach, he suddenly straightened up after a few steps, his hand releasing its grip on his stomach, and his steps became agile, completely unlike someone in a hurry to find a toilet. Jiang Xun withdrew his gaze, glancing at Shen Chuyu beside him. Shen Chuyu was still fanning the air in front of her, her brows furrowed tightly enough to squash a mosquito, her nostrils flaring, completely focused on the smell in the air. Jiang Xun said nothing, raising his head to survey the barn. Guang Dalai stood at the barn entrance, grinning, a stark contrast to his earlier expression, filled with murderous intent on the grass. He cursed in the direction where Ma San dived into the grass. "Lazy donkey, the more you grind, the more you piss," and then turned back, rubbing his hands and grinning at Jiang Xun and Shen Chuyu. "That useless Ma San, always dropping the ball when there's serious business. Let's not worry about him since we're here. Shall we go into the barn and see what we can find? Such a large building, who knows what good things we might find." Hearing this, Jiang Xun's gaze slowly shifted from the barn's iron top to Guang Dalai's face. At this moment, Guang Dalai's lips had begun to turn a shade of purple, the dark purple staining left by the venom seeping into his capillaries. His complexion was significantly worse than before. The flesh on his cheek had changed from a ruddy glow to a dull yellowish hue, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his nose, his breath noticeably shorter than before. Shen Chuyu noticed this as well. She turned her head to look at Guang Dalai again, then turned back, her expression somewhat puzzled. Jiang Xun pushed open the iron door to the barn. The air that rushed out from behind the door carried a sour scent of aged corn fermentation, mixed with the dry, fishy smell of iron rust and mouse droppings. Inside was quite spacious. The cylindrical space extended 2 stories high, but only a few small windows near the iron walls let in light, the beams casting slanted rays onto the ground, illuminating patches of floating dust, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. In the dimness, something moved. Several zombies turned their heads simultaneously at the sound of the iron door creaking. Grayish-white faces, murky eyeballs, their mouths half open, revealing dark gums. Like the zombies seen on the road, their movements were slow, but there were 5 or 6 of them scattered throughout the lower level of the barn, some standing beside piles of corn, others lying on the iron ladder leading to the upper floor. Guang Dalai shook his head. From the moment he had stood at the barn door, he felt as if his brain was being stirred with a spoon, heavy and swollen. He blinked hard twice, his eyelids feeling as heavy as if filled with lead, and the scene before him began to tremble slightly, the ground shifting from 1 to 2, then merging back together. He leaned the crowbar against the ground to steady himself, still forcing himself to say, "Just a few zombies, not too many. Let's each rely on our skills to search for supplies. Whoever finds something can claim it for themselves. Could it be that I didn't rest well last night?" At this moment he felt dizzy, just wanting to find a place to rest for. The plan was actually quite simple. Ma San's fart was not due to stomach pain, but rather a backup plan they had discussed the night before. He would hold Jiang Xun and Shen Chuyu here, while Ma San took a detour back to the road, destroying both vehicles, moving the supplies they needed to move. By the time these two searched the ranch and returned, they would have no vehicles left, and with zombies everywhere in the gray mist, they would be dragged to their deaths in this ranch. But this plan had one prerequisite. He had to buy time. He didn't need to do anything as long as he didn't engage with Jiang Xun. The longer he dragged it out, the more advantageous it would be for him. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling that this kid had been looking at him with a very unsettling gaze since just now. It was the kind of look that suggested he seemed to know everything, but couldn't be bothered to say it. Guang Dalai wanted to ponder it further, but his brain was no longer cooperating. He propped himself against a pile of dry hay in the corner of the barn, sitting down with his but on the haystack, the crowbar resting across his knees as he gasped for air. Jiang Xun watched Guang Dalai lie down on the pile of hay and calculated the time again. From the moment the axe cut his forehead until now, the rhythm of the venom's onset was roughly as he had predicted. Jiang Xun withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at him, but observing the contents inside the barn. The lower level was piled high with corn. Bags upon bags of corn filled with burlap were stacked tightly, reaching a height greater than a person's. In a corner beside the corn pile were bundles of dry hay, just like the ones outside. The upper level of the barn had a circular iron rack upon which were stacked many aluminum foil bags with labels stating cold-resistant varieties suitable for gray soil cultivation, likely seeds selectively bred for planting in the gray mist environment. The nearest zombie lunged at him, stepping on a corn bag. Jiang Xun met it with a strike, stabbing the blade under the zombie's chin, the tip piercing through its mouth and into its skull. As he withdrew the blade, he sidestepped to avoid the second zombie that leaped down from the iron ladder, slashing backhandedly the blade, leaving a jagged tear on the zombie's neck, black blood spraying onto the corn bag with a hissing sound. Two more zombies were squeezed together at the corner of the iron ladder, and he switched the knife to his dominant hand, stabbing one into each of their eyes, sending both zombies tumbling down the iron ladder, landing heavily on the corn bags with muffled thuds. The last one, curled up in the corner, hadn't moved yet, and Jiang Xun approached it and kicked it awake. Shin Shuyu stood 2 meters behind him, holding the baseball bat in her hand, never finding an opportunity to strike. She had just raised the bat to hit when the first zombie was already pierced. When she circled to the side, the other zombie was already down and motionless. Watching Jiang Xun shake off the black blood on the blade before kicking the zombie, she silently rested the baseball bat back on her shoulder. Guang Dalai leaned against the haystack in the corner, feeling a shiver down his spine at Jiang Xun's swift movements. This kid's knife was too damn fast at chopping zombies, was no different from slicing watermelons. Thankfully, his plan wasn't to confront Heedin, otherwise who could withstand such a strike? Once Ma San finished up, they would drive away first. After all their supplies had been emptied by Ma San, and their vehicle was destroyed, they could only wait here for death. After a day or two of eating and drinking their fill, they could come back, and it would be hard for this kid to fare well. As he thought about this, he only felt more and more exhausted, his body heavy as if chained to the ground with iron, his mouth agape, his lips deepening in purple. In a daze, it seemed, he saw Jiang Xun walking towards him with something following behind. Jiang Xun led the last zombie, slowly walking back along the corridor filled with corn sacks. The zombie staggered behind him. He stopped in front of the haystack where Guang Dalai lay, stepped aside to give half his space, and pointed at the zombie behind him, indicating to the bald man leaning against the haystack. "This brother is looking for you." He finished speaking and kicked the zombie in the lower back, sending it lunging forward and crashing right in front of Guang Dalai. Guang Dalai was drowsily leaning against the haystack, his ears buzzing, when he suddenly caught a whiff of a putrid smell. He opened his eyes wide, and in his pupils reflected a gray-white face. It was a zombie. Guang Dalai let out a high-pitched scream, his entire body jolting as if struck by electricity. He fumbled around for the crowbar beside him, reaching left and right, but only scraped his fingers against some broken hay. The crowbar had long slipped from his knee and rolled under the corn pile. He couldn't find it at all. With no weapon, he had no choice but to grab the zombie's head with his bare hands, his 10 fingers digging into the cold, hard skin beside its ears. The zombie's mouth opened wide, its teeth only 2 fingers width from his nose, black blood and saliva dripping onto his face, the salty and rancid smell nearly causing him to vomit. He desperately twisted the zombie's head to the side, the muscles in his arms bulging as he exerted all his remaining strength from the poison, the sound squeezing out between his teeth, no longer sounding human. "Help me. Quickly help me." The zombie's leg crossed over his waist, its entire weight pressing down on his stomach. He pushed with his knees several times, but could not shove the zombie away. The zombie's claws sank into his shoulder, piercing through his clothing and into the flesh. He winced in pain, losing more strength in his hands. He had never imagined that such a thing would happen at the final stage of the plan. He shouted for help several times, his voice bouncing back between the iron walls of the barn mixed with the zombie's hoarse growls and his own heavy breathing. Jiang Xun crossed his arms leaning against a sack of corn. He stood at a distance from Guang Dalai, just close enough to see clearly without getting splattered with blood. Guang Dalai caught a glimpse of Jiang Xun's posture out of the corner of his eye and suddenly understood everything. It wasn't an accident, the zombie hadn't just fixated on him. It was this guy who deliberately lured the zombie here. He had been betrayed. The zombie's claws dug half an inch into his collarbone, and he nearly couldn't catch his breath. He turned his face towards Shinchuyu. Shinchuyu stood on the other side, her baseball bat planted on the ground. She watched Guang Dalai being pressed down by the zombie, her expression no different from watching a zombie pig she had just smashed. Guang Dalai's last shred of hope extinguished as he turned his face back, using all his strength to push the zombie's head away a couple of inches, finally squeezing out a complete sentence. "What exactly did you do to me?" Jiang Xun did not answer him. This silence terrified Guang Dalai more than any response. He was unwilling to accept this, staring at Jiang Xun, his gaze shifting from Jiang Xun's face to the axe at his side, the axe that had struck him on the forehead. Memories surged back under the stimulus of survival instinct. The dark green light on the axe blade was no illusion, no hallucination. There was indeed something on the edge of the blade. He recalled the changes in his body after the axe struck down. His forehead wound, tingling lips, turning blue, feeling dizzy. Now he was nearly out of strength to push against the zombie. It was poison. He had been poisoned. "Your axe is poisoned. You used poison." Guang Dalai's voice changed from anger to pleading. His throat rolled, breathing faster, his voice trembling. "Jiang Xun, please save me. I was just being foolish earlier. I shouldn't have cursed you. I shouldn't have tried to hit your vehicle. Save me this once. I'll give you all my supplies. Even this woman, I'll let you have." Jiang Xun remained in the same position, while Shun Chuyu's expression turned cold, changing her posture to continue watching the drama. Guang Dalai's voice shifted from pleading to cursing, tears streaming as he shouted. The zombie's teeth already pressed against his chin, his lower face covered in the slime dripping from the zombie's mouth. After cursing Jiang Xun, he then cursed Shinchuyu. After a few curses, he suddenly laughed, the sound sharp and broken, echoing eerily in the barn. "You guys don't think you can leave here alive? Ma-san has already gone back to the road. He has smashed all your vehicles. Without a car, you'll also come down to accompany me." Jiang Xun watched as the zombie bit into Guang Dalai's neck. The teeth pierced through skin and trachea, black blood pouring out from his neck, flooding into his collar. The curses and laughter cut off simultaneously, leaving only a series of bubbling gurgles in his throat. Guang Dalai's eyes remained open, staring at the iron roof of the barn, the light in his pupils slowly extinguishing. The zombie continued to gnaw on him, the sounds of chewing and gurgling echoing dully in the dim barn. Jiang Xun straightened up, unsheathed his knife, and thrust it through the back of the zombie's skull. As he pulled the knife out, the tip sank half an inch down, severing the connection at the spine. The zombie instantly collapsed onto Guang Dalai, motionless. He then stabbed into Guang Dalai's temple, decisively delivering the coup de grace. A roaming coin floated up from above the corpse. He caught the coin in his palm and stuffed it into the side pocket of his work pants. With this matter settled, he no longer saw Shinchuyu nearby. Only upon reaching the barn door could he see her quickly running towards the road. It seemed she had heard what the bald man said before he died. Jiang Xun didn't rush to search. He followed behind Shinchuyu, crossing through the grass and over the fence, the scene on the road gradually becoming clearer at the edge of the gray mist. Shinchuyu's back first entered his line of sight. She gripped the baseball bat with both hands, the bat raised above her head, her upper body bent back to the limit before she suddenly swung it down. She wasn't smashing a car, she was smashing a person. Ma-san lay on the ground, his legs curled beneath him at an unnatural angle, his left calf firmly caught in a steel trap, the iron teeth embedded in the flesh, blood dripping down from the trap's jaws. He desperately crawled forward on the ground, his nails scraping white marks on the gravel surface, dragging his trapped leg along and leaving a dark red trail. He was mumbling something through his mouth, possibly begging for mercy or cursing, but each time he managed to utter half a word, it was interrupted by the bat strike. Shinchuyu didn't listen at all. Her ponytail was half undone, sweat-soaked hair sticking to her face. The sleeves of her sportswear had torn during the earlier smashing of the zombie pig, and now that tear was being stretched larger with her swinging bat. She swung down once, then raised the bat to swing a second time. Her movements lacked any technique, purely an outlet for her emotions. Her waist and abdomen exerted force, her arms swung in wide arcs, and the silver bat struck solidly against Ma-san's back, shoulders, and back of his head with each blow. Her eyes were red, her lips pressed tightly together. Jiang Xun did not rush over. He stood by the roadside, his gaze first crossing over Shinchuyu and Ma-san, landing on his own vehicle. Quietly parked the entire car intact. Several white scratches were scattered on the ground around the car, likely from Ma San trying to get close to the car door only to step into a trap and get caught leaving traces behind. He shifted his gaze to the car furthest ahead. It was Shin Chuya's car. That car was now unrecognizable. All the windows were shattered glass shards strewn across the ground, the hood pried open with a crowbar, the wiring yanked out, and cut various colored wires hanging out like intestines. The tires were punctured, the rupture in the tire wall the size of a fist. The door handle was pried off, the lock cylinder smashed, and the door panel was covered in dents and scratches from the crowbar. Ma San had clearly attempted to break in, but finding the lock jammed resorted to destroying the whole door. The trunk lock was also pried open, the lid ajar, empty inside. This car could no longer move. After beating Ma San's body until it stopped moving, Shin Chuyu straightened up, resting her hands on her knees, gasping heavily. The baseball bat slipped from her hands, rolling onto the gravel surface, clanging a few times. Jiang Xun walked over to his car, bending down to reset the traps one by one, and stacking them neatly back into the trunk. Shin Chuyu knelt on the gravel, gasping heavily, her loose hair sticking to her sweaty cheeks, the bat, discarded beside her, its end covered in Ma San's blood. Her eyes were still red, but the fierce energy from earlier had dissipated. Now she crouched in front of her pile of scrap metal, her face ashen. Jiang Xun walked over beside her, the soles of his boots crunching on the gravel. Shin Chuyu heard the footsteps, slightly turned her head, her half-undone ponytail falling over her shoulder. She looked up at Jiang Xun, her lips moved slightly, her voice very soft, so soft it was nearly drowned out by the wind at the edge of the gray mist. Did you know their plan from the beginning? Jiang Xun shook his head. I only had some suspicions before. But when Ma San ran out holding his stomach at the barn door, I confirmed my suspicions. He had run a few steps before suddenly straightening up, his stomach no longer hurting, and his hand over his stomach relaxed. At that point I had a rough idea of what he was planning. He paused for a moment, glancing at his quietly parked car. But I was confident he wouldn't be able to touch my car, so I let him go. After hearing this, Shin Chuyu fell silent for a while, then slowly exhaled. This breath was long, releasing everything she had been holding in her chest, but her shoulders sagged even lower. She recalled that on the way to the barn Jiang Xun had told her, rather than worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. You're so pretty, perhaps you're also part of their plan. At that time she thought Jiang Xun was implying that the two men had some dirty thoughts about her, and she believed she understood. She never imagined that they were targeting not just her, but also her car. She also hadn't realized that facing two people with ulterior motives, Jiang Xun had set traps around the car in advance and poisoned the axe, while she thought everything was secure after locking the car before entering the ranch. She lifted her head to look at the car she had driven for several days, now nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. And both Guang Dalai and Ma San were dead. Only the vehicle's owner can drive each car. Now these two people's cars were parked by the roadside, unable to move or drive away. She wouldn't survive long. Without a car, she couldn't go forward. Without a car, when the gray tide came at night, she wouldn't even be able to run. Without a car, even if her backpack was stuffed full of compressed biscuits, it would be useless. On this endless road, being without a car meant being without legs, without a house, without weapons, without protection. Death was only a matter of time. Jiang Xun shrugged, ready to leave. For him, this matter was already over. Guang Dalai died in the barn, and Ma San was smashed to death by Shin Chuyu on the road. He planned to drive into the ranch for a thorough search. Wait! Shin Chuyu's voice came from behind her, tones suddenly rising, the last note echoing in the gray mist on both sides of the road. Jiang Xun turned sideways, his hand naturally resting on the hilt of his knife. Shin Chuyu stood up from the ground, gravel still stuck to her knees, her loosened ponytail swinging on her shoulder. Seeing Jiang Xun's action of resting his hand on the knife handle, she quickly shook her head, raised her hands in front of her chest to gesture, and then decided it wasn't enough, jogging over to stand in front of Jiang Xun. She took a breath, pressed her lips together, then opened them. I want to be your passenger. Jiang Xun blinked, then blinked again. A look of sincere confusion appeared on his face, as if he truly did not comprehend. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xun sat in the driver's seat with the door closed while Shin Chuyu stood outside, peering in through the reinforced glass. She couldn't see the contents on the screen, only watching Jiang Xun lower his head, frowning. A notification popped up on the central touchscreen, a red alert flashing on the vehicle information interface. Detected a roamer requesting to become a passenger. He clicked in, and the screen displayed a complete announcement text titled New Announcement Passenger Agreement, with numerous rules densely listed below. He flipped through each rule one by one, his eyebrows rising slightly with each entry. Endless Road Passenger Notice 1. Absolute authority of the vehicle owner. The vehicle owner has the final decision-making power over all matters within the vehicle. Passengers may not harm the vehicle owner in any form. Any form of harm is rendered null and void by the will of the road. This rule is effective at any location not limited to within the vehicle. 2. Driving rights require authorization. Passengers are assumed to have no right to drive the vehicle, operate onboard weapons, open doors or windows, use crafting stations, or engage in trading. The aforementioned actions must be manually authorized by the vehicle owner in the passenger permission panel. The vehicle owner can revoke authorization at any time with immediate effect. 3. Life and death binding. If the vehicle owner dies, all passengers in the vehicle will immediately die. Conversely, the death of a passenger does not affect the vehicle owner or other passengers. Additionally, if the vehicle owner is harmed, passengers will have a special sense of it. 4. Exit mechanism. Passengers may voluntarily request to exit effective upon the vehicle owner's consent. The vehicle owner may also unilaterally expel passengers without requiring the other party's consent, effective immediately. 5. Limit on the number of passengers. The initial limit for passengers is 1 person. Each time the vehicle upgrades, the passenger limit increases by 1. Please remember, boarding is a matter of life and death. What you deliver is full trust in your entire life. Will of the road to all roamers. A prompt appeared in the bottom right corner, detected a roamer applying to become your passenger. Do you agree? Applicant Jiang Xun read through the announcement from start to finish twice, surprised to find that the vehicle had such functions. If he agreed to the application, the passenger's life would be bound to him. If he died, she would die as well, and the passenger couldn't harm him in the slightest. Wasn't this just finding cheap labor, without having to worry about her stabbing him in the back? The only cost was an extra mouth to feed, but he was currently in no shortage of food. He no longer hesitated, his finger tapping the green checkmark on the screen. A line of text popped up on the screen: passenger application approved. Shinchuyo, welcome aboard. Meanwhile, Shinchuyo also received a notification. She looked down at her wrist, where a thin circle of light patterns suddenly appeared, marking her as a passenger. The light flickered twice before sinking beneath her skin, feeling no different to the touch, but she knew it was there. She lifted her head, exhaling a long breath. She realized that from this moment on, everything about her was in the hands of the man in the car. What she could or couldn't do, where she could go, even her life, were all in his control. In her previous world, she would have found this feeling absurd, but at this moment, standing beside her car that had been smashed into scrap metal, and looking at Ma-san's corpse lying on the road, she felt this was the best outcome she could imagine. Jiang Xun leaned against the back of his seat, rolling down the car window to assess Shinchuyo outside, his gaze sweeping from her loose ponytail to the torn sleeve of her sportswear, from the ripped pants at her knees to the pair of sneakers still covered in grass. He observed for a while, causing Shinchuyo to grow increasingly uneasy standing outside the car. First, she raised a hand to tuck her loose hair behind her ear, then looked down at herself to check if anything was amiss, finally, feeling her ears heat up. Only then did Jiang Xun retract his gaze, resting his arm on the window frame and nodding at her. Get in the car. There's no one to interfere now. Let's go back and clear out everything in the ranch. Shinchuyo sat in the passenger seat with a backpack in her lap, a baseball bat resting on her knees, her back straight, occupying only the front third of the seat. Her gaze swept from the central console to the back seat, making a complete circle before returning, her lips pressed together, fingers continuously rubbing the handle of the baseball bat. In her previous vehicle, the driver's seat was cramped with supplies, forcing her to drive sideways, the trunk stuffed with materials that wouldn't close properly, and the windows leaked air. Now, sitting in this car, her legs could stretch out, her elbows couldn't touch the door, and there was a whole fist's worth of space above her head. She noticed a whole extended storage area behind the back seat, neatly stacked with gasoline, cans, jerky, rice flour, and various foods, separated by waterproof cloth, resembling a small warehouse. She opened her mouth as if to say something, then closed it again. After a few seconds, she spoke up. This car is way too big. Jiang Xun leaned against the driver's seat, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth upon hearing her words. The vehicle has been upgraded once with reinforced glass, strengthened tires, and expanded storage. Over there are dried wild boar meat, and over here are garlic sausages made this morning with coffee and tea behind, and a pot under the back seat. If you're cold, there's a blanket under the seat. If you're hungry, feel free to eat something. He leaned over and pulled out a package of garlic sausage from the back seat. Shinchuyo took the garlic sausage, glanced at the packaging that read garlic flavor, then looked back at the food piled in the storage area. Her gaze towards Jiang Xun had already changed. She didn't say anything, just looked at him, her eyes sparkling. When she saw the cargo detector on the central console, her admiration and envy were about to overflow. But she was smart enough not to ask Jiang Xun where this came from, as such behavior would only draw his disdain. Jiang Xun felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, tapping his fingers on the steering, while turning his head to look out the window, a slight warmth creeping up to his ears. He didn't rush into the ranch. Guang Dalia's patched-up car was still parked by the roadside and Ma San's corpse had already gone cold. The items inside the car were free for the taking. He opened the car door and called Shun Chuyao to unload all the useful supplies from Guang Dalia's car. There were quite a few items, especially since some belonged to Shun Chuyao originally. After unloading, he stood between the two cars, tapped on the touchscreen, and selected fusion. Two beams of grayish-white light enveloped Guang Dalia's patched-up car and Shun Chuyao's wrecked vehicle. The fusion process didn't take long, and once the light faded, Shun Chuyao leaned out from the passenger seat to look back. The rear space had extended significantly. There's an additional space. The internal area has expanded by about 4 square meters. There was one thing Jiang Xun was particularly pleased about. After the vehicle fusion, all roaming coins from the other vehicle now belonged to him. Now he had 32 roaming coins in his account. Jiang Xun walked around the car. The doors opened and closed smoothly. The chassis was stable, and when he pressed the gas pedal, the entire vehicle surged forward solidly. Jiang Xun stabilized the speed at 40 miles per hour as he drove into the ranch, glancing at Shun Chuyao, asking how she knew about the passenger situation. Shun Chuyao replied that she had seen someone discussing it on the regional channel. Jiang Xun nodded. During this time, he hadn't checked the regional channel much, being too occupied with driving, searching for cargo boxes, fighting zombies, and grilling jerky. Unless someone privately messaged him about trading blueprints, he hardly looked. He hadn't expected to miss out on such information. He tapped the steering wheel a couple of times, thinking that he should have Shun Chuyao regularly check the channel. Information collection could be left to her. The two chatted idly about Guang Dalia and Ma San. Unlike Shun Chuyao's passenger relationship, Guang Dalia and Ma San's situation was different. As Shun Chuyao mentioned, she had seen similar examples on the channel. After Ma San decomposed and fused into Guang Dalia's car, he no longer had his own vehicle, merely cohabiting without any binding agreement. So when Guang Dalia was bitten to death by zombies, Ma San was still struggling to pry open the lock on her car door on the road, completely unaware. After hearing this, Jiang Xun fell silent for a few seconds. While the idea of life and death binding sounded frightening, it was actually much safer to be truly bound to someone than to fight alone. As they continued their conversation, Shun Chuyao noticed that Jiang Xun didn't seem as cold as before. Instead, he was quite talkative, and she was more than willing to chat with him, considering she had been alone for days and had no one to talk to. Jiang Xun turned the steering wheel halfway, the car veering onto the ranch's dirt road, the tires rolling over dried grass and gravel, the chassis so stable that there was hardly any bump. As he drove towards the ranch, he listened to Shun Chuyao gradually reveal her situation. Physical education major. What project? Jiang Xun repeated, turning his head to look her up and down, his gaze lingering for a moment on the lines of her shoulders and arms. Social sports guidance and management, along with martial arts and ethnic traditional sports. Shun Chuyao spoke in a calm tone, as if reciting a resume, but when she mentioned martial arts, she unconsciously straightened her back, the baseball bat shifting direction on her knees. I trained systematically in sanda and short stick techniques for 4 years in college. I placed third in the women's group at the Provincial College Sanda Championship. The short stick training was extra with a senior in the martial arts department. I don't have a rank, but it's enough for fighting zombies. Jiang Xun suddenly understood. No wonder she had impressed him when fighting the zombie pigs on the grass, as she must have practiced. So you're not just for show? Shun Chuyao shook her head, her ponytail flicking on her shoulder. Martial arts performances are judged based on scores, while sanda is about fighting. Judges won't declare you the winner just because your moves look good. You have to genuinely take down your opponent. I just graduated and haven't found a job yet. That day a sanda competition in the province was short on referees, and my senior called me to help. I didn't even have time to change out of my sportswear before falling asleep on the bed. Oh, I woke up with my head on the steering wheel. Jiang Xun quickly recalled the scene of her fighting the zombie pigs. A person who had placed in provincial sanda competitions and trained systematically in short stick techniques would have combat strength that easily surpassed most roamers who could only swing iron rods. Those zombie pigs charged with such speed and strength that an ordinary person would be knocked down by a single hit. After being knocked over, Guang Dalia couldn't even hold his crowbar, but Shun Chuyao could deftly maneuver to pull each pig into a corner and deliver knockouts. What's your minor? Jiang Xun continued to ask. Sports rehabilitation. When Shun Chuyao mentioned those 4 words, her tone was even more confident than when she spoke about sanda, as if finally discussing her area of expertise. During college, I worked part-time as a post-match therapist for the school team. Muscle relaxation, joint repositioning, and preliminary assessment and treatment of sports injuries. I'm capable of all these. After sanda competition, someone needs to help the athletes stretch their cramped legs for recovery. I can't say I can cure injuries, but I can handle common sprains, strains, and dislocations. The first step in emergency treatment before going to the hospital is typically handled by rehabilitation therapists. Jiang Xun leaned against the driver's seat, his eyes brightening. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Though not real medical skills, these abilities were equivalent to having a half-doctor in this world without hospitals. This miner was worth more than her third place in Sonda. Having gotten to know each other well enough, the two returned to the barn entrance. They went from the barn entrance to the side near the iron rack, where bags of corn were stacked on the bottom level. Jiang Xun took a knife and sliced open a bag, revealing that the corn kernels were covered with a layer of grayish-white mold with filaments stretching from the bag's opening like spider webs. He tipped the bag over, and the moldy corn grains spilled everywhere, the foul odor, causing Shun Chuyao to take 2 steps back. What a shame. If the corn hadn't spoiled, this layer alone would have been enough to last several months. He gathered the moldy corn back into the bag and piled it to the side, listing it on the trading platform. The listing information was straightforward: bagged corn, partially damp and moldy, first come first served trade for various materials, blueprints preferred. Shin Chuyao watched his listing price and quietly asked who would want this. Jiang Xun replied that there would always be someone with space in their vehicle who wouldn't mind slightly damp and moldy corn. Besides, it could be ground into flour for pancakes, which was better than gnawing on compressed biscuits. Sure enough, within a few minutes of listing it, private messages began to pop up. He set aside a few bags of aluminum foil packaged crop seeds on the second-level iron rack. The labels on the seed bags were clear, cold-resistant varieties suitable for gray soil cultivation. He inspected them carefully, confirming the bags were not damaged or damp before wrapping these aluminum foil bags with a layer of waterproof cloth and stuffing them into the innermost compartment of the storage expansion area, just in case they could be planted when the vehicle space increased in the future. After cleaning out the barn, Jiang Xun took out the hand-drawn map he found in the small wooden house behind the haystacks, spreading it out on the steering wheel. Shen Chuyao leaned over to take a look, seeing marked locations for the barn, warehouse, tool shed, and the main house, along with an arrow pointing down next to the main house indicating a cellar. She raised her head to ask where the map came from. Jiang Xun responded, "I found it from the small wooden house behind the nearby haystack, while you were resting after fighting the zombie pigs." Shen Chuyao was taken aback for a moment, then nodded as if realizing something. She had been sitting on the grass resting at that time, and hadn't noticed when Jiang Xun had left. Jiang Xun placed the map on the central console, started the engine, shifted gears, and turned the steering wheel halfway to veer onto the ranch's dirt road towards the warehouse. Speaking of what had just happened on the grass, Shen Chuyao opened up again. "I was standing right there, and when I saw you pull out the axe, Guang Daily, I was still yelling. If it weren't for Ma San pulling him back, he wouldn't have been able to dodge at all." Jiang Xun also began to reminisce, clicking his tongue in regret that he hadn't managed to cleave him in half with that initial swing. Shen Chuyao asked why he hadn't immediately finished him off. Jiang Xun explained that Guang Daily had become cautious, and waiting for the poison to take effect was the most stable option. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Ma San had other backup plans. If Ma San fought for self-preservation and got injured, it wouldn't be worth it. So you were on guard against them from the start. Shen Chuyao turned her head, propping her elbow on her knee with her leg raised, adopting an inquisitive posture. Jiang Xun held the steering wheel with one hand and nudged the detector towards her. On the screen, several red dots blinked, all indicating cargo boxes near the warehouse that hadn't been checked. "I started being cautious from the moment I saw them whispering to each other." Shen Chuyao fell silent for several seconds after hearing this. She recalled her situation at that time. While Guang Daily and Ma San were watching her, they were also eyeing her vehicle, and she thought simply locking the car door was sufficient for safety. She had assumed those two were coveting her appearance, not realizing they were after everything, including both her and her car. And Jiang Xun had guessed everything from the start, preparing a complete counterattack plan in advance, even using snake venom. "Your guard is too heavy," she said, lowering her leg, placing the baseball bat back on her knees, preparing to open the cargo box. "But I guess that makes sense. Without precautions, I would have died on this road long ago." The two chatted along the way, discussing various trivial matters, as the car unknowingly turned around the corner at the end of the ranch's dirt road, the warehouse's metal roof emerging in the morning light at the edge of the gray mist. Jiang Xun parked the car at the warehouse entrance, pulled the handbrake, and turned off the ignition. Before opening the door, he glanced back at Shen Chuyao, who still had a smile on her face, the joy from their earlier conversation still evident. Shen Chuyao noticed that Jiang Xun was completely different in front of others than he was in the car. In front of Guang Daily and Ma San, few words, cold demeanor, ruthless actions, too lazy to say a single word. But when it came to her, he was quite nice. At least their brief interactions made Shen Chuyao feel that Jiang Xun wasn't the type to show off in front of his own people, nor was he someone who would bully others by relying on his owner privileges. This made her mood quite pleasant. The warehouse was diagonally opposite the barn, a rectangular shed with a metal roof, the walls a mixture of wood and metal, very simple. Jiang Xun pulled open the sliding door, and Shin Chuyao followed him inside, twirling the baseball bat in her hand and sweeping her gaze around the interior. A few scattered zombies wandered inside, and the two easily dealt with them. On the left side of the warehouse, several large bundles of canvas and waterproof cloth were stacked against the wall, towering over half a person's height. The canvas was thick and sturdy, while the waterproof cloth was smooth and showed no signs of aging, larger than the car roof when unfolded. Jiang Xun had already thought of their uses. He could use these materials to make several rainwater collectors, replan the internal compartments of the storage expansion area, and even set up a temporary rain shelter outside the car. He gestured to Shin Chuyao to help carry the bundles, and they made several trips to stuff them into the trunk. On the right side of the warehouse, several barrels of fuel were stacked. Due to the influence of the road, their vehicles could run on either gasoline or diesel. As long as it was fuel, they could hit the road. He moved the barrels one by one to the side of the car, while Shin Chuyao peeked out from the shelves holding a can of engine oil and a can of lubricant. The shelves also held several cans of various oils, the iron cans properly sealed, making a muffled sound, without any water sloshing when shaken. There were also plenty of materials useful for vehicles, with a few sharpening stones and steel saw blades scattered in the corners, and half a box of drill bits, and a complete set of handsaws found in the toolbox. Shin Chuyao gathered the items into a canvas bag and stuffed them into the trunk. Emerging from the warehouse, Jiang Xun pulled out a map for a quick glance, then started the engine and turned onto the dirt road towards the tool shed. The tool shed was diagonally across from the warehouse, a small wooden structure with a door half ajar, while the tool racks inside stood sturdy and firm. Hanging on the rack was a lumberjack's axe, its wooden handle cracked, but still functional, far more efficient than a hand axe for chopping wood. There was also a handsaw, its teeth intact and rust-free. Scattered in the corner were several farming tools, 3 shovels, 2 rakes, and a heavy hammer, its head rusted, but the wooden handle solid. Jiang Xun hefted the hammer in his hand to test its weight. This tool was more effective for breaking down doors and crates than an axe. The rake's solid iron tines were as thick as his fingers, capable of being used as materials for crafting weapons. At the far end of the rack was a rechargeable flashlight. After testing it, he found the battery still had plenty. On the other side, Shin Chuyao found a folded blueprint in the corner. Upon unfolding it, she saw the tidal hand crank generator blueprint white, and quickly held it up for Jiang Xun to see. The crafting station displayed the required materials as iron ingots, copper ingots, magnets, wood, and bolts. With this, the vehicle's battery could be charged by hand cranking, eliminating the need to burn fuel at idle to generate power. In the future, if there were any power-consuming devices, they would no longer be linked to the fuel tank, effectively providing an additional energy system that didn't rely on burning fuel. The two spent a few more minutes in the tool shed, loading usable materials into the vehicle before driving back along the dirt road towards the end of the pasture. The main house was a 2-story wooden structure. The wooden steps at the entrance bore marks of something that had been stepped on, with footprints mixed with dark blood and grass clippings. As Jiang Xun pushed the door open, several zombies simultaneously turned their heads from the shadows of the first floor. 3 in the living room, 2 at the kitchen entrance, all rushing towards him with low growls at the sound. Shin Chuyao swung her baseball bat while Jiang Xun drew his blade, thrusting it through a zombie's neck. They had already coordinated once in the barn and on the grass, and although Shin Chuyao hadn't contributed much at the time, they had developed some tacit understanding. In no time, the living room was filled with the scent of dark blood and shattered bones. The kitchen's countertop was covered in a layer of dust, but the cooking utensils were intact, with a complete set of iron pots and 3 knives neatly hanging above the cutting board. Underneath the cooking table, there was more than half a bag of coarse salt, and next to the salt jar were 2 sealed jars of honey. The glass containers tightly sealed the honey, a deep amber color, with no signs of crystallization when held against the light. In the innermost cabinet, there was also a bucket of cooking oil. When lifted, the sound of sloshing oil could be heard far more than the small bottles they had found earlier in the cargo. On the bottom shelf of the cabinet were several packs of foil-sealed flour and dehydrated vegetables. Shaking one pack, a handful of carrot bits tumbled out. On the kitchen counter rested a complete set of fire-starting flint and a blackened old alcohol stove. This kitchen essentially upgraded the primitive small iron pot system that Jiang Xun had previously relied on from the cargo. With these cooking tools, cooking in the vehicle would no longer involve enduring smoke and fire. Even on rainy days when the wood was damp, they could simply pull out the alcohol stove to cook. The storage room was located at the first door on the right after turning into the corridor on the first floor of the main house. The door lock had long rusted shut, and the heavy hammer came in handy, as 2 strikes were enough to smash open the locked door. Inside, there were no windows, and the light was dim like a cellar. Turning on the flashlight revealed 2 bags of vacuum-sealed rice and 2 bags of flour stacked in the corner, each bag being a family-sized package. Next to the rice were 3 sealed cans of butter and a full bag of milk powder. Beside the milk powder were small bags of white sugar and brown sugar along with a large pack of dehydrated vegetables. Opening it revealed recognizable corn green peas, dehydrated tomato slices, and dried mushrooms. There were also 3 bags of coarse salt. This part of the food supply completed Jiang Xun's previously thin diet, which consisted almost entirely of protein, fats, and instant noodles. The stairs to the second-floor bedroom were covered in old carpet, making almost no sound as they ascended. The window on the sunny side of the bedroom had intact glass with sunlight pouring through the frame onto the large bed covered with old sheets. On the bed were neatly stacked 2 thick comforters. Pressing down on them left an imprint of his hand, and when he released, he could feel the substantial weight of the cotton. There were 2 down pillows. After giving them a couple of pats, dust floated in the sunlight like a mist. Next to it was a wardrobe. Opening it revealed a wool blanket and a set of spare sheets. Now that the bedding was complete, they wouldn't have to worry, even if the temperature dropped further. On the nightstand sat a metal medical box. Pulling open the metal clasp and lifting the lid revealed several compartments inside. The top compartment contained a bottle of medical alcohol, the wax seal, still unbroken, a roll of gauze, the packaging devoid of text, but the diagram on it clearly indicated how to use it, with a tube of antibiotic ointment, its outer packaging slightly wrinkled, but the tube itself intact. The middle layer held a pack of painkillers, 2 packs of fever reducers, and 1 pack of antidiarrheal medication. The bottom layer contained a small bag of sterile gauze and a roll of medical tape. Shin Chuyu sat on the floor with the medical box, counting the items softly as she went. With these medical supplies, any injuries could be treated properly. Beside the wardrobe, an old closet opened with a whiff of mothballs, revealing several old work jackets and leather gloves along with some cotton undergarments and thick socks. The clothes were men's size, slightly oversized, but made from sturdy material with patched reinforcements at the cuffs and knees, making them suitable for crafting warm clothing. After moving the last batch of supplies from the main house, Jiang Xun unfolded the map again, pointing his finger at the downward arrow marked with a pencil next to the main house. There's still the cellar to search. He folded the map neatly and tucked it back into his pocket, leading Shin Chuyu back to the kitchen. They started moving the firewood pile beside the stove, dust rising and causing Shin Chuyu to sneeze twice. In the gap of the wooden floorboards was a metal ring pull handle. The dust accumulated on it thick enough to write in with a finger. Jiang Xun crouched down, using his boot to brush off the loose dust around the iron ring, revealing a hinged trapdoor beneath. He grasped the iron ring and pulled up. The door creaked open, and a warm breeze mixed with the scents of dried potato peels, rotting wood, and animal musk wafted up from the cellar. Shin Chuyu handed over the flashlight, its beam piercing into the cellar, illuminating several wooden steps. The cellar wasn't large, only a few square meters. The steps were silent as they descended, but each step felt moisture pressing out from the wood fibers. The flashlight beam swept across the corner, revealing several neatly stacked bags of potatoes and carrots, the burlap sack closures intact with the potato skins still clinging to dried mud. Against the wall was a nest made of an old blanket and dried hay. Curled up inside was a grayish-white lump. Jiang Xun focused the flashlight. The lump stirred, not from the wind, but of its own accord. A puppy. Its fur was a grayish-white misty color, its eyes not fully open yet, but when the flashlight beam hit it, a faint silver glimmer shone through the narrow slit of its eyes, like a glimmer passing through the depths of the gray mist. Its body was larger than a typical puppy, curled up on the dried hay, its belly rising and falling with each breath, emitting soft purring sounds from its throat. Next to it lay an adult female dog, her fur identical to the puppy's. The female dog had been dead for some time, but unlike beasts decomposed by the system, it did not emit any grayish-white glow, indicating it was a native creature of this world. Scattered food lay nearby. The female dog had given birth to this litter of puppies with her last ounce of strength, but only this one survived. Shin Chuyu crouched beside the nest, resting her baseball bat on her knee, and gently touched the puppy's ear. Its ear was warm, and when she touched it, it twitched slightly before the puppy nudged her hand with its nose. Jiang Xun crouched down, shining the flashlight around the cellar. There were no other exits. The female dog must have died after giving birth in the cellar. He handed the flashlight to Shin Chuyu and gently lifted the puppy from the nest. Without needing Shin Chuyu to say a word, he had already made up his mind to take this little one back to raise. He also rolled up the female dog's old blanket to take with them. As they exited the cellar with their belongings, Jiang Xun closed the trapdoor again. The two conducted a final inspection of the main house, ensuring nothing was overlooked before moving each new item back into the vehicle. The thick comforters and down pillows were stuffed into the newly expanded storage compartment above the back seat, while several 40-pound burlap bags were stacked at the bottom of the storage expansion area, filling the back half of the vehicle to the brim. When the trunk lid closed, the spring creaked as it was compressed, and then securely latched. Passing by the dry grassland, they stopped at the entrance of the small wooden house to load a few bags of premium feed onto the vehicle. Jiang Xun returned to the driver's seat, while Shin Shuyu had already tapped several times on the central touchscreen, then aimed the camera at the grayish-white fur ball in her arms. The screen displayed the detection results: Gray Mist Dog Puppy Category Gray Mist Native Symbiotic Creature. Characteristics: a rare species capable of moving freely in the gray mist. The adult size is comparable to a small calf with a sense of smell that penetrates the gray mist and claws strong enough to tear apart monsters and beasts. The juvenile stage requires high-protein feeding and possesses a weak instinct for sensing monsters near the gray mist. Stronger than I imagined. Jiang Xun was very pleased. He had intended to keep it as a pet dog, but unexpectedly it came with surprises. When the vehicle returned to the endless road, the sky had already darkened. The gray mist surged on both sides of the road, the headlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating over 30 meters. The road was barren. Jiang Xun gripped the steering wheel and drove a bit further, finding a shoulder backed against a low stone slope to stop, pulling the handbrake and turning off the engine, leaving the windows cracked open just enough for ventilation. Shin Shuyu placed the puppy on the back seat, using the female dog's old blanket to create a small nest. The puppy curled up in the blanket, burying its nose in its paws, sleeping soundly. After a long day of work, the two finally settled down. Shin Chuyu's stomach growled first, followed closely by Jiang Xun's. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Before eating, they rummaged through the trunk to pull out several makeshift traps, setting them around the vehicle. After setting the traps, they brushed the wood shavings off their hands and turned to pull the car door open, only to suddenly hear a series of faint whimpering sounds coming from inside the car. They exchanged glances and simultaneously pulled open the car door. On the back seat, the gray mist puppy had already wriggled out of its old blanket nest, its forepaws unsteadily propping itself on the seat cushion, its head swiveling back and forth, its pink nose twitching furiously. It couldn't smell the scent of its mother, nor could it detect the damp hay odor from the cellar. All it sensed were unfamiliar scents. It opened its mouth, revealing its bare pink gums, with its howls echoing back and forth in the vehicle, its tail curling into a small question mark with anxiety. Jiang Xun leaned against the car door, gently prying the puppy's mouth open for a glance. The upper gums were smooth and bare, as were the lower gums, with not a single tooth in sight. The puppy immediately lashed onto his fingertip and sucked vigorously, making slurping sounds, but nothing came out, causing it to let out another desperate howl. Jiang Xun withdrew his finger, wiping off the saliva on his pants, and looked at Shin Shuyu. This little one hasn't grown teeth, yet it seems it needs milk. Shin Shuyu had already dug out the bag of milk powder from the trunk. A whole bag, the seal still unbroken. She pried open the seal with her fingernail, leaned in to sniff, and the rich aroma of milk made her eyebrows raise. She then pulled out the glass cup she had found in the kitchen at the pasture, filled it halfway with mineral water, and heated it. Once the water was warm enough not to burn her hand, she scooped in 2 spoonfuls of milk powder and stirred it with chopsticks until the milk liquid turned into a uniform milky white. The puppy caught the scent of milk, its forepaws frantically scratching at the seat cushion, its tail wagging so vigorously it was almost a blur. Shin Shuyu poured the warm milk into a shallow dish and held it in front of the puppy, which dove headfirst into it, its little pink tongue licking eagerly the dish, spinning on the seat cushion as it nudged it. All right, that solves its dinner. Jiang Xun watched the puppy feast, then turned to retrieve tonight's ingredients from the storage expansion area. After this trip to the pasture, the variety of ingredients had more than doubled. He pulled out a piece of salted wild boar belly, then found salt and oil, followed by the bag of rice and dehydrated vegetable pack he had discovered in the main house's storage room. The rice was rinsed twice in water before being placed on the fire to boil. The belly meat was cut into thick slices, tenderized with the back of the knife, sprinkled with a pinch of coarse salt and chili powder, and marinated in a dish. The dehydrated vegetables were soaked in warm water. The carrot bits and green peas slowly unfurled in the hot water, their colors transitioning from dull yellow to vibrant orange and green. After feeding the puppy, the little creature nibbled on her finger for a moment, then curled back into the old blanket nest and fell asleep in a ball. She leaned over to Jiang Xun's side, peering at the row of ingredients laid out on the stove, a wave of happiness washing over her. Jiang Xun placed the marinated belly meat slice by slice into the dry pot. As the bottom began to emit the first wisp of smoke, the moment the meat touched the pot, a sizzle sounded, the edges quickly turning golden brown, while the pork fat seeped out and bubbled at the bottom of the pot. He used chopsticks to flip each piece, adding the soaked vegetables into the rice pot to steam together. Steam escaping through the gaps in the pot lid, the aroma of rice mingling with the sweetness of carrots filling the entire vehicle. He poured the oil from frying the meat into a small iron can for later use while neatly arranging the cooked meat slices into 2 plates, drizzling a few drops of honey on top, and placing a scoop of chili sauce at the edge of the plate. As the lid of the rice pot was lifted, steam instantly fogged half of his face. After stirring it a couple of times, the thoroughly cooked carrot bits and green peas nestled among the grains of rice, their colors bright enough to look like they belonged in a food advertisement. While Jiang Xun was cooking, Shinchuyu was also busy. She adjusted the passenger seat and pulled out a waterproof canvas from the storage area, folding it twice to lay it on the back seat cushion. The small iron table was a folding engineer's table found in the tool shed, and when opened it fit perfectly between the back and front seats, accommodating 2 plates and 2 cups. She also dug out 2 enamel cups from the storage space, which were originally her belongings taken away by Ma San, but finally returned to her. The cups were polished to a shine, filled with drinks. Outside the car window, gray mist rolled, while inside there was hot food companions and the sound of a little puppy snoring under the blanket. This meal was both a reward for herself and a welcome feast for Shinchuyu and the little one, but unfortunately the little one had no teeth and couldn't eat. Jiang Xun took a sip from the enamel cup and looked down at the little one lying on its side, suddenly pointing at it with chopsticks. This little thing should have a name, right? Shinchuyu nodded in agreement. How about calling it Wankai? Jiang Xun said earnestly. It's simple, easy to remember, and it will know it's being called when you shout its name. Lucky. Shinchuyu's mouth twitched, and the corners of her eyes also moved. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but closed it again. Her lips pressed into a line, as if swallowing the words that were on the tip of her tongue. After a few seconds, she finally spoke, her voice softer than usual. Wankai. Isn't. Too bad. It's just that it feels a bit mismatched with its temperament. Look at its gray and white fur, its eyes shining with silver. When it grows up, it will definitely be impressive. Isn't calling it Wankai a bit? She paused, choosing a word she thought would please Jiang Xun a bit too down to earth. Jiang Xun leaned back in his chair, gesturing with his chopsticks in midair, then thought for a moment. Live food dog, Dan Xiaobai. With each name he mentioned, the corners of Shinchuyu's eyes twitched, and her expression grew increasingly hard to decipher. Xiaobai was barely out of his mouth when Shinchuyu finally couldn't hold back, covering her eyes with her hand, her shoulders shaking slightly. The car was quiet for a while. Jiang Xun felt a bit embarrassed himself, finishing his drink and clearing his throat. I guess the task of naming should be left to you. Shinchuyu lowered her hand from her eyes, turned her head, and looked at the little one nestled in the blanket. She watched its tail swipe the blanket a couple of times. They'll call it Wu Jiao. Wu represents where it comes from. It was born in the gray mist. Jiao is a hope that it can accompany us for a long time and that we can live longer. Suddenly feeling a bit shy, she tucked a stray hair behind her ear and asked, is this name okay? Jiang Xun put down his enamel cup and sat up straight. He looked down at the little one sleeping in the blanket, then up at Shinchuyu. Wu Jiao. It was indeed a good name. He suddenly recalled the string of names he had just said, feeling a bit warm in his ears. Ahem, Wu Jiao, Jiang Xun repeated, then said again, a good name. Much better than what I came up with. He raised his enamel cup to clink it against Shinchuyu's cup, making a ding sound, as if to stamp the new name. Wu Jiao moved in its blanket nest, curling its 4 paws against its chest, unconsciously letting out a little whimper. Soon their dinner was ready. Jiang Xun picked the meat out of the dry pot and arranged it on a plate, then served the cooked vegetable rice into 2 bowls, the rice grains soaked in carrot juice, turning light orange with green peas embedded in the rice like scattered bits of jade. He placed the bowls and plate on the small iron table, then pulled out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the storage compartment that were found in the ranch kitchen, rinsed them with hot water, and laid them on the edge of the bowls. The small iron table was filled to the brim. In the center was a large plate of pan-fried wild boar belly, the aroma of honey and chili sauce wafting up. On the left were some rickety snacks. On the right was the stewed vegetable rice, steam curling up from the tips of the rice. The enamel cups were filled with warm water, and beside them was a small dish of honey-pickled radish, dehydrated radish slices that Shinchuyu had dug out from the storage room, soaked in warm water and drizzled with a bit of honey, sweet and crunchy, serving as a makeshift appetizer. The two sat facing each other on the back seat with a blanket draped over their laps. The small iron table was small, and as they sat facing each other, their knees nearly touched, yet neither of them pulled back. Outside the car window, gray mist rolled, but inside the cabin it was warm from the fire and heated cups, a thin layer of moisture forming on the windshield. Wu Jiao curled up in its gray and white fur ball in the blanket, nest belly up, sleeping soundly. Jiang Xun picked up his enamel cup and tapped the edge of it with his chopsticks, making a ding sound. Shinchuyu also raised her cup and looked up at him. Jiang Xun said, according to tradition, newcomers to the vehicle must have a ceremony. What day is it on the endless highway today? Never mind, it doesn't matter. From today onwards, neither of us is alone anymore. Welcome aboard my vehicle. Shuyu held the enamel cup with both hands, the rim touching her lower lip, the water swaying slightly. She lowered her head and took a small sip of the drink, and when she looked up, the corners of her mouth were turned upward, her eyes glistening, but not crying. Thank you not just for letting me get on the vehicle. You reminded me that they had issues. I didn't think much of it, and got my car robbed. You don't owe me anything, and even approved my passenger request. I've made it this far thanks to my baseball bat. She paused, placing her enamel cup down, her fingers tracing the rim, as she said earnestly, but from today onward, I will also rely on you. I promise I will do my utmost to help you survive in this world. Not because you saved me, but because you are my driver and also my teammate. When she said this, she didn't lower her head or fidget with her clothes. Her ponytail was neatly tied at the back of her head, and her gaze was directly on Jiang Xun. Jiang Xun looked at her, blinking after several seconds. He could feel that this woman was not just saying polite words. On the grass, she had single-handedly taken down several zombie pigs. In the barn, she hadn't flinched back even a step. On the road, she had smashed Ma San, who was trying to pry open her car, into pieces. She was not the type to just say thank you. She was the kind of teammate who would stake her life on you. He picked up his chopsticks, putting a piece of pork belly in his mouth, chewing it down, and raised his enamel cup to clink it against Shuyu's cup. I hope we both can survive until we reach the end of the highway. With that, they officially began to feast on the spread. Shuyu picked up a piece of pan-fried wild boar belly, and when her teeth sank into it, the crispy edge let out a slight crunch sound, followed by the fatty part melting on her tongue, and as she bit into the lean meat, the juices mixed with the sweetness of honey and the spiciness of chili sauce burst forth. Delicious. She widened her eyes and glanced at Jiang Xun, still chewing, already reaching for another piece. The ratatouille food was fried to a crisp outside and tender inside. After taking a bite, she mumbled, "This is even better than the braised pork in the university cafeteria," and reached for a spoonful of rice. The rice grains were enveloped in the sweetness of carrots, and the green peas were crunchy when bitten. She mixed the rice with the oil from the fried meat, eating with great joy. She hadn't had hot food in many days, having gnawed on compressed biscuits and instant oatmeal soaked in cold water for several consecutive days, nearly forgetting what food tasted like. Now facing a table full of freshly cooked hot dishes, every bite reminded her she had survived, not just survived, but was living pretty well. Jiang Xun watched her grab 3 pieces of meat in a row, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he pushed some of the meat from his plate toward her. The two of them took turns with their chopsticks, occasionally clinking their enamel cups together, and every now and then a sound of inhalation could be heard from the spiciness. The conversation shifted from the braised pork in the university cafeteria to the best dishes they had eaten before their travels, from what had been found in the cargo boxes to the future. Jiang Xun said he had never worried about food, which elicited a round of envy from Shuyu. Shuyu complained that her third box contained only a tube of shoe polish, which was completely useless. Shuyu also learned that Jiang Xun was the first traveler to speak in the World Channel, feeling as if she had latched onto a big shot. The more they chatted, the closer the distance between their shoulders and knees unconsciously shrank from an arm's length to half a palm's width. The plates on the small iron table gradually emptied, and the drinks in the enamel cups were replenished twice. Shuyu leaned against the car, her hand resting on the chair back, her ponytail half cascading onto her shoulder, a smile still lingering on her face, while the traces of fatigue from a few days still hung under her eyes, though they looked less heavy than in the morning. By the end of the meal, both of them felt too lazy to move. The plates and bowls were left on the small iron table, and the cabin was filled with the aroma of food mixed with the lingering taste of fried meat. The night was still long, but there were still miles to cover tomorrow. The two cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Xun wrapped the leftovers in the waterproof cloth and stuffed them into the food compartment in the storage area, while Shuyu used wet wipes to clean the small iron table twice, folding it and leaning it against the car door. The wind outside the car had picked up the gray mist being blown against the glass in waves, but the reinforced windows remained still. Only occasionally a muffled sound came in, as if something in the distance had crashed into a tree. Jiang Xun found the blueprint for the hand-crank generator at the crafting station, and the materials had already been checked off when he took them out of the tool shed. Iron ingots, copper ingots, magnets, wood, and pulleys all accounted for. The magnet had been taken out from the cargo box a few days ago. At the time, he thought it was useless. A small piece of black magnet that he casually tossed into the material compartment, not realizing it would become a core component of the generator. He confirmed the crafting process, and the crafting station swallowed the materials in one go, the gray-white light swirling for 2 minutes. Shuyu curiously leaned over. First, a folding crank popped out from the light with the metal handle and plastic grip automatically assembling. The entire generator was slightly smaller than the car battery, with a matte dark gray shell, a voltage regulator interface on the left, a crank folding slot on the right, and a row of LED battery level indicators on top. When the light dimmed, it emitted a short, buzzing sound, then quietly embedded itself into the reserved slot under the passenger seat directly connected to the car battery. The green light of the indicator blinked once, then went off, entering standby mode. Shin-Chuyu reached out and pulled the crank out to try it. When the folding crank was straightened, it matched her arm length perfectly and turned smoothly. She cranked it for a minute, and a prompt popped up on the central control screen: battery level 5. Jiang Xun leaned back in his chair, watching her crank, his mind already flashing through the list of appliances that could be connected later: oven, mini fridge, electric blanket, car fan, air purifier. This generator brought him not just a hand crank charger, but opened up the circuits for kitchen and comfort appliances in the entire vehicle, a significant gain from this trip to the ranch. As night deepened, the cabin was enveloped in slightly warm air. Jiang Xun yawned. He hadn't stopped since he rushed into the ranch at noon, and his body finally began to protest. He pulled out the sheets from the storage compartment, shook them open, and spread them between the back seat and the passenger seat. He also pulled out 2 thick comforters from the piled blankets beside him. He placed 2 pillows at the head of the makeshift bed, folding the wool blanket in half to serve as a moisture barrier between the comforters and the sheets. The entire area, extending about 2 meters from the back seat to the passenger seat, was layered with warm bedding. Although not wide, it was enough for 2 people to squeeze in side by side. The originally spacious area became a mobile bedroom after laying down the bedding. After Jiang Xun finished washing up, Shin-Chuyu was still busy. First, she went to the back of the car to wipe off the sweat from her neck with a wet towel, cleaned her body a bit, let her ponytail down, and casually poured mouthwash into her mouth, tilting her head to gargle for a while. When it was time to lie down, she suddenly realized a question she hadn't had time to think about earlier. She turned around holding the towel and saw Jiang Xun lying on the side of the blanket near the car door, having already taken off all but one piece of clothing. She raised the back of her hand to touch her cheek. Her hand was cool, but her cheek was warm. Having never been in a relationship, she never participated in those topics her roommates discussed after lights out in the university dorms, let alone lying under the same blanket with an adult man. She hesitated by the car door for a moment, took a few breaths, removed her outer clothing, leaving only a fitted sports bra underneath. Lifting a corner of the comforter, she quickly slipped into the bed, her body stiff as a stick. The 2 layers of comforters bulged up as if 2 wooden sticks were stuffed underneath. The car still carried the lingering aroma of fried meat. She could clearly hear Jiang Xun's breathing, steady and calm. Wu Jiu rolled over in its nest on the back seat, letting out a small grunt. She felt her heart racing loudly, wanting to say something to break the quiet air, when Jiang Xun suddenly turned over. She thought he was going to say something, waited for a while, but all she heard was another round of steady breathing. He had turned over and directly fallen asleep. After being tense for quite a while, she finally relaxed slowly. This person beside her was her comrade who fought alongside her on the first day, who had rescued her from the wrecked car, and who had shared a hot meal with her tonight. He was not just anyone. She turned on her side, pulling the comforter up to her shoulder, inching a little closer to Jiang Xun. The edge of the comforter brushed against his shoulder, and her body finally relaxed. Her eyelids felt heavy, as if they were being merged with the comforter. She stared at the dark reflection on the car's ceiling, thinking that today was indeed very dreamy, and then her eyes closed as she fell into a deep sleep. In the backseat, Wu Jiu was still curled up in the blanket. The cabin was made comfortable and secure by the warmth of the fire and the thick comforters. Outside, the cold wind seeped into the gray mist, blocked by the reinforced glass and ceiling strips from the metal shell. Shin-Chuyu groggily opened her eyes. Her vision had yet to focus when her nose first encountered a faint scent of grilled meat mixed with a masculine aura. It was the aroma of the pork belly that Jiang Xun had splattered on the sleeve of her traveler's outfit while cooking last night, lingering even after a whole night. Jiang Xun's face was merely a few centimeters away from hers. His breath evenly brushed against her forehead, his brow relaxed, lips slightly parted, deep in slumber. She opened her mouth and nearly screamed, but fortunately the sound was stifled by a hand that swiftly covered her mouth. The palm made a sharp slap against her lips, startling her further. Memories slowly resurfaced. Car, grass field, zombie pig barn, the axe mark on Guang Dailai's forehead, Ma Sen kneeling on the ground silenced by her baseball bat, then Jiang Xun tapping a green check on the touchscreen, followed by dinner, and then the thick comforter laid on the floor. She exhaled deeply, and after doing so her entire body felt limp. She gently lowered her hand from her mouth to rest it beside her pillow, her fingertips grazing the edge of the down pillow. This was not her previous car, nor was it that cramped, shabby iron shell, where she could only curl up like a shrimp in the driver's seat. The seat in that old car would force her knees to press against the steering wheel when reclined, turning over would knock her knees against the handbrake and elbows against the storage compartment, with cold wind seeping in through the door cracks, while outside zombies would bang on the windows for half the night. She could only hold her baseball bat, eyes wide open, waiting for dawn, while listening to her heartbeat intertwined with the sound of her nails scratching the glass. But last night she encountered none. No cold wind, no zombies, no waking up from the chill. The thick comforter pressed on her soft and warm. The warmth within the blanket made her feel so comfortable in her dreams that it gave her goosebumps. She even had a dream where she was beside the school playground just finishing a Sonda match with a gold medal hanging around her neck, her junior handing her a bottle of mineral water, the sun warming the soft plastic track, and a boy fervently pursuing her. As she recalled the dream, her eyes involuntarily shifted back to Jiang Xun in front of her. He had the same face as the boy pursuing her in the dream. Jiang Xun. He was still asleep, his breathing steady, his eyelashes casting a faint shadow on the car's interior under the dim light. Shin Chiyo gazed at him, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her mouth, her cheeks beginning to heat up. Then Jiang Xun's eyelids twitched slightly. Her blood rushed from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. In an instant, her eyes suddenly closing, her eyelashes trembling like the wings of a startled butterfly, her whole body stiffening like a piece of wood, even her breath held back. She waited for quite a while, hearing no sound at all. Jiang Xun did not turn over, yawn, or lift the blanket. After a moment, she cautiously opened her eyes. Jiang Xun was staring at her with his dark eyes completely still, not even blinking. Shin Chiyo's ears turned as red as a flashlight, and she quickly yanked the blanket upwards, burying herself within it. Shin Chiyo curled up in the blanket for a long time, feeling Jiang Xun's gaze lingering on her side long enough that the heat on her face nearly turned the blanket into a steamer. She bit her lower lip, peeking out half of her face from above the blanket, just about to say, "Can you stop staring at me?" but found Jiang Xun's gaze seemed not to be on her. Following Jiang Xun's line of sight, she looked over. On the center console, the touchscreen was lit up, displaying lines of neatly arranged grayish-white text, slowly scrolling frame by frame. The backlight from the screen cast a small patch of cool white light in the car. Huh. Shin Chiyo blinked, reaching out to pull down the edge of the blanket a bit, her chin emerging from under it. She squinted at the screen, which indeed seemed to follow the format of a system announcement. The font identical to that notice for travelers she had seen on the first day of her crossing, even the title's font size matching exactly. She wasn't fully awake, yet her mind lagging half a beat, and it wasn't until she clearly read the large text at the top that her brain began to function. At this moment, Jiang Xun snapped back to attention. He had been fixated on the screen for a while, and had completely shaken off the remnants of sleepiness. He turned around, propping himself up with one hand on the mattress, the comforter sliding down from his chest to pile on his knees. Looking back, he saw Shin Chiyo peeking out from the blanket, her eyes still blankly staring at the screen. "Awake?" he asked, his voice carrying the hoarseness of having just woken up mixed with a hint of excitement. "Get up, come see this." "Oh wait, get dressed first." "Oh." The two of them moved from the back seat to the front row of seats. Jiang Xun adjusted the backrest, and Shin Chiyo hopped into the passenger seat, wrapping herself in a blanket, curling her legs on the seat, and hugging her knees. They leaned closer to the touchscreen where the text had already scrolled down to just below the title, World Update Announcement Highway. "Will all travelers please note, the Endless Highway has completed its first world update. The following new content is effective immediately. Update announcement." Shin Chiyo read the title word by word, her tone rising at the end like a question. Her first thought was of the update prompts that pop up in mobile app stores. "Your app has been updated to the latest version." But this was not a phone, this was the Endless Highway, a living road paved with asphalt and gray mist. After finishing, she turned to look at Jiang Xun, her big eyes filled with confusion. "Can this place be updated?" Jiang Xun's reaction was much quicker than hers. He had fully emerged from the state of just waking up, his elbow resting on the edge of the center console, his finger swiping down on the screen, his gaze swiftly scanning the first few lines of the announcement. "Update." He paused for a moment, repeating the 4 words highway, while then leaned back against the seat, lightly tapping the steering wheel twice with his fingers. "This world is indeed like a game," he said, his tone steady. "That previous traveler notice you didn't ponder over carefully. It said your identity has been reset, and that sentence itself resembles the initial setup of a game character. Now there's another update announcement. Interesting." He paused again, continuing to swipe down. "Let's see what's been. System update announcement highway. Will all travelers please note, the Endless Highway has completed its first system update. The following rules are effective immediately. 1. Fleet system integration. Travelers can create or join a fleet, enjoying the bonuses provided by the fleet. Specific permissions and functions can be found on the fleet panel. From this moment on, you are no longer solitary vehicles. 2. Dynamic calibration of regional difficulty. The survival difficulty in each area is no longer fixed. The highway will autonomously adjust the following variables based on data, such as the survival days of travelers in that area, the proportion of vehicle upgrades, and recent mortality rates, the density and quality of abandoned cargo boxes, monster strength, and spawn frequency disaster trigger thresholds, and the generation rhythm of special segments and trials. The more powerful you are, the tougher the roads. If casualties are too heavy, the roads will be temporarily eased. The road beneath your feet breathes, it watches you, weighs you, and adjusts the challenges it presents to you at any time. 3. New threat scavenger has emerged from the gray mist. This species is neither zombies nor beasts. It possesses distinct behaviors, so please remain vigilant about their presence. 4. Coordination, sharing, and navigation functions are now open. Coordinates shared in the regional channel can be determined by the receiver. With a click, explored routes will display the full path, while unexplored areas will only provide direction and straight-line distance. Both coordinate sharing and navigation consume traveler gold coins. The road will not point the way for free. If you want to know about farther places, use the traveler gold coins in your hands to exchange for it. 5. The use of mileage points has been expanded. Besides speaking in the world channel, points can now be used to top messages in the regional channel. Consuming 100 points will pin a message at the top of that area's channel for 7 days. If you want people to hear your voice, use mileage to buy the ears of this road. 6. Other updates and changes can be explored on your own. The above is the complete content of this update. Subsequent updates will arrive at appropriate times. Highway will to all travelers. Jiang Xun reviewed the announcement from start to finish, pausing his finger on the words caravan and scavenger for quite a while before exiting the announcement interface. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the steering wheel, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What are you smiling about? Xinqiu shook off the blanket from her shoulders and tilted her head to look at him. Have you ever played those kinds of games? Those that get updated from time to time. Each update adds a few new features, tweaks some new mechanisms, pushes the storyline forward a bit, and expands the map a little. This world operates on the same principle. On the first day, we were handed a wanderer's notice, and now we have been given an update announcement. It doesn't want us to feel bored. The freshness, you know. It's that feeling when you think this place is just like this, opening cargo boxes and fighting zombies, and suddenly it tells you the caravan has started, the difficulty has been adjusted, and new monsters have been added. It's like playing a game. Just when you finish a map, thinking you've reached the peak, the system tells you there's actually a whole continent that hasn't loaded yet. Xinqiu hugged the blanket and pondered for a moment, then nodded. This road wasn't a static dead, and it was changing. Zombies would grow stronger, new monsters would emerge after updates. Previously one could drive alone, but now there was a caravan. Previously the area's difficulty increased over time, but now the difficulty adjusted itself based on everyone's survival performance. It was like an invisible hand constantly manipulating the pieces on the chessboard, and if a wanderer wanted to keep running forward, they had to adapt to these new rules. Jiang Xun closed the announcement and switched back to the caravan system interface. Xinqiu leaned over, as well, reaching out to tap on the newly appeared caravan tab on the touchscreen. The interface displayed 2 sections of options. On the left was an icon of a steering wheel with Create Caravan written below it. On the right was an icon of several small cars stacked together with Join Caravan written underneath. There was also a rules introduction in the upper right corner, and the interface was very simple, without any gaudy decorations. Let's first check the rules introduction. Jiang Xun skimmed through it. Caravans and passengers are different. Passengers share a close bond of life and death in the same vehicle. A caravan is an alliance among multiple vehicles, with each vehicle driven independently, allowing for greater freedom. There is no compulsory life and death bond between members, nor is there any safety protection. A caravan resembles a loose mutual aid organization where members share some information, but each person is still responsible for their own vehicle and life. Just like a guild in a game. Once in a caravan, everyone has their roles and resources are distributed uniformly, which helps most wanderers survive better. Let's take a look at creating a caravan. Jiang Xun said as he tapped the icon on the left. A prompt box popped up on the screen, the red text particularly eye-catching on the gray-white system interface. The quota for creating a caravan in Zone 1024 is full. Creation is currently not possible. Current number of caravans, 33. Jiang Xun was taken aback for a moment. Full. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. He hadn't intended to create a caravan. Exiting the creation interface, he clicked on the option to join a caravan. The screen refreshed, and the names of 3 caravans appeared sequentially on the panel: Companions, Caravan Wolf Path, Caravan, Grey Mist Caravan. They're all upgraded ordinary levels. Xinqiu read through the information on the screen one by one. It seems the ordinary level is currently the highest rank. Jiang Xun closed the caravan interface and switched back to the area channel. Messages in the channel were bouncing up at a frantic pace. He leaned back in his chair, and Xinqiu leaned a bit closer to him, both watching the screen together. The difficulty has been raised. Thank you, Rodwell. Just when I was thinking of getting out to clear the zombies, you increased the difficulty. Caravan, 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 are there any leaders of the 3 major caravans online? My car has already been upgraded, please pull me in. What is a scavenger? I just saw something moving in the mist over here quite large, and it scared me into flooring the accelerator. That should be the scavenger. That sounds tough to deal with. The Companions Caravan is recruiting fellow wanderers who are willing to help. Please private message me. Regardless of whether you have supplies, all I ask is that you have a car and fuel to keep up with the group. If fuel is insufficient, you can act alone for now. Didn't they say joining a caravan provides bonuses? Has anyone joined already? What kind of bonuses are there? I joined a caravan. Fuel consumption decreased a little. If you choose to follow the main caravan, the threat from zombies will also decrease quite a bit. Is there a Wolf Path caravan member? Where's your leader? I private messaged him, but he hasn't replied. I see the coordinates are still quite far from you. Please let me join a caravan first. A bunch of mindless followers chasing the Wolf Path. That caravan leader started by robbing. Okay. Be careful, or you might lose your vehicle too. Upstairs, don't be too cocky. The Wolf Path caravan handles killing, but not burying. Just wait. In from the gray mist, we only accept women. You guys go to the Wolf Path and Companions, don't private message us. Is there anyone trading Wanderer coins? Sharing coordinates requires coins, 5 coins for each share. I just noticed this setting previously. I shared several coordinates randomly, and now I'm so poor I might have to sell my pants. Ha, coordinates cost coins. Navigation will charge another fee. Are you still daring to share coordinates recklessly? Aren't you afraid of going bankrupt? The area channel was bustling like a boiling pot. Some were cursing the raised difficulty, others were calling for recruitment in their caravans, some worried about the new monster, the scavenger, while others complained about the coin requirement for sharing coordinates. It was quite lively. The most eye-catching in the area channel were 3 pinned messages at the very top, each marked with a golden thumbtack icon, followed by the words pinned 7 days. It was still morning and most people in the channel were discussing the recent system update. But these 3 pinned messages remained firmly at the top of all messages, unmoving regardless of how fast the others scrolled. Jiang Xun first clicked on the top message. The publisher was named Zhao Cheng. Dear brothers and sisters, I am Zhao Cheng. The Companions Caravan is officially established today and is recruiting more wanderers. The requirements are simple. Regardless of whether your car is broken or not, whether you are male or female, as long as you are willing to live together with everyone, there is a place for you in the Companions. Everyone in the caravan will take turns scouting, keeping watch, and cooking. Whenever cargo boxes are found, we share together. If anyone gets injured, someone will help bandage them. If a car breaks down, someone will help fix it. We don't abandon anyone, nor do we force anyone to stay. This morning, our caravan set up a temporary camp by the roadside, lit 3 fires, cooked a large pot of hot soup, and finished all the canned meat on the vehicle together. Someone asked if this was too extravagant. I said no, this is how people should live. If you also want to rebuild a civilization belonging to humanity, on the endless road, come to the Companions. Everyone has food to eat and no one suffers from the cold. This is not just a slogan, but something we deliver on every day. Finally, the coordinates of the caravan are provided. After reading this, Jiang Xun couldn't help but nod. Zhao Cheng's way of speaking was very appealing, with fire soup and someone to help bandage your wounds. In this environment, those willing to bring out all their food to share with teammates are either fools, or they are winning people's hearts, or they truly consider their teammates as their own. This Zhao Cheng speaks very honestly, Shen Qiu remarked, also looking at the same message. This kind of caravan must be very attractive. Yes. Did you notice? In the entire message, he never mentioned combat capability requirements, nor did he set a resource threshold. Jiang Xun scrolled up the message again. What he wants are people who are willing to live together with everyone. The threshold is not about the car, but about the people. The second pinned message of the Companions Caravan was published by Li Jinshan. Jiang Xun only glanced at the first few words and felt a completely different pressure from Zhao Cheng emanating from the screen. People in Zone 1024, listen up. I am Li Jinshan, the leader of the Wolf Path Caravan. Today I state this. There are only so many people in this area, only so many cars, and only so many resources. If you don't join a caravan and fight alone, you will eventually be slaughtered like a fat sheep. Rather than being slaughtered by others, why not follow me and slaughter others? The rules of the Wolf Path Caravan are simple. Whoever has the bigger fist gets to speak. If you are ruthless, I will personally take you out to rob cars and loot. If you are not ruthless enough yet, I will train you to be ruthless. Currently, our caravan has stockpiled more than 20 barrels of gasoline, a complete set of weapon schematics, and dozens of weapons. You ask how we got these things? By robbing. They begged me on their knees to spare them, and I didn't leave a single resource for them. They're not worthy. On this road, the fist is the rule and strength is the law. Be aware this is not about whether you want to join. Now you only have 2 options: join the Wolf Path and swallow the entire Zone 1024 with your brothers. If you don't join, when my caravan sees you on the road, will rob you directly, and there won't even be a chance to kneel and beg. Think carefully, private message me. Coordinates. The entire message was devoid of any polite language, even the punctuation carried an aggressive tone. This Li Jinshan was practically the opposite of Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng spoke of everyone having food to eat and no one suffering from the cold, while Li Jinshan spoke of the fist is the rule and strength is the law. The threshold for recruitment set by Zhao Cheng was willing to live together, while Li Jinshan's threshold was you are ruthless. Zhao Cheng did not mention combat capability requirements, while Li Jinshan directly warned, if you don't join you'll be robbed. Shen Qiu frowned after reading it, looking at Jiang Xun. If we don't join a caravan, we'll need to be extra careful of them in the future. Jiang Xun nodded in agreement. The publisher of the third pin message was named Song Jiao. When Jiang Xun saw this name, he raised an eyebrow. He remembered this name. Previously, while browsing the area channel, he had seen a few long messages titled Preliminary Observations on Zombie Activity Patterns published by this name. At that time, he thought it was impressive that someone could remain calm enough to analyze zombie activity patterns the next day. Shen Qiu clicked on the screen, expanding that pinned message. I am Song Jiao, the founder of the Grey Mist Caravan. What I have to say today is not for everyone, but for all the women still alive in this area. Many people in the channel mock female wanderers for not surviving the first night. But the women who have made it this far have done so by their own abilities, not by relying on others' charity. From today onwards, the Grey Mist Caravan will only recruit female wanderers without exception. We do not rely on the protection of any males, nor do we need anyone to decide how far we can go. I have organized the survival logs from these past few days into a manual. Zombie activity patterns, the correlation between gray mist density changes and monster appearances, issues with cargo boxes on different paths, etc. As long as you join the Grey Mist, this manual will be yours. Additionally, for all sisters who join this caravan, I will personally teach you how to kill monsters and obtain cargo boxes defending against zombie attacks. Before the endless road, no one is weak, and no one should be labeled as not lasting long simply because they are a woman. If you also do not want to rely on others to survive, come to the Grey Mist. This Song Jiao Shen Qiu finally spoke. I've also read her previous few articles on dealing with zombies. They were very useful. She also mentioned that if irregular vortices appear at the edge of the Grey Mist, it indicates that zombies are likely moving nearby. They are not ordinary people. Jiang Xun rubbed his temples, no longer looking at the information in the channel. Without wasting any more time, he let Shen Qiu prepare a simple breakfast in the vehicle, while he took the opportunity to get out and clear the zombies trapped by his traps. Last night he had set nearly 20 traps, and almost all of them had sprung up. Zombies were wriggling all over the road, and their numbers were noticeably higher than before, with the traps starting to show signs of wear. Jiang Xun counted exactly 10. After dealing with these zombies, he looked up at the Grey Mist on the side. The mist surged about 10 meters above the road surface with an irregular vortex at the edge. The frequency of its density changes quite unnatural. Song Jiao had written in those long messages that if irregular vortices appear at the edge of the Grey Mist, it indicates that there are likely zombies moving nearby. The more intense the vortex, the larger the number. He had only skimmed through those messages before and hadn't verified them personally. Now, standing by the roadside, he watched the edge of the vortex of Grey Mist suddenly shake violently as something pulled at it, and then he heard the low growls of zombies coming from the mist, deep and dragging, not just one or two, but a jumbled mass piled together. He stepped back a few steps, hand resting on the hilt of his knife, squinting his eyes to scan the Grey Mist again. In the mist, he could vaguely see a few swaying shadows moving slowly, but indeed there were many. He turned to look at the traps he had set around the vehicle. 10 traps were damaged, almost half of their total number. If this trend continues, as the number of zombies increases, the speed of trap consumption will accelerate significantly. However, he had stocked up a large quantity of iron wire and wood materials in his vehicle, so he wasn't overly concerned about this loss. But this was still the night before the update announcement took effect. After today, the situation would become even more complicated. A sense of urgency surged within him. He needed to develop quickly. His vehicle needed to level up again, and it would be best to have a ranged weapon along with a batch of traps and spare materials. Jiang Xun gathered the damaged traps to one side, straightened, and brushed rust flakes from his hands. At his feet atop the scattered gravel, a brown cardboard box had appeared. There was no sound of something falling, no arc from the sky. One moment the stones were empty, and the next the box lay there quietly and inexplicably present. Jiang Xun froze. Deliveries usually land on the back seat. Why had this one arrived at his feet? He glanced instinctively toward the car. Shen Qiu had her back to the window, bent over preparing breakfast, completely unaware of the commotion outside. In an instant, Jiang Xun understood. The delivery only manifested when no one stood beside him. He crouched, picked up the box, flipped it over, and checked the shipping label. His name was on it. He opened it. A bow lay inside the box. Jiang Xun's eyes widened, and his heart missed a beat. He hauled the weapon free and held it reverently before his face with both hands. It was not a crude bow carved from a single stave, but a compound bow. The riser was predominantly black, the grip, flanked by dark gray anti-slip pads embossed with a fine diamond pattern. The upper and lower limbs curved in opposite directions, the pulley assemblies at the tips were matte silver aluminum alloy, and in the morning light the bowstring gleamed into an almost razor-thin line. He hooked a finger around the string and tugged gently. It was so taut it scarcely budged. When he let his arm carry a fraction more force, the pulleys turned smoothly under tension, emitting the faint whisper of bearings. This was no toy but a proper hunting-grade compound bow. In that moment, only one thought remained: I am invincible. It was not hyperbole. With this bow, what had he to fear from zombies? What of scavengers? This bow extended his strike from close quarters to the entire stretch of road. Excitement leapt up his spine. He spun twice on the spot to calm himself, then settled the bow on his knees, inhaled deeply and exhaled, and carefully reached back into the box. At the bottom lay a folded note and a neatly creased blue schematic. He unfolded the note first. The handwriting was familiar. First-generation compound bow of the Wujin Gonglu. The style and model are somewhat dated and the fittings are incomplete, but the limbs and string are original. Draw weight and accuracy remain uncompromised. Regrettably, the ammunition provided is the most basic arrows, but ordinary arrows and explosive arrows are both compatible, so you need not worry about munitions. The schematic is attached beside it. The final line was written smaller than the rest. I say the root of fear is insufficient firepower. Any volunteers? Jiang Xun grinned as he ducked into the car, clutching the compound bow. He held the bow against his chest. Shin Shuyao sat cross-legged in the back, one hand holding an enamel dish, feeding Wujio warm milk, the other supporting Wujio's chin to keep it from plunging its face into the bowl. The little creature's tail swept the blanket so fast it blurred, its forepaws kicked at the seat as it tried to burrow its head into the dish, its pink tongue lapping noisily and splattering milk. Shin Shuyao heard the car door and glanced back. You're back, just in time. Grab a towel, it's got milk on my hand. She lifted her head and the words caught. Her eyes landed on the bow in Jiang Xun's hands. A compound bow. Her voice rose a half-step, startling Wujio. She set the dish aside, brushed the milk off Wujio with a couple of swipes, then leaned forward, eyes wide and mouth hanging open. She reached out as if to touch the compound bow, and then withdrew. The expression was identical to the first time she had climbed into this car and found the trunk filled with supplies. This isn't a model, is it? This is a real compound bow. The pulley assembly, the limbs, the string, it's all here. She spoke quickly, fingers tracing the parts in the air. When she tapped the pulleys, her fingertips trembled. A compound bow. One of the most formidable long-range weapons among cold arms, it outdistances a crossbow and surpasses a recurve in accuracy. The draw curve is smooth and a novice can master it with modest practice. A senior from the archery club taught me, oh, I would not mistake it. She paused, then snatched her hand back as shock turned into certainty. It's not a model. The limbs show no where the pulley assembly is neither rusted nor sticky. It's new. Where did you get it? She hardly waited for an answer, launching into a string of deductions. There was no red dot on the detector. This couldn't have been fished out of a supply crate. I can believe a self-heating hot pot or some honey, but a compound bow. What sort of crate yields that? Jiang Xun rested the bow on the steering wheel, leaned back in his seat with his hands clasped behind his head, a conspiratorial smile on his face. Well, he drawled, I happen to have connections on the Wujin Gonglu. Shin Chuyo's eye twitched. That look? The one that says you're insulting my intelligence, but as your passenger I won't call you out, flickered across her face. Her mouth tightened, and she snorted softly, then returned the dish to her lap. She did not press further. She lowered her eyes and resumed wiping the milk from Wujio's face, then held the dish up and watched the little creature lap at it again. Jiang Xun chuckled, lowered his hands, and examined the compound bow once more. He would not reveal the truth about the delivery. That secret could not even be told to Shin Chuyao. Fortunately, Shin Chuyao was a clever woman and would not pester him endlessly. She set the empty dish aside, plucked the nauseated Wujio, which had begun chewing at her fingers again, back into its old blanket nest, took a sip of instant coffee, and said slowly, your connections must be willing to spend. They actually procured a compound bow. Jiang Xun laughed. Like I said, the root of fear is insufficient firepower. Tell me, does that resonate? Shin Chuyao thought for a moment and admitted she felt it. But where had the compound bow come from? The question nagged at her. She was eager to know. At breakfast, Jiang Xun held chopsticks in one hand, while the other remained draped over the compound bow. He laid the bow across his knees, popped a slice of fried luncheon meat into his mouth with chopsticks chewed twice, then bent to fiddle with the string. The chopsticks hovered and meat juice nearly dripped onto a limb. Shin Shuyao set down her enamel bowl of congee and snapped her fingers in front of his face. Eat first, my esteemed driver. The bao will not run away. I know it won't run away, I just want to look at it a little longer. Jiang Xun swallowed the meat, picked up a piece of pickled radish with his chopsticks, and chewed audibly, his other hand never leaving the bao. He flipped the compound bao over, rubbed the pulley assembly at the limb tip with his thumb, and tested the string's draw, but it was as tight as it had been when new. When I was a child I could hit balloons with a toy bao, Jiang Xun murmured, but 10 years have passed, I wonder if my aim remains. He carefully placed the bao on the rear seat, spread the blue schematic across the dashboard, switched the fabrication station interface to scan mode, and swept the paper before the screen. A prompt appeared on the screen: arrow crafting schematic white recorded. He clicked on the recipe details, and 2 columns of data popped up simultaneously. The materials listed for the ordinary arrows were clear at a glance: wood 5, iron ingots 3, feathers, or lightweight fabric 2. He quickly went through the inventory in his mind. There was still a pile of wood, plenty of iron nails, and some feathers on hand. The stock wasn't much, but it was sufficient. A set of 10 arrows, low material cost, and no pressure for mass production. The second column: explosive arrows, a set of 10. The base materials are ordinary arrows 10, plus gunpowder 1. Beside the recipe was a breakdown diagram of the fuse structure. At the front of the arrow shaft was a small explosive chamber, with the fuse extending from the rear of the arrowhead to the middle of the shaft. Upon hitting the target, the gunpowder inside the chamber would ignite, causing a small explosion. There was also a small note below the drawing: explosive arrows cannot be recovered after being fired. 2 types of arrows, Jiang Xun pointed at the screen. Ordinary arrows are low cost and can be recovered. They should suffice for dealing with zombies. This explosive arrow looked fierce at first glance. A small explosion that does extra damage to clustered targets and light armor, but once the arrow shaft is blown up, it's gone and cannot be recovered. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, using chopsticks to gesture in the air as he imagined the explosive arrows hitting the zombie horde, then suddenly calming down and setting the chopsticks back on the edge of the bowl. The materials aren't much of an issue. Wood, iron ingots, and feathers are all available. It's just the gunpowder. He tapped on the gunpowder label in the explosive arrows section. After opening so many cargo boxes, I haven't seen any gunpowder. It might be a new resource either in high-level cargo boxes, or we have to wait for the boxes to refresh after this. She picked up the drawing from his lap, read through the materials for the explosive arrows, then looked up and said, "We can make arrows now. The first batch can be ordinary arrows. They'll go sort out the wood and iron ingots in the car. The explosive arrows aren't urgent. Maybe we'll find gunpowder in the boxes after the update." Soon the two began their journey. It was the first time they traveled together, and they worked together quite harmoniously. Jiang Xun straightened the steering wheel, steadily pressed the accelerator, and increased the speed to cruising. Shin Shuyu pulled out the crank from the passenger seat and started cranking the generator. The battery indicator increased by another 5 as she glanced down, not stopping her hands. Ahead on the right, about 200 meters, there's a cargo box. Her other hand pointed at the detector screen. Receive. Jiang Xun reduced speed and changed lanes to the right. This was their first time officially teaming up to drive and search for cargo boxes. Shin Shuyu focused on the screen, reporting the distance and direction of the red dot, while Jiang Xun controlled the speed and lane position. After stopping the car steadily, they quickly dealt with the beast guarding the cargo box. Shin Shuyu got out to open the box while he stood guard and moved the goods. After opening several cargo boxes together, they went through the entire process without needing to call out a second time, not even exchanging glances. After this update, white cargo boxes were noticeably fewer, while dark green ones increased. Shin Shuyu opened the dark green cargo box in front of her, finding a 15L barrel of fuel inside, labeled with a fuel symbol. Previously, the dark green cargo boxes contained 5L or 10L of fuel. Now they all have 15L. She handed the fuel barrel to Jiang Xun, then bent down to pull out a military entrenching shovel from the box. The shovel blade was black, and the folding joints were so tight that it required 2 hands to open. One side of the blade was sharp and capable of digging earth, chopping wood, and smashing zombie heads. The last compartment held 2 packs of self-heating meals, 1 pack of braised beef, and 1 pack of curry chicken. She neatly stacked the items beside the car, while Jiang Xun was responsible for moving them into the car. The 15L fuel barrel was placed in the bottom layer of the storage expansion area. The entrenching shovel was put together with the previous iron shovel and hammer, and the self-heating meals were placed in the food compartment, separated from the honey and cooking oil they had found in the ranch kitchen. Within half an hour, they encountered another cargo box. The dark green box contained 2 packs of vacuum-packed smoked meat and a whole box of high-calorie chocolate bars. The smoked meat was smoked pork leg, vacuum-sealed and bulging with an astonishingly long shelf life. The packaging of the chocolate bars was labeled emergency rations. 1 bar's calories equaled a full meal, which was crucial in this place. Shin Chuyu tore open the packaging of a chocolate bar, broke off half, and stuffed it into her mouth. After chewing a couple of times, her eyes brightened, and she handed the remaining half to Jiang Xun. Jiang Xun took it, stuffed the whole thing into his mouth, and suddenly paused while chewing. There was something else in the... He pulled out a black package that had been pressed under the box of chocolate bars, opened the bag, and looked inside. The black granules had a hint of gunpowder smell when pinched between his fingers. Gunpowder. He immediately recalled the recipe for the explosive arrows in the crafting table. They just needed this item. He sealed the bag tightly and placed it with the other materials. Finally, there's gunpowder. He closed the trunk and patted the lid a couple of times. With this, Jiang Xun felt relieved. The dark green cargo box could yield gunpowder, and now the materials for making explosive arrows were secured. Along the way, several blueprints also emerged from the dark green cargo boxes. One was a blueprint for a small water tank, white. The materials needed were iron sheets and plastic tarps. The waterproof cloth he found at the ranch was just enough for cutting. Another was a blueprint for a simple wire fence, white. It could be set up around vehicles when parked or used as a climbing barrier around the car. The materials needed were wire and iron nails. The boxes of iron nails he had hoarded finally came in handy. Jiang Xun scanned the blueprints into the crafting table and flipped through the regional channel. Someone was asking if anyone had found higher-level cargo boxes, and the replies were all the same: haven't seen any, only white and dark green. Are higher-level boxes even a thing? He scrolled up a bit and didn't see anyone mentioning having seen other cargo boxes. It seemed this update did not open up higher-quality cargo boxes, or rather the conditions for refreshing high-quality boxes had not been triggered by anyone. He turned off the screen and shifted gears again. White cargo boxes have become transitional items, he said to Shin Chuyu. Now it's the era of dark green cargo boxes. When even the dark green ones become transitional cargo boxes, that's when the difficulty of this road truly begins. Shin Chuyu was cranking the generator with chocolate and smoked meat piled on one side, nodding after feeding Jiang Xun. The two began discussing the items mentioned in the update announcement that they hadn't seen yet: natural disasters, special routes, trials. They exchanged guesses back and forth for a long time. Shin Chuyu thought the natural disasters should be regional random events like the Gray Tide, but more intense, and might even strike with knives, causing Jiang Xun to break out in a cold sweat. Returning to the vehicle, he opened the door. Xiao Wu had calmed down and was now lying by the car window, wagging its tail, excitedly bouncing on the seat. When it saw that, the more they guessed, the more absurd it became. Shin Chuyu even speculated whether there might be special routes that required driving in reverse, almost causing Jiang Xun to lose his composure. Speaking of special routes, Jiang Xun suddenly realized, at the fork he encountered before going to the ranch, choosing one path meant you couldn't go back, and the gray mist behind sealed off the way back. By this characteristic, it should be a special route. Only at that time did he not understand this classification focused solely on comparing which side had more cargo boxes. Now reflecting back, he chose the right path because of the guidance of his golden finger. If he had chosen the left path, it wouldn't have been too bad if the cargo box drop rate was low, but the problem was if the difficulty of that fork was much higher than ordinary routes, there could be more troublesome matters. Realizing this, he finally felt a tangible sense of the words special route. However, he had never encountered natural disasters or trials. The car continued to drive forward. Jiang Xun drove for over 2 hours and his eyelids began to grow heavy. He yawned while Shin Chuyu beside him had already cranked the generator to 3 bars of power and was using a wet wipe to wipe the sweat off her hands. She saw Jiang Xun rubbing his eyes and stuffed the wet wipe into the storage compartment. "Let me drive you, take a rest." Jiang Xun didn't refuse and gave her driving permission. They swapped positions as Shin Chuyu adjusted the rearview mirror and seat in the driver's seat, while Jiang Xun flipped to the passenger seat and reclined the backrest at a semi-reclined angle. He didn't close his eyes, staring at the rivets on the ceiling for quite a while, his mind turning over the pieces of animal leather in the car. He had no shortage of materials in the car. Several iron ingots from the ranch warehouse were still left, wood filled half of the trunk, and wild boar skins had been dug out from the patchwork vehicle of Guangdile. He had also taken the time to hunt a few wild rabbits, and their skins were properly processed and stored in the storage compartment. "He'll make you a set of armor and add a weapon," he suddenly spoke up. Shin Chuyu, who was focused on the road ahead, turned her head to look at him upon hearing this. "Me? Yes. I have the blueprints and the materials are enough. Your sportswear sleeves are all torn into rags. If you really encounter zombies or beasts up close, rags won't provide any protection." He pointed at the 2 ripped holes on her knees. "Although armor can't be worn as clothing, wearing it outside is much better than your torn sportswear." Shin Chuyu's mouth had already curled up. She didn't hold back, responding firmly and immediately asked what materials would be used. The two began discussing the selection of materials for the armor. The main material was a no-brainer. It would still be wild boar skin. Jiang Xun had already verified his own set of armor, which was thick and warm, and while the defense might be a bit lacking, it was sufficient for the current stage. For the additional materials, Shen Shuyu followed Jiang Xun to sift through the inventory and the options at the crafting table, eventually selecting snake skin and rabbit fur. Jiang Xun's armor also used snake skin with gray-black scales embedded at the connections of the shoulders and collar, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, while automatically adjusting the temperature. Rabbit fur was soft and light, which had also never been used before, making it perfect for this situation. They also settled on the weapon. Shen Shuyu didn't want a short weapon, as she felt it would be uninteresting to have another one nearly the same length as a straight knife. She wanted something long, but not too long, as the internal space of the car was limited, making it inconvenient. Jiang Xun thought for a moment, rummaged through the back to find the shovel he had brought from the ranch tool shed, along with a few steel saw blades he had picked up in the warehouse. The main materials were still iron ingots and wood, with the additional materials being the shovel and steel saw blades. Shen Shuyu was slightly taken aback when she saw the shovel and steel saw blades. Can these things also be used as weapons? Jiang Xun replied. As long as the crafting table recognizes them, it should work. Give it a try. Shen Shuyu quickly stopped Jiang Xun. You can only add 2 types of additional materials. Oh, otherwise let's use my baseball bat as a material. Since the new weapon won't be needed after it comes out, the baseball bat won't be useful anymore. Jiang Xun naturally agreed. The crafting table absorbed the pile of materials, and after 2 minutes of gray-white light swirling in the car, a set of armor and a gun emerged. The armor was neatly stacked, with the main plates made of wild boar skin retaining their natural patterns, the collar and wrist areas inlaid with scaled snake skin, and the inner sides of the leg guards lined with soft gray-white rabbit fur. The boots were part of the leg guards, and the soles were also covered with a layer of soft rabbit fur. Shen Shuyu immediately exchanged driving positions with Jiang Xun and put on the armor. The armor fit over her sportswear, with the ties on both sides of her waist tightened. The cuffs and collar fit comfortably, and the snakeskin collar felt slightly cool, while the rabbit fur on the leg guards was light and warm against her calves. She turned around in the car a few times, and the sound of the boot soles landing on the metal footpad was noticeably lighter than before, nearly causing her to stumble. Ordinary armor, white 1. Wild boar skin, main material. Thick fat for warmth. Wild boars survive on the edge of the gray mist, and their skins are naturally thick with a layer of dense fat beneath. The wild boar skin armor not only provides defense, but also has a warming effect. 2. Snake skin, additional material. Temperature regulation, a good quality piece of snake skin providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, capable of adjusting temperature according to body heat. 3. Rabbit skin, additional material. Light steps when rabbit skin is layered in the leg guards, and boots. The wearer's footsteps when walking, running, or jumping will be noticeably quieter, enhancing agility. The special effect of the rabbit skin was quite good, making it suitable for Shen Shuyu's agile strategies. The weapon was a Fong gun with an old wood grain straight handle, and the gun head modified from a shovel. The arc of the shovel blade flattened and sharpened, retaining a large impact surface, and the bottom of the gun tip embedded with the teeth of a steel saw blade, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Ordinary weapon, white, Fong gun 1. Shovel, additional material. Earth-shattering. The blade of the shovel was flattened and sharpened during forging, retaining the characteristic of a large impact surface. When the Fong gun strikes a target, it doesn't just leave a small hole from one spike. The overall wide blade disperses the impact force to the surrounding area, causing greater damage to soft tissues and debris without skeletal protection. 2. Baseball bat, additional material. Blunt shock. When the Fong gun strikes a target, it retains the blunt shock effect of the baseball bat. Even if the armor isn't broken, the internal nerves and muscles of the victim can temporarily lose some perception and coordination due to the intense kinetic transfer. Shen Shuyu lifted the gun and gave it a shake in her hands. The length of the entire gun was just right, slightly longer than Jiang Xun's straight knife, and it didn't take up space in the car. While she was praising the beautiful saw blade patterns on the gun's tip, a red dot appeared on the edge of the detector screen. It's a wolf. She squinted at the front window, seeing a gray-black wolf lying on the roadside, not too big, but with blood still on its mouth, gnawing on something. Shen Shuyu glanced at Jiang Xun, who immediately understood her intention and slowly parked the car. Shen Shuyu wrapped the Fong gun around the storage slot of the car door and jumped out. Jiang Xun leaned his head out to take a look. Shen Shuyu had already walked several meters forward with the gun. He didn't get out of the car, crossing his arms as he waited for her. The wolf was of considerable size, its shoulder blades moving, blood spots scattered around its mouth, and its eyes were a sickly yellow. It had initially not even noticed someone approaching until Shinshuyu was about 5 or 6 meters away. Its fur bristled suddenly, it scratched the gravel twice with its forepaws, and a low growl escaped its throat. Shinshuyu stood still, lowering the gun's tip by half an inch. As the wolf lunged at her, she raised the Fong gun from her waist and swung it down the gun's tip, smashing into the wolf's head with blunt force. The wolf's body was momentarily stunned before it could close its mouth. She quickly thrust the gun's tip back in, and the steel saw blade tore through its fur and flesh, piercing its lung. The wolf didn't even let out a whimper. Its skull was pierced by the wide blade of the shovel, causing it to crack, and sending its body flying half a meter into the air, landing on the gravel, limbs twitching. Patting the soft gray-white fur added to the soles of her boots, Shinshuyu happily spun the gun several times above her head. She returned to the driver's seat, leaned the gun beside her, and excitedly said to Jiang Xun, "This gun is simply too easy to use. The gun's tip doesn't get stuck in bones, it pulls back smoothly, without clinging to flesh. It's so much more comfortable than a baseball bat, which requires follow-up strikes." The two of them finished unloading the supplies from the cargo, and continued on their journey. Shinshuyu drove steadily with one hand on the steering wheel, and the other resting on the window frame, the wind blowing her bangs gently. Jiang Xun moved to the back seat, and Xiao Wujiu began to call out in a soft voice. The little creature had just opened its eyes, and its stomach was already growing quickly. It was hungry again, not long after finishing its last meal. Jiang Xun pulled out a bag of milk powder from the storage compartment, poured half a cup of warm water into an enamel cup, and mixed in 2 scoops of milk powder. Upon smelling the milk, Xiao Wujiu began to bounce excitedly in the back seat, its 4 little paws sinking into the old blanket, while its tail waved like a gray-white shadow. As soon as Jiang Xun brought the milk bowl over, Xiao Wujiu dove into it, licking eagerly, as its entire head almost buried itself in the milk. He reached out and stroked its back. Its fur had become thicker since yesterday, and it felt less soft than when he first picked it up, now possessing a somewhat coarse texture. The little creature was enjoying its meal, and Jiang Xun pried open its mouth to take a look. Its gums were no longer bare pink. 2 rows of small white teeth were peeking out, firm to the touch, with enough strength to nibble at his finger. "It's getting teeth," he told Shinshuyu. "In a few days it will probably be able to chew meat. This bag of milk powder might not be finished." Shinshuyu glanced at the rearview mirror and replied, "That's great. In a couple of days it can eat other things, and its body will grow even faster." Jiang Xun poked Xiao Wujiu's belly with his finger. The little one was full, with plenty left in the bowl, and it rolled over, exposing its belly to the sky, curling its 4 paws against its chest, eyes half closed, looking utterly satisfied. Its eyes were fully open now, with pupils of a silvery gray found deep within the mist, sparkling as it seemed to ponder something while staring at him. As Jiang Xun approached, it rubbed against his hand, and when Shinshuyu called its name, it perked up its ears, tilting its head to locate the sound. Jiang Xun had no intention of taking the milk bowl away, allowing the little one to continue eating when it became hungry again. He reached out to stroke the back of Xiao Wujiu's neck, and the little creature hummed contentedly, its tail sweeping back and forth on the seat. Then suddenly it stopped. Its fur bristled, standing on end from the neck to the base of the tail, its body tensed like a drawn bow. A faint whimper emerged from its throat, and its silvery eyes were fixed intently outside the windshield. Jiang Xun was startled. "What's wrong?" He flipped Xiao Wujiu over to check. Its belly was not bloated, nothing had bitten its legs, and its temperature was normal. Xiao Wujiu ignored him, continuing to bristle and stare ahead, its 4 paws gripping the blanket tightly, its tail stiff as a stick. Shinshuyu slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched sharply against the pavement, and the car slid forward a short distance before coming to a stop. Xiao Wujiu, still bristling, was focused on the front. With the sudden brake, it lost its balance, and its whole body lurched forward, its head splatting into the milk bowl that had not yet been taken away. The white milk splashed all over its face, that let out a yelp, and pulled its head out of the bowl, shaking its head vigorously, sending milk droplets flying everywhere. "Jiang Xun." Shinshuyu's voice came from the front, tinged with urgency. "There's a horde of zombies." Jiang Xun quickly grabbed the still shaking Xiao Wujiu from the blanket, wiped its face with his sleeve, and tucked it back into its blanket nest. He moved to the passenger seat, looked up, and saw, just ahead, less than 100 meters on the road, dozens of dark figures were wandering on the pavement. Some were in the middle of the road, some were sprawled on abandoned vehicles, and others were partially buried at the edge of the gray mist. Their walking was unsteady, but the sheer number was overwhelming. At least 20 could be seen at a glance. His expression grew serious. It turned out that the little creature had been bristling as a warning. It could sense the horde of zombies ahead, spotting them several seconds before Shinshuyu did. A horde of zombies, not just a few. He instinctively glanced back at Xiao Wujiu, which poked half its head out from the blanket nest. Its face was still smeared with milk, but those silver-gray eyes were fixed straight ahead, letting out another low whimper from its throat. Shin Chuyo narrowed her eyes and counted ahead. She counted once, then counted again. More than 20, she said, tapping her fingers lightly on the steering wheel. It's still daytime, it's not the gray tide of night. Why are so many appearing? After the update, the difficulty level has been raised. The strength and frequency of monsters will be adjusted by the will of the road. Many survivors in our area have leveled up, so the difficulty is naturally increasing. Jiang Xun leaned back against the passenger seat's backrest, resting his elbow on the window frame, staring through the windshield at the densely packed shadows ahead. Indeed, there were more than 20, and the number was slowly increasing. From the gray mist on both sides of the road, 1 or 2 zombies occasionally staggered out, moving in the same direction. Shin Chuyo turned to him. What should we do? Should we go around them from the side, or clear them all out? Jiang Xun waved his hand. Let's not rush, let's see how they move. He raised his hand to flip up the sun visor, squinting as he surveyed the distribution of the zombie horde. The horde of zombies had not noticed their vehicle, the engine was not loud, and they had not been triggered yet. The zombies moved slowly, with a few turning in place, mouths open as they bit at the air. Scattered across the road were the remains of a few abandoned vehicles, and the zombies were distributed in groups among the wreckage, their formation loose, but their numbers indeed forming some scale. He caught a glimpse of Shun Chuyo's hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. She had her lips pressed together, her toes tapping repeatedly on the brake pedal, leaning forward as if impatient. He glanced again at the zombie horde. 1 zombie for 1 gold coin. There were more than 20 here, and the zombies were still crawling out from the gray mist. No one would complain about having too many gold coins. Navigation costs gold coins, pin messages cost gold coins, and there might be features in the future that will also require gold coins. Moreover, although there were many zombies, their scattered distribution was perfect for testing their current combat strength. So let's do it. He slapped the center console. Pick them out. Shin Chuyo chuckled, pressing the accelerator. The car surged forward a bit, and she sharply turned the steering wheel, bringing the vehicle to a steady stop on the gravel shoulder about a few dozen meters from the zombie horde. Turning off the engine and pulling the handbrake, she rolled over to grab the tusk gun from beside her seat, pushed open the car door, and jumped out. Jiang Xun retrieved the compound bow from the back seat, slinging it over his shoulder, and grabbed the 2 bags of arrows, 1 for regular and 1 for explosive, carrying them separately. Before he opened the car door, he glanced back at the rear seat. Xiao Wuzhou peeked half its head out from the blanket nest, still bristling, its silver-gray eyes wide open. Stay here and don't run around, he said, rubbing its forehead before closing the car door. Shin Chuyo had already moved several meters ahead. The tusk gun was slung over her shoulder, the tip gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the dim light, and the serrated steel blade at the bottom was clearly visible. Her armor was worn over her sportswear, the wild boar hide armor pieces slightly shifting as she walked, and the rabbit fur lining on her calves made her steps on the gravel barely make a sound. She hadn't made a move yet, but her hand gripping the gun was already twisting her wrist. Jiang Xun walked over to her side, drawing his straight knife, also intending to stretch his muscles. The group of zombies had already spotted the 2. They used to shuffle forward in a clumsy manner, dragging their left leg behind the right, stumbling along. The first few zombies turned their heads, their pale eyes locking onto the direction of the 2, and then they started to run. Although it was still a clumsy jog, their strides were short, and the frequency was quick, with their legs alternating forward, knees barely bending, shoulders rising and falling as they ran. The sight was amusing, but their speed was noticeably faster than before. As they ran, their mouths were agape, blackened gums exposed, a hoarse growl rising and falling from their throats. The dozen or so zombies behind them also began to move. The ground was immediately filled with the sound of their shuffling footsteps, shoes scraping against the gravel, which scattered everywhere. A few of them circled around the wreckage of abandoned vehicles, automatically splitting into 2 groups. One group charged straight ahead, while the other flanked to Shin Chuyo's side, the circle wide apart. After the update, zombies can now roam during the day. Jiang Xun set his gaze fixed on the approaching horde of zombies, the tip of his knife pressing downwards half an inch. There are more of them, and they've changed their walking style to a jog. Shin Chuyo took the Fong gun off her shoulder, gripping it firmly with both hands, the tip pointed forward. The corners of her mouth curled upward. Her expression was not one of tension, but of excitement at finally being able to try out her new equipment after a long wait. So what if they run fast? It doesn't mean they can take a hit. At Jiang Xun's command, the 2 moved simultaneously, charging towards the horde of zombies. If this scene were to be seen by those wandering survivors in the regional channel still calling for help, they would probably be left wide-eyed. Today the channel was flooded with messages like, what to do when encountering a horde of zombies. Does anyone know how to bypass the zombies? Please don't let the zombies chase me. After the update, zombies could now roam during the day. Most survivors would rather take a detour and not loot than face them heat-in with their first reaction upon seeing a horde being to hit the gas and run. Who would have thought that these two, faced with over 20 zombies charging towards them, not only did not run, but also charged heat-in to fight. Jiang Xun thrust his knife through the eye socket of the nearest zombie, flicking the black blood off the blade as he stepped forward. After a few strikes, he had a grasp of the situation. These zombies, apart from running a bit faster, had not changed in any other way. Their biting power was still that of rotten gums, and a single thrust could penetrate their heads. They used to stumble towards their deaths. Now they jogged towards it, merely changing their posture. With no more hesitation, he became more and more vigorous in his attacks. His knife swept from right to left, and a zombie's head flew off its body, continuing to charge forward for 2 more steps before collapsing. He sidestepped another zombie lunging at him, the tip of his knife piercing upwards from beneath its chin, splitting its face in half, with a tearing effect. Another zombie approached from the side, attempting to bite his shoulder. He didn't even turn his head, using his knife to stab into its temple and kicking it over with the bottom of his boot. He flicked the black blood off his knife, scraped the edge on the gravel a couple of times, and then looked around. He noticed a few more zombies were coming from behind the abandoned vehicles. He charged forward with his knife, the blade dancing in the gray mist, each strike claiming a life. Shinchi was doing about the same. The Fong gun was becoming increasingly fluid in her hands. While one zombie was stabbed in the chest, she twisted her wrist, swinging the gun barrel sideways, sending the zombie hanging on her blade crashing into another. Following that, she took a big step forward, swinging the gun to smash into the knee of the third zombie. The blunt force made that zombie collapse, and before it could lift its head, the gun tip had already pierced through its skull. Her fighting style was different from Jiang Xun's. Jiang Xun moved his blade close to the zombie's necks, targeting vital points efficiently, as if harvesting wheat. Shinchi relied on the length of her gun and its blunt impact for control. The zombies were knocked down before they could get close, or swept away by the gun barrel, followed by a finishing shot. The Fong gun was more than a little longer than the straight knife, giving the zombies no chance to get close. But this gun was indeed not light. The wide blade, modified from a shovel, and the old wooden barrel combined weighed as much as 2 straight knives. At first she wielded it with great force, swinging it like a whirlwind, each shot resounding loudly. But as time went on, the gun barrel began to accumulate sweat. Her palms were sweating, the hemp rope wrapped around the grip becoming damp, each swing of the gun causing it to slip half an inch in her grip, necessitating a tighter hold. A thin layer of sweat formed on her forehead, stray hair sticking to her brow, and the collar of her sportswear was also damp. But her movements remained steady, the gun tip still thrusting forward steadily, the barrel swinging as usual. Although her stamina was depleting quickly, she had not yet reached her limit. After stabbing another approaching zombie, she planted the Fong gun into the ground, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. The sweat transferred onto the sleeve of her wild boar leather armor, which did not absorb water, causing a few drops to roll down. She looked up and scanned the surroundings. There were zombie bodies scattered everywhere, lying haphazardly on the gravel road, black blood pooling in the gaps, forming a crooked web. What had once appeared to be a horde of zombies was now reduced to very few remaining after their relentless cutting. The previously cohesive group that had rushed over in a jog was now dispersed, with only a few remaining standing. Shinchi pulled the gun from the ground, knocking off the bits of flesh stuck to the tip, letting out a long breath. As she exhaled, she felt all the frustration she had accumulated over the past few days dissipate. Her previous struggles of being surrounded by zombie pigs, the despair of her vehicle being turned into scrap metal, and the empty feeling of kneeling by the roadside, all vanished. All these feelings were shattered one by one on the gravel road as she swung the Fong gun. Standing amidst the piles of zombie corpses, her muscles still slightly swollen, sweat trickling down her neck, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. She slung the Fong gun over her shoulder, moved her shoulders a couple of times, and her joints cracked twice. Refreshing. Jiang Xun cleaned his straight knife on a zombie's clothing and sheathed it at his waist. He walked around the scattered zombie remains and looked at Shinchi, who stood in the pile of corpses with the Fong gun, sweat glistening on her forehead, and unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips. He couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling good. Shinchi wiped the sweat from her chin with her sleeve and responded with a breathy laugh. It felt exhilarating, a comfort that seeped from her bones. Jiang Xun looked ahead. The horde of zombies had nearly been cleared out by the two, with only a few scattered ones swaying near the abandoned cars several dozen meters away, some spinning in place, while others were slowly jogging toward them, a perfect opportunity to test the bow. He unshouldered the composite bow, gripping the handle with his left hand and drawing an ordinary arrow from the quiver on his back to notch it on the bowstring. Then he paused. The notching gesture was correct, and the bow was level, but he didn't rush to draw the string. He suddenly realized he had never shot a composite bow before. After acquiring this bow, he had practiced pulling it in the car several times testing the draw curve, but that was all done in a static state. This was his first time actually aiming at a live target. He glanced at Shinshuyu. She had planted the Fong gun into the ground and walked over to stand behind him. She had handled bows during archery classes in school and listened to upperclassmen's explanations, so she understood the basic principles. Stand with your feet about shoulder-width apart, leaning your weight slightly forward on your front foot. She pointed at his back shoulder. Keep your drawing hand close to your chin and don't hunch your shoulders. Your right shoulder is almost to your ear. Jiang Xun lowered his right shoulder half an inch, bringing the string closer to his chin, the bearings of the pulley system making a faint sound by his ear. He aimed at the nearest zombie, which was spinning beside the hood of an abandoned car, its neck perfectly exposed from the side. Don't focus on the arrow tip, focus on where you want to hit, Shinshuyu added. He adjusted his focus, shifting it from the arrow tip to the zombie's neck. As the string released, the force of the bowstring snapping straight coursed from the grip through his entire arm, the arrow whizzing through the air, striking the side of the zombie's neck, piercing through the cervical vertebra, and emerging from the other side. The arrow shaft lodged in the neck, with only half the fletching exposed. The zombie's body tilted, spinning half a circle before wobbling and collapsing to the ground, unmoved. Jiang Xun lowered the bow and examined his fingers. His index and middle fingers that had pulled the string felt slightly numb, but the bow's draw curve was indeed very smooth, and releasing it was not as jolting as he had imagined. Not bad. He flipped the bow over to inspect the pulley system. One shot pierced the neck, and it had more power than a straight knife thrust. The accuracy is also impressive, Shinshuyu commented from the side. The first shot hit the neck. My first shot in archery class went off target. The coach taught well. Jiang Xun drew another arrow from his quiver. The remaining few zombies were still swaying in front slightly farther than the previous one, with one jogging toward them and two others standing on the roadside in a line. He aimed at the jogging zombie, drew the bow fully, and released. The arrow veered half an inch, missing its neck and piercing its shoulder instead. The impact made the zombie stagger back a step, and he quickly followed up with another shot, this time hitting the eye socket, pinning it to the ground. He shot the next two arrows even faster, the drawing motion smoother than the first two. One arrow hit its chest, and the other grazed its scalp. This last arrow clipped half of the zombie's ear. He frowned and quickly shot again, the arrowhead piercing through the temple, causing the zombie to topple over, twitch a couple of times, and then lay still. After several shots, the surrounding zombies were cleared away. The two crouched on the road to collect the wandering. The zombie bodies were scattered everywhere, with coins floating above them one after another, making it so that they couldn't keep their mouths closed while collecting. Shinshuyu inserted the Fong gun into a nearby gap in the gravel, using both hands to quickly gather coins, stuffing one into her waist pouch, her pouch bulging. Jiang Xun squatted on the other side, cleaning the coins on his sleeve, stacking them into a small pile before stuffing them into his pocket. Shinshuyu picked up the last coin, spinning it on her fingertip. 20 or so, 1 coin per zombie. We made a small fortune. Stock up a bit, you never know when it might come in handy. Jiang Xun secured his coin, stood up, and brushed the gravel off his knees. Just as he was about to suggest checking ahead for any missed loot, his peripheral vision caught a sudden convulsion in the gray mist on the side of the road. It wasn't the kind of uniform movement caused by the wind. It suddenly contracted inward, then bulged outward, as if something were breathing heavily in the fog. More coming. He unshouldered the composite bow, pulled out an ordinary arrow to notch it on the bowstring, drawing it back fully, the arrowhead aimed at the roiling gray mist. It was likely some of the zombies that had fallen behind from the earlier group, emerging from the mist in search of their companions. A shot for each was enough to take them down, and he planned to shoot the moment something showed its head. Shinshuyu also noticed the commotion, pulling the Fong gun from the gravel crevice, taking a step forward to stand behind Jiang Xun, the gun tip pressing slightly forward. The gray mist roiled violently, and a vague silhouette began to take shape within. Jiang Xun raised his arrow tip half an inch. This silhouette was larger than he had anticipated, and not just a little larger, but significantly so. The shadow's shoulder width was comparable to that of 2 adult men standing side by side, and its neck lacked the curvature that a head should have. Instead, a row of uneven bone plates extended from its spine to the back of its neck, the serrated edges faintly visible in the mist. He quickly compared it in his mind. There were no zombies with this body type. His fingers tightened on the bowstring, the arrow tip slowly following the shadow's movement. He opened his mouth to warn Shinshuyu, but suddenly heard a dull thud behind him. Not from the front, but from behind in the direction of his vehicle. Then came several more sounds, the kind of scratching noise made by nails scraping against glass. Little missed, it was crouched on the car window, desperately clawing at the glass. Its whole body was tensed like a drawn bow, the fur along its back, bristling silver-gray, eyes wide with fear, lips curled back to reveal infant teeth, and a low growl emanated from its throat, like nothing he had ever heard. As the creature emerged from the edge of the gray mist, it paused. Unlike the zombies that charged with their mouths agape, it slowly turned its head left and right. Not aimlessly, but as if it were observing. It had no eyes. Where its eyeballs should be, there were two raised bone plates covering the area, their surfaces dotted with tiny holes, but Jiang Xun could feel it was staring at both of them, with some sort of non-visual sense from those tiny pits locking onto their positions. Its body was more than twice the size of a zombie. The row of dark gray bone plates along its back stretched from the nape of its neck all the way to its tail vertebrae, between which sprouted several clusters of gray-white bristles. Its chest was covered by a heavy-duty vehicle's chassis steel plate crossbound to its torso with thick iron wires and chains. The edges of the steel plate were dented in multiple spots, but not a single one had been penetrated. Its shoulder armor was made of curved metal plates with the rivet heads polished to a shine. Thick iron pipes were strapped to its forearms from wrist to elbow, and several rows of short iron spikes were welded onto the outer surface, their tips stained with dried black blood. In its right hand, it wielded a weapon, a heavy-duty vehicle's drive shaft with a cylindrical iron block welded to its end, densely embedded with fragments of bone and dull iron spikes. As it dragged along the ground, it scraped a shallow groove into the gravel road. What is this? Jiang Xun's pupils suddenly constricted as he realized that the creature before him was the new monster mentioned in the update notice. The scavenger. But he did not halt his actions. The string of the composite bow was still taut, and as the arrow tip followed the scavenger's chest, he quickly assessed the weak points covered by armor. The bone plates and steel plates shielded most of the vital areas of the torso, leaving only the sides of the neck and the joints of the limbs exposed. He adjusted the arrowhead slightly, aiming at the seam between the steel plate and the shoulder armor. He released the string. The arrow flew in a straight line, striking the scavenger's chest. The arrow collided with the steel plate, sparking a small shower of sparks followed by a crisp clang as the arrow shaft was deflected into the air, flipping several times before clattering onto the rubble below. The scavenger did not even flinch. A tiny dent the size of a grain of rice appeared on the steel plate, with some rust flaking off to reveal the dark, gray metal beneath. Shinshio stood beside Jiang Xun, gripping the fangtooth gun with both hands, its tip pointed forward. The excitement that had previously lingered on her face had faded, significantly replaced by a focused intensity that suppressed her breath. The creature across from them was indeed quite terrifying, towering as tall as two people standing side by side, with bone plates embedded from the nape of its neck down to its spine, resembling a small giant. Such a size and defense were far beyond what a zombie could compare to. A zombie would fall with a single arrow through its neck, but this creature could withstand an arrow without even scratching its armor. Fortunately, the gray mist did not surge again. The earlier whirlpool had flattened, and the mist's surface resumed its normal undulating rhythm with no further creatures emerging. There was only this one. The two steadied their nerves. Jiang Xun slung the composite bow over his shoulder, not rushing to draw it again. Shinshio adjusted her grip on the fangtooth gun, lowering the tip slightly as she aimed at the scavenger's knee. Her breathing gradually steadied as her fingers tightened around the gun. The scavenger let out a low guttural roar towards the two, accompanied by a wet, airy sound. It lifted the transmission shaft wolf-tooth club from the ground, the fragments of bone and iron nails embedded in the club head reflecting cold light in the mist. It started running. With heavy steps it ground forward, each claw on its foot sinking into the gravel, making a crunching sound as the steel plate of its chassis clashed rhythmically against the bone plates on its chest. However, its speed was not very fast. The armor and weaponry it bore required it to lean its upper body forward with each step to propel its hind legs forward. But the forward momentum was enough to tighten one's chest. Jiang Xun and Shinshio spread out to the sides, confronting the advancing scavenger. Shinshio made the first move from the side, swinging the fangtooth gun in a wide arc at the bend of the scavenger's knee. The blunt force caused its left leg to stagger, but it only faltered for half a second. Then the scavenger's hind leg pushed off the ground violently, the knee joint thrusting backward to deflect the gun barrel. The transmission shaft wolf-tooth club swept horizontally, and Shinshio jumped back 2 steps, the club grazing the chest plate of her armor. In the wind it generated slapping against her face. Taking advantage of its club swing, Jiang Xun approached from the other side and thrust his straight knife into the unprotected seam beneath its armpit. The blade penetrated, but only went in about 2 fingers deep before getting stuck in the muscle. The scavenger's skin felt as if enveloped in coarse sandpaper, making it difficult to withdraw the blade. The scavenger did not even turn its head, simply thrusting its shoulder abruptly to the side. The shoulder plate collided with Jiang Xun's chest, and even with the protection of armor, he was forced back 3 or 4 steps, his boots carving shallow grooves in the gravel, his palms tingling. The scavenger swung its weapon again, and Jiang Xun quickly raised his knife to block. He managed to deflect 2 of its attacks, but his wrist was still shaking from the impact. The strength of this monster was on an entirely different level from that of a zombie. Thrusting the knife felt like stabbing into a tree stump. Each time it swung a club, it had to bear the full weight of its body, and after 2 hits his bones were already creaking. "Fall back," he shouted to Shin Chiyo, sheathing the straight knife at his side and drawing the prepared explosive arrow from behind. Upon hearing the shout, Shin Chiyo immediately withdrew, stepping back several paces beside him. The scavenger turned around, eager to charge again. Jiang Xun did not give it another chance. He knocked the explosive arrow onto the bowstring, drawing it back, fully aiming at the center of the steel plate on the scavenger's chest. The arrow flew. The explosive chamber at the tip of the arrow struck the steel plate, triggering the fuse. A muffled explosion erupted with flames spewing from the surface of the plate, shards of iron and sparks scattering in all directions. The scavenger's entire right arm was violently thrown sideways as the shoulder and upper arm area covered in a large piece of bone and steel exploded upwards, revealing the dark red muscle tissue beneath, leaving half of its arm dangling by just a few tendons. It let out an even deeper roar than before, its entire body swaying forward, but not yet falling, its left hand still dragging the wolf-tooth club as it attempted to charge forward. "It's effective." Jiang Xun drew another explosive arrow and knocked it to aim at the creature's lower body. The arrow flew, exploding against the knee plate, causing the scavenger's left leg to buckle and drop to one knee on the rubble. The third explosive arrow struck the already fractured seam in its chest plate, causing the entire chassis plate to buckle inward with fragments of bone bursting out from beneath the armor. Its body jolted violently, the wolf-tooth club slipping from its right hand and crashing to the ground, its body lunging forward while its chest still heaved. Seeing this, Jiang Xun withdrew the composite bow. Explosive arrows were precious and should be used sparingly. After the scavenger collapsed, the unprotected seam on the side of its neck was exposed. He stepped closer, drawing the straight knife, and aimed the tip at the seam, preparing to stab. The straight knife pierced through the side of the neck, causing the scavenger's body to convulse violently, its remaining limbs drooping, and its entire form ceased to move. The gray mist at the edges quieted down, leaving only the lingering scent of gunpowder and a few wisps of dissipating white smoke on the gravel road. Jiang Xun lowered the composite bow and moved his right shoulder, feeling the residual tremor from the bowstring in his fingertips. Shin Chiyo plunged the fangtooth gun into the ground and approached the scavenger's corpse, looking around before kicking the transmission shaft wolf-tooth club that had fallen to the ground. The fragments of bone embedded in the club head were caked in dark blood and rust heavy enough that she could only shift it slightly with her toes. Soon after, a layer of light gray glow enveloped the corpse, causing the entire body and its equipment to vanish. 3 roaming coins floated out from the light, clattering as they fell onto the rubble. Next to the coins were 2 other items. One was the kind of chassis steel armor worn by the scavenger with visible resilience in the metal texture beneath the dent. It would be quite sturdy as armor material. The other was a small glass vial about the size of a palm, containing a little over half a bottle of dark golden liquid, thicker than water, when shaken, sealed with a cork and devoid of any labels or markings. Jiang Xun picked up the armor, weighing it in his hand. It was heavy and much tougher than wild boar skin. "This is good. I can use it as material for defensive armor later." He twirled the vial in his hand, noticing no sediment at the bottom, and the surface of the liquid glimmered with fine golden light. He pulled the cork, leaned in to sniff. There was no scent. He dropped a drop onto his fingertip, rubbing it. It neither stung nor numbed, and his fingertip felt slightly warm for a few seconds before returning to normal. Shin Chiyo took the vial, examining it against the light for a long time, frowning and shaking her head, stating she had never seen such a thing. Neither of them could pinpoint what it was. He resealed the vial and placed it back in his waist pouch, then bent down to pick up the 3 coins, rubbing them clean against his sleeve. Returning to the vehicle, he opened the door. Xiao Wu had calmed down and was now lying by the car window, wagging its tail, excitedly bouncing on the seat when it saw the 2 return. Jiang Xun placed the small vial on the control panel, aiming it at the camera of the touchscreen. The detection interface on the screen spun twice before displaying a line of grayish-white system text. Physique Enhancement Potion. White effect permanently increases the user's muscle strength, bone density, nerve reaction speed, cardiopulmonary endurance, wound healing speed, and resistance to toxins and diseases. The effect is irreversible and can be stacked. Repeated use of potions of the same quality will generate resistance, and subsequent effects will diminish until they become ineffective. Note, this does not make you a superhero, it merely allows you to endure more than you could yesterday. Jiang Xun read the test results from top to bottom twice, While Shinshio leaned over to take a look, her eyes widening more and more, and she couldn't help but read the last line aloud. Permanently enhanced, irreversible, stackable. Shinshio pronounced these 3 words with pauses, and after finishing, she looked up at Jiang Xun, her expression a mix of shock and an uncontrollable excitement. Does this mean that drinking this vial will make your physical quality permanently stronger than before, and it can continue to stack? As long as the potions are of different qualities. Drinking too much of the same quality will lead to resistance, making the effects weaker or even ineffective. Jiang Xun looked over each enhancement detail in the test results again: muscle strength, bone density, nerve reaction speed, cardiopulmonary endurance, wound healing, resistance to toxins and diseases. Each enhancement is crucial and life-saving on this path. To think that scavengers can drop such value. He pinched the potion vial between his fingers, the glass bottle illuminated by the dashboard backlight, the dark golden liquid inside, swaying slightly, the viscosity appearing thicker than any liquid he had ever seen. He was quickly calculating a sum in his mind. Earlier when he fought with the scavenger, he had stabbed it under the armpit, but the blade got stuck in the muscle after going in less than 2 fingers deep, making it impossible to pull out. When the scavenger swung a club at him, he blocked it with the back of his knife. His thumb, numbed from the impact, and his entire arm felt slightly sore even now. This was just one scavenger. If he were to encounter 2 or 3 more, or even tougher creatures than scavengers, relying solely on weapons and armor would not be enough. Armor can block bites, but cannot withstand blunt force. Weapons can pierce through muscle, but cannot penetrate bone plates and steel plates. The physical body would eventually become a shortcoming. Relying solely on the cargo box and blueprints can only upgrade the vehicle and equipment. He said, his tone slowing down. When facing monsters at the level of scavengers, if one hit can't even be endured, having more resources is useless. The potion compensates for this shortcoming. Shinshio nodded in agreement. She had vaguely felt that merely upgrading the vehicle and accumulating equipment was not enough, but couldn't pinpoint what was lacking. Now this vial of dark golden liquid had laid the answer bare before them. The wanderers themselves must also grow with the difficulty of the roads. The vehicle can be upgraded, weapons can be upgraded, and the body can also be upgraded. If any of these 3 aspects is lacking, it will inevitably lead to being dragged down by that shortcoming in battle. The 2 placed the vial on the control panel, the dark golden liquid swaying in the bottle, reflecting the light from the ceiling lamp. Shinshio stared at the vial for a while, picked it up to inspect it, then put it back down. You drink it. She pushed the vial half an inch towards Jiang Xun. You are the vehicle owner. Such strength-enhancing items should be prioritized for you. If you die, I can't survive either. On the other hand, if I die, you can still drive. She said it matter-of-factly. Jiang Xun glanced at her. He originally wanted to suggest we could each drink half, but upon seeing her serious expression, he swallowed those words. All right, the next vial will be yours. Jiang Xun was not being pretentious. He took the potion vial, pressing his thumb against the cork. At the same time, Shinshio started the engine and drove the vehicle back to the center of the road. She did not set the cruise control, but held the steering wheel herself, driving while glancing at the cargo box detector screen with her peripheral vision. This time she was not just looking at the size and distance of the red dots, she was also checking for whirlpools at the edge of the gray mist. Before scavengers emerged, the gray mist would exhibit unnatural surges different from the whirlpools formed by ordinary zombies, deeper and more intense. She planned to search for cargo boxes while keeping an eye on the dynamics of the gray mist, stopping if she encountered a dark green cargo box. And it would be even better if she ran into a scavenger. Jiang Xun pulled the cork from the vial. There was no odor. He brought the vial to his lips and tilted his head back to gulp it down in one go. The potion had no discernible taste. It was neither bitter nor sweet, just slightly warm. As it slid down his throat, it felt like drinking slightly thicker water, but the warmth spread from his throat down to his stomach, then dispersed through his blood vessels to the tips of his limbs. He began to feel his heartbeat, each thump more pronounced than usual, thud, 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 as if it were pumping blood with slightly greater force to where it needed to go. His surface temperature rose, not the uncomfortable heat of a fever, but the feeling of blood flowing throughout his body, after a run, muscles slightly swollen and warmth flowing through the gaps in his bones. This sensation lasted for a few minutes before gradually receding, evenly pulling back like a tide. His heartbeat returned to normal first, followed by a decrease in temperature, and the feeling of muscle swelling transformed into a pleasant relaxation. He clenched his fist. As his fingers contracted, his joints no longer made that previous creaking sound. His strength felt noticeably smoother, and the barrier between his muscles and cerebral commands had thinned a bit. He tried to move his shoulder a bit. The spot that had been struck by the scavenger's shoulder still bore a small bruise which was slightly painful to the touch, but the muscle beneath the bruise no longer felt sore. How do you feel? Shinshio glanced at him, while driving her gaze sweeping over him several times, as if she were observing a lab rat that had just emerged from a laboratory. I feel great. Jiang Xun rotated his shoulder a few times. His joints made a couple of clicks, but the sound was no longer the dry, crisp noise from before, but rather the sound of machinery moving smoothly after being oiled. After moving his shoulder, he flexed his wrist, rotated it a few times, and then moved his neck before leaning back against the passenger seat, propping his feet up on the dashboard. His body was still that of his original self, but it had been recalibrated. He had not become someone else, rather he had transformed into the best version of himself with a slight enhancement. The gray mist on the afternoon stretch had thinned out a bit. Visibility was better than in the morning. After driving for nearly 2 hours, Shinshio had rummaged through several cargo boxes, finding 2 barrels of fuel and a pack of vacuum-sealed smoked meat in the dark green cargo box, while the white cargo box yielded a box of water purification tablets and a few iron ingots, which was considered a normal haul. While driving, she kept glancing at the edge of the gray mist, and after scanning for a while, without spotting any unnatural whirlpools, she was about to suggest that perhaps there was only that one scavenger in the morning when the edge of the gray mist suddenly surged inward. Here they come. She slowed down the speed, turned the steering wheel to the right, and the vehicle gradually moved toward the shoulder of the road. Jiang Xun was in the passenger seat, wiping the edge of his knife with a wet wipe. He stuffed the wet wipe into the storage compartment, looking up at the swirling gray mist. The whirlpool in the mist was more intense than last time. A broad silhouette was forming. Bone plates, shoulder armor, and a transmission axle flail dragging on the ground. Another scavenger. He retrieved the compound bow from the back seat, checked the bowstring, pulled the trigger mechanism of the crossbow to ensure it wasn't jammed, and then handed the bow and 2 bags of arrows to Shinshio. Here's the bow for you. Use ordinary arrows to target its joints and neck. Seams don't shoot at the chest armor. Shinshio accepted the compound bow and slung the quiver over her shoulder. She had tried a recurve bow in her archery elective at school, but this was her first time using a compound bow. However, having seen Jiang Xun use it several times before, she was well aware of the pull curve of the pulley system. She raised the bow to test the draw weight, adjusted the grip position, and nodded her head. Jiang Xun drew his knife and pushed the door to get out. As he walked forward, he moved his shoulder a bit. The physique enhancement potion he had taken earlier made his body foundation a bit more solid, and his shoulder blades felt more flexible than before, allowing him to grip the knife without tensing his fingers in advance. He stood about 20 meters away from the scavenger with the knife point facing down, waiting for it to emerge. The scavenger ground its way out from the gray mist. It had the same configuration as the one from the morning. A steel plate strapped to its chest, shoulder armor with shiny rivets, and the transmission axle flail dragging on the ground, leaving a shallow groove. Sensing the positions of the 2 humans in front of it, it let out a thunderous roar. Shinshio did not give it a chance to finish its roar. The bowstring twanged, and an ordinary arrow shot past Jiang Xun's left shoulder, striking the side of the scavenger's neck, where there was no bone plate. The arrowhead did not penetrate deeply, but the shaft got caught in the muscle fibers, and the scavenger's roar was choked off, its head tilting slightly to the left. It turned to face Shinshio, taking a step forward, and Jiang Xun slipped in from the right, bringing his knife down hard onto its knee. He had stabbed the scavenger in the same spot in the morning where the blade had been stuck in the muscle. This time the feeling of the blade cutting in was different. The resistance was still there, but the edge could bite into the muscle fibers, cutting through layer by layer. The blade touched the tendon at the joint, and with a twist of his wrist, he pulled the knife horizontally, severing the tendon. The scavenger's left leg buckled, and it knelt on the rubble. This was the benefit brought by the physique enhancement potion. It swung its club in retaliation, the transmission axle flail sweeping across from left to right. Jiang Xun jumped back 2 steps ahead of the flail, just grazing the wild boar leather armor on his chest. It looked dangerous, but he was already confident. Shinshio's second arrow was on its way. Again targeting the neck, on the same side the arrow struck right next to the first one, causing the muscle fibers in the scavenger's neck to split, black blood gushing from the fissure, flowing into the gap between the steel plates on its chest. It lowered its head to pull the arrow shaft out of its neck. Jiang Xun sighed, inwardly realizing that Shinshio's archery skills were notably better than his own. He circled around behind it, gripping the knife with both hands, and took a step up to stab the blade into the gap between the back of its neck bone plates, pushing it in deeply. As he pulled the knife, he pressed down with his body weight, dragging the blade horizontally in the gap, producing a crisp crack between the bone plates. The scavenger's upper body lurched, and the flail in its right hand fell helplessly to the ground. It was not dead yet, but black blood was oozing from the side of its neck and the bend of its knee, and as it staggered to stand, its body tilted to the left. Jiang Xun quickly delivered a finishing blow, the tip of his knife stabbing into the arrow wound in the side of its neck, piercing through the trachea. He straightened up, flicked off the black blood from the blade, and moved his wrist. Looking back at Shinshio, she had lowered the compound bow using the back of her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, giving him a thumbs up. This time with the previous experience and his improved physique, Jiang Xun found it much easier to handle the situation than the first time, even without using explosive arrows. A familiar grayish-white glow emerged on the surface of the corpse. 2 wanderer coins fell onto the rubble alongside a complete shoulder armor piece. Shinshio bent down to pick up the coins and shoulder armor, squatting down to search the surroundings, finding a few materials scattered among the rubble, but no potion vials. No potions dropped. The two felt somewhat disappointed, realizing that the physique enhancement potion did not drop 100 of the time and would depend on luck. Let's continue on our way and find a place to prepare for the night. The two took turns keeping watch and resting through the night, and indeed the number of zombies increased significantly. All the traps they had set were triggered, and they had to shoot quite a few arrows from inside the vehicle to clean up. They woke up and continued driving on the road. In the afternoon, Jiang Xun leaned against the passenger seat, yawning, one hand resting on the window frame, the other absent-mindedly rubbing the back of Little Mist's neck, his eyelids drooping. Today they encountered another scavenger, but once again no potions dropped. Shinshio was driving her enamel cup, resting on one side, the bottom still holding a layer of unfinished cold tea. At that moment, a road sign suddenly popped into view. A standard highway sign, though the green paint had faded a bit, the lettering was clear, depicting the symbol for a service area, a gas station icon alongside a bed icon, with an arrow pointing below, and the words, "Service area ahead." Shinshio stepped on the gas pedal, and the vehicle suddenly surged forward. Jiang Xun, look. A service area? She pointed excitedly at the sign, nearly tipping over her enamel cup. Jiang Xun was startled back from his yawn by her shout, straightening up as he looked in the direction she was pointing. A service area? The service area the people in the regional channel had mentioned. Hot water, hot meals, a place to shower, and a bed to sleep in. He had even come across a message in the channel where a wanderer posted a photo of the lounge showing a single bed covered with white sheets and a bedside lamp with the caption, "The most comfortable bed I've ever slept in." The message had hundreds of comments, all drooling and asking for coordinates. Now they were facing such a sign. Drive steady, don't toss Little Mist out. Little Mist chimed in agreement. Although Jiang Xun said that his body was already leaning forward, his hands propped on the control panel, staring out the windshield. Sure enough, after just a few minutes of driving, a path branched off to the right side of the road. At the fork stood the same service area sign, with the arrow pointing straight down the side road. Shinshio turned the steering wheel halfway and veered into it, the tires rolling from the main road onto the side road. This path was slightly narrower than the main road, but much smoother with hardly any gravel on it. After several days of driving on gravel roads, suddenly rolling onto such a flat surface reduced the noise of the entire vehicle, and the chassis was no longer rattling. After driving for a few minutes, the mist layer pushed back overall, as if an invisible wall was keeping the gray mist at bay. The view ahead became clearer, with the gray mist transitioning from thick to thin, revealing the contours of the grasslands and rubble on both sides of the road for the first time. The familiar damp, rusty smell in the air gradually faded, replaced by a faint aroma of food reminiscent of the scent of oil floating on hot soup and the sweet fragrance of freshly baked bread wafting in through the car window. The service area emerged entirely from the gray mist, much larger than the two had imagined. It was not a roadside rest stop with just a few gas pumps and a small shop, but a colossal standalone building. Shinshio unconsciously eased her foot off the accelerator, the car's speed gradually decreasing as both of them gazed ahead through the windshield. The exterior walls of the building were deep, gray, smooth and flat, without any seams. Not a single brick weld or screw was visible. The entire structure appeared to have been carved from a solid block of gray steel towering several stories high. The gray mist was held back by an invisible boundary several dozen meters away from the building, swirling and piling up outside the boundary, but unable to seep in even a little. Surrounding the service area was a clean and open safety zone paved with smooth stone slabs devoid of gravel or dried grass. At the edge of the safety zone stood several low lamp posts, their warm yellow lights standing out vividly against the backdrop of the gray mist. The glass curtain wall at the front of the building occupied an entire side. From bottom to top, there were no window frames, and each pane of glass fit seamlessly together, casting a warm yellow glow that bathed the entire safety zone in a soft hue. Above the entrance door frame hung an electronic screen displaying the words "Welcome to the service area." In front of the glass doors was a small plaza paved with non-slip stone slabs, with several rows of sensor-operated lanes leading straight to the underground garage entrance, their guiding lights blinking alternately on either side. There were people in the plaza. Not many, but small groups of wanderers were coming in and out through the glass doors, wearing and carrying makeshift gear from various cargo boxes. However, their demeanor here was completely different from that on the road. Each person was remarkably relaxed. Xinqiu slowly drove the car toward the parking entrance, the speed barely faster than a walk, while she craned her neck to look ahead. The entrance featured a row of sensor-operated glass doors, lights spilling from behind them, casting a warm yellow halo over the entire lane. Is this the parking garage? She leaned out of the car window for a look. It's even more impressive than the entrance. The vehicle entered the designated lane, and the guiding lights on either side automatically illuminated, blinking alternately to clearly mark the position of the wheels. She released the accelerator as if some invisible force was supporting the car from below, smoothly gliding it forward. The steering wheel no longer required her input. The tires were gently, but firmly guided into the ramp leading to the garage entrance. A virtual parking receipt popped up on the central console, a semi-transparent interface floating above the touch screen, displaying the parking space number, B217. In the lower right corner of the receipt was a binding mark followed by their ID's owner, Jiang Xun, passenger Xinqiu, District 1024. She tapped the touch screen, causing the receipt to shrink into a golden icon that automatically stored itself in the corner of the vehicle information panel. The towing system transported them down the ramp to the underground area, which was much larger than they had imagined. The ceiling was as high as 2 stories with rows of light strips embedded above, and the floor was coated with epoxy resin with clearly marked parking lines. Many vehicles were already parked inside, outnumbering the people they had seen in the plaza, indicating that several wanderers had been here for a while. Many cars like theirs were covered in dust, suggesting that many had upgraded to ordinary vehicles during this time. As the car completely entered the underground, the onboard touch screen emitted a prompt sound. A welcome message filled the entire screen. You have entered the safety zone of the service area. All acts of harm against wanderers and vehicles are prohibited. Any form of attack or indirect harm will be forcibly nullified by the system, and attackers will be punished. All transactions in this service area use roaming coins. The maximum stay is 24 hours. Failure to leave after that will result in automatic transportation outside the service area. Then a simple floor plan appeared on the screen. First floor, core public area. Includes dining area, large self-service mall, public lounge, comprehensive service desk. Second floor, functional service area. Includes material trading hall, medical room, reading area. Third floor, rest and consumption area. Includes graded lounges, weapon and armor material shops, entertainment area. Note: a floor guide sign hangs directly above the atrium, with all consumption items clearly priced. After the car came to a stop, the gentle force of the towing system completely released. A physical parking receipt popped up on the central console. Xinqiu took the metal disc and examined it before opening the car door and jumping down the sole of her boot, making a crisp sound against the garage floor. She looked up and turned around. Rows of sensor lights in the garage illuminated every vehicle clearly, the parking lines glowing faintly green, and there was a faint scent of disinfectant and rubber tires in the air. This garage is even bigger than it looks from outside. She tucked the parking receipt into the inner pocket of her armor. Over there is a car wash area with the service items marked on the wall. Tire inflation, tread repair, glass coating, chassis rust prevention, all projects that require spending coins. While the one next to it is a gas station with self-service pumps, it seems you can refuel using roaming coins. As she spoke, she took a few steps deeper into the garage, pointing at the electronic screen on the wall, reading line by line, her voice a constant murmur, as serious as if she were studying discount tags in a mall. Jiang Xun stood beside the front of the car, just about to speak, when he suddenly looked down. At his chest, beneath the zipper of his traveler's jacket, there was a bulge. It was a small square hard block, quietly pressed against his chest, as if someone had stealthily slipped a brick into his embrace when he wasn't paying attention. He unzipped the jacket slightly and pulled out a palm-sized small paper box from the inside. It was wrapped in brown paper with the recipient's name written on it, simply folded like a square oil paper, easily torn open. Jiang Xun's expression almost faltered at that moment. Previously, the deliveries at least came in a box with a delivery slip. The last time it was just thrown on a pile of gravel by the roadside. He tolerated that. But this time it was stuffed directly into his arms. They even skipped the box entirely, just wrapped in oil paper like a roadside stall wrapping dumplings. He quickly glanced over at Xinqiu. She was still standing in front of the electronic screen, pointing at the list of services with her back to him, completely focused on that screen. Taking advantage of her not turning around, he quickly tore open the oil paper. Inside the box lay a card. Unlike the thin plastic cards, this one had thickness and weight, feeling heavy between his fingers. The front of the card was matte black with no text or numbers, only a golden embossed pattern pressed in the center, textured like a badge. Flipping the card over, the back was also matte black with only a tiny line of text printed at the bottom: Endless Highway Service Area VIP card. VIP card. Jiang Xun pinched the card between his fingers and flipped it over, The matte black surface did not reflect light under the garage's overhead lights, only that golden embossed pattern shimmered slightly with the change in angle. He wasn't sure what this card could do specifically. Was it for priority refueling, discounts on meals, or free upgrades to the lounge? However, he didn't dwell on it. After all, the items delivered were generally good. He tucked the card into his inner jacket pocket, zipped it up, and patted it to ensure it wouldn't fall out. The two of them holding Xiao Wujiu took the escalator from the underground parking garage to the first floor. Before the escalator reached the top, the light and sound of the first floor hall surged upward. It was the kind of humming noise filled with many people, yet all were engaged in normal conversation. The clinking of utensils against the edge of bowls produced crisp sounds, and occasionally a stifled yet uncontained laughter echoed from a corner, carried away by the warm air in the hall. This sound momentarily dazed Jiang Xun. There were no low growls of zombies, no howling winds. It was people talking and laughing. As the escalator reached the top, he stepped onto the floor of the hall. With the first step of his boots, he felt a difference. Unlike the endless road here, the floor was smooth and polished, reflecting the warm light from the ceiling. The air was filled with comforting scents. The aroma of grilled meat wafted from the left dining area mingled with the sweet smell of freshly baked bread and the rich flavor of long-simmered bone broth. The faint smell of disinfectant drifted down from the medical room on the second floor. There was also a hint of coffee aroma. These scents blended together, warm and inviting, making him reluctant to step outside the hall. At this moment, there were already quite a few roamers on the first floor of the service area, with people active in every. Several tables in the dining area were occupied. Some were focused on their meals, while others wandered with trays looking for a place to sit. In the self-service supermarket, a burly man was tossing compressed biscuits into a cart, while a smaller person was tiptoeing to reach cans on the top shelf. On the benches in the public rest area, several individuals lay back, some resting with their eyes closed, others staring blankly at the ceiling, and one was wiping dust off his face with a damp towel, all chatting casually. The hall's ceiling soared several stories high, and above the atrium hung a massive guide sign, with words slowly scrolling across the electronic screen. A few self-service query terminals were arranged in 2 rows directly beneath the guide sign. A roamer walked past Jiang Xun carrying a net bag filled with several boxes of self-heating military rations and a small bag of fruit. The person approached a self-service query terminal, placing the net bag at their feet and tapping on the screen, apparently checking something. Jiang Xun also walked over. Shen Chuyo stood in the center of the hall, slowly turning around. Above her was the lofty atrium with warm light strips arranged in layers resembling soft halos. Around her were roaming individuals coming and going, as some were queuing with shopping baskets at the self-service supermarket entrance, others were carrying trays searching for seats, and some leaned against the railing at the second-floor escalator sipping coffee. The air was a blend of food aroma, coffee scent, and a faint trace of disinfectant freshly applied. Standing in this place, she felt as if she had been forcibly pulled out from a cocoon wrapped in gray mist. It was a bit disorienting, yet she did not want to return. She turned around to look for Jiang Xun. He had already stopped in front of the self-service query terminal. This terminal shared the same system interface as the vehicle's touch screen, but was significantly larger and much faster. With only 24 hours to rest in the service area, it was neither too long nor too short, and they needed to quickly find out what they could buy here. They currently held over 70 roaming coins, unsure of what they could purchase. Jiang Xun scrolled through the self-service query terminal, his finger gliding over the menu for the dining area, the layout preview for the trading hall, and the specifications for the resting rooms. When reaching the bottom, an option popped up on the screen: roamer account inquiry. Beside it was an icon of a coin and a silhouette marked with requires full body recognition. We can still check the account. He tilted the screen slightly toward Shinchuyo. Let's see how much we have in total. He clicked in. The sensing bar at the top of the terminal lit up momentarily, a thin beam of light sweeping from above his head to the soles of his feet, and a few lines of information popped up on the screen. Name: Jiang Xun. Area number: District 1024. Account balance: 101 roaming coins. The information was concise, even somewhat bland. However, in the bottom row an icon emitted a faint golden glow, next to which was a line of small text: VIP identity verification, pending activation. He instinctively reached into his inner pocket through his clothing, feeling the stiff card still there. He unzipped the pocket and pulled out the matte black card. The golden embossed pattern on the front glimmered slightly under the terminal's light. Shin Chuyo stood beside him, tilting her head to help him view the account information on the screen. Her gaze first landed on balance: 101 coins, then moved down to the glowing icon, and finally, she noticed the card in Jiang Xun's hand. Matte black golden embossed, quietly resting in the palm of his hand. Shin Chuyo's brows shifted from furrowed to raised, her eyes went from narrowed to wide open, her mouth opened, and closed her expression mirroring the one she had when she saw him conjure the composite bow out of thin air, though this time, she didn't even manage to voice the words "Where did you get this from?" which got stuck in her throat. Jiang Xun didn't wait for her to speak. He flipped the card over, placing its back against the sensing area. The screen paused for a moment, then the entire interface changed color. Not the previous gray-white system interface, but a soft golden hue like the evening sun spreading across the screen. The gold spread from the center outward, tinting all the text and icons with a light golden outline. This golden light was quite striking, causing both Jiang Xun and Shin Chuyo to squint against its brilliance. The dazzling light drew the attention of many around them. As the golden light faded, a line of text popped up in the center of the screen, with wider spacing than usual prompt text, and a font one size larger: "Welcome, esteemed VIP roamer." The area around the self-service terminal fell silent for a moment. A young woman standing at the terminal next to Jiang Xun, flipping through the product list, turned her head to glance at Jiang Xun's screen, then at Jiang Xun, her face full of shock and confusion. Behind her, several people queued at the terminal noticed the situation ahead, many staring at Jiang Xun's back with astonished expressions. A few meters away, a roamer sitting on a bench in the public rest area drinking from a water bottle put it down and looked over, glancing back and forth between the two, then hurriedly approached to inquire about what had happened. "VIP roamer." Someone whispered to a companion, their tone filled with shock. "Is there such a classification here? Aren't all vehicles supposed to start from the same broken-down one?" Shin Chuyo reached out her finger to touch the golden area on the screen, her fingertip sliding across the words "esteemed VIP roamer." She lowered her voice, but the curiosity in her tone was palpable as she nearly burst. "Jiang Xun, where did you get this card from? This commotion is too big." Jiang Xun took the card out from the sensing area, the matte black surface absorbing the warm light of the hall. The golden embossed pattern glimmered slightly as he turned it. He smiled slightly. "Connections." Shin Chuyo closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them, turning her head back. She pressed her hand against her forehead and rubbed it several times, choosing not to ask anymore. After the VIP verification passed the screen of the self-service query terminal switched modes. It was no longer the publicly visible interface that anyone could glance at. A faint golden halo appeared around the edges of the screen. All text and icons were enveloped in a very light warm hue, but anyone standing half a step away from Jiang Xun could only see a blurred frosted halo, unable to make out the characters on the screen. Non-passengers could not view the screen content. This was VIP privacy protection. Jiang Xun glanced around with his peripheral vision. The gazes that had been staring at him earlier were still present. The young woman at the nearby terminal pretended to flip through the product list, but her finger had been frozen on the screen for quite some time. The roamers queued at the terminal, casting sidelong glances this way. The roamer on the bench in the public rest area was still drinking water, but the water bottle remained raised to their mouth. They couldn't see the screen clearly, but they had seen the earlier golden light and the words "esteemed VIP roamer." While curious, all harmful behaviors were prohibited within the service area, so he didn't need to worry about anyone causing trouble. Retracting his gaze, he clicked into the VIP privilege details page. A golden bordered list popped up on the screen, each entry marked by a star-shaped icon emitting a soft glow. First item: as the most esteemed roamer in the endless highway service area, you will enjoy the highest level of reception services within this service area, including exclusive lounges, priority access to various facilities, and VIP exclusive consumption channels. Second item: your roaming coin account will automatically settle interest periodically, with the interest credited each time you enter the service area. Third item: each time you first enter a brand new service area, you can exercise the right to double your account balance. This doubling applies only to the base value, is valid for that occasion, and cannot be accumulated for future use. Fourth item: whenever you purchase any goods or use any paid services within the service area, you will enjoy the lowest discount. This discount cannot be combined with other offers, but applies to all clearly priced items within the service area. Fifth item: VIP status is non-transferable, non-inheritable, and non-tradable. If the VIP card is lost, it can be reissued at any service area service desk with biometric information. Jiang Xun scrolled through the list from top to bottom, reading each item thoroughly, his finger pausing on the screen for quite a while. His expression was unreadable, simply fixating on the screen, reading it over and over. Then he took the VIP card out from the sensing area, flipping it over the matte black surface, absorbing the warm yellow light of the hall, and the golden embossed pattern glimmered as he rotated it. He was already overjoyed inside. It felt like discovering a money tree whose roots were already planted in his account, providing a delightful sensation of cashing out each time he entered the service area. Interest credited automatically doubled upon entering a new service area, and discounts on purchases He quickly calculated in his mind with 101 coins in the account doubling would make it 202, and how much would it be after doubling again when entering the next service area plus interest. He abruptly halted this thought, fearing he might burst into laughter. He wished he could pull the package from the endless station out of the void and give it a hearty kiss. Jiang Xun tucked the VIP card back into his inner pocket, zipped it up, and patted it from the outside. Then he reopened the account page on the self-service query terminal, hovering his finger over the balance doubling option for less than a second before clicking it. The numbers on the screen jumped. There was no transition animation, no confirmation pop-up. It was a clean and swift flicker, and the balance. Jiang Xun stared at the number for a moment, then exited the account, switched the screen back to the public inquiry interface, and turned to pull Shen Chuyu's wrist as they walked out. Those in the hall who had been secretly observing just moments ago were now openly staring. The traveler on the bench in the public lounge had completely set his water bottle on his lap, while the skinny man next to him just finished wiping his face, draped a towel around his neck, and stretched his neck to look over. In the self-service terminal queue area, a few people huddled together whispering something. As Jiang Xun and Shen Chuyu passed through the center of the hall, several muted discussions arose behind them. VP, that's the person. What does VIP traveler mean? These fragments of conversation were carried away by the warm air in the hall. Where to? Shen Chuyu stumbled a bit as she was pulled along, still dazed. She had just watched Jiang Xun's account balance jump from 101 to 202 and had not yet processed this number when she was dragged halfway across the hall. Her ponytail swayed on her shoulder, making her resemble a cat being whisked away before it could react. Jiang Xun finally couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth, shifting from a suppressed smile to a full grin. He turned his head, and with an excited tone he struggled to suppress, said, "Let's go consume." Shen Chuyu, let's start exploring from the first floor. Jiang Xun released her wrist and pointed toward the dining area. The aroma of barbecued meat and the freshness of bone soup wafted from the dining area, intertwining in the hall, as several travelers carrying food trays passed by them, their plates piled high with steaming fried rice and glossy stewed meat. With VIP privileges, we should explore properly. We can't waste that card. First things first, let's go to the dining area and have a feast. Shen Chuyu gradually regained her composure. The words consume and feast, combined with the enticing aromas of fried rice and sweet bread wafting from the dining area, snapped her mind from a daze to excitement. She glanced down at her tattered sportswear, then at the rolling menu above the dining area window, and hugged Jiang Xun's arm tightly, her steps becoming light and quick, the soles of her boots making a tap-tap-tap sound on the smooth floor. I want fried rice. And that stewed meat. I smelled it on the escalator. And hot soup, tomato and egg drop soup. Oh, I haven't had a proper soup in ages. As she walked, she listed the menu, her grip on Jiang Xun's arm tightening. And then to the supermarket to buy some fruit. I saw a traveler carrying a bag of apples just now. Jiang Xun was pulled forward by her, their pace quickening. The two made their way across the hall, heading straight for the dining area was brightly lit and warm, with the automatic cooking machine buzzing and sizzling something on the iron plate, white steam rising above the soup pot. Their footsteps quickened even further. The entrance to the restaurant is located in the center of the dining area, an open and spacious passage without a door, with warm yellow light strips embedded in the walls on either side, softly illuminating the non-slip floor. As the two entered, Shen Chuyu unconsciously slowed her pace. She had initially thought that the restaurant in the service area would be like a large canteen with a few tables and several food counters, but upon entering, she realized it was completely different. The hall is spacious and bright, with plenty of distance between tables, creating a completely uncrowded feel. Each table is independent, made of dark wood grain synthetic material, polished to a shine, reflecting the warm light from the light strips on the ceiling. About half of the tables in the hall are occupied by wanderers, and various aromas of food gather together, drawing even passers-by in with their enticing scents. On both sides of the hall are private rooms with walls made of semi-transparent frosted glass. One can see shadows moving inside, but not their faces. The lighting in the private rooms is dimmer than in the hall, more suitable for those who do not wish to be disturbed, though the price is no longer free. At the farthest end against the wall is a luxurious room with a completely closed door framed by a gold light strip and an electronic screen nearby displaying in use or available. Each table in the restaurant is equipped with a touch screen about the size of a car's central control screen, with brightness automatically adjusted to the most comfortable level. The two randomly chose a table by the window. Jiang Xun reached out and tapped the screen, which lit up and brought up the full menu interface. Behind each dish is a high-definition preview image clearly showing the grill marks and juices on the steak, the grains on the lemon slices beside the grilled fish, and the water droplets on the leaves of the vegetable salad. To the right of the preview image is the list of ingredients, and the gold price tags arranged from low to high at the top, is a basic set meal for a few coins, and at the bottom are high-end dishes costing dozens of coins each. This menu looks better than those in real-world restaurants, Shen Shuyao said, turning the screen slightly towards herself and scrolling through the preview images with her finger. The basic set meal is at the top, consisting of hot soup, soft bread, and a can of meat priced very low. The mid-range meals are in the middle with fried rice, stewed meat, and freshly baked flatbreads priced significantly higher. The high-end dishes are at the bottom: steak, grilled fish, and fresh vegetable salad with prices that would make an ordinary wanderer gasp. The drinks are listed separately. A glass of chilled beer or freshly squeezed juice costs as much as half a meal. Jiang Xun flipped to the last page of the menu, pausing his finger on the luxury private room section. A line of small text popped up on the screen: luxury private room, independent space, private dining, no time limit, VIP wanderers free. Following that is a price that would cause ordinary wanderers to hesitate for quite a while. He glanced up at the hall. Though the table by the window was comfortable, it lacked privacy, and with VIPs dining for free, it was an experience too tempting to pass up. He stood up and nodded towards Shen Shuyao, signaling her to follow. As they made their way across the hall to the luxury private room, the gazes of nearby diners seemed magnetically drawn to them. Those dining wanderers paused their chewing, staring at the door of the private room Jiang Xun pushed open for seconds. As he pushed the door, the golden light strip embedded in the door frame lit up momentarily. The door slid open silently, and the warm light from inside spilled out, bathing a small patch of floor in a soft amber hue. Wait, did they just enter the luxury private room? The thinner person at the table diagonally opposite put down his chopsticks, leaned towards his companion, and whispered, his tone failing to mask his astonishment. The fee for that thing is as much as a decent meal. You don't spend wanderer coins like this, do you? Maybe they have so many wanderer coins that they can't spend them all, the companion said, taking a sip of water, his gaze still glued to the now closed door of the private room. Even if they have a lot, they shouldn't splurge like this. It's just a dining space, not a lounge where you can sleep. What's the point of paying that much just to sit and eat? Though he verbally dismissed the value, the thin man picked up his chopsticks, put them down again, and picked them up once more, his bowl still filled with more than half, but he clearly had lost the appetite to eat. The murmurs outside the door were completely blocked by the soundproof door of the private room. The room was not large, but the layout was very comfortable. A dark wood grain dining table, 2 soft dining chairs with backs higher and softer than those in the hall. The touch screen embedded in the table is a full circle larger than the hall's table screens, with a gentle brightness. The walls are soundproof. The light strip above has a warmer color temperature than in the hall, and a small vase of fresh flowers sits on the corner of the table. Shen Shuyao looked around and saw that they were real flowers, not artificial. Water droplets clung to the petals. In the corner there was a small self-service beverage station with several bottles of mineral water and a thermos of hot tea. Jiang Xun leaned back in his chair, casually poured himself a cup of tea, and swiped through the menu on the touch screen from beginning to end. Shen Shuyao sat opposite him, looking down at the menu, her eyes scanning from the top to the bottom, and then back. For the first time in her life, she was choosing dishes from a menu in the apocalypse, and in a luxury private room, no less, giving her an unrealistic feeling. Can we really just order anything? She raised her eyes to Jiang Xun, her finger hovering in the air, not daring to press down. Although we have a discount, it's still better to spend wanderer coins wisely. Who knows, we might come across something useful. Jiang Xun waved his hand, tapping on the screen for 2 servings of steak and 1 serving of grilled fish. What we're enjoying is the lowest discount, and it's a good opportunity to see just how low the price can go when ordering. Shen Shuyao hesitated, but then nodded and began to flip through the menu. She ordered a luxurious vegetable salad, a super deluxe version with avocado slices and roasted nuts, the lettuce leaves in the picture fresh enough to see the water droplets on the veins. Then she ordered a beef fried rice and 2 servings of French creamy soup with a swirl of cream floating on top, alongside a small slice of golden brown garlic bread. And then a basket of flavorful roasted chicken legs, the skin roasted to a deep brown and coated with a layer of shiny honey glaze. Finally, 2 glasses of chilled, freshly squeezed orange juice with fine water droplets clinging to the sides of the cups. Flipping to the dessert page, her finger paused over the preview of the chocolate lava cake. The top of the cake slightly collapsed, with hot chocolate oozing out from the crack, accompanied by a scoop of vanilla ice cream and a small sprig of mint. She glanced up at Jiang Xun, her lips moving as she thought to say, maybe we should skip dessert, this looks too expensive. But Jiang Xun had already reached out and tapped on the screen in front of her twice without hesitation. Shen Shuyao was taken aback for a moment, then looked down at the list of dishes, her eyelids starting to twitch. Jiang Xun had also ordered truffle pasta. The pasta sprinkled with a thin layer of truffle shavings, and the ingredient list next to it included pasta, Parmesan cheese, and black truffles, king crab. A whole king crab leg split open to reveal snow-white crab meat accompanied by a melted butter dipping dish, and a serving of caviar tartare, the tartare base, made of minced raw beef topped with a layer of glossy plump caviar. Each of these 3 dishes costs as much as a mid-range set meal in the hall. Are we going to be done after this meal? Shun Chuyo's eyelids twitched. Jiang Xun shot her a glance. What kind of talk is that? After suffering for so many days, can't we enjoy ourselves a bit? Shin Shuyao thought to herself, if having so many supplies in the vehicle counts as hardship, how are other wanderers supposed to survive? Jiang Xun flipped through the menu from top to bottom, once more confirming that he had ordered everything he needed, then pushed the screen aside and tapped on the checkout. The touchscreen displayed a line showing the total amount. According to the menu prices, the cost for this table of dishes would leave an ordinary traveler in shock. 599 roaming gold coins. This figure illuminated the screen for quite a while, followed by a long list of details. The price of the king crab accounted for nearly half, followed closely by truffle pasta and caviar tartare. Even the price of the flavored roasted chicken leg equaled that of a mid-range set meal in the main hall. When Shun Chuyo saw this number, her fingers unconsciously clenched the napkin. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but before she could speak, the screen displayed another line. VIP privileges detected. Discount has been automatically applied. Then the total began to drop. It didn't decrease slowly, it jumped directly. 599 turned into a string of characters, finally settling at 599. Only a single digit remained before the decimal point, followed by 2 harmless small decimals. The screen also kindly listed a note: discount details are visible only to the VIP. The public interface displays the normal price. Shun Chuyo gasped. She stared at the number on the screen for quite a while, then turned to look at the array of dishes already laid out on the table, and then back at the screen, confirming several times back and forth. 599 turns into 599. She chewed these 2 numbers in her mouth, then leaned back in her chair. This table of dishes is worth the price of 2 scavengers. Jiang Xun's lips curled up slightly as he reached out to confirm on the screen. The account was automatically deducted, and the balance dropped from 202 to 196.01. He turned off the screen, picked up the thermos of hot tea on the table, and poured himself another cup. Jiang Xun's lips curled up slightly as he reached out to confirm on the screen. The account was automatically The VIP dining area has a separate serving entrance not shared with the takeout window in the main hall. Before long, the indicator light on the embedded conveyor belt in the wall lit up, and dish after dish slid out from the serving entrance, accompanied by the sizzling sound of a hot iron plate and the steam rising from the freshly steamed dishes. The steak was still bubbling on the iron plate. The cut side of the lemon beside the grilled fish was fresh enough to squeeze juice. The king crab leg was split open, revealing its snow-white meat, accompanied by a dipping dish of melted butter. The black truffle shavings on the truffle pasta shimmered under the light. The caviar on the caviar tartare was plump and neatly arranged, and the beef fried rice was piled into a steaming little mountain. The honey sauce of the flavored roasted chicken leg was still dripping down. The avocado slices on the luxurious vegetable salad were cut evenly. The cream designs on the 2 bowls of French thick soup were intact, and the walls of the cups containing chilled fresh squeezed orange juice were covered in a layer of fine water droplets, while the top of the chocolate lava cake slightly collapsed with hot chocolate sauce seeping out from the crack, accompanied by a scoop of slowly melting vanilla ice cream. The 2 pushed the food cart to the table, placing one plate after another on the table. The table was not small, but after arranging everything, the plates were edge to edge. Even the placement of the water glasses needed to be adjusted. A full table of dishes, steam mixed with various aromas wafted up, all these smells intertwined under the warm yellow light. The 2 of them didn't bother to talk anymore. Jiang Xun picked up the knife and fork and cut a piece of steak. As the blade pressed down, the juice seeped out from the cut surface. He chewed it a few times, and then silently quickened the pace of cutting the meat. Shin Shio first attacked that king crab leg. She extracted the crab meat whole from the shell, dipped it in the melted butter, took a bite, her eyes squinting into a slit, and mumbled, "This crab is too good." Then she turned her fork and speared a piece of roasted chicken leg, scooped a spoonful of beef fried rice, and reached for the plate of truffle pasta. Jiang Xun scooped a spoonful of caviar tartare onto a slice of toasted bread, put it in his mouth, chewed, and then took a sip of the chilled orange juice. The cool and sweet liquid washed away the salty taste of the caviar and the greasiness of the raw beef, and he comfortably leaned back in his chair, still holding the fork in his hand, saying that this was the best orange juice he had ever had. Shin Chuyo chimed in, saying they should order 2 more cups to take away later, and after saying that, she couldn't help but laugh. This meal left both of them feeling satisfied. Shin Chuyo took the last bite of chocolate lava cake, mixed with half-melted vanilla ice cream, placed the spoon on the edge of the white plate, leaned back against the chair, and rested her hands on her stomach. Jiang Xun also finished the last leg of the king crab. and on the table lay a small pile of crab shells and empty plates, clearly showing that what was once a full table of dishes now only had a few lettuce leaves and some empty dishes left. Let's not even talk about the endless road. Even in the previous world, they had never had such a luxurious meal. Steak, king crab, truffles, caviar. These items would have made anyone hesitate for a long time if placed on their dining table before crossing over. Now here they were on this desolate road surrounded by gray mist in a service area that appeared out of nowhere. They spent less than 6 roaming gold coins to create a table full of hearty dishes. The two of them were full and satisfied, leaning lazily against the soft dining chairs. Jiang Xun stretched his legs, resting his ankles on the table legs, crossbar, one hand on his stomach, the other gently swaying the half-finished cup of orange juice. Shen Qiu nestled in her chair, the back of her head resting against the backrest, her legs curled up, squinting at the warm-colored lights on the ceiling, her expression a mix of satisfaction and drowsiness. Xiao Wujiu nestled in Shen Qiu's arms, feeling a bit sleepy. Where to next? Jiang Xun placed the empty cup back on the table, the bottom of the cup tapping against the surface with a crisp sound. Shen Qiu propped herself up from the chair, raised her fair palm, and wiggled her 5 fingers in front of his eyes. Let's go to the mall, a large shopping mall. It's just on the first floor, separated from the dining area by a courtyard, and it won't take long to walk there. Let's see if there's anything useful for us inside. Jiang Xun put his legs down from the table legs, stood up to stretch his shoulders, and nodded. The large shopping mall in the service area was located on the west side of the first floor, looking out at the dining area across the courtyard. The huge floor guide sign above the courtyard was slowly rolling the words, Lifestyle Market. The entrance to the mall was an open-style arcade without doors, supported by several deep gray columns that held up the curved arch roof, and above the arcade hung an electronic screen displaying scrolling text. After the 4 characters, Lifestyle Market, there was a line of smaller text: daily necessities, clothing and footwear, food and beverages, home appliances and furniture, outdoor equipment. On the far right, there was also a section for limited-time discounts today, featuring 10 off self-heating hot pot, buy 2 quick dry towels get 1 free, and special discount of 5 off for purchases over 100. The entire shopping mall, like the restaurant, operated entirely on the service area's intelligence system. There were no salespeople, no cashiers, no security, only neatly arranged shelves under soft lighting waiting for people to take items from them. As the two stepped into the arcade, the mall was brightly lit. The ceiling lights were densely arranged, casting even light over every aisle. The ground was made of light gray non-slip material, and the wheels of the shopping carts made only a faint, buzzing sound as they rolled over. The shelves were arranged almost identically to those in large supermarkets in the real world. The main aisle ran down the center with categorized shelving areas on either side, each area marked with prominent electronic signs. Only the types of products were more suited to the survival environment of the endless road, lacking those useless decorative items and fashion products from the apocalypse. Instead, there were various items that could be useful on the road. The two pushed a shopping cart as they stepped into the market from the open arcade. Shin Chio held the handle of the cart with both hands, and before the wheels even crossed the entrance's boundary line, her steps paused for a moment. The entrance area was the fresh produce and seasoning zone. Rows of refrigerated cabinets were laid out, thin mist condensed on the glass doors, and through the mist one could see neatly arranged fresh vegetables, packaged fresh meat, and rows of eggs. The electronic price tags beside the refrigerated cabinets glowed with a cold white light. The price of a bottle of fresh milk was comparable to buying 3 packs of compressed biscuits in the area channel, while a dozen eggs could be exchanged for a barrel of 15 liters of gasoline. Several travelers stood in front of the refrigerated cabinets. Someone picked up a box of eggs to check the price, then placed it back gently, and pushed the empty shopping cart away. There were many travelers in the mall, but the carts they pushed were mostly empty. It wasn't that they didn't want to buy, but they couldn't afford it. At this time, everyone had limited roaming gold coins in their hands, needing to prioritize food and fuel, and while the items in the mall were tempting, just glancing at the price tags required calculations, and after calculating they could only look at the plums to quench their thirst. A traveler stood in front of the seasoning rack, picked up a bottle of soy sauce to check the price, and after looking silently placed it back and pushed the empty cart toward the food area, muttering, "1 bottle of soy sauce is enough for me to buy several packs of biscuits." Shin Chio, however, let go. She bent down to get closer to the refrigerated cabinet, pointed at the glass door, and let out a soft tisk at the price near a box of fresh eggs, but the next second, she opened the cabinet door and carefully took out the box of eggs, placing it gently in the bottom layer of the shopping cart. Then she bent down to the fruit shelf and picked a net bag of lemons, each one plump and bright, still holding the coolness from the refrigerated cabinet. Jiang Xun took 2 bottles of chili powder and cumin powder from the seasoning rack, and placed a 5-liter container of cooking oil on the iron shelf at the bottom of the cart. Next to the seasoning area was the beverage section. Purified water functional drinks and boxed milk were arranged on several shelves by category with freshly squeezed juice and cold brew coffee in the refrigerated cabinets labeled 24-hour freshness. Xinqiu took 2 large boxes of fresh milk from the refrigerated cabinet, grabbed a few bottles of purified water from the room temperature shelf, and also added a can of instant coffee and a pack of tea leaves to the shopping cart. Xinqiu shook the tea leaf can, and just by the scent she could tell that this was much more reliable than the unknown tea bags that came out of the cargo container. Further in were the light meals and snack sections. Self-heating rice, instant oatmeal, and compressed biscuits filled an entire wall, while on the other side was a rack of freshly baked bread, with robotic arms regularly pulling out batches of freshly baked bread and croissants from the oven every few minutes, and the air around the bread rack was filled with a rich buttery sweetness. Jiang Xun casually grabbed a few packages of bread together and led Xinqiu into the snack area. Xinqiu was like a squirrel that had fallen into a pile of pine cones in the snack area. Travelers pushing shopping carts back and forth between the shelves had restrained expressions, but she was putting things into her cart while looking around. Several large bags of jerky and dried fruit, picking one of each flavor of self-heating hot pot, and when passing by the puff snack shelf, she also snatched 2 bags of potato chips. As Jiang Xun pulled the shopping cart out of the snack area, Xinqiu followed beside, reminiscing about the chocolate bar shelf she had just seen, ultimately concluding, such places used to be just all right in the previous world, but in the endless road, it's simply paradise. Across from the snack area was the home and lifestyle section located at the deepest part of the market. The items on the shelves were even more practical than in the previous areas. Folding military beds, sleeping bags, inflatable mattresses, car storage boxes, and so on. Xinqiu picked up a car storage box and an inflatable mattress, but didn't have a hard need for the others. The most enticing part for them was the small appliances in the deepest part of the market. The shelves were neatly arranged with car refrigerators, electric blankets, small heaters, car air purifiers, and car heating cups. Each device had detailed usage instructions and power consumption parameters posted beside it. Several travelers stood in front of the home appliance area, picking up the car heating cup to check, then looking at the price and power consumption parameters, shaking their heads, and putting it back. These appliances were all power-consuming items, and ordinary travelers' car batteries were already stretched thin just to support the vehicle's daily operation. Buying one would mean running out of battery in no time. But for Jiang Xun, with a hand-crank generator in the car, and Xinqiu specifically responsible for cranking the generator to store power, the battery level had hardly dropped below 90%. These power-consuming goods, which others avoided like the plague, were solidly good items in their hands. Xinqiu squatted down in front of the shelf, dragged out the smallest car refrigerator at the bottom, turned it around to look at the power interface at the back. It doesn't consume much power. The output of one hand-crank generator is enough. This can store fresh meat, milk, medications that need refrigeration, and can also freeze leftover meals. She pushed the refrigerator next to the shopping cart, and Jiang Xun took it and placed it on the bottom layer of the cart. Then she took an electric blanket from the shelf. She planned to lay it under the mattress when sleeping at night to prevent the temperature from dropping again. Then Xinqiu also set her sights on a small car heating cup, directly tossing it into the shopping cart. With the refrigerator, many fresh ingredients they hadn't dared to buy before could now be purchased. The two pushed the shopping cart back to the fresh produce area, and this time Xinqiu's grip was noticeably stronger than before. She took 2 bags of vacuum-packed pork ribs from the refrigerated cabinet, picked a box of fresh beef, and a whole processed chicken, stacking the ingredients on top of the shopping cart. On the vegetable side, she also grabbed a few bags of fresh mushrooms and greens with plastic bags holding vibrant green lettuce leaves. The shopping cart was already stuffed to the brim. Jiang Xun held onto the handle of the shopping cart and moved forward, while Xinqiu followed closely beside, helping to push the fresh beef that was about to slide off back into the cart. The shopping cart was piled high, and Xinqiu was still thinking about the clothing section. Although the few old work jackets she found in the ranch wardrobe last time were usable, they were ultimately men's styles and felt uncomfortable to wear. The two pushed the cart through the main aisle towards the clothing section. The men's section was browsed quickly. Jiang Xun pulled out a cotton pajama set from the shelf, grabbed a few changes of underwear and socks, weighed them in his hands before tossing them into the shopping cart. The traveler outfit didn't require changing, and the thermal layer of armor was sufficient. These were just for sleeping at night, so style didn't matter. Entering and exiting the men's section took no more than a few minutes. The women's section was a different story. The clothes on the shelves were neatly arranged by category and color, ranging from sports bras to windbreakers. As Xinqiu pushed the shopping cart inside, her steps noticeably slowed. Her gaze glided over row after row of hangers, occasionally reaching out to touch the fabric of a certain garment. Several travelers were also browsing the women's section, each holding a couple of basic t-shirts. Upon seeing Shinchio enter with a cart full of items, their shocked gazes lingered on her shopping cart for a while before moving away. Jiang Xun leaned against the shelf watching as Shinchio held up a dark gray, quick-dry t-shirt in front of her, then picked up a pair of black cargo pants to check the waistband's elastic. Her choice of clothes was very practical, all designed for ease of movement. There wasn't a single skirt or a useless piece of fashion. This reassured Jiang Xun. Wearing skirts in such places was a trip hazard. His gaze then fell upon a small shelf next to the underwear section. It was neatly stacked with several rows of stockings with preview images of different colors and thicknesses printed on the packaging. Black, dark gray, skin tone, thin, and thick options were available. Jiang Xun reached out to grab a few styles from the shelf, flipping the packaging to read the material descriptions on both sides, then calmly handed them to Shinchio. These models are durable. They won't snag easily when running or driving. Shinchio glanced down at the items he had handed over. Her expression shifted from confusion to embarrassment, then to a strained calm, as she suppressed a smile, and the entire process lasted only a moment. She reached out to take them, her fingertips slightly warming as they brushed against the edge of the packaging, but she didn't refuse or say anything. She simply arranged the stockings neatly on top of the shopping cart. After placing them, she turned back to continue selecting clothes, her ears still flushed. Jiang Xun leaned against the shelf, observing her carefully add the stockings to the cart, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Neither of them spoke again, yet they both understood each other's intentions. He wanted to see her in those stockings. She was aware of his desire, and she had placed them in the cart. This matter was silently agreed upon. Shinchio moved to the underwear section, selecting a few sports bras and some everyday underwear. She held one up to measure against her body while Jiang Xun leaned against the shelf, following her hand as it moved to the size tag of that sports bra. Then his gaze shifted back to Shinchio, pausing for a moment as he sighed inwardly. Her figure was truly commendable. He was so engrossed that he completely failed to notice the 2 patches of red that had crept up to Shinchio's ears. After choosing the clothes, there was no more extra space in the shopping cart. A variety of fresh ingredients, seasonings, snacks, household items, small appliances, along with the newly added pajamas, underwear, stockings, and several changes of clothes stacked the entire shopping cart into a wobbly little mountain with a few bags of chips on top that could slide off at any moment. The two slowly pushed the cart towards the checkout lane. When they reached the entrance of the checkout lane, all nearby eyes turned to look at them. Beside the checkout lane stood a traveler stuffing compressed biscuits into his shopping basket. As the box slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground, he bent down to pick it up, his eyes still glued to Jiang Xun's cart. After retrieving it, he forgot to put it back in the basket, holding it awkwardly. What the hell? A nearby traveler gaped, dropping the can he held, which rolled a few times on the ground. He didn't even bother to bend down to pick it up, exclaiming, "Did they just empty the entire store? How can you buy this much? This has to start at 3 digits in roaming coins. That portable car refrigerator alone is incredible, plus all this on top of it. This cart must be worth over 1,000 roaming coins." A wealthy person has arrived at the service area. A woman in a worn-out work jacket walking out from the snack area stood still in the aisle upon seeing Jiang Xun's cart, mumbling to herself about how many zombies she would have to kill to save up enough roaming coins for this. One clueless young man even slapped himself on the face, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet checkout. He covered his face, glanced at the shopping cart again, and then at the 2 lonely packs of compressed biscuits in his own cart, mumbling that it wasn't a dream. There really was someone who could buy a whole cart of goods in the service area. Just as the 2 were about to enter the self-checkout lane, several flamboyantly dressed women squeezed through. Most of these women had been eyeing Jiang Xun since they were in the women's section and had followed him, finally seizing their chance to strike. One woman with curly hair swayed her hips and approached Jiang Xun, reaching out as if to touch his arm, her voice sickly sweet. "Hey there, big brother, are you here alone? Would you like to hang out together? You really bought a lot with this cart, big brother. It's evident that you are someone with means." In an instant, Shinchio's expression turned from flushed to pale. Without saying a word, she pulled Jiang Xun's arm away from where the curly-haired woman was about to touch it, positioning herself between Jiang Xun and the women, then quickened her pace towards the self-checkout lane. The expressions of the few women stiffened. They wanted to say something, but were met with a fierce glare from Shinchio. She was no wallflower. Her fierce gaze made the women instinctively take a few steps back. Her strides were quick enough that the wheels of the shopping cart emitted a series of urgent buzzing sounds on the floor. Jiang Xun, being pulled along, glanced back at the women still posing in place, then turned back to see the back of Shinchio and the small patch of her reddened neck peeking from her armor collar, a smile tugging at his lips. The entrance to the checkout lane featured a row of automatic sensor gates with no cash registers, no scanning guns, and no human steps that required waiting in line. On both sides of the gates were semi-transparent dark gray sensor panels embedded with extremely fine light strips. When the gates were at rest, the light strips glowed in a soft blue, turning golden the moment the cart passed through. Jiang Xun pushed the shopping cart, while Shen Chuyao helped him steady a bag of chips that was about to slide off the top. The wheels of the cart rolled over the sensor line on the ground at the gate, and the light strips on both sides changed from a light blue to gold before quickly reverting back to light blue. A pop-up window appeared on the touchscreen indicating a deduction of less than 30 roaming gold coins, and the window flashed once before automatically disappearing. Throughout the process, there was no pause, and the speed of pushing the cart did not slow down in the slightest. Shen Chuyao kept her eyes on his actions as he pushed the cart through the gate. Only when the deduction pop-up vanished did she gently exhale, the corners of her mouth curling upwards. Behind the group of onlookers outside the checkout lane had not yet dispersed. Several brightly dressed women stood beside the entrance of the lane, their smiles still plastered on their faces, but their expressions had shifted from unwillingness to something else. When they saw the man pushing a cart full of goods pass through the gate, the sensor board flashed gold instead of red. It was not a case of insufficient balance. The deduction was successful. He really paid. How many roaming gold coins is this whole cart worth? A traveler stuffed some cookies into the shopping basket, his eyes glued to Jiang Xun's cart. Let me calculate, just the fridge in that cart alone costs dozens, not to mention the electric blanket, spare ribs, fresh beef, a whole chicken. And that big pile of snacks and clothes. 200 gold coins at least. 200. You're underestimating it. There is fresh milk, eggs, a whole bucket of cooking oil in that cart, and I saw him grab several bottles from the seasoning section. Just these items alone would easily exceed 1,000. A thin man wearing glasses adjusted his spectacles and watched Jiang Xun and Shen Chuyao leave. I just checked, the price tag on that fridge was nearly triple digits. If this cart doesn't cost at least 1,000 roaming gold coins, I will eat my own cart. So how many roaming gold coins does that guy really have? A voice emerged from the crowd, but no one answered. Everyone was focused on the backs of Jiang Xun and Shen Chuyao as they pushed the shopping cart past the gate toward the exit of the marketplace. Their pace was leisurely, and Shen Chuyao glanced back toward the women's clothing section, probably to confirm she hadn't missed anything she wanted to buy. As Shen Chuyao heard the fragmented discussions floating over from behind. 200 gold coins, not just that, how could he be so wealthy? Is he the leader of a convoy? I haven't heard of any convoy leaders being this young. She couldn't help but smile. She absorbed each remark, yet her mind kept replaying the number she had seen on the screen earlier. If those who were calculating for her knew the actual deduction for the entire cart, it probably wouldn't just be a matter of slapping themselves. Someone might even flip the shopping cart on the spot. The more she thought about it, the higher her smile grew. Eventually, she simply turned her face to hide behind Jiang Xun's shoulder, using the action of adjusting the chip's position on the cart to conceal her expression. The two emerged from the marketplace with a cart full of goods, passing through the atrium and taking the escalator down to the underground parking garage. The lighting in the garage was dimmer than during the day. The ceiling lights shifted from cool white to a warmer tone, simulating nighttime illumination. The garage was quiet, with only the occasional muffled sounds of car doors opening and closing and the distant trickle of water from the car wash area. The two pushed the shopping cart to the side of their car and began unloading. The car fridge was wedged into the reserved slot between the back seat and the storage extension area, connected to the power line of the hand-crank generator. The indicator light flashed on, and the fridge began to hum as it cooled down. Fresh beef, whole chicken, pork ribs, eggs, fresh milk, vegetables, and mushrooms were loaded into the fridge one by one. Once the refrigeration compartment was full, they continued to fill the freezer compartment. Seasonings, snacks, coffee, and tea were placed in the food compartment of the storage extension area, while the car's heating cup and electric blanket were stored in the appliance compartment next to the hand-crank generator. Shen Chuyao neatly folded her newly bought clothes and placed them in the hidden compartment under the back seat. She intentionally put the stockings on top, and after placing them, she pressed down to ensure they wouldn't fall out. However, when Jiang Xun wasn't paying attention, Shen Chuyao secretly pulled out a packet of stockings and hid it in her arms. Jiang Xun placed the last bucket of cooking oil in the corner of the trunk, closed the trunk lid, and brushed off the dust from his hands. Xiao Wujiu poked its head out from Jiang Xun's arms, yawned, and then tucked its head back in to continue sleeping. Jiang Xun locked all the windows, secured the car doors, and the parking ticket quietly stuck to the inner pocket of his clothing. When they returned to the first-floor hall of the service area, the lighting ambience of the entire hall had changed. The bright and uniformly cool white light from the day had now switched to a warmer, dimmer, nighttime mode. The brightness of the floor guide signs above the atrium was also lowered, and the text on the electronic screen changed from white on a black background to warm text on a dark background. There were fewer people in the hall than during the day. The dining area was still open, but some windows had already closed. The self-service supermarket lights were still on, and several travelers wrapped in blankets were sleeping on the benches in the public rest area. The entire hall was eerily quiet, with even the sound of footsteps absorbed by the floor. "Let's go to the third floor," Jiang Xun said, standing below the atrium and looking up at the floor guide signs pointing at the icon for the third floor lounge. It's a graded lounge. There are ordinary business and luxury options, all marked with prices. We still have over 100 roaming gold coins left, which is more than enough to stay in a comfortable room. Shun Chuyao nodded in agreement. The two took the escalator up to the third floor, where the lighting cascaded down from above, warmer and darker than the first floor, and the carpet in the corridor was thick enough that stepping on it made almost no sound. The corridor was quiet. On either side were lounges of different grades, with an electronic price tag next to each door, making the prices and room specifications clear at a glance. The ordinary lounge was located in the front half of the corridor, with a simple push-pull door at the entrance. The electronic board indicated multiple rooms, bunk beds, and shared bathrooms, with prices that were not too expensive, but ordinary travelers could still afford it with some effort. Several travelers were coming in and out of the ordinary lounge carrying toiletries and wearing freshly changed clean t-shirts, their hair still dripping with water. Deeper into the corridor was the business lounge, with doors thicker than those in the ordinary area. The electronic board indicated single rooms, double rooms, private bathrooms, and includes breakfast, with prices that made Shun Chuyao mentally calculate it would be enough to buy several days' worth of compressed snacks. The business area corridor was almost empty, with only a door emanating faint sounds from within, warm light seeping through, and the soft sound of water. At the farthest end was the luxury lounge, where the lighting dimmed a notch. The door was a matte, dark gray wooden door with a golden light strip embedded in the door frame. The numbers on the electronic price tag made several travelers passing through the corridor steal glances, only to silently retract their gazes. They walked all the way to the end of the corridor. The door at the deep end of the corridor was different from all the previous rooms. It was a whole piece of dark hardwood with extremely fine natural textures on the surface, and the door frame was embedded with a circle of dark golden light strips, which were currently off. There was no price tag next to the door, only a small inscription at eye level: VIP exclusive free lounge access with card cents. VIP exclusive free lounge. And it doesn't cost roaming gold coins. Shun Chuyao stood behind him, blinking her eyes with excitement. There's such a good deal. Jiang Xun pulled out the VIP card from his pants pocket and held it close to the small sensing area on the door frame. The sensing light in the foyer automatically lit up, casting warm yellow light from both the ceiling and the baseboard, not glaring. The sensing light in the foyer automatically lit up, casting warm yellow light from both the ceiling and the baseboard, not glaring, just enough to see the outline of the entire space. Shun Chuyao followed Jiang Xun inside, her shoes sinking into the short plush carpet at the entrance. She paused for a moment, then slowly turned to survey the entire room. It was a complete suite. Walking in from the foyer led to the living room, which was larger than the entire main house they had raided at the ranch. The ceiling featured an arched design, with the light strip hidden in the recesses of the ceiling, evenly illuminating the entire space. The wall behind the sofa was adorned with decorative paintings. A plate of fresh fruits was placed on the coffee table, with grapes still glistening with droplets of water, shiny apples, and oranges cut in half to reveal their pulp. Next to the fruits was a plate of handmade cookies with slightly burnt edges that smelled sweet of butter. Underneath the coffee table was a plush light gray carpet, soft enough that a foot could sink half an inch into it. The sofa was larger than an average bed, made of deep gray velvet piled with several cushions. Shun Chuyao pressed her hand down, feeling the cushions sink, and then bounced back. Opposite the sofa was a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows with a view of the atrium inside the service area. The balcony had a small round table and two wicker chairs where one could see the entire atrium and the curved railings of the third-floor corridor. In the corner of the living room was a small bar with a countertop made of synthetic material with a marble pattern. The glass door of the built-in mini-fridge emitted a cold light, neatly stocked with mineral water, freshly squeezed juice, and various bottles of liquor. Next to the fridge was a capsule coffee machine with coffee capsules and an electric kettle nearby. Several exquisite glass cups were inverted on the bar, their walls thin enough to let light pass through. Shun Chuyao stood in the center of the living room, turning around in disbelief, her mouth agape. She couldn't believe that such a luxurious room existed in this world. The bedroom was on the right side of the living room, separated from it by a semi-transparent frosted glass sliding door. Pushing open the glass door revealed a king-size bed that occupied most of the wall. A control panel was embedded in the nightstand with clear icons for controlling the curtains, lights, air conditioning, and wake-up service. Next to it was an electronic photo frame, continuously cycling through scenic photos from various service areas along the highway. The wardrobe contained disposable slippers, 2 thick bathrobes, and several laundry bags with 2 new pairs of slippers at the bottom. The bathroom was to the left of the bedroom. When she pushed open the door, warm yellow light filled the space. The double sink countertop was adorned with a full set of toiletries, toothbrushes, toothpaste, combs, razors, facial cleansers, and lotions, all individually packaged and neatly stacked. The towels and bath towels were thick and fluffy, neatly stacked into rectangular columns on the shelf beside the sink, ample in number. Even Xiao Wujiu had a dedicated little nook. After the door slid open, it poked its head out from Xun Chuyou's arms, its pink nose sniffing the air several times. Then it leaped down from her arms onto the short plush carpet, its paws sinking half an inch into the softness. It sprinted around the edge of the living room, its nose pressed against the baseboard as it sniffed along the way, stopping when it reached the wicker pet bed next to the sofa. The bed was neither too big nor too small, lined with a gray and white soft pad on which rested a clean. Xiao Wujiu turned around twice, pressed its front paws onto the soft pad, then curled up and lay down, sweeping its tail over the pad, revealing a satisfied expression, its silver gray eyes half closed, soon falling asleep. Jiang Xun and Xun Chuyou stood in the middle of the living room, watching Xiao Wujiu's familiar antics. Even the dog bed is well prepared, Jiang Xun said, draping his coat over the armrest of the sofa. This VIP card certainly offers great benefits. After resting for a while, Jiang Xun stretched his shoulders, took a bathrobe from the wardrobe, and headed toward the bathroom. Xun Chuyou sat on the sofa, curling her legs to the side, one hand resting on the armrest, while supporting her chin. She heard the sound of water from the shower in the bathroom, coming through the wall. Her gaze fell on the spot where Jiang Xun had just been sitting. The cushion still bore the indentation from where he had leaned. She reached for the glass of red wine on the coffee table, swirling it in the cup before pressing the rim to her lips and taking several sips, a faint blush creeping onto her face. Her fingers slowly traced the rim of the glass, her lips gently pursed, lost in thought. The bathroom door opened and Jiang Xun emerged wearing a bathrobe, his hair still dripping with water. He rubbed a towel over his head, then flopped onto the sofa, sinking deeply into the soft velvet. He let out a long sigh, leaning his head back against the sofa's backrest, gazing at the warm-colored recessed lighting on the ceiling, saying, "This sofa is 1,000,000 times more comfortable than the back seat of the car." After resting for a moment, he reached for a grape from the coffee table and tossed it into his mouth. He then picked up his glass of orange juice for a sip, exuding a relaxed aura, as if he had just come out of a sauna and was now being cooled by the air conditioning. Xun Chuyou stood up from the sofa, seemingly hiding something in her arms. She walked over to the wardrobe to grab another bathrobe, quickening her pace as she passed Jiang Xun, the item in her arms meticulously concealed by the bathrobe. She entered the bathroom and shut the door with a click. Jiang Xun looked curiously at the closed bathroom door, feeling that there was something off about Xun Chuyou. Inside the bathroom, she hung the bathrobe on the hook behind the door, then placed the opaque little bag from her arms on the sink. Inside the bag were a few items she had secretly taken from the clothing section of the mall, while Jiang Xun wasn't looking, stuffed into the bottom of the shopping cart. After checking out, she had put these items into this opaque little bag, carrying it all the way to now. She turned on the bathtub faucet and hot water gushed out, steam gradually filling the entire bathroom. She poured bath salts into the water, lit a scented candle, and placed it on a small shelf beside the bathtub. Then she removed her nail polish and workout clothes, folding them neatly on the sink. After soaking in the bathtub, she leaned her head against the edge, the hot water enveloping her shoulders, the steam accentuating the blush on her face. She reached for the little bag next to the bathtub, squeezing the opening several times, loosening her grip, then tightening it again. Through the bag's opening, she could see several exquisite black lace lingerie pieces and a packet of stockings inside. Biting her lip, she paused with her fingers at the bag's opening for a while, then took a deep breath and opened the bag, pulling out the lingerie and stockings, placing them alongside the bath towel, having made her decision. Jiang Xun leaned against the sofa, holding a glass of orange juice in his hand, the collar of his bathrobe open with his hair still damp. He was flipping through the lighting modes of the entire room, with the remote control switching from reading mode to sleep mode and back again, finally stopping at an option labeled romantic mode. The bathroom door opened. A warm, humid fragrance mixed with shower gel and bath salts wafted out first, followed by Xun Chuyou stepping out. She wore the hotel-provided slippers, which made almost no sound as they touched the short plush carpet. Outside, she draped a white bathrobe over herself, the robe's belt loosely tied, the collar slightly open, revealing the lace trim of a black camisole underneath. The straps of the camisole were thin, delicately resting on her collarbone, the black lace extending down from the neckline, with the hem of the dress just reaching her thighs. Beneath the hem were long legs wrapped in black stockings, which glimmered faintly under the warm lighting. Jiang Xun followed the sound. The glass of orange juice paused in midair, his eyes widened for a moment, and then he slowly blinked. He set the cup down on the coffee table, shifting his gaze from her ankles clad in stockings upward to the lace trim exposed by the robe, and finally, to Xunqi's face. Just out of the bathroom, her skin was slightly flushed from the steam, her hair, half-dirty, cascading over her A hint of light makeup adorned her face, likely from the minimal cosmetics provided in the bathroom, her lips, more supple than usual, with a hint of moisture, still clinging to her eyelashes. This face would be pursued by men anywhere, even surpassing the celebrity queens of her previous world. Xunqiu stood at the bathroom door, one hand resting at the side of her robe, her fingers gently pinching the hem. When her gaze met Jiang Xun's, her eyes lowered slightly, neither avoiding his gaze nor bowing her head. The moment she made this decision was not when she secretly stuffed items into her shopping cart in the mall. That was just impulsive. But now she was clear-headed. This decision came after days of experiencing fear, curled up alone in that old drafty car, being pounded on by zombies at the windows all night, to the despair of the car, being smashed into scrap metal on the roadside, and finally, to Jiang Xun tapping the green checkmark on the touchscreen, and her standing up from the shards of glass to become his passenger. Throughout these days they had fought zombies together, battled scavengers, searched farms, shopped at markets, and dined on king crab and luxury suites. Her feelings for him had also evolved beyond the trust of a car owner and passenger. The boundary she had originally drawn was for rationality, to prevent their relationship from becoming complicated. But tonight, in this VIP suite that had materialized from the gray mist, warm to the point of feeling unreal, she suddenly felt that line could be erased. It was not a mere impulse, it was her genuine desire. She wanted him to see that she was not the survivor in tattered workout clothes with sleeves torn into rags, but a woman. She made her choice. So she opened that small bag and put on the lingerie and camisole underneath the bath. As she dried her hair in front of the bathroom mirror, she looked at the reflection of herself in the black lace camisole. Her face, slightly flushed, took a deep breath and pushed open the bathroom door. Now she stood before him, fingers pinching the hem of her robe, her heart racing enough for her to hear her own pulse, yet her face showed no intention of retreating. In the depths of the night, the bedroom lights were dimmed to their lowest setting. The lighting mode on the control panel remained on romantic mode, enveloping the entire bedroom in a soft, warm orange glow. The backlit wall decorations dimmed a notch, and the electric blackout curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows were fully drawn. Little Mist woke up groggily in its cozy nook. It had just dreamed of chasing a glowing object deep in the gray mist, only to realize it was a gigantic chew bone. Just as it was about to open its mouth to bite, it heard some noise from the direction of the bedroom. Owl. It tilted its head and glanced towards the bed for a moment, its round silvery gray eyes filled with curiosity, then yawned, nudging its head into the soft cushion, settling into a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. The next morning, the electric blackout curtains slowly opened automatically, the artificial light from the service area courtyard spilling through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sheets were messy, the quilt kicked down to the foot of the bed in a heap, and the pillows were tossed askew, one upright and one horizontal. The automatic wake-up service was activated. Xunqiu lay on her side in Jiang Xun's arms, her hair spread across his shoulder, her entire face nestled at the edge of the quilt, revealing only half of it. Her eyelashes fluttered gently in the morning light, then she slowly opened her eyes, finding Jiang Xun's profile only a few centimeters away from her. This time she did not shrink back into the quilt as she did last time in the car. Instead, she looked at him for a moment, then closed her eyes again, nuzzling into his shoulder. The drawer of the bedside cabinet was slightly ajar, containing a delicate little box with VIP exclusive available on demand printed on the lid. Jiang Xun woke up a bit earlier than her. He turned his head, resting his chin on her head, inhaling the lingering scent of shower gel from her hair. The atmosphere between them felt different than before. Xunqiu turned to face him, her eyes still not fully open, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. Their tone of conversation shifted from "where are we going today?" to something lighter and softer, and the accidental touches of their bodies no longer carried the previous cautious avoidance. After they both had a shower, Jiang Xun changed into traveler gear and armor, while Xunqiu neatly folded the lace camisole from last night and placed it into the opaque little bag at the bottom of her backpack. She put on her new dark gray quick-dry t-shirt and black cargo pants, tightened the laces of her high-top hiking boots, and tied her hair into a high ponytail. As they stepped out of the VIP room, the door closed silently behind them, the golden light strip on the door frame flickering once before dimming. Xunqiu linked her arm with Jiang Xun's, walking side by side toward the escalator. They first had breakfast before taking the escalator to the second floor. Before they reached the top of the escalator, the air on the second floor changed dramatically. A faint scent of machine oil mixed with the cold metallic tang, along with the smell of paper and ink. The medical room was to the right at the top of the escalator, marked conspicuously with a Red Cross symbol, and next to it, an electronic screen scrolling the available services. They pushed the door open and took a look around. Inside there were no shelves or medicine cabinets, only a few independent treatment rooms, each equipped with an automatic medical pod. The medical pod could handle wound stitching, fracture stabilization, infection cleaning, and burn treatment, but did not sell any medical supplies. The electronic screen at the service desk displayed a message: this medical room only provides treatment services and does not sell any medicines or medical supplies. Shin Chuyu flipped through a few pages of the service list on the electronic screen, glanced at the large medical pod with the green indicator light inside the treatment room, and remarked that this place was only for emergencies after injuries. Jiang Xun looked around. This place was temporarily useless for them, so they didn't linger, turning around to walk straight to the materials trading hall deep in the corridor. The trading hall door was a wide double automatic door with an electronic screen above the frame scrolling the words Materials Trading Hall alongside a smaller screen showing the day's popular trading categories. As the door opened, the interior space opened up dramatically. The trading hall was larger than the combined areas of the first floor dining zone and self-service supermarket, making it the largest functional area in the entire service zone. The ceiling was high enough for 2 stories with cold white lights evenly illuminating every inch of the floor, every product detail perfectly visible. The flooring was replaced with durable dark gray metal material producing a faint scraping sound. The hall was filled with the same scent of machine oil mixed with metal and paper that they had detected in the corridor, but stronger, to the point where it felt as if they were standing in a massive equipment warehouse. The hall was divided into several sections by category with large illuminated signs hanging above each. The closest area to the entrance was the raw materials section, where shelves were lined with standard metal ingots. Iron ingots, copper ingots, steel ingots, aluminum ingots, all neatly stacked by specification, with electronic price tags standing in front of each stack. Next to it were wood and stone, followed by fiber materials, including canvas, nylon ropes, rubber sheets, and plastic boards. Everything one could need. The aisles between the shelves were wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Further inside was the parts and semi-finished products section, with various sizes of gear sets, bearings, springs, screw and nut sets, circuit boards, relays, and wires. A few wanderers were squatting in this section, rummaging through parts boxes, one holding several screws of different sizes, while another was comparing a white blueprint with the part numbers on the shelf. Deeper in was the rare materials section. The shelves in this section were shorter than those in other areas, with each product displayed individually in transparent glass cabinets, which were equipped with sensor locks that could only be opened after paying the required wanderer coins. Inside the cabinet was a bottle of physical enhancement potion, white the price, making several wanderers standing nearby step back silently. On one side were also a few materials from rare monsters, a few intact scavenger bone plates, and some feathers from an unknown creature in the gray mist, each with an exceptionally high price tag next to them. However, these materials were not important, only that bottle of potion caught Jiang Xun's attention. The materials could be skipped, but this physical enhancement potion must be bought. Having used it once, buying this potion was just right for Shin Chuyu. Shin Chuyu was also very pleased, giving Jiang Xun a kiss on the cheek. Under the envious gazes of others, Jiang Xun purchased the physical enhancement potion. The blueprint section was located at the deepest part of the trading hall, against the wall, occupying a whole wall of display cabinets. The lighting in the display cabinets was dimmer than in other sections, specially designed to highlight the special paper surface of the blueprints that shimmered with a faint blue hue. The cabinets contained white quality blueprints ranging from basic tool blueprints to simple vehicle modification blueprints, each accompanied by a price, which, while steep, could still be afforded by an ordinary wanderer if they tightened their belts. Jiang Xun stood in front of the blueprint section, Shin Chuyu beside him, looking up at the entire wall of display cabinets. Jiang Xun started scanning from the far left, his gaze swift. Most of the white blueprints, he glanced at the price and name before passing over, not finding any that were useful to him. When he reached the middle, his gaze paused. Vehicle storage expansion white. He was very familiar with this blueprint. It was the same modification module he inherited when merging with the abandoned car. He used the benefits of storage expansion every day, filling the extra hidden space in the trunk with supplies brought back from farms and cargo boxes. But having expanded once does not mean it cannot be expanded again, as storage space is like wanderer coins. There's never too much. Only 2 were left on the shelf, and the price was not cheap. Together they cost enough for an ordinary wanderer to enjoy several mid-range meals in the service area. He took both down, tucking them under his arm. A nearby wanderer who was frowning in thought saw Jiang Xun take the last 2 vehicle storage expansion blueprints. His outstretched fingers froze for a moment in midair before he turned to look at the now empty spot on the shelf, confirming that the label indeed read Stock 0. He moved his lips, silently cursing the rich guy. Jiang Xun continued to scan to the right, pulling out a few more blueprints. Enhanced tire anti-slip patterns white. A slight modification to the existing tires, increasing the depth of anti-slip patterns and adding special drainage grooves, which can slightly improve traction on wet, icy, and muddy surfaces without altering tire levels or affecting vehicle ratings. Vehicle aroma diffuser white. Installed at the air conditioning vent, it can hold aroma tablets, continuously releasing a faint fragrance to mask the long-sealed car's sweat, mold, and blood smells. Shin Shuyu took this blueprint from the display cabinet, her expression suggesting this must be bought, placing it into the shopping basket, saying that with little mist, the smell of barbecue, and the zombie blood from the armor, this aroma diffuser was simply a necessity. Simple rearview mirror rain visor white. A transparent deflector that attaches above the exterior rearview mirror, using airflow to blow away rain from the mirror's surface, while also featuring a low-power heating wire to prevent fogging. Biodegradable trash bag white. Made from special materials that can quickly decompose organic waste, reducing odors and the volume of trash inside the car. One bag lasts about a week, and the residue can be directly disposed of, with the bag being reusable. Upon seeing this blueprint, Shin Shuyu read the description aloud, her eyes lighting up when she reached quickly decomposes organic waste, and after Jiang Xun's approval, tossed it into the shopping basket. After leaving the blueprint section, they pushed their shopping basket around to the parts and semi-finished products section. The items here were not as enticing as the blueprints, but some scarce materials were indeed hard to find outside, so they selected and supplemented some of the missing material resources. With their last bit of money spent, the basket was filled to the brim, and the balance had only dropped by 2 digits, which was hardly noticeable. Jiang Xun glanced down at the payment screen, swiped away the pop-up, and then patted the VIP card in the side pocket of his cargo pants. If it weren't for this card, he pushed the basket forward, turning back to Shin Shuyu, and said, "My account would have been empty. How could I still have this much Wanderer coin left now?" Shin Shuyu couldn't help but smile. She recalled the prices she saw earlier in the blueprint section. Just the original price of those 2 vehicle storage expansion blueprints had made the nearby Wanderer hesitate for a long time before daring to reach out, while Jiang Xun took both without batting an eye. Adding in that stack of white blueprints and the parts and materials they had gathered from several sections, the total price would be more than what an ordinary wanderer could accumulate from several days of zombie hunting. She had witnessed every deduction on the screen. Those numbers added up to even less than the original price. Pushing a basket overflowing with blueprints and parts, the two had just rounded the parts and semi-finished goods section when Shin Shuyao suddenly tugged at Jiang Xun's sleeve. Not far ahead, beside the rare materials area of the trading hall, a large circle of people had gathered around an empty patch of floor. Many roamers stood in a half-moon crowd, pressed shoulder to shoulder. Some stood on tiptoe to peer, and others crossed their arms at the edge, tilting their heads to listen. Occasional low, half-suppressed arguments rose from the throng. Jiang Xun and Shin Shuyao exchanged a glance and steered their basket toward the commotion. About 20 or 30 people had gathered, instinctively forming a loose semicircle that left a small, empty area in the center. Jiang Xun angled his body and peered inside as he pushed the cart. In that cleared patch of floor stood 2 opposing groups. On the left were 6 or 7 men bearing the Longtu convoy emblem. Their armor was a haphazard patchwork. Some wore steel chest plates taken from scavenged corpses, others had thick iron pipes lashed to their forearms as bracers. Their weapons were openly displayed: modified machetes at belts, crude homemade crossbows slung on backs, a baseball bat welded with iron spikes clutched in a hand. Their stances were loose and unrefined. Their leader was a bald, burly man with a fresh scar at his temple, a cigarette clenched in his mouth as he leaned against the display case, 1 foot on its base, his gaze sweeping hostilely across to the opposite side. On the right stood 5 or 6 men marked with the Tongsing's convoy sigil, arranged more compactly. Their armor, though also mismatched, looked neater and bore signs of careful repair at the worn spots. One of them held a convoy radio, huddling with others and whispering urgent words. Their leader was a man in his early 30s, of average build, wearing a patchwork jacket. His expression was steady, though a deep crease ran between his brows. He did not lean on the case or rest a foot upon anything. Arms folded, he simply stood, his gaze crossing the display to meet the bald Longtu leader head-on. Between the 2 groups sat a transparent glass display case on the floor, its base a deep gray composite. Above it hovered an electronic screen. The screen coldly displayed the item quality: shift blueprint green. Effect: merge any 2 white quality blueprints into 1 green quality blueprint. Retains original function. Improves values efficiency. Small chance to add an extra effect. Price: 3,000 Manu gold coins. Stock 1. Jiang Xun's gaze lingered on the word green for 2 seconds before flicking to the price. 3,000 Manu gold coins. Instinctively, he tapped the VIP card tucked inside his jacket pocket and mentally ran through the discounted total. It was not exorbitant. Shin Chuyao could not see clearly from her height. She rose on tiptoe to glance at the display case, then scanned the crowd around them. This should be the only green blueprint in the entire trading hall, he murmured to Shin Chuyao, his voice kept deliberately low. It turns 2 white blueprints into 1 green. Murmurs rippled through the spectators. 3,000 coins. Is that the only green in the whole hall? No wonder the 2 convoys are squaring off. Who got here first? It seems the Tongxing's people were here first, then the Longta lot showed up. Some folded their arms to watch the drama. Others clinched a few coins, weighing them, as if wondering whether they could ever accumulate 3,000 in a lifetime. The Longtu bald man tilted his head, poked the base of the display case with his toe, then leaned back and whispered something to a lanky man behind him. The lanky man immediately bent over and operated the convoy radio, muttering as he keyed the device. On the Tongxing side, they did not idle either. Beside their leader, a bespectacled young woman produced a radio and quickly reported their situation, occasionally glancing up at their opponents. The display screen continued to blink the cold lines. Stock 1. Each flicker drew both sides' eyes like magnets toward that tiny figure. A scar-faced man from the Longtu rear planted his iron pipe on the floor, with a clang, the blunt sound cutting through the hush. Can your Tongxings afford it? He snarled. 3,000 coins for this blueprint. Can your convoy scrape that together? I heard your Tongxing's convoy is so broke you can't even gather enough fuel for a few barrels. Why pretend to be rich here? The bespectacled Tongxing's woman did not look up. She replied lightly, as if flicking away dust. Long to stop making a fool of yourselves. Last time you tried to rob our convoy and failed, your leader alone drove over 3 of your ambush points. She added, have you managed to make up for the supplies you lost? A few Tongxing's members suppressed smiles and cleared their throats. Langta's faces changed instantly. The man with the iron pipe's hand bulged with veins as he took a step forward. Immediately, a Tongxing's member stepped in front of the bespectacled woman, the short knife at his waist nudging half an inch out. The crowd drew back a breath, then pressed in again. Everyone knew violence was forbidden within the service area. Striking someone there was no joke. It invited immediate transfer to the gray mist, where both vehicle and people could be obliterated. That did not prevent verbal sparring or scowls. Little Wu Jiao was cradled in Shun Chuyo's arms, its round silvery gray eyes peeking from the crook of her elbow, curiously watching the 2 groups bristle at one another. It tilted its head as if wondering why these two-legged beasts did not simply fight, but kept making those strange sounds instead. Jiang Xun's gaze shifted from the opposing men to the display case. He leaned toward Shin Chuyao and lowered his voice to barely a whisper. If we secure that blueprint, we can upgrade trap blueprints or weapon and armor blueprints when we get back. Shin Chuyao tucked Wu Jiao closer. She glanced at the price tag on the case and then at Jiang Xun, responding softly, we're doing fairly well now. This would definitely help with future jobs. She paused, casting a swift look over both groups before lowering her voice further. But it'll make enemies. Well, offend both sides for sure, Jiang Xun said, glancing at the still snarling bald man and the Tongxing's leader. But this blueprint is very valuable to us. It's worth the risk. They'll follow your lead. Jiang Xun signaled Shin Chuyao with a look. She drew Wu Jiao closer to her chest, pulled her chin into her collar, and followed him forward. They threaded through the gaps in the crowd at an unhurried pace. One after the other, they stepped out of the loose semicircle and walked straight into the small patch of ground neither side would yield. The onlookers fell silent for a heartbeat. A thin man who had seen Jiang Xun at the supermarket checkout jabbed the person beside him with his elbow. Hey, he hissed. That's the one from yesterday. VIP, that VIP. Before the companion could react, the thin man added, the one who bought a whole cart of stuff. I saw him with my own eyes. The tidbit passed from the back to the front. Some whispered that his account had more gold than he could possibly spend. Others claimed he had stayed behind the unmarked VIP door at the end of the 3rd floor corridor last night, and someone had seen a golden flash on his screen at a self-service terminal. The tidbit passed from the back to the front. Some whispered that his account had more gold than he could possibly spend. Others claimed he had stayed behind the unmarked VIP. This youth bore no convoy insignia. His clothes were neat and stylish, and a straight sword hung at his waist. He did not look like any convoy member. A woman clutched a small dog at his side. The gray and white puppy poked its head out, curiously watching the crowd. The scar-faced man's frown deepened. He thrust his chin forward, his voice rough as sandpaper. Who are you? What are you doing standing in the middle there? Get out of the way, can't you see we're talking business? Tongxing's leader, A Chung, also turned. His gaze rested on Jiang Xun for 2 seconds before sliding down to the hilt of the straight sword at Jiang Xun's waist, then back up to his face. He did not scowl, but tilted his head politely, his tone far more measured than the scar-faced man's, though equally appraising. Brother, these 2 convoys are negotiating. You'd be best to step back to avoid getting hurt. As he spoke, the bespectacled woman pushed up her glasses, her gaze flicking from Jiang Xun to Shin Chuyao. and then to Wu Jiao, clearly assessing who these sudden intruders might be. Jiang Xun ignored the scar-faced man and gave Chung a slight nod. The motion was small, a downward press of the chin that snapped back, acknowledging he had heard, but he did not stop his steps. Jiang Xun came to a halt directly in front of the display case. Shen Shuyao eased herself behind him as he raised his right hand, peered through the glass at the faintly green glowing blueprint inside, and placed his VIP card against the terminal's sensor beside the case. The electronic screen above the display flickered and brought up a payment interface. The price, 3,000 Manu gold coins, glowed in the center. Beneath it were account balance and confirm payment options. The cold light of the screen washed over Jiang Xun's face. He remained composed. The entire hall fell silent. Not a gradual hush, but an abrupt, strangled stillness. The two sides' insults choked off mid-sentence. The whispers about VIP stopped as if a hand had clapped. All eyes focused on the illuminated payment interface. The scar-faced man reacted first. The cigarette nearly slipped from his lips. His iron pipe struck the floor with a dull clang as he lunged forward, a raw, cracked roar tearing from his throat. "What the hell are you doing?" Chung from Tongxing's was stunned as well. He put a hand out, palm forward, as if to block his voice, restrained compared to the scar-faced man, yet laced with surprise and indignation. "Brother, we spotted this blueprint first. We're already pooling funds the convoy." He stopped mid-sentence when he saw Jiang Xun tap the screen. A muffled expletive burst from the crowd, followed by a chorus of sharp inhalations. The thin man who had recognized Jiang Xun shoved the shoulder of the person before him aside and stood on tiptoe toward the display, murmuring, "Told you he was VIP, told you he was VIP." A roamer beside him gaped, still clutching a handful of screws picked from the parts area. One slipped from his fingers and skittered across the floor, rolling several times while no one bent to pick it up. "He really bought it. He really pressed it," someone from the back asked, the disbelief sharpening their voice into something thin and high. 3,000 coins. Not 30, not 300, but 3,000. Another voice chimed in, as if doing the math for everyone. That would pay for several nights in a luxury suite in the service area and a few steak dinners. Who could casually produce that many Manu gold coins? Not only that, a bespectacled thin man at the front interjected, speaking rapidly. "Didn't you see how much he bought, just now? A whole cart. He cleared all the last vehicle storage expansion blueprints in the blueprint section, took every single one. Those white blueprints plus the parts. He probably lost count of how much he spent. The man's Manu gold might well exceed what an entire convoy could scrape together." The whispers swelled into clamor. "If he's VIP, maybe he doesn't have to pay so much." Scar-faced man's expressions flickered through several colors in seconds. First, his face flushed red, the kind of helpless fury that burns from the neck up, making the fresh scar at his temple twitch. Then his complexion turned sullenly pale as he watched Jiang Xun actually press the confirm key, and the screen flashed the green notice, "Transaction successful." Finally, his face emptied into a stunned blank, the impossible and the audacious colliding until his mind froze. The long-term members exchanged glances. Some fingers twitched toward their weapons, one hand closed on the handle of a modified machete and edged it half an inch free, but the service area's safety rules kept them from making a move. Another burly man planted his spiked bat on the floor, preparing to strike, but the bat thudded and fell back as if rebuffed by an invisible force. They could not even leave a scratch inside the service area. Scarface kept his stare fixed on the now unlocked display box, his Adam's apple bobbing. Ash stuck to the corner of his mouth from when he ground out his cigarette. His lips moved for a long time before he managed, in a voice ground between clenched teeth, "Do you know who you're messing with?" Jiang Xun bent to confirm the faint green blueprint inside was intact, then turned to the scar-faced man and replied calmly, "Who I'm up against is irrelevant. What matters is that the blueprint is now in my hands." The scar-faced man narrowed his eyes and fell silent. On the other side, Cheng's expression shifted from surprise to a complex, restrained quiet. He did not erupt in furious rage like the scar-faced leader, nor did he rest his hand on a weapon. But his eyes betrayed his displeasure. He had arrived first with his people face down for a long while, and had been arranging for his convoy to pool funds, only to have a sudden VIP appear and swipe the purchase without so much as a greeting. His annoyance remained, but it quickly shifted into calculation. He ceased thinking of himself as someone cheated and began evaluating this unexpected variable. The female team member behind him wearing glasses pushed her glasses up and quietly asked, "Chingu, what is this person's background?" 3,000 gold coins, and he pays without hesitation. "Our team has been gathering for so long and still lacks some." He slightly tilted his head, shifting his gaze from the display box in Jiang Xun's hand to Jiang Xun's face, then to Shin Shio, who was beside Jiang Xun and was gathering Wu Jiao into her arms. Finally, his gaze landed on the position in Jiang Xun's inner pocket, where a faint golden light had just flickered, which he had noticed. He is the VIP that everyone at the service area has been discussing. Ah Chung lowered his voice. He stayed in the room at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor last night. The blueprint he bought probably has a discount, and it must be significant. Jiang Xun held the blueprint box in his hand, calmly scanning the scarred face, slightly tilting his head, then turning to Shin Chiyo. Let's go. Shin Chiyo gathered Wu Jiao closer to her chest. Little Wu Jiao's ears perked up, not in fear, but in alertness, as its silver-gray eyes scanned from the scarred face to the few members of the wolf path who were touching their weapons. But it didn't make a sound. It only shrank its head back into Shin Chiyo's arm by half an inch, its tail stiff and unmoving. The scarred face stepped forward, blocking Jiang Xun. His fire axe was still stuck in the ground, and his other hand pointed at the display box. Jiang Xun was holding fingers rough and calloused with oil and rust embedded beneath his nails. He lowered his voice, the harshness oozing from every word, his volume not loud, but clear enough for everyone around to hear. Kid, leave the blueprint behind, and let's pretend today never happened. As he said this, he slightly raised his chin, looking at Jiang Xun through his nostrils. The wolf path members behind him were already using communication devices to contact their team. Among them, a tall and thin one pressed a communicator to his ear, his fingers quickly tapping on the screen, quietly saying something. Jiang Xun glanced at him. Then he switched the blueprint to his left hand, letting his right hand hang naturally at his side, taking half a step to the left to bypass the scarred face, and continue walking towards the crowd. I don't care about you at all. In the internal communication channel of the wolf path, the thin and tall member was quietly reporting to Li Jinshan. Boss, a green upgrade blueprint appeared in the trading hall. Quality leap blueprint priced at 3,000 gold coins. We and the other participants were scrambling for it, but it was brushed away by a VIP roamer on the spot. We are also unclear on what a VIP is. From his spending at the service area, he definitely has thousands of gold coins at the very least. Understood. He hung up the communication and whispered a few words into the ear of the scarred face. Upon hearing this, the scarred face's expression slowly morphed from anger into a cold smirk. He slung his weapon over his shoulder, turned to face Jiang Xun's back, and spoke in a low voice, but every word clearly pierced through the crowd to Jiang Xun's ears. Our boss meaning is very clear. He wants the blueprint, and he wants your gold coins too. You are safe in the service area, but once you step through this door, Wolf Path has 100 ways to make you and your vehicle disappear. Be careful. After saying this, he waved his hand, leading the Wolf Path members toward the exit of the trading hall. Before leaving, the scarred face looked back at Jiang Xun. He scanned from head to toe, finally landing on the display box in Jiang Xun's hand, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly before he turned and joined the group. The Wolf Path members had not completely exited the trading hall, and the crowd was still whispering. Ah Chung had already withdrawn his gaze from the scarred face's back. He did not stop Jiang Xun, but turned to his team members behind him and made a simple gesture. Palms down, gently pressing downwards, signaling to regroup. Several fellow team members immediately loosened their grips on their weapons, and the female team member, wearing glasses, stowed her communication device back into her waist pouch, stepping aside slightly. Ah Chung walked up to Jiang Xun, keeping pace with him, the soles of his boots making a steady friction sound against the non-slip floor. His tone was much more polite than that of the Wolf Path, not a pretense, but a habitual respect he usually carried in conversations. Brother, we indeed want this blueprint too, but since you've already bought it, it belongs to you. In business, the rule is first come, first served. Though your first isn't arriving, it's paying. He smiled after finishing his sentence. Not a forced smile, but a genuine one, the corners of his mouth curling up with subtle lines appearing at the corners of his eyes, as if to say, this situation is a bit frustrating, but I have to admit it. Then he introduced himself. My name is Ah Chung, captain of the second squad of the fellow travelers team. How should I address you, brother? Jiang Xun. Ah Cheng's expression paused for a moment, as if quickly searching his mind for this name, then revealing a look of realization, that kind of expression that says, so, it's you. He said, so you are the first roamer to speak in the World Channel. Our team has discussed this internally. He changed the subject, his tone becoming serious, but not oppressive. Our team leader Zhao Lauda. Zhao Chung has been looking for capable people. I'm not urging you to join right away, but if you're willing, I can help introduce you. He paused here, shifting his gaze from Jiang Xun's face to Shin Chiyo, then glanced down at the little Wu Jiao, who was perked up in her arms. Wu Jiao tilted its head at him, its silver-gray eyes blinking. The rules of the fellow travelers are very simple. Never abandon anyone and never force anyone to stay. You have strength, you have a VIP card, you don't need the team to help you survive. But the team can make your life more Ah Chung looked back at Jiang Xun, his tone adding a layer of seriousness. Moreover, with the team backing you, the Wolf Path crazies won't dare to touch you casually. They are madmen, but even madmen know how to weigh whether they can provoke a group of people or not. Jiang Xun listened, not looking at Shen Chuyu nor hesitating. He met Ah Cheng's gaze and responded, "Thank you for the kindness, but I don't plan to join any team. On this road, bound passengers can live or die together, but the team is just a loose alliance. Joining a team means having to consider the distribution of public resources, the leader's orders, and the safety of teammates." He now had a vehicle, passengers' weapons, and a VIP card, and did not need to hand over his fate to anyone. Ah Cheng looked at him for 2 seconds, confirming whether this person showed any signs of wavering when he said this. 2 seconds later he nodded, not persisting in persuading him, but his tone relaxed a bit more than before. "All right, no pressure. But if you change your mind, or just want someone to watch your back on the road, you're always welcome to send a message in the Fellow Travelers channel." Then he took a step back, adding in that steady but not oppressive tone, "Boss Zhao asked me to pass on a message. Any roamer in this area who does not bully the weak is a friend of the Fellow Travelers." Jiang Xun nodded at him and turned to walk side by side with Shen Chuyu out of the blueprint area. The crowd automatically parted to the sides. Some did so out of respect, hiding the expressions of watching a show, just now stepping aside quietly. Others did not wish to block the way. After all, this person dared to confront the wolf path's scarred face directly. Some simply wanted to see what he looked like, tiptoeing and stretching their necks to peek through the shoulders of those in front. Refrigerators, electric blankets, whole barrels of cooking oil, all stuffed into the shopping cart. A burly man who had seen Jiang Xun at the supermarket checkout nudged the person beside him with his elbow. "That's him, no doubt. He was the one who cleared out half the supermarket on the first floor yesterday." Refrigerators, electric blankets, whole barrels of cooking oil, all stuffed into the shopping cart. The person beside him gasped, and another voice came from the back row. "The wolf path said he can't get out. Once he leaves the service area, no one will protect him." After this was said, some echoed, some stayed silent, and some just watched Jiang Xun and Shen Chiyu's figures disappear toward the exit of the trading hall. Shen Chiyo, holding little Wu Jiao, walked on Jiang Xun's right side. She turned her head, her ponytail swaying against her shoulder, her voice lowered to a whisper only they could hear. "You look quite cool just now." Jiang Xun's lips curled slightly, not responding, but his steps quickened a bit, the soles of his boots making a light sound on the carpet in the corridor, his rhythm shifting from steady to lively, almost imperceptible. Shen Chuyu lowered her head, rubbing her face against the fluffy back of Wu Jiao, concealing the curve of her mouth. Little Wu Jiao sneezed from the rub, shaking its head, completely puzzled about what the two owners were laughing about. Having left the material trading hall, the two had no desire to wander any further and returned to the VIP exclusive lounge. The door closed silently behind them, the golden light strip on the door frame flickering once before dimming. The occasional footsteps drifting in the corridor, the distant elevator arrival chimes, and several roamers whispering about VIP were all isolated by that solid wooden door. In the entire suite, only the low hum of the refrigerator in the corner of the living room and the very faint sound of the motor as the electric blackout curtains slowly closed remained. Shen Chuyu gently placed little Wu Jiao in the woven pet nest beside the sofa. Little Wu Jiao turned around twice, paws pressing down on the soft cushion, then lay down, resting its chin on a chew bone. But its ears occasionally twitched, its silver-gray eyes following Jiang Xun as he walked from in front of the coffee table to the bar and back again, clearly sensing that the emotions of its two owners had not yet fully settled. Jiang Xun placed the display box on the coffee table, not in a hurry to open it. He walked behind the bar, took out 2 bottles of ice-cold mineral water from the built-in mini fridge, opened one, and handed it to Shen Chiyo, and opened the other for himself, taking a sip. The coolness slid down his throat as he set the water bottle on the coffee table and sat down next to Shen Chiyo, the soft couch sinking slightly under his weight. So the current situation is, Shen Chiyo held the water bottle in her hand, her fingers slowly circling the bottle cap, and spoke first. "The wolf path has already set their sights on us. The one named Li Jinshan, the one who previously posted in the channel saying, 'If you don't join, well, just rob you.' He is the superior of the scarred face. Since communication has already been made, as long as we leave the service area, there is a high probability they will take action outside." She paused, turning the bottle cap back. "Though the fellow travelers are polite, we still need to be cautious." Ah Cheng's attitude is his personal one and does not represent all the teams within the fellow travelers. The wolf path will definitely take action. Jiang Xun leaned against the back of the sofa, one leg resting on the edge of the coffee table, his gaze fixed on the warm recessed lights on the ceiling. Li Zinshan's logic is very simple. Might makes right, and not joining means being an enemy. I cut in front of his team, which is equivalent to publicly slapping him in the face. If he doesn't take action, he won't maintain his authority within the team. As for the fellow travelers, their attitude is indeed not bad. If Xiao Cheng were here, based on what he said in the pinned announcement, he might not take action against us. But whether the members below will take matters into their own hands is anyone's guess. They have a second squad, then a third squad, and each squad leader has their own judgment. Even one thinking we are easy prey would be troublesome. Shin Chuyu fell silent for a moment. She rested the water bottle on her lap, turned her head to look at Jiang Xun. The artificial light from the service area courtyard filtered through the frosted glass, casting a soft, warm hue on her face. "Do you regret it?" she asked. Jiang Xun turned to look at her, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. "No regrets." He lifted the water bottle to take another sip. "On this road, opportunities won't wait for you to be ready before they come. That leap blueprint, missing it today, might mean it gets bought by the Wolf Path to upgrade their weapons and come back to hit us. What is there to regret?" He set the water bottle back on the coffee table, sinking further into the sofa. "If they want to rob, let them come. Before Guang Dalei wanted to rob me too, now his vehicle has been merged by me. They are stronger than Guang Dalei, but we are also stronger than we were back then." Shin Chuyu placed the water bottle on the coffee table, the glass bottom tapping lightly against the surface. She fell silent for a while, not in a daze, but with a familiar expression of Jiang Xun's. She was calculating something. She had the same expression when fighting zombie pigs on the grass, her eyes fixed on a point, her mind racing. She still felt a bit uneasy. "How about we sneak out of the service area tonight under the cover of darkness?" She raised her head, her speech not fast, but each word had been thought through several times in her mind. The service area has a maximum stay limit of 24 hours, and we're approaching that time. Last night I specifically observed on the third-floor corridor. The black-robed people all dove into the lounge while the queue for showers in the regular lounge was double that of the daytime. But the public areas were quieter, and the corridor's night mode lights were dimmed a notch. Most people are afraid of the gray tide, afraid to drive at night. Ordinary roamers won't travel at night. She leaned forward, tracing her finger on the coffee table. Our vehicle is different. The upgraded high beams can illuminate dozens of meters, and the hand-crank generator stores enough electricity to keep the headlights on continuously. Little Wu Jiao can sense threats in the gray mist. If there are zombies or scavengers nearby, it will give an early warning. She glanced at Wu Jiao, who was perked up in its nest, the little guy tilting its head when it heard its name. And the Wolf Path members, she drew a circle on the coffee table with her finger, they just made threats and left. Given the scarred face's demeanor, it's highly likely they will send people to lurk at our room door. However, if we act quickly, even if they know we are leaving, they will find it difficult to catch up with us. After listening to Shin Chuyu's suggestion, Jiang Xun did not respond immediately. He stood up from the sofa and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. The electric blackout curtains were fully drawn, the water in the pool circulated slowly, and a few water lilies closed their petals in the dimming light, while the low shrubs on the artificial lawn were neatly trimmed. He pressed his hands against the window frame, replaying Shin Chuyu's proposal from start to finish in his mind. The plan indeed had its feasible aspects, taking advantage of the night to leave unexpectedly. If the wolves thought they would comfortably wait until morning, their nighttime vigilance would likely weaken. But there were also obvious risks. The gray tide spread faster at night, visibility reduced to just the beam of car headlights. If they were intercepted by a horde of zombies or scavengers halfway, it would be several times more troublesome than during the day. If the wolves had indeed arranged for 24-hour surveillance, they would be discovered the moment they left the room. At that point, it wouldn't be unexpected, but rather they would be walking into a trap. However, the most critical issue was not these pros and cons. He turned around, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at Shin Chuyu, who was sitting on the sofa waiting for his response. Running away does not solve the fundamental problem. The wolves have already set their sights on us. Sneaking out through the service area back door this time means we still have to fight when we encounter them on the road next time. Li Jinshan would not let you go just because you ran away once. He would only think that you were afraid and would pursue you even more fiercely. He paused for a moment, a hint of coldness in his tone. Rather than letting them take the initiative, it would be better for us to act first. Moreover, if they say they want to rob me, should I just run? That would be too much of an insult. Shin Chuyu listened, staring at him for several seconds. Then she smiled, the corners of her mouth curling up, her eyes forming two arcs. I knew you would say that. She placed the water bottle on the coffee table, stood up, and walked beside him, also looking out at the quiet artificial lawn and pool outside the window, saying, Then let's act early tomorrow morning and see how things unfold. If we can't win, we retreat. If we can win, we make them remember. The two exchanged glances. There was no need to say more about such understanding. Shin Chuyu turned around, leaning against the window frame, counting on her fingers. The biggest threat from the wolves is their numbers. Moreover, just now in the trading hall I saw that several of their members had homemade simple crossbows. Their range might not be far, but their close-range lethality is sufficient, so we need to be cautious. Jiang Xun nodded. Their vehicles are likely also upgraded. The wolves have robbed so many wanderers, they must have acquired quite a few blueprints and materials. Their collision power and speed might not be inferior to ours. And with their numbers, if they coordinate well, it will also be quite troublesome. Although our numbers are fewer, the combat ability is uncertain. Jiang Xun took out the physical enhancement potion he had purchased, the dark golden liquid shimmering under the warm light in the living room. He placed the bottle on the coffee table, pushing it towards Xinqiu. Drink it. Xinqiu looked down at the bottle of potion, then raised her head to look at Jiang Xun. She remembered very clearly that the first bottle of ordinary potion they dropped while fighting the scavengers was decided to give to Jiang Xun first after some discussion, because her original words at the time were, "You are the driver, as long as you are alive, I will be alive too." Now with the second bottle in front of her, she wanted to say the same thing, but Jiang Xun spoke first. "If I drink it, it's merely an enhancement. If you drink it, it's a lifeline. You have more experience in close combat than I do. The dull shock effect of the Fong gun relies on upper body strength and core stability. If your physique improves a level, your frequency and accuracy with the gun will also increase." And he looked at her, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "If something happens to you, I won't be well either." Xinqiu swallowed the words at the tip of her tongue. She reached out her fingers, touching the cold glass bottle, picking it up from the coffee table. Without any refusal, she brought the bottle to her lips, tilting her head to drink it all in one go, then closed her eyes and leaned back against the sofa, waiting for the effects to kick in. After a while, Xinqiu opened her eyes. She looked down at her hands, slowly making a fist, then relaxing, then tightening again. When her knuckles compressed, there was no longer that old crisp crack, and the power flowed smoothly like a well. She stood up, trying to jump in place. The power rebounding from her knees and ankles made her land more softly than usual, her knees bending for a brief moment to cushion the fall, landing lightly and steadily, her boots barely making a sound on the carpet. This potion. She raised her hands in front of her, turning them over, looking at the old scar on the back of her hand that had been lightly scratched by gravel, now faded to just a pale white mark. She took a deep breath. The effect is much stronger than I expected. On the inner side of the VIP room door was a small display screen. The screen was not large, and its frame blended into the wall, appearing like an ordinary decorative panel in standby mode. Jiang Xun casually tapped on it. The screen lit up, and the real-time images of the corridor were divided into several grids, capturing the entrance elevator, the corner by the fire hydrant, and the end of the corridor. The security system clearly filmed the entire public area on the third floor. In the corner across the way, a man in a camouflage vest was leaning against the wall, one leg bent and resting against the base of the wall, his gaze drifting towards the VIP room door every few seconds. Another guy crouched beside the fire hydrant, staring intently at the door to the VIP room. Xinqiu leaned closer, resting her chin on Jiang Xun's shoulder. She squinted at the screen, pointing at the position of the man in the camouflage vest. "That's one of the wolves. That scar-faced guy's subordinate. I deliberately looked at him a few extra times in the trading hall. That tattered vest is too recognizable." Jiang Xun turned off the screen, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Let them keep an eye on us." He picked up 2 bottles of chilled drinks from the coffee table that had not been opened, yet handing one to Xinqiu and keeping one for himself. When the two pushed the door open, the golden light strip on the door frame flickered. Jiang Xun walked on the left, twisting the cap of the drink in his hand, the bottle spinning on his fingertips before settling back into his palm. Xinqiu walked on the right, little Misty nestled obediently in her arms, its ears drooping against her forehead, while its tail swayed from the crook of her arm, looking harmless. The two were chatting and laughing. Xinqiu was just saying that a certain flavor of chocolate bar she saw in the snack area was exactly the same as the one sold at the convenience store downstairs before the apocalypse. As they passed by the man in the camouflage vest, Jiang Xun glanced at him. It was not a glare nor a provocation, but the kind of casual glance one gives to a passerby in a corridor. Then he withdrew his gaze and continued talking to Xinqiu. Xinqiu smiled in response, her ponytail swaying over her shoulder, her steps light and carefree. The man in the camouflage vest tensed up. His back sprang off the wall, and his hand unconsciously reached for the walkie-talkie hanging at his waist. Following Jiang Xun and Xinqiu's retreating figures down the corridor, the guy squatting next to the fire hydrant stood up to stretch his cramped legs, staring at their backs, his cheeks puffing and deflating, his teeth clenched tightly. He had been squatting in this corridor for more than half an hour, his legs numb, yet these two were openly flirting in front of him, truly a mouthful of dog food. After the two walked far away, turning the corner towards the escalator, the man in the camouflage vest finally pulled the walkie-talkie from his waist, speaking into the microphone in a low voice. "Target has left the room, appears very relaxed, does not seem like they are planning to run away." A short burst of static crackled from the other end of the walkie-talkie, followed by the hoarse voice of the scar-faced man. "Keep watching them. If they leave the service area hall, report immediately." The man in the camouflage vest acknowledged, putting the walkie-talkie back at his waist, nodding at his companion. Beside the fire hydrant, the two followed one after the other. Damn, I really want to drink a chilled drink too. The two behind muttered, their eyes glued to the drinks in the hands of the two in front, feeling quite envious. Although they could eat well and the convoy drinks were still a luxury for them. Yet Jiang Xun and his companions swaggered about with their drinks, indulging in them, causing envy and jealousy among the two wolves. The weapons and armor material shop was located on the other side of the trading hall on the second floor across from the blueprint section by a significant distance. This shop was different from others, being a plain and unadorned large material warehouse. The shelves were all open-style metal plates neatly arranged by thickness and material fiber fabrics hung by the roll fasteners and rivets stored in partitioned plastic boxes, each box labeled with tags and prices. A faint scent of metal cutting fluid and leather tanning agent wafted in the air. The store was not crowded. A few wanderers were bending over picking rivets, comparing a few different sizes against the light. In the corner, members of another convoy were bulk purchasing materials for standard armor with their carts stacked with rolls of nylon webbing and a whole box of metal buckles, while a team member, holding a list, stood beside, ticking off items one by one. Jiang Xun and Shin Shio pushed the door open, triggering a ding-dong from the sensor at the door frame. Shin Shio headed straight for the fiber fabric area, pulling out a few pieces of high-strength anti-puncture fiber boards from the shelves, bending them in her hands. This material was more than half lighter than iron plates, yet its toughness could withstand the puncture attacks of scavengers' fangs when affixed to critical locations on armor, chest, under the ribs, lower back. It provided remarkably good defensive effects. Jiang Xun took 2 rolls of special woven fabric from the nearby shelf. This stuff was cut-resistant and puncture-proof, as light as regular canvas, and even when scratched with ordinary weapons it could only leave a shallow white mark. He also grabbed a can of special adhesive from the hardware supplies section, 2 sets of knee and elbow pads, a pair of tactical gloves, and a lightweight helmet from the protective gear area. Shin Shio also gathered a few items and placed them into the basket. The two pushed the basket to the checkout area, and the light strip on the sensor gate changed from light blue to gold, with a payment pop-up appearing on the screen. The original price was about 1,000 gold coins, but the VIP discount had been automatically applied, resulting in an actual deduction of less than 10 wandering gold coins. Jiang Xun packed the items from the basket into his backpack, zipping it up, and slung it over his shoulder. Shin Shio picked up the lightweight helmet, testing its tightness on her head before taking it off and hugging it. The 2 tailing guys were still there, and as Jiang Xun and Shin Shio walked past them, Jiang Xun twirled the helmet he had just bought in his hand, while Shin Shio smiled, saying she wanted to reward Jiang Xun well. Upon hearing this, the 2 tailing guys simultaneously looked up at them, feeling a surge of anger in their hearts. We've been watching them non-stop, not even able to enjoy a warm meal, yet these 2 are going back to continue being lovey-dovey. Damn, why do I feel like we're just guard dogs, eh? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to alert the snake. After leaving the service area, they will have a good show to watch. Back at the VIP suite door, Jiang Xun brought the card close to the sensor area, and the golden light strip lit up the door, silently sliding open. Once they entered, the door closed behind them, and the corridor returned to silence. Shin Shio gently placed little Misty in the woven nest, and the little guy turned around twice, curling into a ball, its ears drooping, and in no time at all it began to snore. Jiang Xun set his backpack beside the coffee table, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and adjusted the electric blackout curtains to half open. The artificial lights from the courtyard filtered through the frosted glass, casting a soft, warm hue onto the carpet. The 2 exchanged glances for a few seconds simultaneously, smiling, beginning their shameless lives together. Several hours passed, the endless road deep in the night. The simulated late-night service area was quiet, with only the low-frequency hum of the air conditioning system remaining. The lights in the 3rd-floor corridor had been adjusted to the darkest night mode, so dim that even the patterns on the carpet blurred into a deep gray. The doors to the restrooms on both sides of the corridor were tightly shut, and occasionally muffled coughs from the ordinary rest area could be heard, quickly swallowed by the thick soundproof doors. Not far from the door of the VIP room, a member of the wolves crouched against the wall, by the fire hydrant, the back of his head pressed against the cold metal bolt box, his legs spread apart, knees aching. He changed which leg was bearing the weight, every so often left to right, right to left, but no matter how he switched it was uncomfortable. Beside him, another short-haired man sat on a folding chair. The canvas seat sagged under his weight. He leaned back against the chair, staring at the dark-colored light strips on the ceiling in a daze, and after staring for too long his eyes began to blur. Rubbing his eyes, he continued to stare. "Don't fall asleep," Scarface said, to keep a close watch. "Not a single fly should be let out." The guy crouching by the fire hydrant tilted his head towards the door, speaking in a low voice, his tone sounding like he was reciting. If this kid slips away in the middle of the night, we'll be in big trouble. The short-haired man turned his neck from left to right, his cervical spine cracking twice. He yawned widely, his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist, and after yawning, a few tears squeezed out of the corners of his eyes. He wiped them away with the back of his hand, muttering, "It's the middle of the night, I'm so tired I could die. Whoever drew this shift tonight is really unlucky." The crouching one rubbed his sore eyes, then rubbed his back where it hurt from the fire hydrant, glancing towards the VIP room door. That solid wooden door hadn't moved an inch, and the golden light strip seeping from the gap had gone out several hours ago. "Stop complaining, in 2 hours we'll change shifts. Just bear with it." The short-haired man did not respond, leaning the folding chair back against the wall, crossing his arms over his chest, his eyelids drooping. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened them wide again, then drooped again, then opened again, muttering, "If I stay any longer, my legs will be ruined." The crouching one stopped speaking, leaning his head against the fire hydrant, staring at the quiet escalator at the end of the corridor, waiting for the shift change. The lights in the service area suddenly switched without warning. Every light in the corridor, each illuminated panel on the ceiling, and every dark channel light on the walls changed simultaneously from warm yellow to blinding high-frequency flashing red. The red light pulsed like a heartbeat, illuminating the entire corridor as if it were inside a blood vessel. Following that, the ceiling's broadcast system erupted with alarm sounds sharp enough to pierce through the eardrum and into the back of the skull. The rhythm of the alarm was rapid and urgent, perfectly synchronized with the flashing red lights enveloping the entire corridor in a frenetic display of red. A member of the wolf path squatting next to the fire hydrant sprang up from the ground, startled enough that his head collided with the metal casing of the hydrant, producing a dull thud. The man in the camouflage vest sitting on a folding chair leaned back, causing the chair to slide out and crash against the wall. He fell in a tangled heap, and his walkie-talkie flew off his belt, bouncing twice on the carpet before rolling into the corner. He frantically searched the ground, but after 2 attempts he still couldn't find the walkie-talkie, letting out a half-broken scream of surprise. "What the hell? What is going on?" The man next to the fire hydrant tightly covered his ears, but the buzzing sound crept through his fingers, more unbearable than if he didn't cover them. He cursed, letting a string of colorful expletives escape from between his teeth, each one different. The ordinary lounge area was even more chaotic. Several sounds of thuds came from the upper and lower bunks in the shared room. A wanderer sleeping on the upper bunk rolled off the edge of the bed, tumbling down wrapped in blankets, and after landing on his bottom, he was still dazed, shouting, "Did monsters break in?" The person in the adjacent bed fumbled in the dark for shoes. One foot slipped into a shoe while the other stepped into someone else's slipper, causing him to hop awkwardly toward the door before colliding with the iron frame of the bed, crouching down to rub his knee in pain. Doors to single rooms were pushed open one after another, with some people running out in pajamas and bare feet, while others clutched pillows to their chests, their faces a mix of confusion and terror. The red lights in the corridor illuminated the faces of these people, each one freshly awakened, resembling the murals of hell. In the VIP room, the moment the alarm rang out, Jiang Xun and Shinchuyu opened their eyes simultaneously. Jiang Xun reacted a beat faster than Shinchuyu. He had already sat up in bed, his bare feet on the plush carpet, his gaze quickly scanning the room. The electric blackout curtains were tightly shut, the indicator lights on the control panel flickering red, and the backlight of the wall decoration was forcibly switched to red by the alarm system. Shinchuyu propped herself up behind him, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Xiao Wujiu suddenly perked up from its woven nest, its tail stiffening like a stick, its mouth slightly open to reveal its newly grown canine teeth. Its ears twitched rapidly, and its little head turned incessantly. The buzzing did not stop, but a low synthesized voice from the ceiling speaker cut through the alarm, with each word hammering into their eardrums. Emergency announcement from the service area. Anomalous concentration of gray mist detected. A large number of gray mist creatures are gathering towards this service area. Estimated arrival time at the main entrance 5 minutes. Emergency trial initiated. Service station offense and defense. Jiang Xun stood barefoot on the carpet, and as he heard the words service station offense and defense, his eyelids twitched. Shinchuyu had already jumped off the bed, her bare feet on the carpet. Xiao Wujiu stood up from its nest, ears perked straight, its silver-gray eyes fixed on the flashing red lights, letting out a low whimper. The synthetic voice continued without pause, broadcasting. Trial objective: defend the service area, prevent gray mist creatures from occupying the core area of the service station. Conditions for trial: failure, death of all wanderers in the service area, or loss of all core areas. Conditions for trial success: repel all invaders or hold out until the gray mist concentration naturally decreases. After this segment was broadcast, the footsteps and shouts outside the corridor abruptly fell silent for a moment. It wasn't that they were no longer panicking, rather they were choked by the phrase, "all wanderers dead." Trial rules. First, the rule prohibiting harm to wanderers within the service area remains unchanged, but attacking gray mist creatures is unrestricted. Second, during the trial, medical facilities in the service area are free to use, but they are limited in number and first come, first served. Third, killing gray mist creatures will earn points, with the points depending on the number killed and the quality of the monsters. Points are updated in real time and can be checked on the large display screen above the service area's main entrance. Trial rewards the top 3 owners, and points will receive gratitude rewards from the service area. The higher the points, the better the rewards. The other participating wanderers will receive corresponding rewards based on their points. Rewards will be distributed via email and can be claimed at designated terminals in the service area. Duration of the trial is unknown. Please prepare for battle wanderers participating in this trial. The broadcast paused here, and then the synthetic voice struck with a louder volume than before, delivering the final segment. Trial location: service area main entrance. Countdown: 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Wanderers participating in the trial act immediately. The entire announcement repeated from the beginning. The commotion outside the corridor shifted from frantic screams and collisions to a lowered but still. Some were calling out their teammates' names, others were banging on doors to wake those still asleep, and some were already rushing toward the elevator, their footsteps quick and urgent. Jiang Xun and Xin Chuyu exchanged glances. The trial. This was their first encounter, and they hadn't expected it to trigger so suddenly at this moment. Xin Chuyu stepped barefoot on the carpet, reaching for the sleeping dress draped over the back of a chair, yanking it down and throwing it onto the bed. She grabbed a quick-dry t-shirt stacked beside her and pulled it over her head, pulled her cargo pants up to her waist, and tightened the belt, and grabbed her armor from the sofa, putting it on. The entire process was over twice as fast as usual, and by the time Jiang Xun had zipped his traveler's outfit up to the collar, she was already holding the Fong gun in her hand. She squatted down and rubbed Xiao Wujia's head. Xiao Wujia looked up at her from its nest, its ears perked straight, and its silver-gray eyes reflecting the incessantly flashing red lights of the ceiling. It sensed something was wrong, stepping its front paws on the soft pad, letting out a faint whimper. "You stay in the room, don't go anywhere. Be good until we return." Xin Chuya's voice was soft, but each word was pronounced clearly. Xiao Wujia let out a soft sound, taking half a step forward to follow, but she gently pressed it back with her palm. Jiang Xun took out a pack of milk from the refrigerator, opened it, and placed it at the edge of the nest, then brought over a bowl of warm water and filled it, tapping the edge of the bowl with his finger. "This should last for a while. Let's go." The two pushed the door open, and behind them the door automatically locked. The golden light strip on the door frame flickered and then dimmed. The corridor was already in chaos. The red light flashed on and off while the ceiling speaker continued to repeat the synthetic voice of the trial announcement, and footsteps surged toward the elevator from all directions. Someone was running while cursing. "Can the service area be attacked? Isn't this a safe zone? How many gold coins did I spend to stay here, and now you're telling me monsters are breaking in?" Someone next to him replied while putting on armor. "The safe zone prohibits wanderers from harming each other, but it doesn't say monsters can't break in." More people were discussing points. A wanderer carrying a weapon strode ahead of several others, excitedly calculating. "The top 3, doesn't that mean we have to kill a lot? I just got a weapon yesterday, perfect for testing it out." The person behind him frowned, a bit uneasy. "You still have to be alive to earn points. Do you think the zombies will just stand there for you to hit them?" Some timid wanderers were crouching by the wall, their faces looking even paler under the red light, clutching the sleeve of the person next to them. "I didn't even bring a weapon, can I not go?" The person whose sleeve was grabbed pulled his hand out and patted the other's shoulder, his tone sounding both comforting and encouraging. "Brother, even if you don't want to go, you have to." The announcement said one of the conditions for failure is the death of all wanderers. If you hide in the room and the zombies break and you want to escape, it's better to go out and kill a few more for extra points. It's not a loss. While Jiang Xun ran towards the escalator, he quickly replayed the phrases from the broadcast in his mind. Trial, service station, offense and defense. This was not a special section of a separate path that the two of them had encountered alone, nor was it a random encounter with a scavenger occasionally popping up from the gray mist. This was a large-scale cooperative survival event that all wanderers in the service area were forced to participate. He had previously scanned through Song Jiao's observation logs when flipping through regional channels, where she mentioned that an anomalous rise in gray mist concentration often indicated that the highways was actively adjusting the difficulty. The stronger the overall strength of a region, the higher the probability of triggering a trial. Zone 1024 currently had 3 teams with upgraded vehicles and lone rangers, along with the blueprints and potions he had pulled from the cargo box, increasing their survival rate, naturally raising the difficulty. The highways would not let anyone live too comfortably. Shin Shuyu was running to his right, the Fong gun slung over her shoulder, its tip gleaming with a cold metallic luster in the red flashes. Their footsteps were swift but steady, and as they rounded a corner in the corridor, Jiang Xun glanced at her. The broadcast said, "There are special rewards for the top 3. We have composite bows and explosive arrows, the Fong gun, and reinforced armor, and we've used 2 bottles of physique potions. Let's try to secure those rewards." Shin Shuyu pressed the gun barrel tighter against her shoulder, the corners of her mouth curling up, just in time to test the potion's effects. I wonder what the limits will be when facing a horde of monsters. The escalator had already stopped, probably due to the energy-saving mode automatically shutting down during the trial. All the rushing wanderers were crammed into the stairwell. Footsteps echoed in the enclosed stairwell, amplified into a dense drumbeat thudding against everyone's eardrums. The red alarm lights were still flashing, and every few meters along the stairwell walls there was an emergency light that illuminated the swarming crowd in alternating brightness. Someone ran out in pajamas, still wearing disposable slippers, clutching only a wrench that still had the tag from yesterday's purchase in the parts area. Others were fully armed, makeshift armor wrapped from shoulders to knees, short knives hanging from their waists, their expressions tense beneath their helmets. Jiang Xun and Shin Shuyu blended into the surging crowd, but the contrast with those around them was too obvious. While others were in pajamas and slippers, they were in wild boar leather armor. While others held wrenches and short knives, they had composite bows on their backs, straight knives hanging at their waists, and Shin Shuyu carried the Fong gun over her shoulder. As they passed the corner of the stairs, a tall, thin person running downward glanced back at them, his gaze lingering on Shin Shuyu's Fong gun for a while, before looking at the rusty kitchen knife in his hand, swallowing hard and slowing down. When Jiang Xun and Shin Shuyu burst out of the stairwell, the first-floor lobby was already completely different from a few hours ago. The tables and chairs in the dining area had been pushed against the walls, forming a haphazard barricade. The roller shutters of the self-service supermarket were all pulled down and locked, and several wanderers had dragged benches from the public resting area near the main entrance to use as temporary cover. The entire first-floor lobby's lights had switched to cold white emergency mode, pinning everyone's shadows to the floor. The main entrance was an extremely wide electric glass door, usually only opening in the center, but now the entire row of doors was flung open, with emergency lights flashing cold white on the door frame. The square outside was lit as brightly as in the daytime by the lights on both sides, and the anti-slip stone tiles on the square's ground shone with a cold white glow. On the edge of the square was a low railing which looked like an ordinary decorative fence during the day, but now it became the only physical boundary between everyone and the gray mist. Outside the railing, the gray mist was slowly pushing forward, the entire layer of mist pressing forward like a tide. The vanguard was still some distance from the railing, but vague shadows occasionally flickered within the mist. On the inner side of the square near the service area building, wanderers had spontaneously formed a loose half-circle formation. Jiang Xun quickly scanned the lobby entrance, roughly counting that about 100 people had already arrived, with more still pouring down from the stairwell. Including those still on their way, there should be around 150 wanderers participating in the trial in this service area. The front row closest to the square's edge was made up of the strongest fighters. Members of the Wolf Path team occupied a large portion of the left wing, and the scarred man Jiang Xun had seen in the trading hall was shouldering a weapon, standing in a line behind the railing with several of his subordinates. On the right side of the square were the traveling companions team, standing a bit more compactly, with the leader, Yi Chung, whispering something to the female teammate next to him, who wore glasses. Several wanderers not belonging to any team stood in the front row, all holding imposing weapons, their stances relaxed, but their gazes steady. The middle row was made up of ordinary wanderers wielding a mix of weapons: baseball bats, fire axes, and modified iron pipes pulled from cargo boxes, with a few individuals holding long-handled weapons. One wanderer carried a lumberjack's axe pulled from the tool, shed the blade glinting coldly under the light pole. The shorter person beside him held 2 kitchen knives with the handles wrapped in anti-slip tape. Although their weapons and armor were not as impressive as those in the front row, their overall combat power should not be underestimated. There were also quite a few individuals in the back row near the service area entrance. Some were injured, while others were simply too timid. Among these people, some only held a screwdriver, while others had no weapon at all, merely clutching a pillow from the lounge to shield their chest. The cold white lights in the square illuminated every scar and every hint of tension on people's face. The Wolf Path convoy occupied a section on the left side of the square with 7 or 8 individuals clad in similarly colored dark armor, displaying the convoy's insignia on their chests, armed mainly with machetes, hammers, and a few makeshift crossbows. The only advantage of this crossbow is its long-range capability. Its power and range are quite lacking, yet it is certainly superior to those wanderers without any ranged weapons. The scar-faced man stood at the front wielding a fire axe with a few dried dark red bloodstains on the blade. Beside him a camouflaged vest-wearing man struggled to pull back the crossbow, string occasionally glancing toward the right side of the square. The fellow travelers' convoy was on the right side of the square with a Chung accompanied by 5 or 6 people standing much closer together than the wolf path group. Some held makeshift shields made from repurposed car doors with edges still rough from unpolished rivets. Some were inspecting simple bows which appeared slightly more refined than the wolf paths but were still limited. A Chung was holding a simple recurve bow made of wood, but its draw weight, accuracy, and power could not compare to Jiang Xun's composite bow. Other scattered wanderers huddled in groups of 3 to 5 in the middle, some temporarily banding together, maintaining an arm's distance, while whispering to each other. A few lone wolves stood at the edge of the crowd, keeping their distance, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes fixed on the gray mist outside the railings. This trial, though rushed, was undeniably an opportunity. As long as they could gather enough points their future days, many were quite excited staring at the countdown on the large screen above the gate, eagerly anticipating the start. Jiang Xun and Shen Shuyu deliberately kept their distance from any convoy, positioning themselves slightly to the right in the center of the square, where the view was clear, and only a few meters behind them was the service area entrance, allowing for a quick retreat. Shen Shuyu stood at his side, holding a tusk gun, appearing equally excited. After drinking a bottle of physical enhancement potion during the day, it was time to test its effects. A Chung noticed Jiang Xun from a distance of over 10 meters, and nodded slightly, his expression somewhat serious. Jiang Xun responded with a slight nod. The female team member next to a Chung, wearing glasses, whispered, "Captain, that VIP has also arrived." A Chung did not turn his head, still focused on the gray mist outside the railings. "I see it. Don't worry about it, focus on the monsters at hand, and try to secure a top 3 reward." According to the experience of others in the convoy, the monsters in this trial are mainly zombies, with scavengers appearing later, so be cautious. Understood. The scar-faced man was also watching Jiang Xun. His gaze shifted from Jiang Xun's face to his clothing. Jiang Xun was wearing traveler attire, but according to the scouts he at least had a wild boar skin chest armor, which was clearly on a different level than the makeshift armor of the Wolf Path members. Then his gaze moved to the tusk gun and Shen Shuyu's hand finally resting on the composite bow on Jiang Xun's back. Complete with a pulley system, dual bow limbs, and a matte black body, it was from an entirely different era compared to the several crude wooden crossbows in his own convoy. His expression shifted from cold to darker, tilting his head to whisper something to the camouflaged vest-wearing man beside him. The man glanced in Jiang Xun's direction, quickly pulling out the convoy's communication device. Jiang Xun sensed the scar-faced man's gaze and turned his head. The two locked eyes across a small portion of the square, the cold white light illuminating their faces clearly. Jiang Xun did not flinch. He slowly raised his right hand and gave a middle finger. The gesture was not exaggerated. His finger pointed upward, paused for 2 seconds, then lowered. "Damn it." The scar-faced man's face instantly darkened, the scar on his forehead twitching with the muscles. He gripped the fire axe tightly, the old wooden handle creaking under his grasp. Several members of the wolf path next to him noticed, and one cursed out loud, "Damn, this kid is asking." The person beside the scarred face had a fierce look in his eyes, but did not move. Harmful actions were prohibited within the service area, and this rule would not change during the trial. Scarface, the boss, said there are very few people from nearby convoys, only 2. They were notified to come over this afternoon and should be resting near the service area now. Very good. The scar-faced man took a deep breath, his chest swelling and then deflating. He switched the fire axe to his left hand, wiped his right hand on his pants to dry the sweat, and gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth after the trial. "No, once we exit the service area, I'll personally break one of his arms." 2 arms. "Shut up, you talk too much." The scar-faced man shot a glare at the person beside him and fell silent, tightening his grip on the axe again, turning his head to stare at the gray mist outside the railings. When the broadcast made its final announcement, the synthesized voice exploded in the cold white sky over the square, each word piercing the eardrums of everyone present. "Countdown, finish, trial begins. Good luck to all." The moment the voice fell, the gray mist at the edge of the square stirred. The entire layer of fog collapsed like a wall being knocked down, rushing inward with visible speed. The gray-white mist surged with wave-like contours, rapidly spreading close to the ground. When the mist touched the lamp posts, the cold white light was scattered into a blurred halo, with the illuminated circles on the ground shrinking. The air turned humid and chilly, the smell of the gray mist wafting into the square, decaying flesh, damp earth, and the mixed scent of rusted metal enveloping everyone's nostrils like a damp old blanket. A physiological chill crept up from the soles of their feet. It was not fear, but a sudden drop in temperature brought by the mist itself. Someone in the back row shivered, teeth chattering, while a front row wanderer, holding a weapon, exhaled a puff of white breath, his hands trembling slightly. However, Jiang Xun and Shin felt no such sensation. The armor they wore effectively insulated them from the chill. As the mist advanced to about 20 meters from the edge of the square, silhouettes began to appear within the fog. First, a few scattered outlines emerged, faintly visible within the gray-white mist like dispersed drops of ink. Then the shadows coalesced into small clusters, expanding into dense masses. Zombies, dressed in tattered clothing, the fabric hanging in strips from their shoulders with grayish-white skin and sunken eye sockets. Some had eyes rotted away, leaving only two black voids. Some had their jaws dislocated and hung to the side, while others had lips gnawed away, exposing blackened gums. They emitted deep growls, not just solitary roars, but a cacophony of sounds overlapping, pressing in from the depths of the gray mist, sending chills down people's spines. The first wave of zombies, about 40 to 50, surged from various directions of the mist onto the square. The moment their feet hit the square's anti-slip tiles, it was as if some instinct was activated. Speeding up abruptly, arms thrust forward, nails long gone, exposing only white bony fingers. Their staggering gait transformed into a sprint, the growls rising sharply, tearing the air apart in the square. The foremost group of zombies had fully entered the square. The first batch of zombies was pushed back by the frontline wanderers, using shields, knocked down with machetes, and pinned to the ground by crossbow bolts. But the zombies behind continued to surge forward, stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades, pushing the defense line back several steps. The railings had long been knocked askew, with several sections already stepped on by zombies. The Wanderers' defense line was compressed to just outside the service area entrance, with the number of zombies visibly exceeding 200, densely filling most of the square, their growls blending into a chaotic chorus. The attack efficiency of ordinary Wanderers clearly could not keep up. One Wanderer, gripping a machete with both hands, took 3 swings to sever a zombie's neck. When he pulled out his blade, it got stuck in the vertebrae, and he had to yank it out several times, barely getting a breath before another zombie lunged at him. Beside him, a thin man held a makeshift crossbow, shooting a bolt that lodged in a zombie's shoulder. The zombie merely swayed, continuing its approach. He quickly crouched down to reload, his fingers trembling so much that the string slipped several times before he could set it. Gaps began to appear in the defense line. On the left flank, a zombie squeezed between 2 wanderers, knocking down an unarmed wounded person in the back. On the right flank, a wanderer was knocked over by 2 zombies simultaneously, his iron pipe rolling away far, and someone hurriedly dragged him back. Jiang Xun stood at a forward position, drawing out a pre-prepared explosive arrow from his quiver and fully drawing the string of his composite bow. He did not aim at any single zombie, but instead directed the arrowhead at the most densely packed core area of the zombie horde, where dozens of zombies were clustered together, their growls erupting from overlapping mouths. The arrow shaft was fitted with a small explosive chamber at the front, the fuse located in the middle, and the arrowhead was slightly heavier than standard arrows. Knocking the arrow, drawing the bow, aiming, he performed the action seamlessly. The moment he released the string, the force from the bow limbs transmitted through the grip to his entire arm. The explosive arrow traced a low, flat trajectory, accurately embedding itself in the heart of the zombie horde. It exploded. The explosion of the explosive arrow was not the roaring sound of a movie, but rather a short, muffled thud accompanied by a shockwave, like a heavy iron door being slammed shut. The shockwave caused the eardrums of the nearby rows of wanderers to ache, and a few instinctively recoiled. A bright, orange-eared fireball erupted in the center of the zombie horde, about 2 meters in diameter, with the shockwave violently spreading outwards, sending several zombies flying into the air, fragments and severed limbs splattering outward, raining down black blood and shattered bones onto the zombies in the back rows. The explosion created a nearly 2-meter-wide hollow circle, with several zombies blown to bits, their remains scattered on the anti-slip tiles, still smoking. The zombies at the edge of the blast were knocked down, burned, and had their skulls shattered, toppling awkwardly in a circle. Jiang Xun had previously used explosive arrows against scavengers, blowing off half an arm. At that time it felt impressive, but the visual effect was not as shocking. Scavengers could withstand the size, but zombies could not. Zombies lacked bone plating and steel armor, and faced with explosive arrows, they absorbed the full brunt of the shockwave and shrapnel damage. The effect of this arrow was far more shocking than before. The moment the explosion occurred, time seemed to freeze for a second across the entire square. Every wanderer halted their actions, turning to look at the source of the explosion. Some left their mouths agape in astonishment, almost dropping their machetes. A wanderer engaged in close combat, with a zombie frozen position, his weapon raised, his mouth still hanging open from the curse he had just shouted, mumbling a single word. What? The wanderer holding the makeshift crossbow jerked, releasing a bolt that flew up towards the ceiling. He had no time to care where it landed, his eyes wide open. In the front row, a well-equipped wanderer held up his shield. At the moment of the explosion, he was positioned at the edge of the shockwave, his ears buzzing. He shook his head, struggling to comprehend what the hell. The scar-faced man had just struck a zombie's skull with his axe, and the blast knocked the axe stuck in the bone, causing him to stumble back, turning his head towards the explosion. His expression shifted from fierce to incredulous, mouth agape, forgetting to pull the fire axe out from his. Chung had just released an arrow, and when the explosion erupted, he almost lost his grip on the bow. The arrow went astray, embedding itself in a nearby zombie's thigh. The female team member beside him exclaimed, "Is that dynamite?" As the flames from the explosion gradually extinguished in the gray mist, black smoke mixed with the smell of charred flesh spread across the square. It seems not. The zombie horde had been blown apart, creating a clearing. The surrounding zombies hesitated for a moment, their growls faltering. Then they began to surge forward again, but the rhythm was clearly disrupted by the explosion. Shin Shuyu stood beside Jiang Xun, her tusk gun held steadily, watching the throng of zombies with no fear. What a spectacular sight. It's just like the movies from the old world. As the second explosive arrow was knocked onto the bowstring, the entire square still reverberated with the aftermath of the first explosion. Some were still turning their heads to find the source of the explosion, while others covered their ears, still cursing. Several shield bearers in the front had forgotten to regroup their defense line. Jiang Xun did not wait for anyone to regain their composure. He drew, aimed, and released the string, all within 3 seconds. The explosive arrow traced a low trajectory, landing in the most densely packed area of the zombie horde. A second fireball erupted from the ground, the same dull shockwave exploding once again. Another section of the zombie horde was cleared. The shockwave knocked down nearby zombies, scattering bones and black blood in the air, remnants and severed limbs crashing onto the zombies in the back rows. The second explosion brought everyone back to reality. This time they clearly witnessed the VIP firing an arrow that caused the explosion. Someone shouted, "Stop dawdling, kill the zombies," prompting the melee wanderers in the front row to raise their machetes, fire axes, and modified iron pipes. Once more, while the back row's makeshift crossbows began to shoot sporadically. Yet everyone's peripheral vision frequently drifted towards Jiang Xun, the figure standing in the mid-front row gripping a composite bow, beside him a woman, holding a tusk gun. The scar-faced man's face turned completely ashen. He pulled the fire axe from the zombie's skull, a layer of black blood and bone fragments smeared on the blade, but he didn't care to wipe it off. How the hell does this kid have so many good things? He stared at Jiang Xun's figure, his lips pressed into a thin line, the veins on his temples throbbing. A fellow member of the wolf path beside him reloaded his crossbow, leaning in to whisper, "Scarface, if that thing is aimed at our convoy." Scarface said nothing, his grip on the axe turning white from pressure. Another member of the wolf path softly added, "We can't act in the service area, but if he has such a weapon, once we go out." "Shut up, let's finish the trial first." He slung the fire axe over his shoulder, turning to hack into the skull of a nearby zombie, unleashing all his pent-up strength onto it. The fiery explosion of arrows erupted amidst the swarm of zombies, the flames still flickering as thick black smoke mingled with the stench of charred flesh swirling above the square. In the distance, the dense horde of zombies had been blasted open in several places, yet the nearby zombies continued to surge forward, stepping over the remains of their fallen comrades. The sounds of their roars mixed with the scraping of claws against the anti-slip stone tiles, creating an incessant cacophony. Shin Shuyao swung her fang spear, thrusting the tip upward into the chin of a zombie. The blunt force jolted the creature's head violently to the side, its body spinning midair, before crashing into another zombie, both collapsing to the ground. She then took a large stride forward, swinging the spear's shaft to strike the third zombie on its kneecap. The zombie's leg buckled, causing it to kneel before it could even raise its head, the spear tip puncturing through its skull. Her movements were fluid, faster, fiercer, and more efficient than when she had fought the zombie pigs on the grass. The physical enhancement potion had elevated her core strength and upper limb stability. The massive display screen above the service area's main entrance had been flickering since the trial began. The screen was divided into 2 columns. The left side showed real-time score rankings for the top 20 participants, complete with avatars and score counts, while the right side displayed the overall battle status of the service area, updating the number of remaining participants, total monsters killed, and wave alerts. The leaderboard refreshed every 30 seconds, but when score fluctuations were too drastic, the refresh rate automatically increased. Now the numbers were nearly flashing continuously. Jiang Xun's avatar firmly held the top position. Scores weren't added incrementally, they jumped by dozens at a time. The numbers on the display visibly surged upwards, jumping with each refresh. Roamers in the square glanced up at the leaderboard during their intermittent zombie slashing. Jiang Xun's score leaped from double digits straight into the hundreds. The scoring mechanism heavily favored him. The points displayed were those of the vehicle owner, with all monsters killed by passengers counting towards the owner's total. Shin Shuyao was beside him, using her Fong spear to clear the nearby zombies, with every zombie that had its skull pierced instantly converting into numbers on his leaderboard. The area damage from the explosive arrows and Shun Shuyo's melee kills created a dual accumulation effect. He was blasting from a distance, while she was stabbing at close range, both streams of points funneling into his name. In contrast, the scores of his team members only counted the kills they personally made with no shared bonuses. When Jiang Xun's score surpassed 200, the second-place Scarface had only just crossed 50. The gap between first and second place was larger than the difference from second to 20th. After finishing a round of explosive arrows, Jiang Xun halted his actions, glancing at his quiver. He had originally carried a limited number of arrows, and now he had already used quite a few. It was unclear how long the trial would last. The announcement stated duration unknown, and scavengers might appear later. With this thought, he returned his bow to his back and drew a straight knife from his side. Shin Shuyao had just pierced the chest of a nearby zombie with her spear when she heard him retract his bow, turning her head slightly. The spear tip was still dripping black blood. No more arrows. Jiang Xun spun the knife in his hand, the blade glinting coldly under the white light. Conserve your resources. Maintaining first place in the scores is crucial, and scavengers are bound to appear later. He tightened his grip on the knife and took a step forward, the blade pointing downwards. Melee will suffice for now. A nearby ordinary roamer was struggling to cleave a zombie with a machete. The first strike landed on the zombie's shoulder, the blade embedding halfway into its collarbone. The zombie staggered, but did not fall, lunging forward with its mouth open. The man hastily pulled out the knife, but couldn't, then swung a second time, hitting the side of its neck, black blood splattering across his face, yet the zombie still struggled, until the third blow finally severed its head. Panting heavily, he leaned his knife against the ground, and looked up just in time to see Jiang Xun walk. Jiang Xun gripped the straight knife, twisting his wrist as the blade plunged into a zombie's temple from the side, the weapon cleanly piercing through the skull, emerging from the other side, without a sound. He withdrew the knife, the zombie collapsing, and continued walking towards the next target. The roamer, who was still catching his breath while leaning on his knife, looked down at the machete in his hand, and then at Jiang Xun's gleaming straight knife, his expression turning envious. He did not know that this straight knife was a finely crafted weapon made from iron ingots at a crafting table, with wild dog claws and fangs melded into the blade and hilt. He was unaware that the tearing effect of the blade could pierce a zombie's skull and create larger wounds at the edges, nor did he realize that the wielder had consumed a physical enhancement potion, boosting his grip, wrist strength, and reaction speed far beyond that of an ordinary person. All he knew was that this person was dispatching zombies as easily as chopping vegetables. Members of the Wolf Path were also taking down zombies. One Wolf Path member swung a modified machete at a zombie's neck, the first strike embedding halfway into its spine, unable to be pulled out. He stepped on the zombie's body with one foot and used both hands to yank it free, only then managing to sever its neck with a second blow. During the fighting, this Wolf Path member turned his head to glance towards Shun Shuyao, who was stabbing a zombie in the eye with her spear. At the moment the spear tip pierced the skull, the shattering effect triggered the wide blade head modified from a shovel, dispersing the impact force outward, causing the skull to burst like a tile smashed by a hammer. As she withdrew the spear, she swung the shaft sideways, the blunt impact sending another zombie reeling off balance. The barrel of the spear struck its bent knee, and before it could kneel, Shin Shuyao had already thrust the spear tip into its forehead. The techniques she employed were identical to before, but the physical enhancement potion made each of her strikes quicker, steadier, and more efficient. The Wolf Path member witnessed this scene, his throat bobbing as he forgot to pull the modified machete stuck in another zombie's ribcage. He lowered his head, muttering, "That girl has trained before. 3 or 4 of us at Wolf Path are working together. Some are responsible for attacking, while others are for defense." However, when the defender holding a makeshift shield stepped back, the attacker hadn't yet caught up, and a gap was immediately filled by a zombie nearly grabbing the defender by the neck. The attacker hastily turned back to finish it off, throwing their rhythm into disarray. The cooperation among the companions was relatively better. Chung would shout to the side after blocking a zombie with his shield, and the nearby teammates would immediately adjust their positions. Yet even after shouting, their execution was still half a beat delayed. Sometimes the shield bearer had already pressed forward while the crossbowman had yet to load. Jiang Xun and Shun Shuyo's coordination required no words. When he pressed forward, she instinctively withdrew her spear and retreated half a step to clear his left flank's shooting lane. When Shin Shuyao was besieged by 2 zombies, she first pierced the one on her left. As the one on the right lunged at her, she didn't even look back, her fang spear still retracting as Jiang Xun had already stabbed the zombie's temple from the side, withdrawing the knife and continuing forward without breaking stride. Their movements intertwined in the chaotic battlefield, maintaining a close distance within melee range, their rhythm of advance and retreat completely synchronized. The scattered zombie bodies on the ground formed a clear circle of space around them, larger than the clearings made by other smaller teams. The zombies continued to pour in, and casualties among the roamer participants in the service area began to appear. Even Jiang Xun and Shin Shuyao were grabbed by zombies a few times, but with their armor protection, they sustained no injuries. The synthetic voice of the broadcast echoed across the square, drowning out the last howls of the zombies and the groans of the injured service area announcement. The first wave of gray fog creatures has been repelled. The trial score rankings have been updated. All roamers are advised to check. The second wave of attack is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. The type of monsters will change, and other units are expected to appear. All roamers are urged to prepare for battle. The medical room is currently overloaded. Light injuries are advised to be self-treated or attended to during off-peak times. There are hardly any zombies left in the square. The last few were surrounded and taken down by a group of roamers still with strength. The ground was piled thick with zombie bodies, black blood pooling in shallow puddles between the cracks of the anti-slip stone tiles, making a squelching sound underfoot. The air was thick with the stench of decayed blood and the residue of explosives, creating a choking sensation in the throat. The surviving roamers began to clear the last few zombies, with some leaning on their weapons, gasping for breath, their chests heaving violently, struggling to catch their breath. Others crouched on the ground, dry, heaving, unable to vomit anything, wiping their mouths with trembling hands. Not all the bodies on the ground were zombies. There were roamer corpses. Some had their throats bitten out by zombies, blood still oozing from their neck wounds. Some had been dragged into the horde, leaving behind only remnants with fragments of armor scattered around. Others were infected and stabbed by teammates. Amid their cries, the teammate who dealt the final blow, now kneeling beside the corpse, gripping a bloodied short knife, looking as if all the bones had been drawn from his body. Almost 10 people had died. Many of the surviving individuals wore expressions filled with exhaustion and fear, these emotions starkly visible under the cold white light. As the broadcast just announced the end of the first wave, the injured roamers surged towards the main entrance of the service area like a tide. Medical treatment during the trial is free. Even light injuries like a shallow scratch from a zombie's claw on the arm required queuing for treatment. A long line quickly formed at the entrance of the medical room, winding from the second-floor corridor to the escalator, with some leaning against the wall, pressing on their still bleeding wounds, gritting their teeth as they waited. Jiang Xun and Shin Shuyao found a relatively clean corner, leaning against the wall and away from the piles of corpses. Shin Shuyao took out 2 bottles of mineral water from her backpack, handing one to Jiang Xun. Jiang Xun took it, opened the cap, and drank several gulps, the cool water rushing down his throat. He capped the bottle again and bent down to check his quiver. Some explosive arrows were consumed, but there were still enough left for what was to come. Shin Shuyao wiped her face of dust and splatters of black blood with a wet wipe and pulled out another one to hand to Jiang Xun. Jiang Xun took it, wiping the sweat and grime from his neck, then flipped the wipe over to meticulously clean the black blood from the blade edge of his straight knife, revealing its cold gleam once again. Shin Shuyao checked her fang spear, which was caked with a thick layer of black blood. She used a cloth to wipe it from the spear tip towards the shaft multiple times, revealing the original metallic sheen of the blade. The blade had no rolled edges, the riveted steel sawtooth patterns were intact, and as good as new, and the hemp rope wrapped around the grip had darkened from sweat, but felt just right. The roamers in the square had noticeably split into several groups. The members of Wolf Path gathered on the left side of the square, with Scarface wiping the black blood off his fire axe with a rag. His 7 or 8 subordinates all looked disheveled. Armor smeared with zombie flesh and black blood, a camouflaged vest man crouched down to switch out a broken bowstring, and a burly man was pounding the bloodied handle of his hammer against the ground, trying to shake off the sticky residue. However, no one had died. Only one person sustained minor injuries. Their dark armor, though cobbled together, protected all critical areas, and while their cooperation was rough, at least there were people attacking and defending. The companions on the right side were coordinating relatively well. A Chung was confirming with each teammate whether anyone was injured, and similarly no one had died. The heaviest losses were among those scattered roamers without the protection of a team, poorly equipped and lacking coordination. Almost 10 of the dead were all solo roamers. A middle-aged man in a checkered shirt squatted beside a companion's corpse, staring blankly. His companion's throat had been bitten out by a zombie, soaking the collar of his shirt in dark red. He reached out to close his companion's unblinking eyes, but withdrew halfway, remaining silent in his crouched position. Nearby, someone was silently collecting their teammates' belongings while another person with reddened eyes glared towards the direction of the gray fog, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palm. The display screen above the main entrance of the service area stopped its rapid flickering and entered wave interval mode. The cold white ranking interface was steadily displayed on the screen. First place, a Jiang Xun, 327 points. Second place, O Scarface, 108 points. Third place, A Qing, 94 points. Fourth place was a member of Wolf Path with 67 points. Fifth place was another team member with 61 points. Jiang Xun's score surpassed the second place by 219 points, a staggering gap. Some in the square looked up at the leaderboard while others whispered, with this gap, he can probably stay in first even if he doesn't fight anymore, right? Look at Wolf Path, they just crossed 100. Besides, that guy has explosive arrows, he clears an area with one shot. Look at us, it takes us forever to kill just a few zombies while we're exhausted. Another solo roamer sitting on the ground shrugged, looking up and saying that there was no way to get into the top 3, and that survival was the priority for the next wave. Scarface glared at the display screen, his jaw clenched tightly. 108 points. While not embarrassing on its own, it was second place overall. But the first place score of 327 felt like a thorn in his eye. The camouflaged vest man behind him had already replaced the broken bowstring and leaned closer to whisper, Scar, that guy still has explosive arrows. He didn't use them all just now. Scarface did not turn around, his voice low, I know. His gaze slowly shifted from the leaderboard to the corner of the square, where Jiang Xun was leaning against the wall drinking water, while Xin Shuiao was beside him, cleaning her weapon. Their relaxed demeanor starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Scarface's eyes fixated on the man drinking water, a mix of apprehension, resentment, and greed swirling in his depths. He had witnessed the power of the explosive arrows firsthand at the front lines, 2 arrows clearing 2 dense zones. That shockwave could easily overwhelm not just zombies, but even upgraded ordinary vehicles. He wanted those explosive arrows and coveted his VIP status. He couldn't believe he would continuously lose to a solo roamer who didn't even have a team. He slammed the fire axe onto the ground, the axe head striking the stone tiles and sparking. Another member of Wolf Path quietly asked Scar, how do we handle the second wave? Scarface remained silent, his mind still turning over the plan he had just devised. How to intercept Jiang Xun after the trial, and how to use their numerical advantage to seize all the resources. Chung also glanced at the leaderboard. Seeing the vast numerical divide between his 94 points and Jiang Xun's 327, he shook his head with a bitter smile. A teammate beside him leaned over, lowering his voice, but unable to suppress the surprise in his tone. Captain, that VIP is too powerful. The second wave hasn't even started and his score is already more than ours combined. Chung rested his recurved bow on his shoulder. He's got the resources for it. Explosive arrows, a compound bow, and top-notch armor. He paused, shifting his gaze from the leaderboard to Xin Xiao, who was squatting down to clean her weapon. Plus, that girl is probably stronger in melee than we are. I specifically watched her when she was stabbing zombies. Every strike targeted the vital points without any unnecessary movements. The teammate adjusted his glasses. Should we still try to recruit him? Chung patted the teammate on the shoulder. Even if we can't recruit him, we shouldn't offend him. Boss Zhao's directive is, to befriend such a person is better than making an enemy. Don't think too much, let's just survive the trial first. The synthesized voice of the broadcast once again drowned out all the noise in the square, and the countdown numbers danced on the display above the main entrance. At the moment of zeroing, shadows began to surge from the edges of the gray mist. The wanderers in the square reformed their ranks, each person gripping their weapons with even greater force. Jiang Xun and Xin Chuyao returned to their previous positions. When the second wave of zombies charged out from the gray mist, their numbers were noticeably fewer than the first wave, estimated to be only about 60 to 70% of the previous count. However, their speed was greater, and their gait was no longer the stumbling drag of typical zombies. Some zombies showed mild mutations with claws longer than those of ordinary zombies, their tips sharp like rough iron nails, and their teeth protruding from their gums, making a crunching sound as they bit down. The few in the front ran with their arms outstretched, not rigidly like zombies, but able to grasp with their fingers. One directly grabbed a metal pipe, thrust towards it by a frontline wanderer, pulling back so strongly that the person couldn't retrieve it after several attempts. Yet the overall pressure was indeed less than that of the first wave. With fewer zombies and everyone having adapted to the combat rhythm after the first wave, the defensive line held firm, and the wanderers stably resisted the zombie onslaught, while the makeshift crossbows in the back began to shoot in a rhythmic manner. Someone even let out a sigh of relief after cutting down a zombie, shouting to a companion beside him, Is that? The tension in the square noticeably eased with someone joking about the leaderboard saying that if they finished this wave they might even make it into the top 20. Chung did not relax. He stood in front of the line of companions, his recurved bow strung, but not hurriedly shooting, staring into the depths of the gray mist for a long time. The shadows at the edge of the gray mist still surged. The second wave of zombies was merely the vanguard, and deeper within the fog larger shapes remained unmoving. He tilted his head and said to the teammate beside him, "Don't let your guard down, the real threat may still be." The scarred face also observed the gray mist. He had killed quite a number of zombies and had even dealt with scavengers once, and the reduced number of zombies in the second wave did not ease his tension. Rather, it made him suspect that something more significant was brewing in the mist. He switched the fire axe to his right hand, wiped the sweat off his left hand on his pants, and did not relax like the others who were joking around. Jiang Xun did not raise his compound bow, but instead drew a standard arrow and knocked it on the bowstring, aiming at a zombie that was circling around from the side. As the arrowhead followed the zombie's temple, he held his breath, released the string, and the arrow pierced through its skull, causing the zombie to collapse. He pulled out a second arrow, knocked it, drew back, aimed. His movements more composed than during the first wave, as if he were practicing on a shooting range with moving targets. Xin Xiao, positioned slightly in front of him, cleared nearby zombies with her Fong gun, piercing one in the eye, while sweeping the gun barrel to the side to knock another zombie that had just pounced onto the ground. After a quick shot, she raised her head to glance at the depths of the gray mist. Both were conserving their strength, striking only vital points without expending any unnecessary effort. The main difference between them and the others who had already relaxed was that their gazes remained fixed on the depths of the gray mist, waiting for the larger, denser shadow that had yet to appear. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the gray mist, the rhythmic thuds causing the stone slabs of the square to tremble slightly, and the halo of the cold white lamp posts flickered. The gray mist parted to the sides as several tall shadows slowly emerged from the fog. From the left, from the right, and straight ahead, approximately 6 to 8 figures stepped onto the anti-slip stone slabs at the edge of the square. They were covered with gray-black bony plates on their backs, thick steel plates hanging from their chests, and their right arms dragged a spiked club wrapped in burlap rope, the head scraping against the stone slabs with a harsh grinding sound. The one in the front stepped onto the square, and the cold white light illuminated the uneven cracks on its bony plates. A scream erupted from the crowd. A wanderer stepped back 2 paces, his knee hitting the edge of a flower bed behind him, nearly causing him to fall, his voice trembling. What is that?" The person next to him tightly gripped the wrench in his hand, his knuckles turning white. "Scavenger. The one mentioned in the announcement. That new type that came out of the gray mist." A shorter wanderer in the third row instinctively took a half step back, his shoulder bumping into the person behind him, causing the screwdriver in that person's hand to drop to the ground, both of their faces glistening with cold sweat. The front line visibly wavered, with several people shrinking back several steps, widening the gaps in the defense. The scarred face frowned deeply, his fingers tightening around the fire axe. The people behind him exchanged glances. The camouflaged vest man pulled the newly replaced crossbow string again and whispered, "Scar, the scavenger has appeared. How do we fight?" The scarred face did not answer immediately. He had encountered this thing before, having faced it once during a robbery. That time it took 6 people to bring it down, with one of his subordinates having 3 ribs broken by its spiked club. On the other side, A Ching's expression became serious, but he remained still. He quickly scanned the scavenger's formation and tilted his head to tell his teammates behind him, "This thing has thick armor, and we can't rely on close combat to bring it down. Aim for the joints and knees from a distance, ideally targeting its head. Most importantly, do not engage alone." The bespectacled female teammate had already aimed her bow at the head of the front scavenger, her fingers trembling slightly. Both teams had faced scavengers before and had some experience dealing with them, knowing how difficult they were to kill, requiring multiple people to barely breach their armor, and the consumption of weapon arrows was several times that of dealing with zombies. Moreover, even a glancing hit from that spiked club could result in fractures. In stark contrast to the panic or gravity displayed by others, Jiang Xun's eyes brightened the moment he saw the scavenger emerge from the gray mist. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he murmured, "Finally here." Xin Xiao turned her head to look at him. He sheathed his straight knife at his waist, stepping back a few paces from close combat distance to a safer range. Killing zombies yields points too slowly. These big guys must offer more points. The underlying meaning of his words went unheard by others, but Xin Xiao understood. While others feared the scavenger, he was more afraid of not having enough scavengers around and losing the chance to others. He quickly retreated a few steps, took his compound bow off his back, and said to Xin Xiao, "Keep an eye on the surroundings and don't let the zombies get close." Shen Shuyao nodded, gripping her Fong gun, standing 2 steps ahead of him, slightly lowering the gun's tip outward, cleaning up the sporadic zombies that crept from the sides. Jiang Xun pulled out an explosive arrow from his quiver, nocked it, and aimed, targeting the closest scavenger that was approaching. He had dealt with scavengers before, and was well aware of the best way to use explosive arrows. Shooting directly at the body was ineffective, as those bony plates could withstand a certain degree of explosive impact, and an explosive arrow hitting the steel plate on its chest would only leave a dent. He needed to immobilize it first, then aim for the head to kill. Aiming directly at the head was prone to missing. Although scavengers were large, their heads were relatively small, making it difficult to hit in one shot while they were moving, so this was the simplest method. He aimed for the scavenger's knee, where the bony plates were the thinnest, with only a layer of tough skin and cartilage at the joint bend, providing a large enough area to hit. With the bowstring fully drawn, the pulley system emitted a faint sound of rotating bearings. He held his breath and released the string. The explosive arrow traced a low arc, accurately embedding itself into the side of the scavenger's left knee. The muffled sound of the explosion and shockwave completely blew off the scavenger's left leg. It let out a low hoarse roar, its massive body tilting to the left, the spiked club falling from its grip and crashing to the ground as it knelt on the anti-slip stone slab, sending a tremor through the ground. He drew out a second explosive arrow, nocked it, aimed, and released. The explosive arrow struck the scavenger's back of the head, with the explosion engulfing its entire skull. The scavenger didn't even get to let out a second roar. Its massive body fell forward, crashing heavily onto the stone slab, leaving only a charred wreckage from the neck up. If it weren't for Jiang Xun's slightly lacking accuracy at the moment, he could have finished it off with one shot to the head. The scavenger's head had no capacity to withstand such an explosion. Jiang Xun lowered his bow, glancing at the still smoking body of the scavenger, then looking up at the other approaching scavengers in the square. There were still 8 left, scattered in different directions. He flexed his fingers that had been pulling the string, reaching back into his quiver, his fingertips brushing against the remaining explosive arrow shafts. "There are still several left," he said to Shen Shuyao. "You continue to watch my side while I take them down one by one." Shen Shuyao flicked the black blood off her Fong gun and nodded. The wanderers in the square were still immersed in the panic from the scavenger's appearance, clumsily responding to the scattered zombies. Then they saw the VIP wanderer standing slightly to the right in the center of the square, wearing armor and carrying a compound bow, drawing 2 arrows and pulling back the bowstring. The first scavenger knelt down as its left leg was blown off, and the second arrow directly obliterated its head. Another scavenger emerged from the side, and once again 2 arrows flew, knee blown apart, back of the head exploding. The 2 scavengers fell thunderously to the ground, all within a brief moment. Someone halted their actions, their machete suspended in midair, mouth agape, as they stared at the 2 still smoking scavenger corpses. A nearby thin man blurted out, "Did they just die, eh?" Someone skeptical squinted and took a few steps forward to see closely, mumbling, "Is this big guy made of paper? It looks intimidating, but why did it fall so easily when it exploded?" A young wanderer beside him took this comment seriously, grabbing an iron rod and charging forward. The reckless youth ran quickly, hoisting the iron rod above his head, shouting to bolster his courage as he charged straight toward the nearest scavenger. The scavenger had just stepped onto the square and had not yet fully assumed an attacking posture when the reckless youth struck its chest plate with the iron rod, producing a crisp clang as the rod rebounded, nearly slipping from his grip. The scavenger lowered its head, the sensory holes in its facial bony plates locking onto his position precisely, then swung its right arm horizontally with an elbow. The force of that elbow strike was heavy, sending the reckless youth flying several meters backward, as if hit by a vehicle, flipping midair and crashing onto the anti-slip stone slab, sliding a distance afterward with the iron rod lost in the pile of zombie corpses. He lay on his back, motionless, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Someone crouched down to check the unconscious person's breath and shook their head at the others. The surrounding people gasped in shock, and several who had begun to loosen up and move forward retreated several steps immediately. The scarred face had finally led his subordinates to finish off the scavenger they had been attacking. He had everyone surrounded, targeting unprotected areas like the knees and armpits, hacking at it for several minutes until they finally disabled its legs. After it knelt down, they landed many more blows before it could be killed. During this time, a team member was struck by the scavenger's flung spike club, injuring his shoulder and breaking part of his armor, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. A Ching's side was similarly occupied, directing long-range shots to the head while restraining in close combat. Their coordination was slightly better than the wolf pack's, but it still took a long time to wear one down, fortunately without anyone getting injured. The contrast was stark. Several people from the team took several minutes and wrist injury to deal with one scavenger, while Jiang Xun alone finished one off in mere seconds with 2 explosive arrows. Had it not been for his slightly lacking accuracy, 1 explosive arrow would have sufficed. In the end, Jiang Xun had exhausted all his explosive arrows. When he shot the last explosive arrow, it embedded into the knee pit of the final standing scavenger on the right flank, the explosion blowing its leg off at the joint, causing the scavenger to crash down. He hung the bow on his back, drew out his straight knife with his right hand, and gestured at Shen Shuyao with his left hand. The two pressed forward simultaneously. Shen Shuyao's fong gun struck first, piercing between the scavenger's neck and the back of its head, the blunt force causing a crack in the bony plate. Jiang Xun's straight knife followed, penetrating the brainstem and spraying black blood as he withdrew the blade. The scavenger fell forward, its spiked club slipping from its hand and rolling onto the stone slab with a final muffled sound. The remaining scattered zombies in the square lost the cover of the scavenger, their formation falling apart. Some were still spinning in place, while others aimlessly lunged forward, each being systematically cleared out by Jiang Xun and Shen Shuyao. As Jiang Xun pierced the zombie's temple with his knife and withdrew it, Shen Shuyao had already overturned another zombie, the two advancing in a crisscross fashion, killing their way back to the center of the square. Most other wanderers had retreated behind the defense line after the scavenger appeared. It was not that they didn't want to fight, but rather that they were unable to. Some had dull blades, others had used up their crossbow bolts and could only wield the crossbow as a club, and some had already exhausted their stamina just dodging the scavenger's spiked club. They stood in the back watching Jiang Xun and Shen Shuyao clear the square. A scattered wanderer still clutching half a weapon swallowed hard, saying, "These two must be here to rack up points." A nearby wanderer tossed his crossbow to the ground, sneering, "There's no comparison at all. Of these two took down a scavenger in just a few blows. It's terrifying." The last zombie fell beneath Shen Shuyao's fong gun. She pulled the gun tip from the zombie's eye socket, shaking off the black blood before straightening up and scanning the square. There were no standing gray mist creatures left in the square. The gray mist began to slowly retreat, pulling back from the edges of the square like a receding tide, leaving behind damp anti-slip slabs and a ground littered with trampled zombie remains. The air was thick with the heavy smell of blood mixed with the lingering scent of explosions which stung the eyes. The cold white lamp posts illuminated the entirety of the square. Bodies everywhere, the remains of both humans and monsters piled together, and black blood flowing through the cracks in the stone slabs like countless tiny dark rivers. A wanderer still gripping their weapon stood uncertainly, turning to glance at the gray mist, tentatively asking the person beside him, "Is it over?" No one answered him. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the retreating gray mist, waiting for either the broadcast to sound or for the next wave of monsters to charge out from the fog. The broadcast sounded. The emotionless, synthesized voice descended from the ceiling, drowning out the gasps and sporadic groans of everyone in the square, each word striking the eardrum like a hammer. Service area announcement. Congratulations to all the travelers who participated in this trial. You have successfully defended the service area. The concentration of gray mist has receded to a safe threshold, and the trial is officially over. Rewards have been distributed via email and can be claimed at any terminal in the service area. The top 3 scores will receive additional rewards, so please check promptly. The service area will resume normal operations in 10 minutes. Thank you all for your hard work. The square fell silent for a moment. Then someone collapsed directly onto the ground, lying on their back, staring up at the sky, murmuring, "Finally. It's over." Their voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. Someone was holding their head in their hands, crying uncontrollably, their sobs muffled in their palms. The space beside them was empty, and the backpack and dull blade on the ground were all remnants of a teammate. Some people were patting each other on the shoulders, high-fiving and bumping fists, their hands sticky with black blood and sweat making a dull sound. The scoreboard above the main entrance stopped moving, finally locking in the final rankings on the screen. First place, Jiang Xun, 1,005 points. Second place, Scarface, 198 points. Third place, Chung, 176 points. Fourth place and below were all under 150 points. The first place score was a 4-digit number, while the second was a 3-digit number, and the first place score was more than 5 times that of the second, even surpassing the total of the second to fourth places. A golden crown icon appeared next to Jiang Xun's name, an automatic designation for the top scorer, particularly striking on the cold white screen. The people in the square looked up at the scoreboard, murmuring in astonishment. 1,000 points. A traveler still wrapping bandages around their arm looked up, oblivious to the bandage slipping from their hands and hanging down, exclaiming, "My dear mother, are we all in the same dimension? I struggled all night to gather over 50 points. How did he accumulate 1,000 points?" Someone next to them tapped the ground with a machete, Have you counted how many scavengers he single-handedly killed? One scavenger's points are equivalent to your entire night of battling zombies. Those last few were all cleared by him and his female partner. Someone in the back added this gap. It might be a long time before anyone can surpass it, right? 1,000 points, I wouldn't even dare to dream of that number. Another person spoke with a mix of envy and self-awareness. The rewards must be explosive. What the service area calls gratitude rewards TSK tisk, I won't be getting any, but it's worth observing. Scarface looked up at the golden crown and the 4-digit score behind it, his expression shifting from gloomy to another form of gloom. He planted his fire axe into the ground, the handle of old wood already darkened by sweat, and let out a low, cold laugh. No matter if it's 1,000 or 10,000 points can't be taken out of the service area. Once outside the service area, a few vehicles will surround him. There are ways to kill you. By then that bow, those explosive arrows, that VIP card, all belong to the wolf pack. He turned to the camouflage-vested man beside him and beckoned with his finger, lowering his voice to share a few words. Chung was also looking at the scoreboard. He watched for a long time, then shook his head with a bitter smile on his lips, but there was no jealousy in that smile. It was more like a sober person confirming something they had already guessed. He turned to look at his teammate beside him. The gap is too large. It's not a matter of combat. Our command is fine and our coordination is also fine. It's just that our weaponry and equipment are not on the same level. That arrow from Jiang Xun can match several minutes of output from our entire team. He paused and glanced at Scarface again. I have a feeling that those from the wolf pack are going to suffer a big loss at Jiang Xun's hands. The gray mist surrounding the service area quickly receded, the entire layer of mist withdrawing like a receding tide, revealing the bent guardrails at the edge of the square and the scattered remnants of battle. Then even these remnants began to disappear. Zombie and scavenger corpses turned to gray-white glimmers, floating points gradually dissipating. The black blood and bone fragments on the anti-slip stone slab also gradually vanished, and within seconds the ground returned to its clean and tidy state before the battle. The bent guardrails automatically reset, the blackened lamp posts from the explosions flickered back to life with cold white light, and even the stench of decay and gunpowder in the air was extracted by the ventilation system. The square returned to its pre-trial appearance as if nothing had ever happened. Jiang Xun slung the composite bow back over his shoulder, the bowstring brushing against the hard armor's shoulder pad, making a soft sound. Shin Chuyu put away her Fong gun against her shoulder, using her other hand to remove half of her gloves and tuck them into her armor pocket. The two raised their heads to look at the scoreboard, still displaying the golden crown and 1,005 points. Jiang Xun said to Shin Chuyu, "Let's go back and check the rewards." Shin Chuyu nodded, and the two walked side by side into the service area, their pace neither fast nor slow, their posture relaxed as they passed through the crowd with varied stances. Someone watched their backs and tapped their helmet with a wrench. Now that's a big shot, finishing the fight, and just walking away, no showboating. Someone next to them was inspecting the blade of their machete against the lamp post, raising their head at the words. Do they even need to show off? That golden crown on the scoreboard is right there, 1,000 points. Someone squatting in the corner muttered, the rewards the service area gives him must be at least 10 times better than ours. Why is that? A traveler who had just been scratched by a zombie in the first wave was bandaging their arm, rolling their eyes at this. Because while he was fighting desperately up front, you were hiding in the back. Because while he was taking out hordes with one arrow, you took a minute to kill a single zombie. If you have a problem, you go get yourself some explosive arrows. The murmurer buried their face in their knees and fell silent. Scarface stood on the left side of the square, still holding the fire axe. He watched the two of them walk through the main entrance into the service area hall. The muscles in his face twitched slightly as he waved his hand. Two members of the wolf pack behind him immediately sheathed their weapons, following closely behind, moving lightly, blending in with the crowd, heading into the service area. Shin Chuyu walked, not looking back, but her foot subtly shifted half an inch closer to Jiang Xun, brushing against his shoulder. The door to the room closed behind them, the golden light strip on the door frame flickering once before going dark. The room's sensory system detected the return of its owner and adjusted the lighting to a comfortable brightness. The motorized blackout curtain on the floor-to-ceiling window was still half open, and the blood and corpses from the square outside had been cleaned up thoroughly by the service area, the anti-slip stone slab reflecting light under the cold white lamp posts, as if that brutal battle had never occurred. Little Wu Jiu sprang up from its woven nest, its tail wagging so hard that its whole rear end was shaking, its four legs scampering on the short plush carpet as it circled around the two, making tiny woo-woo sounds. It tilted its head, circling around the two, its pink nose desperately sniffing the air, catching the scent of blood, but unable to locate the injured spot, growing anxious as its tail wagged even faster. Shin Shuyu squatted down, cradling its small head in her hands, rubbing the fur behind its ears with her thumb. Good boy, we're all fine. Little Wu Jiao licked her hand with its tongue, then continued wagging its tail, running to nuzzle Jiang Xun's pant leg. Jiang Xun bent down and patted its head. After checking that both of them were uninjured, little Wu Jiao happily returned to its nest, picked up a snack it had not tasted before, and started chewing it loudly. The two exchanged a glance with novelty, picking up the little creature to take a look, only to find that the little one had now grown its milk teeth and could eat some chewable food. Letting little Wu Jiao grind its teeth on its own, the two returned to the living room. The difficulty of the trial was considerably lower than expected. Shin Shuyu took off the outer layer of her armor, loosening 2 shoulder clasps, unfastening the chest strap, and tossed the armor covered in black blood and bits of flesh at the entrance of the bathroom. I thought it would be like a zombie siege in the movies. Jiang Xun imagined the scene Shin Shuyu described, shaking his head. If it were a real zombie siege, we would both be done for. She stretched her shoulders, then turned to look at Jiang Xun, who was unzipping the traveler's jacket to let some air. Shin Shuyu did not respond, staring at his jacket for a while. The deep gray stand-collared jacket was spotless, without black blood, bits of flesh, or sweat stains, not even the strong smell of gunpowder from the square. She walked over and tugged at his sleeve to flip it over, inspecting the lining before moving around to check the back and underarms. There was not a single trace of blood. What material is this jacket made of? You were standing closer to the front than I was in the square, and several zombies' blood splattered on my armor, yet you look as clean as if you just came from the changing room. Jiang Xun leaned against the bar, lifted a cup of water to his lips, and chuckled softly without answering. This jacket was a precious gift sent to him, impervious to any stains. Shin Shuyu pondered over the jacket's material for a while, but could not figure it out, so she gave up. Jiang Xun leaned the composite bow against the sofa, placed the quiver on the coffee table, and squatted down to pull out the remaining arrows one by one to count them. More than half of the normal arrows remained, but not a single explosive arrow was left. He rolled up the empty explosive arrow bag and placed it in the corner of the coffee table, then reorganized the normal arrows back into the quiver. These losses were nothing to them. When they returned to the endless road, they could easily replenish them by opening a few dark green cargo boxes filled with gunpowder. Moreover, this time in the material area of the service area trading hall, he had purposely bought several extra portions of gunpowder, enough to last a while. Jiang Xun and Shin Shuyu were not in a hurry to check the rewards of both were sweaty and sticky, so they decided to take a shower first. After comfortably emerging from the bathroom, both wore expressions of relaxation after fatigue, yet neither rushed to collapse onto the sofa. Jiang Xun's gaze had already drifted to the service terminal embedded in the corner of the living room. A vertical touchscreen framed in the service area's uniform dark gray, synthetic material, the standby interface, slowly scrolling the service area's logo. He walked over, took out his VIP card from the thigh pocket of his cargo pants, and tapped it against the sensor area. The screen lit up, a prominent red dot appearing on the mail icon in the upper right corner labeled 2 new emails. One was a participation reward from the trial, and the other was marked First Place Service Area Gratitude Reward. Shin Shuyu approached, holding little Wu Jiao, and stood beside him. Little Wu Jiao peeked out from her arm, its silver-gray eyes curiously fixated on the flashing red dot on the screen, its ears perked up straight. Jiang Xun opened the first email. The title read, Trial Participation Reward, and the content was a basic supply pack that every traveler participating in this trial would receive. 1 fuel voucher, 1 food pack, and a small amount of roaming coins. He glanced at it and swiped it away. These were not important to him. What mattered was the email below with the gold. The email title bore a ring of golden border, and in the center a line of embossed gold text read, Congratulations to traveler Jiang Xun for achieving first place in this service station's defense trial. Thus the following rewards are issued to express gratitude. The first rewards icon was a cargo box radiating blue light, far more exquisite than an ordinary cargo box, the surface of the box displaying flowing light patterns slowly rotating. The email description read, Endless Road Blue Lost Cargo Box Rare 1. Jiang Xun was stunned. He had never seen such a quality before. He had opened white and dark green boxes before, some in the hundreds, but never blue ones. It seemed to be a high-quality cargo box introduced after the update. Shin Shuyu also leaned in to look, resting her chin on his shoulder. No wonder high-quality cargo boxes are hard to find on the road. It turns out only trial rewards yield them. Jiang Xun clicked on Claim, and the pickup point in the corner of the room illuminated with a gentle blue light, a fist-sized blue light orb materializing in the air, condensing into a small cargo box. It was slightly smaller than the ordinary cargo box, but the texture was entirely different. The surface of the box had extremely fine blue light patterns flowing gently, feeling warm and smooth to the touch, and it felt much heavier in his hand than it appeared. He weighed the cargo box in his hands, but did not open it immediately, continuing to scroll down through the emails. The second rewards icon was a blueprint radiating green light. The email description read Blueprint. Excellent vehicle upgrade, green quality. It can upgrade ordinary vehicles to excellent vehicles, unlocking higher performance, durability, space, and increasing the passenger limit by 1. Jiang Xun's eyes instantly brightened, his voice rising slightly. Vehicle upgrade blueprint. Before Shen Shuyu could react, he had already scooped little Wu Jiao from her arms and spun around with it. Little Wu Jiao flailed its front paws in the air, its round silver gray eyes wide open, its mouth slightly agape, revealing its newly grown canine teeth, its entire dog face filled with confusion, its tail stiff as a stick. Shen Shuyu was initially taken aback, then laughed and gave him a light slap. Put it down, you scared it. Jiang Xun placed little Wu Jiao back in her arms, but remained incredibly excited. The vehicle can be upgraded. Vehicle upgrades are the most important thing at this stage. Previously, they had upgraded their broken vehicle to ordinary level with a whole suite of modification blueprints, including glass reinforcement, tire strengthening, and storage expansion. Combined with the fusion of 3 vehicles, their vehicle had maintained an edge in performance and defense over most travelers. But now more and more travelers were upgrading their vehicles to ordinary level on the road, and just in this service area, there were at least 20 to 30 ordinary level vehicles, with almost all core members of the Wolf Pack and their companions at ordinary level. Their advantage was shrinking. This green blueprint could elevate a vehicle from ordinary level directly to excellent level, upgrading performance, space, and defense across the board, while also adding 1 more passenger limit. The advantage could be regained. Just these 2 rewards were already enough to satisfy Jiang Xun. Jiang Xun scrolled down the email, and the icon for the third reward was a blueprint glowing with a green sheen. The email description read Blueprint Exoskeleton Armor Set, green quality. Adding armor plates to key areas of the vehicle provides exceptional resistance against weapons below the quality of refined, capable of withstanding attacks from zombies and scavengers. He did not exclaim, but stared at the screen, slowly nodding, his expression shifting from excitement to a calm assurance. Shen Qiu, holding Xiao Wujiao, tilted her head as she finished reading the description, her voice tinged with laughter. 2 green blueprints. 1 for upgrade, 1 for armor. Is this meant to turn our vehicle into a mobile fortress? Jiang Xun shifted his gaze from the screen to her, his lips curling into a smile. I wonder what expression the Wolfpath gang would have if they saw our vehicle transformed. They exchanged glances and laughed simultaneously. The icon for the 4th reward was a shield. The email description read Indestructible Shield, refined quality. A medium-sized shield held in one hand covering the upper body. It can withstand heavy blows from scavengers, absorbing 70 of the impact. Jiang Xun clicked to claim it, and the pickup area glowed with a soft silver-gray light as a shield coalesced from the light, landing steadily on the collection platform. The shield was silver-gray, edged with a ring of matte gold metal trim. The surface was not smooth, but covered in extremely fine honeycomb textures layered upon the metal surface to absorb impacts. In the center of the front was a faint embossed pattern, the emblem of the service area. Jiang Xun held the grip inside the shield with one hand and lifted it from the collection platform. It was not light, but the center of gravity was low, and when hung on his arm it did not wobble. He handed the shield to Shen Qiu. You try it out. Shen Qiu gently placed Xiao Wujiao on the couch and took the shield. Her forearm passed through the inner strap, her palm fitting perfectly around the grip, and the strap adjusted automatically to fit her forearm. She raised the shield forward, then sidestepped into a blocking motion, quickly retracting the shield back to her side. She tapped the shield against the metal leg of the coffee table, producing a dull thud. Her arm showed no discernible vibration in response. Looking down at the grip and strap, she lifted it again to measure the coverage area, which protected her from shoulder to the top of her thigh. It's more convenient than I expected. The center of gravity is low, and it doesn't take much effort to swing. In the future, I can block a blow from scavengers in close combat, she said, placing the shield back at her side and patting the honeycomb texture on its surface. The email scrolled down to the last page, and the icon for the 5th reward was a palm-sized badge. The email description read Trial Exclusive Badge, Special Item, Non-Tradable. It can be installed in the vehicle with the owner and passengers sharing its effects. It deals an additional 5 damage to zombies and scavengers and increases roaming coin drop rates. Jiang Xun clicked claim, and the pickup area produced a metal badge with a dark gray base featuring a simplified emblem of the service area on the front and archway, with a road extending bordered by a fine golden engraving. The back had a magnetic attachment and a clip allowing it to be affixed to any metal surface inside the vehicle. He examined it back and forth twice. The 5 damage bonus and increased coin drop rates were not earth-shattering, but the advantage lay in its permanent passive effect, shared throughout the vehicle, allowing them to deal a bit more damage with every strike against zombies and scavengers, accumulating more coins. He tossed the badge in his palm and tucked it into the side pocket of his cargo pants. At the end of the email there was a line in small print thinner than the main text in dark gray, easily overlooked unless one looked closely. The road will record the footprints of every wanderer. We look forward to your next breakthrough. Jiang Xun's gaze lingered on this line for 2 seconds before reaching out to close the email interface. After claiming all the rewards, he lined up the 5 items on the coffee table: a rare cargo box, glowing with blue patterns, 2 strikingly green vehicle blueprints, a silver-gray honeycomb shield, and a dark gray badge with gold engravings. He stood in front of the coffee table, scanning from left to right, then from right to left, letting out a long breath. Shin Shuyu retrieved Xiao Wujiu from the couch, which yawned, having waited in its nest all night, now drowsy and struggling to keep its eyes open. Jiang Xun and Shin Shuyu discussed for a moment. Since they were no longer sleepy, and it was almost time to leave the service area, they decided to return to the vehicle to organize the rewards they had received in preparation for the upcoming attack from the Wolfpath gang. Jiang Xun packed the 5 rewards into his backpack, checked the room thoroughly to ensure nothing was left behind, and the two stood at the door for one last look at the suite. The artificial morning light from the floor-to-ceiling windows poured through the frosted glass onto the carpet, and the sofa cushions were still in the same tilted angle as when they left yesterday. Who knows when they will stay in such a room again? Jiang Xun opened the door with Shin Xiu holding the still-sleeping Xiao Wujiu, following closely behind. On both sides of the corridor, the camo-vested man squatting at the corner, and another member of the wolf path leaning against the fire hydrant momentarily froze upon seeing the two emerge. Then both quickly resumed their normal demeanor, pretending nothing was amiss. Jiang Xun maintained a calm expression, walking at a leisurely pace. The two passed between the watchers without deliberately looking at them or avoiding them, as if they were just two strangers crossing paths in the corridor. The camo-vested man on the left waited for them to walk a few steps before swiftly pulling the team's communication device from his waist and bringing it to his mouth, his voice lowered. Target has left the room, heading towards the elevator. As they stepped onto the escalator, Shin Shuyu took the opportunity to shift sideways, glancing towards the end of the corridor. The two watchers had followed, maintaining a few meters of distance, one in front and one behind. She turned back and whispered, "They are following us." Jiang Xun did not turn back. "Don't you think they resemble the obsessive characters in movies? Using all means to try and get to us. Is this movie you're talking about serious?" Shin Shuyu asked. Jiang Xun glanced at her. "It's serious, you know, the kind with the librarian, a deaf-mute husband at home, and a teacher suffering at school. Where's the seriousness in that?" As they descended to the underground garage, their footsteps echoed crisply in the vast space. The garage's overhead lights were still in cold white night mode, and the pale green glow of the parking lines clearly outlined each vehicle. More than 10 meters behind, the two watchers kept their distance, pretending to check the tires and door handles of Jiang Xun's car was parked at B217, still looking dull and gray. He scanned the parking proof in the sensing area, unlocking the door, and the warm reading lights inside the car automatically lit up. He tossed his backpack into the back seat first, then climbed into the driver's seat. Shin Shuyu opened the passenger door and sat down gently, placing the sleeping Xiao Wujiu on the back seat, which murmured and buried its head in the blanket. The car door closed, leaving the overhead lights of the garage, and the two watchers pretending to check tires outside. The camo-vested man behind the pillar brought the communication device to his mouth, half of his body hidden in the shadow of the pillar, revealing only a shoulder and the hand gripping the walkie-talkie. When he spoke, his lips were almost touching the microphone, his voice lowered, but the garage was too empty. Even the lowest sounds echoed back from the walls, making it impossible to discern the content, only hearing the sound of a voice. The companion beside him was half squatting, one hand propped up against the edge of the pillar, while the other pointed in the direction of Jiang Xun's vehicle, signaling that the target had already entered. A voice with a scarred face came through the communication device, mixed with static excitement, amplifying his tone, as if electrified. "Good." It seemed that these two had overstayed their time at the service area. "Everyone gather immediately at the service area entrance. The two supporting members from the convoy are on their way. As soon as they come out, we act." The camo-vested man replied, "Understood," disconnected the communication, and nodded to his companion. The two emerged from behind the pillar and quickly walked towards the exit along the garage wall, their footsteps growing fainter in the spacious garage. Inside the car, Jiang Xun sat in the driver's seat, not starting the engine, watching through the windshield and the rearview mirror, clearly seeing everything happening behind that pillar. The sneaky figures the communication device brought to their mouths, and the hurried footsteps leaving after the call was cut. Shin Shuyu also saw this. She fastened her seatbelt and whispered, "They are gathering." Jiang Xun smirked softly, tapping his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. The obsessives are getting ready to act, let them wait at the door. They think we are cute and clever girls, but in reality we are hefty tanks weighing over 300 pounds. Who eats whom is still uncertain. Shin Shuyu covered her face and said nothing. Jiang Xun's gaze passed through the windshield, landing on the direction of the garage exit. Minutes passed, and several Wolf Path vehicles were driving out of the garage one after another, the engine sounds rumbling over the ground, their headlights forming a blinding line of light in the dim garage. The tops were equipped with makeshift armor plates, and the vehicle bodies bore the markings of the Wolf Path gang, producing dull metallic clanking sounds as they crossed the speed bumps. 1, 2, 3. They turned past the exit ramp in sequence, disappearing around the corner of the slope. Jiang Xun leaned back in the driver's seat, his right hand resting on the steering wheel, while his left played with the trial badge he had just received, rubbing his thumb over the embossed archway on its surface. The Wolf Path members thought they had discovered the movement of their prey, and Scarface was probably now standing at the entrance of the service area, counting the number of people and repeatedly strategizing in his mind how to block the target's vehicle, how to overpower with numbers, and how to boast in front of companions and all wanderers. They watched the busy figures from inside the car, like watching a group of clowns performing. Outside the main entrance of the service area, the sky was no longer dim. The gray mist on both sides of the road had retreated into the distance, as if pushed back by an invisible hand, leaving only the damp, cold scent of the soil in the air. Scarface leaned against the hood of his vehicle, arms crossed, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the surface of the team's communication device, the rhythm alternating between fast and slow. From time to time he glanced towards the exit of the service area, then looked down at the device screen, which was still displaying the communication record with the support personnel. The last message read 2 words, "Almost there." He replayed Jiang Xun's face in his mind over and over again. The face that intercepted the green blueprint in front of both major teams, the face that remained calm while shooting explosive arrows in the trial square, the face that slowly raised a middle finger from over 10 meters away. Each frame made the veins on his temples throb. He gritted his teeth, his jaws bulging with tension, feeling a surge of anger. But anger aside, he could not let the plan go awry. He forced himself to shift focus away from that face, mentally reviewing the plan again. 7 vehicles. The 2 supporting members were already on the way, bringing 2 vehicles. When they arrived, there would be 7 vehicles and 9 people. Even if Jiang Xun's old sedan had good performance, it was still just one car with 2 people. No matter how high the vehicle's defense, it could not withstand encirclement from all sides. Even explosive arrows, no matter how fierce, could not compete with sheer numbers. As soon as he emerges, they would surround him from all directions, forcing him to stop, smashing windows, dragging him out, and searching the vehicle blueprints, VIP cards, trial rewards, leaving nothing behind. He even had his lines planned out, intending to stomp on Jiang Xun in front of him, telling him word by word how the VIP status meant nothing, how being first in the trial didn't matter, and how in front of the Wolf Path, he was just a fish waiting to be slaughtered. Afterward, he wanted to take some photos and post them in the regional channel, pinning them for 7 days, letting everyone in Zone 1024 see the fate of offending the Wolf Path. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward. Yesterday afternoon, Boss Li Jinshan had already arranged it in the communication, dispatching 2 team members active in nearby segments to come over for support. The 2 did not rush overnight due to the dangers of night travel and parked nearby to rest for the night. The message he received earlier confirmed they were on the last stretch of the road, likely to appear at the fork near the service area exit at any moment. Scarface switched the communication device from his left hand to his right, glancing once more toward the service area exit, the smile at the corner of his mouth still lingering. Soon the 2 support vehicles turned from the end of the road fork, their headlights cutting through the lingering. The vehicles were upgraded ordinary models with metal racks welded to the tops, iron plates added from the hood to the side skirts, clearly modified battle vehicles by the Wolf Path. The Wolf Path insignia painted on their bodies was splattered with mud, but the snarling wolf head pattern remained clear. The 2 vehicles came to a halt one after the other, and 2 men in dark armor jumped down. Scarface stood up from the hood, meeting them. He briefly exchanged nods with the 2 who had just gotten out, skipping pleasantries. The target is a man and a woman in one vehicle. VIP blueprints, trial rewards, we need to take them all. The newly arrived tall man closed the vehicle door, the metal frame generating a heavy thud. After hearing this, he cast a disdainful glance around. Just 2 people. I thought it would be a bigger deal. Scarface, how many messages did you send urging us to rush overnight? And it turns out to just be 2 people. Scarface planted his fire axe into the ground, the force striking the stone slab harder than usual. Don't underestimate them. That kid has explosive arrows, and he has killed several scavengers during the trial. The slightly shorter man beside the tall one was unloading a crossbow bolt pouch from the car to hang at his waist. Upon hearing the words explosive arrows, he paused and looked up. Explosive arrows. Those are indeed good stuff, but we need to snag them. We can't give him a chance to use the explosive arrows. Scarface lowered his voice further. As soon as the vehicle comes out, surround it and force it to stop. If he dares to get out, we all go in. If he doesn't get out, smash the windows. The tall man exchanged a glance with the shorter one, and both nodded in agreement. The tall guy slammed the homemade crossbow arrow box into the bow, while the shorter one hoisted the iron-spiked crowbar onto his shoulder. They exchanged glances, both wearing similar grins. In their eyes, blocking one man and one woman with 9 people and 7 vehicles was no longer using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It was akin to running over ants with a steamroller. Moreover, 4 of the vehicles in their convoy were upgraded ordinary models with metal frames welded on the roofs and iron plates added to the doors. They could smash that dilapidated sedan to pieces. And with each person armed, crowbars, machetes, fire axes. If they couldn't take them down now, they might as well not mix in the wolf's path any longer. The scarred face switched the fire axe from his left hand to his right, lowering his voice to instruct, "We've confirmed what the VIP's vehicle looks like. It's probably about to come out. You two follow me. As soon as the car appears, we surround it immediately, leaving him no chance." The tall guy raised the crossbow to test the string, while the shorter one lowered the crowbar from his shoulder to plant it on the ground. Although they usually didn't work under the scarred face, Jiang Xun had said via communication that this time they must succeed, and with a shared interest at hand they both nodded. "All right, well, follow your lead." Everyone got into their vehicles. The scarred face's car led the way, flanked by 2 support vehicles forming a compact triangle behind. Other Wolfpath vehicles were lined up further back, with all 7 vehicles blocking the main entrance of the service area tightly. 4 of them were upgraded ordinary models, while 3 were initial wrecks that had undergone multiple integrations. Although they hadn't officially upgraded, they performed significantly better than standard wrecks. The deep rumble of idling engines blended together. All headlights were turned on, casting beams of light directly onto the exit ramp of the service area. Someone rolled down their window, resting a homemade crossbow on the window frame, while another leaned a metal pipe against the inside of the car door, rubbing his hand over it. The scarred face sat back in his car, placing the fire axe on the passenger seat, easily within reach. He rested his hands on the steering wheel, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the edge as he fixed his gaze intently on the direction of the service area's underground parking exit. Other travelers who had also spent the night at the service area drove away one after another. As they emerged from the main entrance ramp, they looked up to see 7 vehicles arranged in a triangle blocking the exit with blinding headlights and weapons resting on window frames, the low growl of engines like a pack of hounds ready to pounce. Each vehicle noticeably slowed down as it passed by, then hurriedly accelerated through, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. One vehicle pulled over to the distant shoulder, rolling down the window to look back, quietly discussing with a companion, "What are the wolves up to? Blocking people. Who else could it be? That VIP, the one who ranked first in the trials. 7 vehicles for one. Is it really necessary to be this cautious? Aren't there just 2 of them? Lower your voice. If the wolves hear us, we'll become targets too. Tisk, looks like there's a good show to watch." More and more vehicles stopped on the shoulder to watch, but no one dared approach. While the wolves stood ready at the service area entrance, Jiang Xun and Shin were still inside their vehicle, organizing various items. They certainly wouldn't foolishly leave the service area and deliver themselves to the wolves. Jiang Xun aimed to eliminate the wolves without fail. The lights inside the vehicle were still on, and Jiang Xun scanned the blueprint for excellent vehicle upgrade with a faint green glow on the workbench, immediately bringing up a materials list on the screen. Iron ingots 100, copper ingots 100, steel ingots 100, alloy plates 80, composite glass 20, engine components 1, electronic components 30, rubber sealing materials 40, reinforced fibers 50. Each number following was more than double that of the last ordinary upgrade. Shin turned around from the passenger seat, looking at the long list of materials on the screen, taking a gentle breath. Jiang Xun scanned the list from top to bottom, then opened the car door and walked around to the trunk. Fortunately, they had bought a lot of materials at the supply trading hall, though otherwise they wouldn't have been able to gather all these materials in a short time. They originally had a good stock of iron, copper, and steel ingots in the car, and they had taken several boxes of alloy plates and composite glass. The electronic components and rubber sealing materials were conveniently replenished from the residential area, while the engine component was obtained from the rare materials section. All these materials were neatly stacked in the trunk. He moved the boxes of materials one by one to the sensing area next to the workbench, and each type of material triggered a green satisfied mark on the screen. After moving all the materials, he brushed off the remnants on his hands and tapped confirm. A new interface popped up on the screen, displaying 3 options with 3D rotating preview images lined up. The first option was a low-slung, streamlined sports car with a narrow body and wheel arches almost touching the ground labeled Gale Type, Ultimate Performance Road Hunter. The second option was a tall Class A RV with a rectangular living compartment at the rear topped with a steel plate and luggage rack labeled Fortress Type, Mobile Fortress Survival First. The third option was a rugged armored vehicle featuring a wedge-shaped impact-resistant structure at the front, a tall body with a stable center of gravity and reserved slots for external armor plates labeled Pioneer Type, Balanced Offense and Defense Versatile Warrior. Shin Shuyu leaned closer, squinting at the preview images of the first two options, her finger wavering between the sports car and the RV sports car. RV. And what's this one? Jiang Xun tapped on the 3D preview of the Pioneer Type, turning the vehicle to magnify the details of the armor at the front. It's like an armored cash transport vehicle. Armored protection and enough space. He leaned back in the chair and tapped the screen twice. The Gale Type was the first to be eliminated. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't carry supplies, consumed too much fuel, and had limited space, making it a fatal shortcoming on this road, where supplies needed to be hoarded at any moment. The Fortress Type was indeed tempting in terms of space and living comfort. Shin Shuyu's eyes lit up when she saw the folding sofa in the RV that could be converted into a double bed, but that size paired with an ordinary engine was too slow. The Pioneer Type, sufficient armored protection, internal space to hold all supplies and weapons, and with upgrades to the engine and suspension, it could match the speed and handling of other performance vehicles. This one, balanced offense and defense with no obvious shortcomings, capable of carrying, speeding, and enduring. He withdrew his finger from the screen, and Shin Shuyu nodded. He selected the Pioneer Type, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Please have all personnel exit the vehicle. The upgrade will commence in 10 seconds. Two of them stepped out of the vehicle, retreating to the safety line beside the parking space. White light began to spread from beneath the vehicle, growing brighter, and in a matter of seconds the entire car was enveloped in an oval-shaped light cocoon. The light on the surface of the cocoon flowed constantly, its brilliance blinding. Jiang Xun and Shin Shuyu both squinted, shielding their eyes with their arms. Little Wuji buried his head in Shin Shuyu's arm, his tail tucked between his legs, motionless. The light persisted for about 30 seconds before gradually dissipating. The white light seemed to be drawn away from the top of the car towards the four-wheel hubs, revealing a completely unfamiliar outline beneath. Jiang Xun lowered his hands from in front of his eyes, blinking away the afterimages from the bright light, then stared at the vehicle in the parking space, slowly exhaling. Shin Shuyu lowered her arm from in front of her eyes, her mouth slightly agape. Little Wuji poked his head out from her arm, his silver-gray eyes wide with surprise. It was no longer a sedan, but a sharply contoured, imposing dark gray light armored vehicle. The entire vehicle had grown significantly, its length, width, and wheelbase noticeably increased with a much higher ground clearance. The exterior shell was matte dark gray, covered with extremely fine honeycomb patterns designed to absorb impacts like an indestructible shield. There were two strengthening ribs extending from the grille to the windshield on the engine hood, with ventilation holes embedded in between. The air intake grille was smaller than before, now fitted with a metal protective mesh to prevent debris from entering. The headlights were upgraded to LED matrix lights with brightness exceeding that of the previous halogen lamps by more than one level, and the edges had metal protective shields with the rivets arranged neatly. The front bumper was a single integrated impact beam coated with an anti-rust layer that glimmered faintly under the cold white lights of the garage. On the side of the vehicle, the wheel arches were flared with rivets and strengthening ribs exposed, intentionally left unpainted for a visually striking military feel. The doors were nearly twice as thick as before. Jiang Xun pulled the door open to test it. The door panel made a heavy thud as it swung on the hinges, and a deep, powerful metallic sound echoed when it closed. The windows were made of dark shatterproof glass, 3 times thicker than ordinary car windows, appearing dark and reflective from the outside, making it nearly impossible to see anything inside. The tires were replaced with all-terrain puncture-proof tires featuring deep and wide treads, already conveying a sense of readiness to grip the ground, even when stationary. The rims were designed with 6 spokes, reinforced and sturdy. Cold white lights from the garage ceiling illuminated the traveler vehicles parked in their spaces. And Jiang Xun's vehicle stood among them like a mobile armored vehicle custom-made for the apocalyptic road, making the other travelers' vehicles nearby seem like toys. This is truly unexpected. Shin Shuyu remarked, initially thinking that the vehicle's upgrade would only be slight, but she didn't expect such a dramatic change. This enhancement is also based on the original vehicle's foundation. If we hadn't integrated other vehicles or used other blueprints beforehand, the upgrade results would probably not have reached this level. Jiang Xun opened the door and bent down to enter the vehicle. Then he stood up straight. There was over a fist's worth of space between his head and the roof. He turned his head to scan the entire cabin, discovering that while the vehicle appeared impressive from the outside, the inside was a completely different world. The entire interior space was divided into 3 functional areas, clearly defined and logically laid out, designed as a true armored RV suitable for living. The floor was covered with non-slip wear-resistant rubber mats, solid underfoot, with drainage grooves around the edges, so there was no worry about blood or mud soaking into the chassis during cleanup. The walls were lined with soft packaging, providing slight elasticity, with soundproofing and insulation integrated, and several anchor points and hooks fixed on the surface for hanging weapons, backpacks, and wet towels. A semi-closed sliding door separated the driving area from the living area, with a small window cut into the door panel that allowed for direct communication with people in the living area when opened, while blocking sound and sight when closed. The driver's seat and passenger seat had been replaced with bucket seats, providing sturdier lateral support than the upgraded seats from before. The central control touchscreen had also been upgraded, replacing the original small screen with a larger, brighter one. Jiang Xun slid his finger across it, noticing almost no delay in response. More importantly, the current touchscreen could be detached. As long as it remained within the vehicle, it could be used as a tablet. Shin Shuyo, carrying little Wuji, entered through the middle door and stopped as soon as she stepped into the living area. She turned around, sweeping her gaze across the entire space from the kitchen to the resting area, then looked up at the ceiling height. Stretching her hand up, her fingertips were still a short distance from the roof. The kitchen area was small, but everything necessary was neatly arranged on an L-shaped countertop. The car refrigerator was embedded beneath the countertop, with a blue-lit temperature display on the door, filled with fresh meat and milk they had bought from the service area. Beside it was a folding sink with a pull-out faucet that could be retracted into the countertop when not in use. Pots, pans, and utensils were all stored in the overhead cabinets above the countertop. When the cabinet doors were opened, each item was secured in fixed brackets to prevent shifting during travel. Opposite the kitchen was a folding dining table that flipped down from the wall, sized adequately for 2 people, with enough space for little Wuji to lie beside them without feeling cramped. The seating was designed as a booth style, featuring a long cushioned bench with storage space underneath the cushion. Shin Shuyu sat down on the booth, then stood up, brushing her hand over the table surface before turning to Jiang Xun. This table can fold. When cooking, we can put it away to create more space in the kitchen. After eating, it can be flipped down into a dining area. Jiang Xun nodded in satisfaction. The resting area was at the back of the vehicle, with an inflatable mattress already laid out, and the bedding was the 2 thick quilts they had brought from the ranch, neatly stacked. Next to the mattress was a dimmable wall lamp, casting warm yellow light over the bedding, making the entire rear of the vehicle feel very cozy. Shin Shuyu bent down, pressed her hand on the mattress, then gently placed the already dozing little Wuji in the corner of the mattress. The little fellow let out a soft sound, burrowing his head into the quilt, his tail swaying sleepily. Storage space had been utilized in every corner. Under the booth, beneath the mattress, inside the cabinets, and on the sides of the countertop, there were storage compartments and boxes categorically organizing supplies they had moved from the ranch, provisions bought from the service area, and materials and parts taken from the cargo box. Every item had its designated spot, unlike before when everything was piled in the trunk and back seat, making it a hassle to find anything. Jiang Xun opened the lid of a storage compartment to take a look, finding it neatly filled with arrows, while the adjacent compartment contained medical supplies and a first aid kit, and the next one held several unopened bags of flour and dehydrated vegetables. The 2 were very satisfied with the vehicle upgrades. Shin Shuyu took out other blueprints from her storage space, collecting them one by one onto the production table. First were 2 blueprints for the vehicle storage expansion White, purchased at the trading hall. She scanned the blueprints across the touchscreen, and a familiar material list popped up on the screen, each item marked with a green satisfied. She pressed confirm. There was no rumble or vibration inside the vehicle, only the 2 walls above the rear wheel arches quietly opened a hidden compartment. She ran over to reach inside, finding the hidden compartment spacious and square. She moved the medical kit and a few boxes of spare arrows that she had previously stuffed under the seat into it, filling one compartment perfectly, while the other remained empty. Outside the vehicle, there were still no changes. The external dimensions remained unchanged, appearing from the outside as the same deep gray light armored vehicle. After the tire anti-slip pattern enhancement White was scanned into the production table, a message appeared on the screen reorganizing the microscopic structure of the tire surface. The tread of the 4 tires looked as if it was being re-etched by an invisible laser etching machine, with finer spiral patterns automatically generated between the original deep grooves. In the future, on slippery roads and humid asphalt after a gray tide, the grip would improve significantly, reducing the risk of skidding on gravel roads. Shin Shuyu pulled out the vehicle aromatherapy generator White from her backpack, eagerly scanned it into the production table, and then clicked to manufacture. The air conditioning vent now had a miniature aromatherapy module. She opened one of the aromatherapy tablets from the service area supermarket and inserted it inside. Once the air conditioning was turned on, a faint lemongrass scent wafted from the vent. She took a deep breath, leaned back in the passenger seat, closed her eyes, and said the vehicle would no longer have the smells of sweat and dogs. Jiang Xun glanced at the little Mujio nestled in the blanket on the back seat. The little guy rested his head on his front paws, blinking his silver-gray eyes innocently. The simple rearview mirror rain eyebrow white and the biodegradable trash bag white were almost used simultaneously. A pair of transparent arc-shaped deflectors automatically extended above the side rearview mirrors, perfectly angled to redirect airflow to blow away rainwater from the mirror's surface, and the built-in heating wires also lit up. A hidden small drawer popped out from the side of the central console, stacked with several rolls of special material trash bags with an inner coating that accelerates decomposition. The decomposed biomass could also be used as fuel for power. Lastly, there was the vehicle external armor kit green that glowed with a green light. After Jiang Xun scanned it on the production table, a message appeared: "Please park the vehicle in an open area. Modifications will be completed within 3 minutes." He drove the car out of the parking space, moving it to a vacant buffer zone in the corner of the garage, turned off the engine, and pulled the handbrake, then got out of the car. Shin Shuyu followed, intending to see the modifications based on the green blueprint. The armor panels outside the vehicle began to materialize one by one from the void. The engine hood armor formed first, a metal plate slightly larger than the original engine hood bulging in the center with heat dissipation, holes covering from above the grille all the way to the edge of the windshield, dropping with a heavy metallic clanking sound. The door armor was modular, featuring an angled design that could deflect direct shots from crossbows and ground. A retractable metal protective net was added to the inner side of the front windshield, usually stored within the roof lining, but when lowered it could completely cover the entire windshield. The thin armor on the roof covered the vulnerable areas around the sunroof, and the fuel tank guard plate beneath the chassis automatically locked in place, the sound of bolts screwing into the chassis beams crisp and clear. After the modifications were completed, the overall weight of the vehicle was noticeably heavier. Jiang Xun knocked on the engine hood armor with his hand. His knuckles bounced back, slightly numbing, and the sound it produced was a deep thud similar to tapping on a bunker. Jiang Xun felt that now the vehicle could crash into scavengers without any damage. These two green blueprints gave him immense confidence. Shin Shuyu stood in front of the car, reaching out to touch the new armor plate on the bumper that still carried the scent of anti-rust coating, saying she really wanted to immediately test the strength of the vehicle now. Jiang Xun smiled slightly, his gaze crossing over the roof of the car to the area above the garage exit where the sky was gradually brightening, and said, "No rush, there are ready targets outside the service area." After using all the blueprints, Jiang Xun took out the blue cargo box from the trunk. As he lifted the canvas, a soft blue light pattern flowed gently under the cold white light of the garage, the surface of the box smooth and warm, far more exquisite than an ordinary white cargo box. Shin Shuyu leaned over from the passenger side, and Mujio poked his head out from the blanket nest on the back seat, his silver-gray eyes fixed on the glowing box, not blinking. "Let's see what high-quality items are inside the cargo box." Jiang Xun lifted the lid. The first item was a small tubular scope with a matte black body and blue coat lenses at both ends, featuring a standard rail clip at the bottom. Engraved on the side of the scope was a line of very small white text, "Optical Scope Green." Jiang Xun picked it up and turned it around in his hand, his lips curling into a smile. The first item surprised him. This was just what he needed to compensate for the lack of precision in his compound. He took the compound bow from the center console, laid it flat on his knees, and pressed the scope into the rail slot on the bow, clicking it securely in place. He lifted the bow, aiming through the scope towards the far end of the garage. The lens brought the distant fire hydrant into sharp focus, and an extremely fine red outline automatically circled the edge of the hydrant, with a simple range scale floating in the bottom left corner of the lens. The low-light night vision feature made the previously dim corners of the garage clear and discernible, allowing him to see the rust patterns on the fire hydrant in detail. "This thing is almost at the level of a sniper scope." He lowered the bow gently, brushing his finger across the blue coat lens of the scope. In the past, archery relied on feeling. Hitting 7 or 8 out of 10 shots was already considered good. Now with this, the spread was reduced by half, and at night, with the high contrast outlines, hitting 9 out of 10 shots accurately was basically guaranteed. He placed the compound bow back on the weapon rack, feeling quite pleased. When he pulled out the second item from the cargo box, Shin Shuyu let out a gentle gasp. It was a cylindrical object slightly smaller than a standard grenade with blue warning stripes on its surface, a pull ring on top, and a button. Jiang Xun weighed it in his hand. It felt cold and heavy, the metal shell devoid of any unnecessary decorations, with only a very fine line of English inscription circling the bottom. Electromagnetic pulse grenade green. It releases an electromagnetic pulse upon explosion, disabling all vehicle electronic systems within a 10-meter radius, causing engines to stall for 510 seconds, screens to go black, radar to fail, and lights to extinguish with no harm to humans, and is a one-time use item. This thing can disable vehicles. Jiang Xun flipped the grenade over his thumb, gently brushing over the pull ring. Shen Chuyu's eyes lit up, sitting up straight in the passenger seat. With this, we can throw one at the Wolf Road's convoy, and their vehicles will all be down. With a 10-meter radius, it can probably cover 2 to 3 vehicles. If they cluster together, the effect will be... He carefully placed the grenade into the hidden storage compartment of the central console, closing the lid and tapping it to ensure it wouldn't pop open during driving. Shen Chuyu watched him secure the lid, leaning back against the passenger seat, her tone mixed with regret and excitement. It's a shame there's only one. We have to be careful with its use. The last item in the cargo box was neither a weapon nor a blueprint. When Jiang Xun reached in to pull it out, his fingertips first touched the warm edge. Not the cold metal, but a slightly warming hard card surface. He held it up to the ceiling light. It was a deep gray card, slightly larger than a playing card, its material unlike paper or plastic, resembling a type of compacted alloy sheet. In the center of the card, a dark red lightning pattern flowed slowly under the light, resembling lava, surging through a crack. The edges were bordered with a fine golden trim, which felt slightly warm to the touch. Not hot, but warm, as if it had been exposed to sunlight. The back was printed with a line of small text: unlocks after the vehicle is upgraded to excellent quality. Upon use, the vehicle will release the energy stored within the road command. Road command: ashes, judgment, explosive pulse. Jiang Xun read the words on the card one by one, then flipped it over to read the usage instructions on the back. The usage method was to swipe the card through the dedicated slot next to the vehicle's touchscreen, with the effect being an aggressive road command, effective in a circular area, with a radius of 30 meters, lasting 3 seconds, with a cooldown time of 48 hours. He handed the card to Shen Chuyu. She took it, flipping it over several times, her fingertip gently tracing the dark red lightning pattern, feeling like she was touching a piece of metal warmed by body heat. This world has such things. Her tone was not one of exaggerated shock, but genuine confusion, mixed with astonishment at the revelation. Jiang Xun took the card back, looking again at the small text on the back under the roof light, then said he didn't know how to describe it, but it felt just like the first time he got the cargo box detector. The road was releasing new items again. The two of them glanced over at the side of the central console. At the same time, on the panel to the right of the touchscreen near the passenger side, there was a narrow slot, with a circle of very fine blue LED lights slowly flashing, as if waiting for a long time. Shen Chuyu reached out to touch the edge of the slot, saying it was a pre-reserved interface. When they hadn't upgraded before, this slot had never lit up, and she had thought it was just a decorative slot. Jiang Xun carefully inserted the road command back into the blue cargo box's built-in cushioning slot, placing it in the hidden storage compartment of the central console next to the electromagnetic pulse grenade. The two exchanged glances, smiling at the same time. Having the same idea after leaving the service area, if they were ambushed by the Wolf Road, they would use the command to test its real power. At this moment, the countdown for the time spent in the service area had already been flashing in the upper right corner of the touchscreen for quite a while. Jiang Xun placed the last item from the blue cargo box securely, then pulled out the unused quality Leap blueprint green from the glove compartment, flipping it over in his hand. This rare blueprint could combine 2 white blueprints into one green one. There was no time to study it in detail now. He carefully rolled it up and tucked it into the waterproof compartment, closing the supplies box. He ignited the engine. The excellent grade engine did not roar, only a deep, steady mechanical hum resonated from the chassis throughout the cabin. He shifted gears and gently pressed the accelerator. The vehicle smoothly glided out of the parking space, the steering wheels damping just right with no slight looseness during high-speed turns like the previous ordinary grade. He glanced down at the fuel gauge. After the upgrade, the fuel tank capacity had more than doubled, and the needle was still nearly at the bottom. He pulled out the fuel voucher from the storage compartment, drove to the self-service gas station in the parking lot, and refueled a full tank using a disposable consumable fuel voucher, causing the needle on the fuel gauge to jump sharply from the bottom to full. With a full press of the accelerator, the all-terrain explosion-proof tires produced a deep, steady rolling sound on the garage's non-slip surface as the vehicle turned around the exit ramp, with the increasingly bright sky and the Wolf Road convoy parked near the exit waiting ahead. The roamers on both sides of the main passage in the garage almost simultaneously stopped their actions. Jiang Xun's car slowly drove out from the B2 parking space. The low rumble of the engine echoed back and forth in the enclosed garage, mixed with the distinctive hissing sound of turbocharging like a large beast just released from a cage. The deep gray matte body of the vehicle reflected almost no light under the cold white lights of the garage, with a honeycomb-patterned surface extending from the front to the rear and the rivets and reinforcements casting neat shadows in the light. A roamer on the left side, stuffing compressed biscuits into his own car, dropped the biscuit box from his fingers, hitting his foot, staring at the armored vehicle slowly passing by, mouth agape in astonishment. Beside him, another burly man bent over to check the tires, dropping his wrench with a clang that echoed on the concrete floor, bending to pick it up, while his gaze remained glued to Jiang Xun's vehicle's explosion-proof glass, as if he had been hit with the pause button. "What the hell is that car?" Someone broke the silence in the garage, the voice not loud, but every word clear in the spacious space. A roamer, stuffing supplies into the trunk of his rusty sedan, straightened up, his gaze moving from the scratches made by zombies on his car to the engine hood armor of Jiang Xun's vehicle, his expression shifting from confusion to dazed. Another roamer tugged at his companion's sleeve, his voice low, but the shock in his tone unmistakable. "Have you seen this car? Was this car in the parking lot before?" "No, I've never seen it." "This armor, these tires, where did this big shot come from?" The murmur grew louder in the garage, but no one dared to intervene. Some quietly moved their cars farther away, clearing a wider path for the passage. Jiang Xun ignored all the gazes, firmly turning the steering wheel half a turn, the vehicle navigating the curved end of the passage, the tires producing a deep, steady friction sound on the non-slip surface as it headed towards the exit ramp. The automatic sensing door at the main entrance of the service area slowly slid open, cold white light from the square pouring in through the gap, followed by the gray light of the sky that was revealed after the gray mist retreated. Jiang Xun's vehicle smoothly drove out from the end of the slope, first the front emerging from the main door, then the entire vehicle. A deep gray matte armored body fully exposed to the morning light of the endless highway, the low rumble of the engine echoing over the square, the hissing of the turbocharger like the vehicle's own breathing. Outside the square, the Wolf Road members had been waiting for a long time. 7 vehicles were arranged in a pin formation blocking the exit, 4 ordinary grade, and 3 dilapidated cars, all idling with their engines running, the headlights illuminating the square exit in a pale white. Some leaned against the engine hoods, smoking, others squatted by the roadside scraping paint with knives out of boredom, while a new tall guy rested his crossbow on the car roof, bragging to a shorter companion about their previous carjacking exploits. When the main entrance of the service area opened, they casually glanced up. Then everyone froze. The scarred face of the smoker let his cigarette slip from the corner of his mouth, a small bit of ash falling onto his pants, yet he showed no reaction. The Wolf Road member squatting by the roadside stood up, almost losing his balance with a sharp bend of his knees. The tall guy leaning against the car door unconsciously took half a step back, his lower back bumping into the rearview mirror, which tilted with a pop, and he didn't even turn around. Everyone was staring at the armored vehicle they had never seen before. What emerged from the shadows at the end of the slope was not the gray sedan they had been tailing all night, but a fully armed, sharply defined, excellent-grade armored vehicle that looked capable of smashing their battle cars and continuing forward. Someone muttered, Where did this car come from?" The person beside him widened his eyes and asked, "Was there such a car in the service area? How come we never saw it?" The fire axe in the scarred man's hand hovered in midair. He had just lifted the axe from the passenger seat, preparing to wave it for people to surround the dusty little sedan as soon as it emerged, but what came out of the service area gate was not a sedan. His pupils constricted slightly as the cigarette dangling from his lips slipped down, the ember falling onto his pants and burning a small scorch mark, yet he showed no reaction. A strong sense of foreboding surged from his tailbone to the back of his head, as if someone were using icy fingertips to poke him segment by segment. He had seen all the vehicles in the underground garage and had definitely never encountered this car. The only possibility, this was a vehicle upgraded by some traveler within the service area. He opened his mouth to shout for others to pay attention, but at the same moment Jiang Xun stepped on the gas. The turbocharger of the high-quality engine emitted a sharp screech, the tachometer suddenly surged to the right, and the all-terrain explosion-proof tires created a sharp friction sound against the anti-slip stone slab in the square as the entire vehicle charged forward like a beast freed from its chain, heading straight for one of the vehicles in the Wolfpath convoy. Bang! The moment of impact was not an ordinary collision sound. It was a dull metallic distortion like a hammer smashing against a row of empty soda cans. Jiang Xun's car collided head-on with the driver's side of the Wolfpath's modified pickup truck. The car door's steel panel crumpled inward like paper, the crash beam broke in the middle, and the entire vehicle tilted sideways, with 2 wheels lifted off the ground, crashing heavily onto the square surface. The car window shattered into pieces and a huge dent formed on the car door, matching perfectly with the wedge-shaped crash beam profile of an armored vehicle. There were only a few white scratches on Jiang Xun's car, remnants of the inferior paint from the other vehicle. What the hell? What the F? The entire wolf path formation instantly collapsed. The following vehicles, witnessing the scene, instinctively reversed, turned, and slammed on the brakes. Some violently spun the steering wheel, but crashed into their own car's rear, scattering bumper fragments all over the ground. Others, while reversing, ran over the waste stones at the edge of the road, causing their vehicle to tilt dangerously. Some directly slammed into the outer wall of the service area, shattering the rear windshield with spiderweb-like cracks. The roar of engines, the screech of tires, the sound of metal colliding, and human voices melded into one chaotic cacophony, with even someone in a vehicle yelling profanities. The scarred man jumped back the moment the impact occurred. He had been leaning beside the car, and as it was toppled, it crashed toward him. He stumbled back 2 steps, his heel catching on the seam of the square stone slabs, nearly causing him to fall. The fire axe flew from his hand, spinning several times before stopping a few meters away. As he bent down to pick up the axe, his hand was still shaking, unsure whether it was from anger or fear. The travelers who had been watching from afar at the service area entrance and the edge of the square, previously eagerly guessing whom the wolf path would target, now all stared wide-eyed. What the hell? Where did this god come from? Some slammed the gas pedal, reversing dozens of meters, terrified of being caught in the aftermath. Others opened their car doors, jumped out, and peered over the back, exposing only half their heads towards the square. They had originally thought it was a one-sided massacre by the wolf path, but now they were all dumbfounded, the scene before them far exceeding their imagination. The scarred man picked up the fire axe from the ground, not looking back at the overturned vehicle, but instead fixating on the dark gray armored vehicle in the center of the square that was adjusting its direction. Not a single piece of metal on that vehicle was bent. He spat viciously, using all his strength to shout at the retreating wolf path vehicles, "Damn it! This is that VIP." He upgraded his vehicle. "Don't retreat." He rushed to his own car, in a few steps slammed the steering wheel to block the vehicles behind, then jumped down, raising the fire axe. "Everyone hold steady. Anyone who retreats is a traitor to the wolf path." The word traitor fell like a bucket of ice water over everyone's heads. Some members, still frantically reversing, released the gas pedal. Some stepped on the brakes, while others disengaged the half-engaged reverse gear. They understood the rules of the wolf path better than anyone else. Li Zinshan's methods of dealing with traitors were far harsher than being overturned by an armored vehicle. The scarred man jumped onto his own car, started the engine, and the headlights blazed to life. He held the steering wheel with one hand, grasping the communication device with the other, his voice hoarse, but each word sharpened, as if honed by the axe blade. "He only has one vehicle, so what if it's upgraded? We can't break it, but we can wear him down. Everyone charge." The rest of the wolf path members, though anxious, still fresh in their memory was that previous collision, did not dare to disobey orders, quickly engaging gears and stepping on the gas, the sound of engines roaring back together. The scarred man stared at Jiang Xun's vehicle, his eyes swirling with more than just anger. This kid had actually upgraded his car to a high-quality level. With external armor plates, all-terrain explosion-proof tires, wedge-shaped crash beams, and explosion-proof glass. If he could seize it and integrate the designs and technology into his own vehicle, who would he need to worry about in the wolf path? Li Zinshan was ruthless with more men and vehicles, but the combat vehicle Li Zinshan personally drove was just an ordinary modified one. If he returned with a high-quality armored vehicle, who could stop him? The thought ignited like a spark falling into a barrel of gasoline, causing his palm gripping the steering wheel to start burning. He was no longer executing orders. He was fighting for his own life. The remaining 6 vehicles regrouped under the command of the communication channel, encircling towards the center of the square from different directions. The scarred man's voice on the channel overshadowed the roar of engines surround him. "Don't let him break out. Hit him from the sides and the rear. I refuse to believe his vehicle has no weakness." 6 vehicles accelerated simultaneously. A vehicle in front charged heat, and one from each side flanked him. Another blocked the retreat, with one more maneuvering around the perimeter, ready to fill any gaps. The tires screeched against the anti-slip stone slabs, the wolf path convoy, forming a surrounding formation that trapped Jiang Xun's car in the center. The 6 vehicles accelerated from 4 directions, the roar of engines colliding in a frenzy above the vehicle charging Hedon was the scarred man's own, its front wrapped in 2 rows of iron plates. The left side was a modified combat vehicle driven by a shorter supporter, with another on the right and rear, while an additional vehicle circled around outside. They closed in on Jiang Xun's vehicle at full speed, while the travelers at the edge of the square held their breath. Shin Shuyu glanced at the rearview mirror and the side windows from the passenger seat, the beams from the wolf path's headlights shining in from all directions. She said they want to trap us. Jiang Xun also glanced at the rearview mirror, slammed the brakes to the floor, shifted into neutral, then let go of the steering wheel, leaning back against the seat. Shinchuyu looked at him. Aren't you going to dodge? Jiang Xun shook his head. No need. This is a rare opportunity to test the vehicle's defensive capabilities. 6 vehicles almost simultaneously crashed into them. The vehicle on the left crashed head into the driver's side door. The vehicle on the right collided with the passenger door, while the one from behind slammed into the rear bumper, and the scarred man's vehicle hit the front bumper hard with its front iron plates. The impact sounds layered together into a series of extremely dull metallic booms, exploding in the air above the square. Jiang Xun's vehicle shook a few times, then steadied itself in place, its chassis unmoving. The windows did not shatter, the doors did not crumple, the tires did not burst, and even the honeycomb armor plating on the body showed no deformation. In contrast, the Wolfpath's vehicles. The left vehicle's hood was raised, the radiator burst, white smoke hissing out from the seams of the car. The right vehicle's bumper fell off and smashed onto the ground. The left front wheel twisted at an odd angle. The rear vehicle had its front bumper drop, half of its headlight shattered. The scarred man's own vehicle had its front bumper deformed, the hood bent into a shape, coolant leaking all over the stone slab, with one front tire burst causing the body to tilt to one side. Shinchuyu felt that last impact like sitting on a large ship being pounded by waves, swaying, but not dangerous. Xiaowu, who had been in the back seat, was thrown slightly by the inertia, letting out a sound before quieting down, its silver-gray eyes blinking curiously. Shinchuyu looked through the explosion-proof glass at the several Wolfpath vehicles, puffing white smoke, hoods raised and tires askew. After 2 seconds of silence, she said, "They wrecked their own cars." Jiang Xun glanced down at the vehicle status on the touchscreen, durability dropping from 100 to 98. He hummed, turning the screen to show her. Shinchuyu took a quick glance, casually tapped on the vehicle repair button, and durability jumped back to 100. She said, "Is that it?" The scarred man jumped out of his vehicle, nearly stumbling as his foot hit the ground. His front bumper had already crumpled into a shape, the hood raised and puffing white smoke. He stared at Jiang Xun's vehicle, fixating on the driver's side door he had just crashed against. There wasn't even a scratch on it. A glance at his companions showed the vehicle on the left still smoking from the radiator, the right one with its bumper on the ground, and the rear vehicle's front end entirely caved in. What the F? He clenched the fire axe, his knuckles turning white as his nails dug into the calluses of his palms. "We can't retreat." If he just walked away, Li Jinshan would be the first to expel him from the convoy. Everything he had built up during his time in the Wolf Path, manpower, vehicle's reputation, would turn to zero. He raised the fire axe, its blade glinting in the sunlight, and with all his might shouted to his stunned subordinates around him, "Get out of the cars. All of you get out. His car is surrounded, it can't move. Smash the windows. Drag him out." This statement was like a match thrown into a barrel of gasoline. The remaining Wolf Path members hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing that Jiang Xun's vehicle was indeed trapped in the middle and unable to move, a spark of hope ignited. No matter how tough the vehicle, it was still just iron. If more than 10 people attacked, surely they could break it. One by one, the car doors swung open, and the crowd rushed out from their respective vehicles, wielding fire axes, iron bars, knives, wrenches, and crowbars, surrounding Jiang Xun's car tightly. The scarred man was the first to take action. He swung the fire axe down hard against the driver's side window. The axe blade struck the explosion-proof glass, emitting a piercing metallic clash. Then his hand jolted violently, his entire arm feeling as if it had been electrocuted, nearly causing the axe to fly from his grip. Only a faint white mark remained on the explosion-proof glass, easily wiped away with a finger. Gritting his teeth, he swung the axe down again and again. Each strike left another white mark, but the glass remained unyielding. Others followed suit. The axe struck the armored engine cover, the metallic clashing sound filling the air above the square. Like a rainstorm, iron pipes clanged against the car doors, ringing loudly, but the doors showed no signs of deformation. Wrenches hammered against the rearview mirror, hitting it several times without any effect. One Wolf Path member swung a knife at the car window, the blade curling at the edge. He inspected the knife before cursing and throwing it to the ground, switching to an iron pipe to continue hammering. Another tried to pry open the car window using a crowbar, bending the crowbar as the door remained tightly sealed. The scarred man stuck the fire axe into the ground, his whole arm numb from wrist to shoulder. With each swing, the recoil shot back into his bones, as if he were fighting a wall with his own flesh. The window still bore only a few white marks, easily wiped away with a finger. Breathing heavily, sweat mixed with dust dripped from his temples to his chin, hitting the stone slabs. As his voice grew hoarse, smashed the weaker points. The tires. The chassis. The gaps in the glass. The fuel tank cover. The Wolf Path members shifted their targets. A burly man swung his axe down at the tire. Yet the all-terrain explosion-proof tire remained unmoved, leaving no mark on the rubber surface, and the axe blade even chipped slightly. Someone crouched down, jabbing an iron pipe violently underneath the chassis. After a few jabs, the pipe was flung from their hands, their palms feeling numb, while the chassis armor showed no dents. Someone pulled out a screwdriver to pry open the gap in the car window, but the tip went in less than a millimeter before it got stuck. When pulled out, the tip was bent at a 90-degree angle. Someone went around to the rear to find the fuel tank cover squatting on the ground, feeling from left to right and back again, only encountering a smooth cold armor plate, unable to locate where the fuel tank cover was. One Wolf Path member, exhausted, sat down on the ground, legs splayed, gasping for breath, the iron pipe rolling away from his side. He looked up at the scarred man, his voice weak. "Brother Scar, this car can't be broken." The scarred man was also panting heavily, switching the fire axe to his left hand and shaking his right hand, which had become numb from pain. He stared at the explosion-proof glass that had only a few white marks, his mind shifting from how to break this car to what on earth is this vehicle. Inside the car, Jiang Xun leaned against the driver's seat, watching the vehicle's durability number drop on the touchscreen. With every strike from outside, Shinshu reached out to tap the screen to repair it, bringing durability back to 100. Her obsessive-compulsive tendencies were unexpectedly useful at this moment. After being battered for these few minutes, durability had dropped from 100 to a minimum of 98, having been repaired several times. While tapping the screen, she said, "They're not hitting it as fast as I can repair it." Jiang Xun smiled, saying to let them hit it a little longer, just right for testing the defensive capabilities of different parts. Shinshu tapped the repair button again, and durability stabilized at 100, then leaned back against the passenger seat, took a sip from her water bottle, and said, "This feeling is so comfortable." Jiang Xun glanced at the durability number on the touchscreen, 100. Shinshu had just finished the repairs, and the number remained at full value. He looked outside the car. Several members of the Wolf Path were bending over, pressing their knees and gasping for air. The iron pipes in their hands were bent, their machetes dulled, and their wrenches had broken. He turned to Shinshu and said, "The armor test is sufficient." Shinshu paused her repair work and put the excess materials back into the storage compartment. "What's next?" Jiang Xun took out the road order from the hidden compartment of the central control panel. The dark red lightning patterns on the dark gray cards slowly flowed under the glow of the car's reading light, resembling lava surging through cracks. He flipped the card between his fingers, and the golden edges on the back warmed slightly at his fingertips. Naturally, it's time to test another new thing. Outside the car, the scarred face stepped back a few paces, threw the fire axe to the ground, and drew a hand crossbow from behind his waist. Surrounding him, 5 or 6 members of the Wolf Path also took out makeshift bows and crossbows, retreating behind the car and aiming their weapons. The scarred face was the first to pull the trigger. The crossbow bolt whizzed and lodged into the driver's side window, bouncing off and tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. Others followed suit, shooting arrows that densely pinned into the car, on the windows, hood, doors, and tires, only to bounce off in every instance like raindrops hitting a steel plate, causing no damage whatsoever. After several rounds of firing, the crossbow bolts scattered in a disarray of shafts around the car, and the vehicle's durability had only dropped by a fraction. One bolt ricocheted back, grazing the calf of a Wolf Path member, who cursed and jumped back a couple of steps. A member of the Wolf Path slammed his hand crossbow onto the ground, breaking it in the middle. "It won't shoot. This is not a car at all, it's a tank." Another one, looking at the few remaining arrows in his hand, trembled. Some began to retreat, their steps growing more chaotic. The scarred face's hand crossbow was also out of ammunition. He pulled the trigger twice on the empty chamber, producing 2 clicks, and then let his hand drop. He stared at the matte gray armored vehicle glinting in the sunlight, breathing heavily. He had seen tough foes before, but none as tough as this. Over a dozen people, axes, iron pipes, crowbars, wrenches, and crossbow bolts had battered and shot at it for a while, yet barely scratched the paint. He opened his mouth, wanting to shout something to keep morale up, but only a hoarse exhale escaped. Inside the car, Jiang Xun aligned the road order with the designated slot beside the touchscreen on the central control panel, then swiped it. The slot instantly lit up with blinding blue light, and the entire central display switched to a blood-red warning interface, with lines of text popping up one by one. "Warning, road order Ash's judgment has been activated. Effective range 30 meters. Duration 3 seconds. Please ensure that personnel inside the vehicle do not exit." The interior lights automatically dimmed, and all electronic devices' backlights turned dark red. A deep, low humming sound emanated from beneath the chassis, causing the entire vehicle's frame to tremble slightly. Outside, the members of the Wolf Path had just picked up their weapons, preparing for another charge. Suddenly, a wave of scorching heat burst forth from the bottom of the vehicle. It was as if someone had opened the door to a massive oven with the heat wave rushing up from the ground, dry, searing mixed with a faint scent of burnt metal. The armored shell of Jiang Xun's vehicle began to emit creaking metallic stress, sounds like steel expanding, compressing, and deforming under high temperatures. Visible waves of heat distortion appeared in the air, resembling the wavering heat above an asphalt road in summer, layering outwards from the vehicle. Someone took a step back, their voice tense. What's happening with this car? Another person covered their ears as the sound of metal grinding penetrated through their palms and into their eardrums, causing their teeth to ache. What noise? Someone felt the heat wave hit them, sweat beginning to bead on their forehead, instinctively wiping it away, their hand now damp. The scarred face also sensed something unusual. The temperature of the stone slabs beneath him was rising, and the heat waves in the air made the outline of Jiang Xun's vehicle begin to twist and bend. Coupled with the chilling sound of metal expanding, the alarm in his mind was nearly loud enough to burst his eardrums. But he could not retreat. If he did now, after having wrecked several vehicles, battered at the doors for so long, and fired all the crossbow bolts, it would all be for nothing. Li Shinshan would not spare him, and his subordinates would no longer follow him. He needed to maintain morale, even if it required deception, even if it meant self-deception. He raised the fire axe, using all his strength to shout, his voice trembling in the heat wave, yet every word was shouted hoarsely. Everyone look. This car is about to be smashed. Although it doesn't look it from the outside, the inside is already collapsing. Keep smashing. Once it breaks open, the supplies inside will be shared. The word share the supplies pierced into everyone's spine like a needle. The members of the wolf path exchanged glances, gripping their weapons tighter, some even revealing greedy smiles. They encircled the car again, raising their axes and iron pipes, preparing to rush forward once more. Just as the members of the wolf path lifted their weapons, their feet hadn't even landed. Jiang Xun's vehicle was suddenly enveloped in crimson flames. It was as if a layer of fiery shield burst forth from the car, the flames transforming from deep red to bright orange, then to blinding platinum. Then, centered around the vehicle, a visible circular shockwave surged outward violently. The center of the shockwave was platinum, gradually fading to crimson and dark red, with edges lined by fine blue arcs of electricity. The speed of the expansion was so swift that the naked eye could only catch a glimpse of a halo sweeping through a circular area with a radius of 30 meters in less than half a second. The first to bear the brunt were the nearby members of the wolf path. They were struck, heated by the shockwave, their bodies flung like they were hit by an invisible giant hand, flipping in the air several times before being sent flying several meters, crashing onto the stone pavement and rolling, their clothes already ablaze. The scarred face was one of the closest. The moment the shockwave hit him, he was propelled backward, the fire axe slipping from his hands and spinning through the air before crashing onto the hood of a wrecked vehicle. His back slammed heavily onto the stone pavement, and his clothes caught fire from shoulder to pant leg. The vehicles of the wolf path were also pushed sideways by the shockwave, their tires leaving several black rubber skid marks on the stone slabs. The windows shattered simultaneously, debris scattering in the wake of the shockwave. After the shockwave passed, a charred circular area with a radius of 30 meters was scorched into the road surface centered around Jiang Xun's vehicle. The asphalt became soft from the intense heat, with several places emitting thin wisps of smoke. The air was filled with the mixed scents of burnt rubber, fabric, and hair. Members of the wolf path lay sprawled in disarray within the area, some rolling to extinguish the flames on their bodies, some letting out low, mournful cries, and others already unconscious and motionless, flames consuming their bodies. The entire square looked as though it had been struck by a burning giant hand, while Jiang Xun's deep gray armored vehicle stood quietly at the center of the palm print, showing no signs of damage. Onlookers from a distance, the wanderers first saw a blinding platinum flash explode from the center of the square, instinctively closing their eyes or raising their hands to shield themselves. Then a wave of heat rushed toward them. They were standing dozens of meters away, yet the searing air felt like a silent slap on each person's face. When they reopened their eyes, the center of the square had transformed into a charred circular area with a radius of about 30 meters. Flames danced everywhere, thick smoke rising from burnt clothes and tires, the silhouettes of the wolf path members rolling, crawling, and patting out the flames on their bodies. Someone murmured, Where did this fire come from? No one answered him. Several vehicles that had been parked at a distance to watch the spectacle simultaneously revved their engines, their tires screeching against the pavement as they quickly turned around to flee. Some didn't even close their doors properly as they slammed the gas pedal, leaving behind only the receding black smoke and flames in the rearview mirror. This was terrifying, using such a method to summon flames. Was this still a person from this dimension? In the sea of flames, members of the wolf path rolled on the ground, some tearing off their burning clothes, the fabric ripping away layers of burnt skin, revealing burn marks bubbling with blisters underneath. Some were lying on the ground with their faces buried in the gaps of the stone slabs where there were no flames, only the heated air. They gasped desperately for breath. Some crawled toward their vehicles, pulling out a bottle of mineral water from beneath the seat to pour over their arms. The water made a faint sizzling sound as it met the scorching skin, evaporating faster than it could be poured. He despairingly threw the empty bottle to the ground, which bounced up and rolled into the flames as he continued to roll on the ground, trying to extinguish the remaining flames on his body with the coolness of the road. The scarred face was thrown 7 or 8 meters by the shockwave, his back crashing against the stone and sliding a distance before finally stopping. His clothes on the right arm and back caught fire, flames licking at his skin, and deep red marks burned into his face from the heat. He gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, staggering toward his vehicle, opening the door and pulling out a whole box of water from the trunk. He tore open the packaging and raised it above his head, pouring the entire box over himself. The flames were extinguished, the drenched clothes clinging to the burned skin. Every movement felt as if someone was sanding his flesh with sandpaper. The burns on his right arm and back had developed large blisters. Several burst as the water flowed over them, exposing pink, tender flesh beneath. He slumped beside the car door, gasping heavily, his chest rising and falling dramatically. Then he raised his head, looking through the still distorting heat waves in the air at the deep gray armored vehicle in the center of the square, showing no signs of damage, the paint unblemished, the tires unmelted, the windows uncracked, and even the honeycomb-patterned armor plates gleaming with cold light. His gaze finally shifted. The previous feelings of apprehension, reluctance, and greed were all suppressed by an emotion he hadn't felt in a long time. That was the despair of facing the invincible. His lips moved a couple of times, but nothing came out. The fire axe lay on the ground not far away, the blood on the blade long since dried by the heat, but he did not go to pick it up. Leaning against the car door, his burned back touched the cold metal door frame, causing him to inhale sharply, but he had no strength left to move. As the aftermath of the shockwave dissipated, the square was filled only with the crackling sounds of flames and sporadic groans. Shin Shuyu watched through the explosion-proof glass as the sea of flames outside continued to smoke, observing the members of the wolf path rolling, crawling, and patting the flames on their bodies. She furrowed her brow, withdrew her gaze, unbuckled her seatbelt, and crawled into the back seat. Xiaowu had been secured in the seat by a pet seatbelt, and the earlier shockwave had frightened it. The dog curled up into a gray-white furball, its ears pinned back against its forehead, its tail tucked between its legs, and motionless. Shin Shuyu released it from the seatbelt and held it in her arms, facing away from the window. One hand gently rubbed the fur behind its ears while the other patted its back. Wujiu buried its head in her arm, its body still trembling slightly, but the tip of its tail had begun to wag slowly. Jiang Xun glanced at Shun Chuyu's silhouette in the rearview mirror, but said nothing. He turned back, his expression calm, his gaze sweeping over the burning, blackened area outside, passing over the disheveled figures. For those members of the wolf path who had been blocking the service area entrance at dawn, ready to rob them of both people and vehicle, this outcome was entirely fair. He lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel twice, maintaining a steady rhythm. In the sea of flames, someone finally extinguished the fire on their body. But their clothes were already burned to tatters, some were bare-chested, others were left with only their underwear. Large areas of burned skin from their shoulders to their arms were covered with red marks, and blisters continued to swell in the residual heat. They scrambled back to their vehicles in disarray. Some cars could still start their engines, sputtering intermittently. Others had been completely damaged by the shockwave, hoods blown open, tires melted, windshield shattered. Those unable to start their vehicles could only roll and crawl into the vehicles of their companions that still functioned, helping each other up, falling, getting up again, and then falling again. The previously fierce and arrogant demeanor of the wolf path had vanished completely. He withdrew his gaze from the windshield, glancing down at the designated slot on the central control panel, still glowing with faint blue light, and picked up the road order card resting in the cup holder to flip it over. The dark red lightning patterns on the gray card had resumed their slow-flowing state, the golden edges warming slightly at his fingertips. The searing heat had completely receded, leaving only a layer of warm touch, as if reminding him that this card had already been used, and the cool-down period was counting down. He returned the card to the hidden compartment, sighing, "The blue cargo box is indeed extraordinary. These rewards from the first place in the trial, ranging from upgrade blueprints to armor kits, from indestructible shields to blue cargo boxes, are all extremely useful items. Especially this road order with a range of 30 meters and a duration of 3 seconds turned the wolf path siege into a one-sided crushing victory." Outside the car, the scarred face used his last strength to crawl into the driver's seat. His hands were trembling, his vision blurring. The car key jostled twice before finally fitting into the ignition switch, and it took 3 attempts to turn it. The engine let out a hoarse roar, barely starting. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Jiang Xun's deep gray armored vehicle remained stationary, not pursuing. The 2 icy white matrix headlights quietly illuminated his crooked, beaten-up car, like eyes watching a prey crawling away, but too lazy to pounce. A glimmer of hope flashed through his mind as he shifted gears, flooring the accelerator, wanting to escape from this place. Jiang Xun saw the scarred-faced man starting the vehicle. The front bumper of that shaped car lurched forward awkwardly, the engine emitting a hoarse roar. Several other vehicles from the Wolf Path were also attempting to start, some turning the key with a clatter, while others slammed the accelerator, black smoke billowing from the exhaust. He took the compound bow off the weapon rack, and the car window slowly lowered halfway, the bulletproof glass smoothly retracting into the armored door. Drawing an explosive arrow from the quiver, he knocked it on the bowstring, the bluecoat lens of the optical sight, bringing the scarred-faced man's crooked pickup truck into focus, the red outline automatically circling the narrow gap between the hood and the windshield. Releasing the string, the arrow traced a low trajectory through the air and accurately struck the gap. The muffled explosion and fire simultaneously engulfed the front of the vehicle, the hood blowing upward, black smoke gushing from the crack. The scarred-faced man's car lurched forward half a meter before finally stalling. Jiang Xun drew a second arrow, aiming at the fuel tank cap of the nearby vehicle, released the string, and the explosion flipped the entire car sideways, its tires leaving the ground before crashing back down. In less than half a minute, aside from Jiang Xun's own dark gray armored vehicle, not a single Wolf Path vehicle was able to start. Some were on fire, orange flames licking out from the gaps in the hoods, some engines puffed, white smoke hissing like dying breaths. Some tires were blown flat, the stench of melted rubber mingling with the lingering gunpowder smell. In the square, others lay overturned, their wheels still spinning. A member of the Wolf Path crawled out from a burning vehicle, bloodied, and with his clothes still aflame. He stumbled to his feet and ran toward the highway, but after just a few steps he collapsed onto the stone pavement. Jiang Xun glanced at him and chose not to shoot. It wasn't mercy, but rather the realization that he couldn't escape far. Sure enough, the man lay on the ground, convulsed a couple of times, and then went still. Jiang Xun exhaled, leaning the compound bow against the passenger seat, unbuckled his seatbelt, and pushed the car door open. Shen Shuyao gently placed Xiao Wujiu in the cozy blanket nest on the back seat, locked the car door, and followed him out. The two began inspecting one by one from the nearest overturned sedan along the edge of the charred circular area. 5 vehicles, all occupants silent. Finally they reached the scarred-faced man's vehicle. The scarred-faced man was still alive. Slumped in the driver's seat, his burned right arm draped over the steering wheel, his skin covered in blisters and charred marks, some blisters already burst, blood mixing with the fluid soaking into the seat. He heard footsteps, barely managed to open his swollen eyelids, and saw Jiang Xun standing outside the car door, making a series of hoarse gasps, his lips moving, but his throat scorched by the heat, unable to produce any coherent words. Jiang Xun looked at him, shook his head, then drew a straight knife and bent down to end the trouble that had chased him from the trading hall all the way to the service area entrance. The two searched through all 7 Wolf Path vehicles inside and out. They found plenty of supplies in the vehicles that were in the best condition. Several barrels of spare gasoline, 2 boxes of food and water, 3 spare modified machetes, several boxes of crossbow bolts, and a significant amount of roaming coins alongside various materials. Shen Shuyao pulled out half a box of mineral water and a deflated first aid kit from under the back seat of an overturned car and retrieved a few unopened packs of cigarettes and a small bottle of unbroken red wine from another vehicle. Jiang Xun carried the gathered supplies back to his own vehicle, sorting them into storage compartments, depositing the roaming coins into his account. Returning to the car, he activated the integration function of the onboard system. After detecting that all life signals from the original owners of the 7 Wolf Path vehicles had ceased, they were automatically marked as ownerless. He selected them one by one and pressed for integration. The exterior of the high-quality vehicle showed almost no changes, only slight metallic restructuring, sounds occasionally emanating from beneath the chassis and inside the wheel arches. However, the interior space quietly expanded, the storage extension area pushing outward several centimeters, and the hidden compartment beneath the back seat deepening by an inch. The performance metrics of the vehicle saw slight improvements. Shen Shuyao reorganized the salvaged supplies in the passenger seat, wiping down the weapons before placing them into the weapon slots on the side of the storage compartment, as they might be useful for crafting new weapons later. Xiao Wujiu had also regained its energy, running from the back seat to the passenger seat, and back again, occasionally poking its head out of the partially open window to feel the wind, its ears flapping backward, silver gray, eyes squinting into slits. Just as they were finishing up, Jiang Xun intended to get back into the car, when he suddenly noticed a small metallic square box on the blackened stone pavement. Jiang Xun recognized this as a communication device exclusive to the convoy, its shell blackened by the shockwave, the screen still lit. He picked it up for a glance. Operation denied messages couldn't be deleted, but they could be viewed. The top message on the screen was from Li Jinshan, sent a few minutes ago, containing only 3 words: "What's the situation?" The scarred-faced man could no longer reply to this message. The 9 men sent by Li Jinshan, along with 7 vehicles, were now all sprawled outside the square, their cars melted, equipment looted, and all personnel gone. Jiang Xun stared at those 3 words through the communication device to the ground and stepped on it. The shell shattered the circuit board, spilling out from the cracks. The screen flashed one last time before going dark. The distant onlookers from the roaming crowd had been observing since the moment the shockwave erupted. They witnessed the entire process. The flames surrounding the circular shockwave, the Wolf Path members being thrown aside, the scarred-faced man crawling back into the vehicle attempting to flee, and Jiang Xun rolling down the window to take them out one by one, with explosive arrows, finally exiting the car to deliver the finishing blow beside the scarred-faced vehicle. At that moment, Jiang Xun straightened up, wiped the black blood off the straight knife on the blackened stone pavement, sheathed the knife, and raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the distant figures hiding behind the roadside, sheltering behind flower beds, and peeking from half-open car doors. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Some jumped straight into their cars, starting the engines, even before closing the doors tightly, the tires screaming as they skidded on the pavement. Others crawled and ran from behind the flower beds to their vehicles, stumbling midway and falling to the ground, their knees hitting the stone, but they didn't care about the pain, scrambling back up to continue running. In the crowd were also members of the convoy. Chang and his small team had originally been parked on the roadside at the edge of the square, their engines still running, prepared to respond to any emergencies. Now they sat in their vehicles, peering through the windshields at the still smoldering blackened area in the center of the square, their expressions perfectly uniform: shock. Chang's teammate beside him still had his hand on the car door handle, his knuckles turning white, his voice trembling. "Captain, what on earth caused that fire?" He didn't answer, he didn't know either. Watching the dark gray armored vehicle restart, the low and steady engine sound gently reverberating over the square, it slowly passed over the wreckage of the Wolf Path vehicles. The burning frames, scattered supplies, overturned bodies, and the still figures that no longer moved. Driving onto the endless road, gray mist swirling on either side, the lights of the service area growing distant in the rearview mirror. Only when the tail lights of that vehicle disappeared into the depths of the gray mist did Chung slowly exhale. He opened the internal channel of the convoy and connected to Zhao Cheng. Once the communication connected, he reported everything he had just witnessed in detail. Jiang Xun's vehicle had been upgraded, likely to fine quality. The Wolf Path had attacked with multiple times their number in vehicles, but was instantly disbanded by an enormous flame shockwave. The scarred-faced man and all Wolf Path members had been killed. There was silence on the other end of the channel for a long time, long enough that Chung thought the communication had dropped. Then Zhao Cheng's voice came through, steady in tone, but enunciating each word clearly: "Notify all team members that from now on, regardless of where they encounter Jiang Xun, do not provoke him." Chung replied affirmatively, hung up the communication, and leaned back in his chair. "I knew he could win," Chung murmured to himself, his voice barely audible to the teammate beside him, "but I didn't expect it to be this kind of victory." He started the engine, shifted gears, and slowly drove away from the square. In the rearview mirror, the blackened circular area became smaller and smaller, but the golden shockwave halo in his mind lingered for a long time. Jiang Xun steadied the speed of the vehicle in the fuel-efficient cruising range of the fine-quality engine, the all-terrain explosion-proof tires generating a deep ongoing friction sound on the asphalt of the endless road. The gray mist churned as usual on both sides of the highway, but the fog above had thinned considerably, sunlight filtering through the mist and casting dappled shadows on the road. It was the 3rd hour since they left the service area, approaching noon. Shen Shuyao leaned against the passenger seat, adjusting the seat back to a reclined angle, slowly sipping water from an enamel cup. The two had been awakened by the alarm in the early morning, fought off the first wave of zombies, then the second wave of mutated zombies and scavengers, and had a skirmish with the Wolf Path at the service area entrance, enduring nearly 10 hours of continuous turmoil. Yet their eyelids were only slightly heavy, their arm muscles mildly sore, far from needing to switch for rest. The physical enhancement drugs had fortified their stamina considerably. Xiao Wujiu, however, was full of energy, running from the back seat to the passenger seat, then back again, occasionally sticking its head out of the half-open window to feel the breeze, its ears flapping back, silver-gray eyes squinting into slits. The car windows were fitted with protective nets, so there was no worry of it falling out. Ahead on the road appeared a small group of zombies, about a dozen scattered across the pavement, some spinning in place, while others staggered toward them. Previously, in such situations, they would either slow down and detour or stop to clear them out, but now, Jiang Xun pressed the accelerator. The turbocharger of the fine-quality engine emitted a sharp whine. The vehicle's speed suddenly surged. The wedge-shaped impact beam at the front aimed directly at the densest part of the zombie group. As the zombies were struck by the front of the vehicle, they flew apart like billiard balls hit by a cube, bouncing off to the sides, some directly sucked under the vehicle. The all-terrain explosion-proof tires crushing bones, with a series of crisp cracks, the vehicle bouncing slightly twice before regaining stability. Shen Shuyao leaned out from the passenger window to glance back. In the rearview mirror, a dozen zombies lay sprawled on the pavement, some twitching, others completely still. Black blood splattered onto the armored front, glimmering in the sunlight. She pulled her head back and leaned against the seat again, saying, just like a steamroller. Jiang Xun reduced the speed back to cruising range, tapping his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. Saves time and effort. Just a bit of a hassle. Coins. The roaming coins dropped by killed zombies won't automatically go into the account. They have to be picked up manually. After crushing through the coins scattered on the pavement, near the zombie corpses, some rolling into the crevices of roadside gravel, others being flung several meters away by the tires. Jiang Xun pulled over and Shen Shuyao jumped out, walking over to the pile of still smoldering zombie corpses, kicking aside a zombie's arm with her boot, and bending down to pick up several coins. She turned back with an exasperated look at the driver's seat, saying, next time, don't drive so fast. The coins all ended up in the roadside ditch. Jiang Xun leaned back in the driver's seat, his arm resting on the window frame. If I drive slower, would you still call it crushing? Shen Shuyao rolled her eyes at him, continuing to bend down and rummage for coins in the gravel. With the bonus from the trial-exclusive badge, the amount of dropped coins was doubled from before, and she could bring back a large handful each time she got out, depositing them into her account. Xiao Wujiu poked its head out from the back seat to watch her pick up coins, its tail sweeping back and forth on the seat, probably wondering why its owner was so obsessed with the shiny little discs. So it happily jumped out to help find the dropped coins. Xiao Wujiu was actually quite good at this, able to find coins in various nooks and crannies, saving the two quite a bit of trouble. At noon, Jiang Xun found a relatively open stretch of road by the roadside. To the right of the highway was a small abandoned parking area, the concrete surface uneven, with several broken lamp posts leaning at the roadside. He drove the vehicle and parked it securely, engaged the handbrake, and opened the door. The surroundings were very quiet. Xiao Wujiu had not become agitated, and its tail lazily swept across the seat. The gray mist slowly churned around the outer edges of the parking area, with no unusual whirlpools and no oppressive sensations that made one's back tense. Shen Shuyao opened the car door, lifted Xiao Wujiu from the back seat, and set it down on the ground, the little creature immediately starting to sniff around the cement surface. Jiang Xun walked around the parking area. Under a few broken lamp posts, several clumps of grayish-white dead grass were growing, and a stack of discarded tires lay in the corner with nothing else around. There were no cargo containers, no monsters, just a simple abandoned parking lot. After confirming there was no danger, he returned to the vehicle, letting Shen Shuyao prepare lunch, while he retrieved materials for making arrows from the storage compartment. They had exhausted all explosive arrows at the service area, which were their core firepower, and needed to be replenished first. Sitting cross-legged in the driver's seat, the low-frequency hum of the crafting table mixed with the sound of the distant gray mist churning, forming the background noise of this small parking area. Lowering his head to count the materials collected, he found that a bottle of white physical enhancement potion had dropped from the scavengers this morning, and combined with the coins collected throughout the morning, they had amassed nearly 100 coins, marking a bountiful haul. Neither of them planned to consume the physical enhancement potion, but intended to save it for later. Shen Shuyao rose from the passenger seat and opened the roller door to the kitchen area. The cold light from the refrigerator illuminated her face, filled with fresh meat, milk, eggs, and several bags of vegetables divided into preservation bags that had been bought from the service area. The spice rack was fixed above the countertop with dozens of jars and bottles secured in non-slip grooves. Salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, chili powder, cumin powder, a small bottle of olive oil, and black pepper, and 5 spice powder taken from the service area spice section. Taking a deep breath, she tied on an apron and gathered her hair into a bun at the back of her head. Xiao Wujiu jumped down from the back seat, its paws making a slight friction sound on the non-slip rubber mat. It squatted at the kitchen door, tilting its head to observe Shen Chuyao tying her apron, its tail slowly sweeping across the floor. Shen Chuyao rummaged through the frozen compartment of the refrigerator and took out a piece of wild boar meat wrapped in a preservation bag, followed by retrieving a cabbage from the refrigerated section. She crouched down, waving the pork and cabbage in front of Xiao Wujiu, saying, "Today, we're making dumplings with a pork." Xiao Wujiu wagged its tail. It had no concept of the word dumpling, but it recognized pork and cabbage, knowing that their appearance in the kitchen meant food would soon be ready. It lay down, resting its chin on its paws, continuing to tilt its head to watch Shen Chuyao. Jiang Xun leaned against the soft headboard, holding up the pale green glowing blueprint to his eyes. Quality transition blueprint. Any two white quality blueprints can be fused to upgrade into one green quality blueprint, retaining the core functions of the original two blueprints, with improved values and efficiency, and a small chance of adding an extra effect. This blueprint might be the only one in the entire region. He needed to think clearly about how and where to use it. The most reliable option was to upgrade his equipment and weapons. Combining a regular equipment crafting blueprint with a regular weapon crafting blueprint unlocks the ability to craft fine-grade armor and weapons. The wild boar hide armor he currently wore was of regular grade, and both his tusk spear and straight knife were also regular grade. While they were sufficient against zombies and ordinary scavengers, the disadvantages of regular grade equipment would become apparent when facing stronger monsters. Fine-grade armor and weapons could raise the combat power of two individuals to a whole new level. This was the most straightforward and risk-free choice. However, traps were also very important. The simple trap crafting blueprint was currently of regular white grade, barely effective against faster zombies after the update, able to hold a zombie's ankle for a few seconds, but nearly useless against scavengers. If it could be upgraded to a green grade trap, it might effectively harm scavengers or control them for a long time, adding another layer of defense for nighttime security. No matter where he spent the night in the future, setting up a circle of traps around the vehicle would ensure a peaceful sleep. Rainwater collectors were also useful, but not urgent. Car-mounted aroma generators, rearview mirror rain visors, and biodegradable garbage bags were even less worth mentioning. Upgrading them with a green-grade quality transition blueprint would be like using a precious sword to peel an apple. He mentally rearranged these several white blueprints multiple times, weighing the pros and cons of each combination. Equipment upgrades were for offense, while trap upgrades were for defense. One enhanced active combat power, while the other improved passive defense. He wanted both, but there was only one blueprint, making it hard to choose. Xiao Wujiu nudged his hand with its nose, urging him to pet it. Jiang Xun leaned against the headboard, one hand gently stroking Xiao Wujiu's back, while the other held the quality transition blueprint, still weighing the options between equipment upgrades and trap upgrades in his mind. Xiao Wujiu nudged his hand with its nose, dissatisfied with his slow petting, and bumped its head against his. Suddenly the mattress shook slightly. Jiang Xun looked down towards the gap between the bed and the wall, where a brown cardboard box was quietly wedged on the floor with his name written in the recipient section. "The package has arrived." Xiao Wujiu perked up its ears, jumped off the pillow to sniff the box. It sneezed. As soon as its nose touched the corner of the box, shook its head and retreated back to the pillow, its tail slowly sweeping across the blanket. Jiang Xun instinctively glanced towards the kitchen direction, where Shen Chuyao was busy at the counter with her back to him, humming a tune that had just changed its melody. He brought the package up to the bed and tore open the tape. Inside the box was a palm-sized silver-gray matte metal flat box with rounded corners, the lid featuring a long dark glass panel embedded on the front. He flipped the box over, examining it from different angles. The overall texture was similar to that of the fine-grade armored vehicle's interior. Pressing down underneath was a folded white paper. He unfolded it. Blueprint replicator green, completely replicate blueprints of green quality, and below. The replicated blueprint has the same effects as the original and can be used at the vehicle crafting station. The usage is very simple. Open the lid, place the original blueprint on the left, the other blueprint on the right, close the lid, and press the start button. After about half an hour it will be complete and will need to cool for 12 hours. It is bound only to the vehicle owner and cannot be traded. Jiang Xun's eyes lit up. It was truly a case of a nap, bringing a pillow. Just moments ago he was still entangled between the two blueprints, and now the package had delivered the answer right beneath his bed. He took the quality transition blueprint from the bedside table and dug out a useless white blueprint from his storage. Opening the replicator's lid, the left side's original blueprint slot snugly held the edge of the quality transition blueprint, while the right side's blank blueprint slot swallowed the white blueprint inside, making a crisp click sound when the lid was closed. Pressing the start button on top, the dark glass panel lit up, and the progress bar slowly crawled from 0, stabilizing its estimated remaining time at 29 minutes and 58 seconds. The replicator emitted a faint buzzing sound like a small bee trapped inside a metal box. Xiao Wujiu poked its head out from the side of the pillow, its silver-gray eyes fixed on the buzzing box, its ears perked up, and then slowly flattening back. It jumped off the bed, walked around the replicator, got closer to sniff. It was startled by the buzzing, and retreated 2 steps, hiding behind Jiang Xun's leg, with only half its head showing. Jiang Xun reached out to rub the back of its neck, his fingers sinking into its gray-white, for don't be afraid, it won't explode. Xiao Wujiu enjoyed the petting, its tail wagging again. From the kitchen came Shun Chuyu's voice, the rolling pin rhythmically rolling on the counter. Without turning her head, she called out, "Jiang Xun, how many dumplings are you going to eat?" 100. Jiang Xun shouted back towards the kitchen. "Are you a pig?" Shun Chuyu's voice held back laughter, the rhythm of the rolling pin never stopping. Just watch. Remember to make a few for Xiao Wujiu too." Jiang Xun stood up from the bed, brushing off the cardboard debris from his pants. Hearing its name, Xiao Wujiu wagged its tail, jumped down from the foot of the bed, and followed closely behind Jiang Xun as he made his way towards the kitchen area. Shun Chuyu had already rolled out a thick stack of dumpling wrappers neatly arranged in several rows of raw dumplings on the counter. The aroma of pork and cabbage filling wafted from the bowl, and water was boiling on the stove, steam coating the kitchen's windows with a thin layer of white mist. He reached the kitchen doorway, leaning against the rolled-up door frame, watching Shun Chuyu deftly scoop filling into the dumpling wrappers. With a pinch and a squeeze, a plump dumpling stood proudly on the counter. The warm yellow light in the kitchen filled the entire workspace. A thin layer of water mist coated the inside of the car window, blurring the view of the gray mist swirling outside into a soft gray-white glow. The induction cooker emitted a faint low-frequency hum, the bubbling sound of boiling water in the pot, and the rhythmic rolling of the rolling pin on the counter combined to form the only background noise in the entire vehicle. Shun Chuyu took another piece of dough from the bowl, sprinkled it with a thin layer of flour, rolled it a few times with the rolling pin, and a perfectly round dumpling wrapper was revealed with thin edges and a thicker center, uniform in size, as if pressed out by a mold. Her dumpling-making movements were even faster. The left hand held the wrapper, the right hand scooped the filling, bringing them together, and with a pinch along the edges, a plump dumpling stood on the counter. Jiang Xun stood beside her, tied in another apron, holding a dumpling wrapper, scooping a heaping spoonful of filling, pinching the sides. The filling squeezed out from the side. He quickly grabbed another wrapper to wrap around it, and by the end his dumpling was 2 sizes larger than Shun Chuyu's, resembling a cross between a bun, a wonton, and some unidentified creature. "Are you making dumplings, or sculpting clay figures?" Shun Chuyu glanced at his crooked creation, the corners of her mouth curling up. Jiang Xun placed the ugly dumpling on the counter, a stark contrast to Shun Chuyu's neatly arranged row. "As long as it can be eaten, that's all that matters." Shun Chuyu chuckled, shaking her head, taking the crumpled dumpling wrapper from his hand, rolling it out again, and handed it back. This time Jiang Xun scooped half a spoonful of filling, and although it was still crooked, at least the filling did not leak. The two stood side by side at the counter, one rolling, and the other filling, occasionally bumping shoulders. Sometimes Shun Chuyu would point out his dumpling-making technique, and occasionally Jiang Xun would sneakily stuff a large piece of filling into the dumpling wrapper, while she wasn't looking, only to be smacked on the back of his hand with the rolling pin when discovered. The water boiled. Shun Chuyu slid the first batch of dumplings into the boiling water along the pot's edge. The dumplings sank and floated amidst the splashing water, their skins gradually becoming translucent, revealing the colors of the pork and cabbage filling inside. The aroma of pork and cabbage rose with the steam wafting out from the kitchen area and quickly filling the entire vehicle. Jiang Xun took a deep breath. It had been so long since had smelled this scent. Not the flavor of instant noodles, not the sauce of self-heating military rations, not the char of fried luncheon meat, but the warm, tightening aroma of truly fresh ingredients boiling in water. Eating freshly made dumplings here, I never even dared to imagine it before. Shun Chuyu gently pushed the dumplings in the pot with a ladle to prevent them from sticking to the bottom. Xiao Wujiu poked its head halfway into the kitchen, its silver-gray eyes fixed on the rolling dumplings in the pot, its front paws rhythmically stepping on the non-slip rubber mat, its tail wagging into a gray-white blur. It circled around its own tail several times, then lay down, stood up again, circled once more anxiously, making small whimpering sounds in its throat. The dining table flipped down from the wall in the middle of the vehicle, covered with a plain tablecloth. 2 enamel bowls were filled with freshly scooped dumplings, steam wafting up alongside small dishes of vinegar, minced garlic, and chili oil, each in their own small porcelain dish. Jiang Xun brought the dumplings to the table, while Shun Chuyu also placed 2 bowls of dumpling soup beside them, the surface of the soup wafting a very faint smell of flour. Xiao Wujiu's food bowl was placed next to the dining table. Shun Chuyu picked 5 of the softest dumplings from her bowl, crushed them with her chopsticks, and spread them at the bottom of the food bowl. Xiao Wujiu cautiously sniffed its pink nose, touching the filling, pulling back after being scalded, tilting its head to stare at the dumplings for a few seconds, and then carefully extending its tongue to lick a bite. Its ears flattened back, then perked up again, and then it lowered its head to eat eagerly, its cheeks puffing out, its ears twitching in rhythm with its chewing. It had learned to grind with its back molars with bits of dumpling skin mixed with fillings sticking to the corners of its mouth. Jiang Xun and Shen Chuyu sat facing each other across the table. Although the dining area in the middle of the vehicle was compact, the booth design allowed two people to sit face to face, their knees occasionally bumping together, but this feeling was very warm. Outside the car window, the gray mist slowly churned at the edge of the abandoned parking area, a few broken lampposts leaning at odd angles amidst the mist, while the water mist on the inside of the car window hadn't dissipated yet, the warm yellow light casting a soft halo over the entire dining area. Shen Chuyu raised the vinegar dish, where vinegar and minced garlic mixed with a few drops of chili oil. She stirred it a couple of times with her chopsticks. The dipping sauce is ready, give it a try. A dumpling. Jiang Xun picked up a dumpling, rolled it in the dipping sauce, and popped it into his mouth. The moment his teeth broke through the dumpling skin, the chewy dough sprang back between his teeth, and the juices from the pork filling gushed out from the crack, hot and tender, while the sweetness of the cabbage perfectly balanced the greasiness of the meat. The sourness of the vinegar and the spiciness of the garlic exploded on his tongue. The sensations of heat, freshness, aroma, and spiciness surged simultaneously. He closed his eyes, slowing his chewing, as if savoring something precious. When he opened his eyes, he let out a breath of warm air, his voice dropping a pitch. This is worth it in this lifetime. Shen Chuyu also ate one, leaning back against the booth's backrest, gazing up at the warm-colored dim channel lights on the ceiling. She was still slowly chewing on the dumpling, and after swallowing, her voice was gentle. I feel like I'm back in the university cafeteria, making dumplings with my roommates on the winter solstice. We didn't have a rolling pin in our dorm, so we used a beer bottle to roll out the wrappers, and the dumplings we made were uglier than yours. The two fell silent for a few seconds. It wasn't awkward, it was filled with the happiness that food brought. The dumplings were still hot, the soup still steaming, the gray mist outside couldn't come in, and the threat of Li Jinshan was isolated 100 kilometers away. This is not just dumplings. This is a soul power bank. Jiang Xun picked up another dumpling, rolling it in the dipping sauce. Shen Chuyu burst out laughing, almost dropping the dumpling from her chopsticks. She steadied her chopsticks, stuffed the dumpling into her mouth, her cheeks puffing as she chewed, her eyes crescent shaped. After eating more than half the plate of dumplings, Jiang Xun put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He leaned back in his chair, a recognizable expression on his face, the kind that suggested he had been holding something in for a while and was finally ready to speak. Shen Chuyu noticed his expression, her chopsticks halting in midair. What's wrong with you? Why are you smiling like that? Jiang Xun cleared his throat, intentionally lowering his voice. Even though there were only 2 people and 1 dog in the car, I just got something good. What good thing? Shen Chuyu's dumpling picking actions didn't stop, clearly somewhat immune to his I have important news. That green blueprint we have, the quality transition blueprint, can be replicated infinitely. Shen Chuyu's dumpling fell back into the bowl, splashing a small drop of dipping sauce. She looked up, her expression shifting from confusion to doubt, her lips parting and then closing again. What did you say? Jiang Xun repeated what he had just said, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Really? How did you do it? Shen Chuyu placed her chopsticks on the edge of the bowl, leaning forward. It wouldn't be your connections again, would it? Jiang Xun chuckled, popping a dumpling into his mouth and chewing with delight, leaving it ambiguous. Shen Chuyu stared at him for a few seconds, then leaned back against the chair, muttering, so mysterious, picking up her chopsticks to continue eating dumplings. Connections had become Jiang Xun's standard excuse for handling her inquiries about the source of items, from the compound bow to VIP cards, and now to the replicator. It was always those 2 words. Jiang Xun glanced at her. Zheng Emo, don't you believe me? Shen Chuyao rolled her eyes. I trust you as much as I trust that I am Qin Shi Huang. Jiang Xun didn't mind and entered the small bedroom, coming out with a replica device in hand. Standing beside the dining table, he held a silver-gray, matte metal box with both hands and placed it steadily in the center of the table. With his hands on his hips and chin slightly raised, he wore an unmistakable expression that said, I'm about to show off. Shen Chuyao had just placed the last bowl into the sink, dried her hands with a towel, and returned to sit beside the dining table. She tilted her head, examining the palm-sized metal box, its matte exterior, rounded corners, and a long dark glass panel on the front, which looked remarkably like a large external hard drive. Is this the good thing you mentioned? She tapped the lid twice, producing a dull metallic echo, a large external hard drive. Jiang Xun didn't argue with her, reaching out to open the lid of the replica device, revealing 2 slots inside. The edge of the left slot was embedded with a fine golden induction wire, while the right slot was slightly smaller, and had a gray cushion at the bottom. Clearing his throat, he began to explain in a tone reminiscent of a museum guide. Place the original blueprint on the left and the empty paper on the right. Close the lid and press the button. Wait for half an hour. Shin Chuyo's expression shifted from teasing to serious. She leaned slightly forward, staring at the two slots, her voice slowing down. Are you saying that this box can really copy blueprints? And it can do so perfectly. It can copy any blueprint of green quality or lower. She stared at the replica device, her eyes widening from squinted to fully open, the smile on her lips gradually fading, replaced by an expression of digesting a massive amount of information. After several seconds, she finally spoke, her voice a pitch higher than before. Are you saying blueprints of green quality can also be copied? Yes. Then don't we have two now? Not just that. It can continue to copy after cooling down. Jiang Xun leaned against the edge of the table, arms crossed. Unlimited copying. Shin Chuyo reached out to touch the replica device, but her fingertips brushed against the matte surface of the lid before retracting, as if afraid of damaging some delicate instrument. She leaned back against the chair, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, her voice still carrying an unprocessed shock. This is just too incredible. The progress bar on the dark glass panel of the replica device jumped to 100, emitting a soft chime. Jiang Xun pressed the pop-up button at the top, and the lid gently sprang open, releasing a faint warmth from the electronic components within the slots. He first probed the inside of the slots with his finger, temperature normal, about the same as body temperature. Then he carefully took out the two blueprints from the slots and laid them flat on the dining table. The two green quality transition blueprints were placed side by side, their light green sheen flowing gently under the warm yellow light, with colors, textures, and even the faintest wear along the edges being perfectly identical. Shin Chuyo leaned in closely, nearly touching the blueprints with her nose, then gasped. Jiang Xun pulled her to the driver's seat and opened the control screen's production interface. He brought the two blueprints close to the induction area, and the screen sequentially displayed the same prompt. Detected quality transition blueprint green, would you like to use it? Both could be recognized without delay or error. Shin Chuyo took a deep breath, sitting back in the passenger seat, leaning against the backrest, mumbling, it really can recognize them. After a few seconds, she turned to Jiang Xun, her gaze carrying a teasing tone of shock-induced numbness. Do you have a pocket from another dimension for delivering treasures? One specifically for pulling out treasures from inside. Jiang Xun smiled as he picked up the two blueprints, changing the subject. The blueprint replicator just finished copying one, and it needs to wait 12 hours before it can be used again. So today we only have these two blueprints. We'll keep one to continue copying tomorrow, and use the other one today. What are you planning to fuse? Shin Chuyo straightened up in the passenger seat, her legs crossed on the chair, already in a posture ready for serious tactical discussion. Jiang Xun pulled up the list of white blueprints he already had in the production interface, slowly gliding his finger across the screen. He clicked back and forth between the white trap blueprint and the barbed wire blueprint, then shared his thoughts. I want to upgrade the defenses outside the vehicle. When parked at night, zombies and scavengers always come to harass. It relies on the sheer number of traps to hold them back. If we have a good fence, we can sleep soundly, and also. He paused for a moment, a slight smirk on his lips, engage in deep exchanges. Shin Chuyo's cheeks flushed. She shot him a glare and casually grabbed the cushion from the passenger seat, tossing it at him. You can skip the last part. Jiang Xun caught the cushion with one hand, chuckling softly. Shin Chuyo turned her head away, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her. She didn't refute him, which meant she tacitly agreed. Simple trap production blueprint along with the simple barbed wire production blueprint. Jiang Xun steered the conversation back on track, tapping twice on the screen. Both are defensive types. Barbed wire blocks paths, while traps control movement. Fusing them will likely yield a comprehensive defensive structure. Perhaps there will be surprises. Shin Chuyo pulled the cushion back from Jiang Xun's hands, hugging it to her chest, thinking for a moment, and nodded. I'll follow your lead. Jiang Xun selected the simple trap production blueprint white and simple barbed wire production blueprint white from the white blueprint list in the production interface, gently swiping his finger across the screen. The icons of the two blueprints aligned side by side. Pressing the fuse button, the production interface instantly shifted to a soft green glow, the two blueprints transforming into countless tiny green particles that swirled and intertwined on the screen before reassembling. The progress bar began to slowly fill to the right, displaying the estimated time below. It will take a little more time. Shin Chuyo leaned over from the passenger seat to check the progress bar on the screen. Let's wash the dishes while we wait. The two had clear roles. Shin Chuyo stacked the dishes from the dining table and carried them back to the kitchen area, turning on the faucet of the folding sink, water rushing over the edges of the bowls. Jiang Xun wiped the dining table twice with a wet cloth, then returned the dipping sauce dish and vinegar bottle to their place on the spice rack. Xiao Wu ran back and forth at their feet, just dashing from the kitchen to the bedroom and back under the dining table, its paws making a soft scratching sound on the non-slip rubber mat. It looked up at Jiang Xun wiping the table, and Shen Chuyao washing the dishes, its tail wagging so much that its whole bottom was swaying. The screen flashed a soft green light, and a gentle sound indicated that the production was complete. Jiang Xun hung the cloth by the edge of the sink, while Shen Chuyao turned off the faucet and wiped her hands on her apron. They both leaned closer to the touchscreen. The new blueprint lay quietly on the production interface, its borders shimmering with a pale green glow. The blueprint was titled Composite Defense Structure Thorn Fence. Green below were the fusion sources and materials list: iron ingots, metal strips, nails, and screws, along with metal materials and springs to be produced in groups. More detailed descriptions of the blueprints were still loading, but just from the name and materials, both Jiang Xun and Shen Chuyao had a rough idea of what it would look like. They exchanged glances, and since they had enough materials, they decided to try making a set. The two donned their armor and unloaded the folded components of the thorny barricade from the trunk. The uneven concrete surface of the abandoned parking area was just right for testing the stability of this makeshift fortification. Jiang Xun unclipped the folding latch on the side of the component, and the torque springs inside the frame automatically sprang open, emitting a crisp metallic sound. Shen Qiu moved to the other side, each grabbing an end, and together they fully extended the L-shaped structure, locking the clips at the ends with a series of sharp clicks, kata kata kata, each sound crisp and clean. The barbed wire sprang open from its compressed state, tracing arcs in the air before falling taut, the serrated blades flipping up from the sides of the wire, arranged like fish scales, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight filtered through the gray mist. Shen Qiu took 2 steps back, crossed her arms, and scrutinized the gleaming metal barricade, then remarked, "This is not a barricade, it's practically a torture device." Jiang Xun pulled out 4 stakes from the bottom of the frame and hammered each one into the cracks of the concrete. The muffled sound of the hammer striking the tops of the stakes echoed in the empty parking area, and once all 4 stakes were driven in, the barricade stood firm, as if rooted in place. Shen Qiu approached to test the barricade by pushing, pulling, and shaking it, but it didn't budge. She brushed the dust off her hands, nodded in satisfaction, then carefully inserted a sturdy dry branch into the gaps of the barbed wire. As the branch barely penetrated, it triggered a concealed tripwire inside. In the next moment, a barbed horizontal beam shot out from the side of the barricade with a sharp metallic sound, and the branch flew from her hands, breaking into several pieces as it tumbled and crashed onto the concrete several meters away. Shen Qiu jumped back in fright, wide-eyed, as she stared at the still vibrating beam, then glanced at her empty palms. Jiang Xun chuckled from the side. Not bad. He walked over to reposition the beam, checked the sensitivity of the tripwire, and added, "Zombies would meet the same fate as that branch when they hit this beam." The two leaned in again to observe the density of the barbs on the wire. There were about 2 to 3 barbs standing on each square centimeter of the mesh, with the tips shaped into triangular pyramids. No matter from which direction one tried to grab it, several barbs would simultaneously snag them, making it nearly impossible to escape without injury. Moreover, given this strength, it would be very difficult for scavengers to cross the barbed wire. After the test was complete, the two folded the barricade back to its original state and moved it back to the vehicle. Back in the vehicle, the touch screen displayed the completed blueprint along with a new green note below. Shen Qiu loosened 2 of the breathable shoulder clips on her armor, leaned closer to the screen, and read line by line. Halfway through, she suddenly exclaimed, "This effect is amazing." Additional effect: active thorns. The description clearly stated that the thorny barricade, upon contact with the blood of gray mist creatures, would slowly absorb trace energy from the blood to self-repair minor damages. Each time they killed 1 or 2 zombies, it could repair a broken barb or a hole in the wire. Continuously absorbing the blood of 10 zombies could restore the overall durability of the barricade to full. This effect remained active throughout the deployment of the barricade until the barricade was destroyed. Jiang Xun leaned in to read the explanation from start to finish. This was the small probability of adding an additional effect mentioned in the quality upgrade blueprint. They had struck gold. It wasn't merely a combination of the functions of 2 blank blueprints, it was an additional self-healing capability built upon that combination. This meant that every time they used the barricade, as long as the zombie bodies outside remained, the barricade would be able to self-repair its wear, unlike the previous simple traps that needed to be remade after just a few uses. He reviewed the material list and additional effects on the screen again, muttering, "Incredible." The afternoon sun tilted westward, casting slanted light through the windshield, elongating the shadows of the driver and passenger seats. Visibility on the road was decent with a thin layer of gray mist floating on both sides, and occasionally a few scattered zombies appeared on the pavement. Jiang Xun didn't even hit the brakes, simply rolling over them. With a few crunches, gold coins floated up from the corpses glinting in the sunlight. He opened the car door halfway, and Xiao Wuji leaped down from the back seat, scampering to pick up the coins. Its ears bobbed in rhythm as it ran, and after filling its mouth with coins it hurried back, dropping the coins onto the passenger seat, its tail wagging furiously. Jiang Xun watched its wiggling little backside, feeling as if he were employing a child laborer, but Xiao Wuji clearly enjoyed the task. Shen Qiu sat cross-legged in the passenger seat, switching the vehicle's touchscreen to the regional channel, her fingers gliding slowly across the screen. She wasn't idly browsing. She was sifting through the messages in the trading channel, checking the listed prices, the types of supplies, the IDs of buyers and sellers, and their respective convoy affiliations. Jiang Xun focused on driving, only glancing over when Shen Qiu occasionally made a tisk sound. She lowered her legs and tilted the screen towards Jiang Xun, saying, "The trading channel has become much quieter." In the past, a quick scroll would yield dozens of new messages, but now flipping through 2 pages still showed messages from several minutes ago. There were fewer sellers and even fewer buyers. Most of the supply transactions had shifted to within the convoys. She cited a few recently encountered messages. One was someone posting a request for iron ingots with replies suggesting they join a convoy, as individuals couldn't find cheap goods anymore. Another was a complaint about convoys raising material prices, making it expensive for independents to even repair vehicles. And someone sarcastically remarked that one either joined a convoy and became a dog, or slowly scavenged for scraps, with the new rules of the highway forcing everyone to take sides. The 3 major convoys are monopolizing supplies. Shen Qiu turned off the screen, leaning back against her seat. The wolf path relies on robbery and threats the fellow travelers on scale and relationships, and the gray mist on precision recruitment and widespread trading networks. No matter the approach, the result is that it becomes increasingly difficult for individuals. Jiang Xun nodded deep in thought. To grow a convoy must control supplies, and controlling supplies means controlling people. This logic was no different on the endless highways than it had been in the old world. However, they were not too affected. Once the cargo scanner was activated, no cargo on the road could escape detection, and occasionally, they would find some extra surprises. The convoy couldn't monopolize their survival resources. Shen Qiu moved her finger away from her lips, a slight furrow forming on her brow. She had just run through several scenarios in her mind. What if they needed a large quantity of iron ingots or gunpowder in the future, and the number of individual sellers on the regional trading platform dwindled while the 3 major convoys raised prices simultaneously? No matter how many roaming coins they had, they couldn't withstand price hikes. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was a hidden danger. Just as she was about to continue her analysis, she looked up to find Jiang Xun wasn't looking at the road at all. His gaze was fixed on her lips, a familiar expression that reminded her of the night in the service area when he had looked up at her from the sofa. "What are you looking at?" Shen Qiu lowered her hand, looking at him in confusion. Jiang Xun cleared his throat, quickly redirecting his gaze back to the windshield, his expression shifting to one of exaggerated seriousness. He said he was thinking. Shen Qiu tilted her head, waiting for him to elaborate. After several seconds of silence, Jiang Xun spoke in an extremely serious tone. "If one day my hand and my mouth got into a fight, who do you think would win?" Shen Qiu's expression transformed from a mountain of question marks. She opened her mouth, then closed it, opened it again, and mentally compared her earlier thoughts about convoy monopolization, price hikes, and the need for large materials with his earlier comment about a fight between hand and mouth, finding no logical connection whatsoever. But Jiang Xun's expression was far too serious, so serious that she felt this question might hold some deep meaning. After hesitating for quite a while, she tentatively replied, "The hand would win." Jiang Xun chuckled lewdly, that laugh dismantling all the serious atmosphere he had just built. "I think the hand would win too, that's good. But the hand can't always win, the mouth needs to win a few rounds as well." Shen Qiu mulled over this statement in her mind, transitioning from confusion to contemplation, and from contemplation to blushing, the entire process taking less than 30 seconds. She shot him a shameful glare, raising her voice slightly. "I'm asking you about serious matters." Jiang Xun mumbled, "Isn't this a serious matter?" Seeing her eyes gradually widen, he quickly changed the subject. "I think we can't let the convoy feel they can manipulate us." He cleared his throat, genuinely addressing serious matters this time. "If there's ever a shortage of supplies, we don't have to hang ourselves on one tree." The wolf path was definitely out of the question, but the fellow travelers and gray mist could be approached. If worst comes to worst, we could rob the wolf path. After all, there are always more ways than difficulties. There must be a way when the vehicle reaches the mountain. Shin Chuyo was still using the back of her hand to cool her flushed cheeks when she paused at his last sentence, slowly nodding. Indeed, robbing the wolf path supplies would be worth it. She lowered her hand from her face, leaned back against the seat, deciding to let him off the hook for now. "I'm a bit tired," Jiang Xun suddenly said. Shin Chuyo glanced at him. "Shall I take over?" Jiang Xun refused. "No need, just touch my leg." Her thumb slid across the screen a few times before suddenly stopping. A golden-bordered pinned message popped up from the top of the screen, and both of them were quite familiar with the sender's ID. She opened the message, her brows raised as she read it line by line. After finishing, she tilted the screen slightly towards Jiang Xun. "Li Jinshan has issued a bounty." The pinned message was worded harshly and directly. Li Jinshan claimed he had clarified the matters in the service area, saying Jiang Xun had guts, having killed nearly 10 members of the Wolf Path and destroyed 7 of his vehicles. This debt must be repaid in blood. He offered a bounty for Jiang Xun's real-time coordinates. Anyone providing valid information could choose 3 items as a reward, from fuel, compressed biscuits, bottled water, melee weapons and armor, or roaming gold coins. If someone could delay Jiang Xun's vehicle until the Wolf Path convoy arrived, the reward would be doubled. The message concluded with a special note. Wolf Path was now heavily purchasing green blueprints, blue cargo boxes, and physical enhancement potions. Interested parties could message privately. Jiang Xun listened to Shin Chuyo read through the messages while driving. After she finished, he did not speak, immediately lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel twice before the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "A bounty on me. This suggests he can't find me right now. The higher the bounty, the more desperate he is. However, this bounty is significant. Many wandering individuals might hope to trade our lives for it." Upon seeing the message, Shin Chuyo put the screen away, continuing to scroll down, while Jiang Xun quickly reviewed in his mind. The wandering travelers in the area channel mostly lacked supplies, making this bounty quite appealing to them. He would need to be more cautious when encountering other travelers on the road. Not long after Li Zinshan's pin message was sent out, 2 new golden-bordered messages popped up at the top of the area channel. Shin Chuyo opened the first one, sent by Zhao Cheng from the companion convoy. The tone of the message was completely different from Li Zinshan's, being gentle and pragmatic. Zhao Cheng first reminded everyone that the trials of the endless highway indicate that this road is changing, the monsters are changing, and those who do not adapt will be eliminated. Regarding Wolf Path, he only said no comment, then shifted the focus, stating that the doors of the companions would always be open to those who wish to live well, and from now on they would be long-term purchasers of green blueprints, blue cargo boxes, and physical enhancement potions at fair prices. He added a reminder at the end: danger lurks on the highway, and traveling in groups is always safer than going. The third pin message was from Song Jiao of the Grey Mist Convoy. Its content was largely similar to the previous 2, also purchasing those 3 types of supplies, but Shin Chuyo paused when she reached the end of the message. Song Zio's purchase list included an extra item at the end: sanitary pads. Song Jiao. Shin Chuyo nodded as she read the last line: a team of all women. This item is indeed in high demand. To openly list it in the area channel is quite rare. Jiang Xun, having listened to Shin Chuyo read those 3 pinned messages, rested his left hand on the steering wheel, while his right hand lingered in her palm for a moment, before quietly inching up half an inch. He smacked his lips, noting that the trial rewards were no longer a secret. All 3 convoys were collecting blue cargo boxes and green blueprints, indicating that he wasn't the only one who obtained these items during the trial. As for Li Zinshan's bounty, he cast another glance at the golden-bordered message on the screen, waved his hand dismissively, his expression akin to that of someone flipping off at the service area entrance. He didn't care. Shin Chuyo pressed his hand back down onto his knee. She was not as relaxed as Jiang Xun, her brows slightly furrowed. Li Zinshan's message was not just a threat, it was a public bounty demanding coordinates and promising doubled rewards. Shin Chuyo pressed his hand back down onto his knee. She was not as relaxed as Jiang Xun, her brows slightly furrowed. Li Zinshan's message was not just a threat, it was a public bounty demanding coordinates, and she voiced her concerns, and Jiang Xun suddenly turned to look at her, his expression serious. "Did anyone pursue you when you were in college?" Shin Chuyo was taken aback. She still held his fingers, but her mind was abruptly pulled away from a serious strategic analysis meeting by his question. She blinked, staring at his side profile for several seconds, trying to find any signs of mischief similar to the previous hands and mouth fighting. However, Jiang Xun's expression was too earnest, serious enough to make her feel that the potential risks she had just calculated were likely as trivial to him as the weather forecast. So she decided to go along with his words. "There were indeed quite a few people pursuing me, but they were all firmly rejected." Jiang Xun responded with him nodding in agreement, and spoke in a tone that suggested, "That's right, exactly. Li Jinshan is just like a persistent suitor, but we are not the type of girls who can be manipulated. If he dares to use force, we'll just give him a kick and render him incapable." Shin Chuyao was stunned again. She replayed Jiang Xun's words in her mind. Li Jinshan equates to a persistent suitor, they equate to young girls a kick rendering incapable. Then burst in a laughter, her giggles bouncing around the car. She leaned back against the seat, covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking. The bounty message from Li Jinshan still hung at the top of the area channel, but his threats had turned into a comical scene of a rooster trying to pursue a hen only to be kicked away. Jiang Xun glanced at her. Sunlight slanted through the windshield, casting a golden hue on her scattered hair. As she leaned back, head tilted in laughter, her eyes crinkled, and the whole scene was so pleasing that it made him reluctant to look away. He sighed inwardly. Once a fan of Ultraman Tiga, now still a fan of D, he realized he was too. While they were laughing, Shin Chuyao scrolled through her private message list and saw an unexpected person. She raised her brows slightly and turned the screen towards Jiang Xun. Wait. Who is this? The leader of the companions, Zhao Cheng. He sent us a private message. Jiang Xun glanced at the screen and then returned his gaze to the road, telling her to read it. Shin Chuyao turned the screen back, cleared her throat, and read out loud, Zhao Cheng, brother Jiang Xun, hello. I am Zhao Cheng from the Companions Convoy. First, let me clarify that this private message is not to persuade you to join the Companions. You rejected a Cheng, and I respect your choice. I am reaching out to tell you two things. First, Wolf Path has roughly locked onto your whereabouts. Many people witnessed the battle at the service area entrance. Several saw the direction your vehicle left, and the traces of crushing zombies on the highway. Li Zinshan's people have high-priced bought information from several witnesses, piecing together your approximate location. Currently, they have not pinpointed your real-time coordinates, but if you continue along your current route, it's likely you will enter the intercept area set by Wolf Path in the next day or two. Second, Wolf Path is gathering an elite team specifically to deal with you. I know Li Zinshan well. He did issue a bounty, but that is just a ruse to have other wanderers act as scouts for him. His real killing move is to lead the team himself. He has already drawn skilled veterans from various squads, though the exact number of people and vehicles remains unclear. What is known is that each vehicle is equipped with crash bars and light armor, and they carry homemade Molotov cocktails, grappling hooks, and a large quantity of ordinary melee weapons. Additionally, I have heard an unverified rumor Li Jinshan himself may personally intervene. I am not trying to scare you, nor am I trying to make you turn back. With your strength, you need not fear them. But knowing both yourself and your enemy is never a bad thing. Lastly, I must say the Companions will not participate in Wolf Path's actions, nor will we help them provide any information. If you need supplies, vehicle repairs, or just want to know some information, feel free to message me. Wishing you a safe journey. Once Shin Chuyao finished reading, the car fell silent for a few seconds. Jiang Xun gently tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. The rhythm, neither hurried nor slow, the sound of his fingertips landing on the leather steering wheel, was soft, not tense, but rather digesting information and analyzing motives. Jiang Xun tapped the steering wheel twice more before stopping. Zhao Cheng. Smarter than I thought. Shin Chuyao turned off the screen and looked at him. You don't doubt him. What if this information is fake, trying to lead us into a trap? Jiang Xun shook his head. The information is most likely true. The movements of Wolf Path, Li Zinshan's character, and the scale of gathering elite teams. These details can be verified through multiple inquiries. However, there are no free lunches in this world. If he sends information, he must want something in return. Shin Chuyao picked up the touchscreen again, her fingers slowly tracing circles around the edge of the screen as she reviewed Zhao Cheng's messages, first stating his position, then providing information, and finally leaving a note that said, you can always find me. She mentally connected these steps and concluded he first clarifies his stance of not participating in Wolf Path's actions, then provides free information to gain our goodwill. Goodwill is the first step. Once trust is established, only then can other matters be discussed. Shin Chuyao set the screen down and looked at Jiang Xun. Jiang Xun raised his hand and pointed at the screen. Tell him we received the information. If there is any further information regarding Wolf Path, we can exchange it for supplies. Shin Chuyao's fingers tapped busily on the touch screen for a while, stopping after typing a line, tilting her head and murmuring, is this too direct? Jiang Xun shook his head. Being direct is better. Clear prices, no debts of gratitude. Shin Chuyao thought for a moment and hit send. After sending the private message, she leaned back against the seat, holding the screen and waiting. Xiao Wuju leaned over from the back seat, resting his chin on her shoulder as he stared at the gray dialogue box. Before long, Zhao Cheng's reply popped up. Shin Chuyao opened the message and read, I currently do not have any further information on Wolf Path, but I do have a transaction I would like to discuss with you. Jiang Xun's lips curled slightly, letting out a light chuckle. Here it comes. No wonder he actively sent information. He was waiting for this. He nodded at Shin Chuyao. All right. Ask him what the transaction is. Shin Chuyao was already typing. Xiao Wuju removed his head from her shoulder, yawned, and returned to his cozy spot in the back seat to soak up the sun. After a few seconds, Shen Chuyao read Zhao Cheng's reply aloud. The companions are expanding, and we are in urgent need of armor and weapons. I suspect you have high-quality weapons and armor, and would like to trade for those. Jiang Xun frowned slightly, not in rejection, but weighing the options. Shen Chuyao noticed his hesitation. Are you worried that they might use our gear against us? He remained silent for a few seconds before nodding, and speaking. Weapons and armor are too sensitive. The companions are expanding quickly now, and it's normal for them to have more people than equipment. But what if one day they turn against us using the knives I made to stab me? Who will I go to for an explanation? Shen Chuyao nodded, her finger hovering above the screen as she waited for him to sort out his thoughts. Before Jiang Xun could figure out how to phrase it, Zhao Cheng's second private message popped up. Shen Chuyao opened it, and read, we guarantee with the reputation of the companions that we will not use your crafted weapons against you. The premise is, you will not initiate an attack against the companions. Jiang Xun fell silent again for a few seconds before the corners of his mouth slowly rose. This person is quite clever. I appreciate this attitude, straightforward and upfront about the unpleasant terms. Shen Chuyao turned the screen towards herself, her finger hovering over the keyboard. So have you agreed? Reputation isn't worth much. What he said is the same as saying nothing. Jiang Xun nodded. However, a person as smart as him, after knowing the fate of the scar-faced man, is unlikely to act against us in the short term. The weapons and armor we provide can be the most basic ones without any special effects. He raised his hand and tapped the screen. Reply to him. High-quality weapons I do have. You made a guarantee regarding the weapons, and I will not inquire further. But what can I gain in return? Just the information about Wolf Path is not enough. Shen Chuyao typed rapidly, sent the message, and then placed the screen on her lap, waiting. Zhao Cheng replied, in addition to the information about Wolf Path, I can also provide any white-quality blueprints. Jiang Xun shook his head after reading it. White blueprints. What I lack the least right now is white blueprints. So how should we reply? Jiang Xun chuckled lightly. Naturally, we need green-quality blueprints. Shen Chuyao typed Jiang Xun's meaning into text, and sent it. White blueprints are not enough. I want green-quality blueprints. The message was read, but the other side remained silent. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Only the line they sent hung in the dialogue box lonely. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Only the line they sent hung on the highway. Only white and dark green cargo boxes could be opened, and the only way to obtain blue cargo boxes so far was through trial rewards, while the service area defense trial had only triggered once for the entire zone. Even if other wanderers experienced trials in different service areas, the probability of obtaining blue cargo boxes and green blueprints was negligible. During these 3 minutes of Zhao Cheng's silence, he must have mentally reviewed the entire stock and future plans of the companions' convoy. He understood better than anyone what green blueprints meant for an expanding convoy. Jiang Xun glanced at the quiet screen on Shen Chuyao's lap, his expression unchanged. He neither urged nor prompted Shen Chuyao to follow up. The initiative lay with them. Zhao Cheng was the one who initiated contact, sent information first, and proposed a transaction, indicating he wanted this deal more than they did. Offering green blueprints as the price is steep, but not unreasonable. Zhao Cheng wants high-quality weapons and armor, while Jiang Xun seeks something of equal value. The two of them stared at the screen for a moment. Zhao Cheng gave no reply, and Shen Chuyao was already about to put the touchscreen away. Just as her finger brushed the power button, a private message popped up. That can work. But our convoy will need Jiang Xun to continue supplying weapons and armor thereafter. 1 green-grade blueprint in exchange for 20 sets of weapons and armor, and the materials for fabrication will be borne by Tongxing's. Jiang Xun did a quick calculation in his head. To produce refined-grade weapons and armor with the other side supplying materials, he only needed to slot the blueprint into the crafting station and wait for the progress bar. The cost was almost entirely time. Trading a green blueprint plus long-to intelligence and a potential allied relationship. This deal looked like a net gain no matter how he did the math. He considered haggling the price down a bit. Although it was not a bad deal, he felt there was room to press the price. 1 green-grade blueprint for 5 sets of refined-grade weapons and armor. After a few rounds of bargaining, they finally settled on 1 green-grade blueprint in exchange for 10 sets of refined-grade weapons and armor. Jiang Xun restrained himself from pushing further and nodded. Tell him the trade is agreed. He added another request, asked if they had any physique-enhancing elixirs. Shen Chuyao typed and sent the message. Zhao Cheng replied quickly they did not have any surplus elixirs, but he could give them a coordinate. A scavenger camp where the scavengers gathered. It was common knowledge that scavengers could drop physique-enhancing elixirs now. Jiang Xun's eyes lit up. A scavenger camp meant a steady and plentiful source of elixirs, far more efficient than farming stray scavengers along the Wujin Road. Zhao Cheng followed up. There were too many scavengers at that place for their convoy to approach safely. He could provide the coordinates directly on one condition. 5 bottles of any elixirs they obtained would go to him. Deal, Jiang Xun answered with almost no hesitation. Shen Shuyao typed the 2 words, and following his instructions added that the armor would be ready by this time tomorrow, and they should contact him once the materials were prepared. Zhao Cheng replied, no problem, and sent the scavenger camp coordinates adding a cautionary note: be careful, the scavengers there were numerous and difficult to handle. Shen Shuyao input the coordinates into the navigation. A small amount of roaming coins was deducted from their account. On the vehicle display beside the green dot that marked their position, a new route slowly appeared, ending in a gray area that had not yet been explored. The map of the Wujin Road looked like a crumpled spiderweb. Countless forks intersected and connected. That gray area lay deep within a tangle of junctions, and from their current location, it would take a fair while to reach. The vehicle rounded a bend, and the carcasses of abandoned cars at the roadside clattered in the wind. Xiao Wujiu poked its head over the back seat, glanced at its 2 owners, and swished its tail twice on the cushion. Jiang Xun pressed the accelerator, and the car smoothly turned onto the navigation's indicated branch. It was still afternoon, not long after his private messages with Zhao Cheng had ended. On another stretch of the Wujin Road, the Tongxing's convoy drove at a steady pace. Dozens of vehicles kept even spacing. A scout car flashed its tail lights far ahead, and the rear guard followed steadily in the mirrors. Gray mist billowed slowly along both sides of the road without encroaching on the surface. The sky was a uniform pallor. It was impossible to tell the hour of the afternoon. Zhao Cheng tilted the passenger seat back into a half-reclining position, closed his eyes, and tapped his raised knee idly with his fingers. The tapping rhythm accelerated and slowed irregularly, just out of sync with the thump of the tires over seams in the asphalt. He turned over the private messages with Jiang Xun in his mind, repeatedly weighing every sentence from the first to the final deal. At the wheel sat Lao Wang, a man in his early 40s with a square face and cropped hair. His palms were broad, one hand steadied the wheel, while the other rested on the gear lever. His driving was so practiced that gear changes were almost seamless. He wore a set of standard armor slightly better than that of ordinary members, though a few old scratches marred the shoulder plates. He glanced at Zhao Cheng, and seeing his brow still slightly knit, asked, "Leader finished negotiating?" Zhao Cheng made a soft affirmative without opening his eyes. Lao Wang waited a moment, about to turn his attention back to driving, when Zhao Cheng suddenly asked, "Lao Wang, what do you make of this Jiang Xun?" Lao Wang hesitated, hands steady on the wheel, as his mind raced through possibilities. Carefully he said, "No matter how capable that kid is, he's still just one car with 2 people." He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Zhao Cheng opened his eyes, and turned his head to regard Lao Wang, his gaze calm, but appraising. Lao Wang grew uneasy under that look, and cleared his throat. "Leader, did I say something wrong? This isn't a question of right or wrong." Zhao Cheng adjusted his seat back upright a touch, and turned toward him. "I'm asking you. Do you think we should do to him what Longta would do? Eliminate him?" Lao Wang hesitated, then nodded. His reasoning was blunt. Jiang Xun possessed a refined vehicle upgrade blueprint, VIP privileges, trial rewards, and an unknown ability that could make a vehicle erupt in flames. If Longtu seized those assets, it would be disastrous for Tongxing's. Better to beat Li Jinshan to it than let him gain the advantage. Whether by coaxing or by force striking first would better restrain Langtus expansion and keep them firmly ahead. If Longtu succeeded, life for Tongxing's would grow difficult. Zhao Cheng did not immediately rebut. He turned his gaze to the window. Gray mist churned beside the abandoned highway. In the distance, the silhouettes of collapsed buildings were faintly visible. A rebar jutted from fractured concrete, rusted a dark red. His voice dropped, as if speaking to Lao Wang and to himself at once. "On this road you cannot afford to underestimate anyone." He added, "Besides, he very well may be the strongest in our area." Lao Wang's grip on the wheel tightened, his mouth opened and closed as if something lodged in his throat. Zhao Cheng noticed the expression and lifted an eyebrow. "If you have something to say, say it." Lao Wang at last could not hold back. "But leader, even if we don't want to offend him, did we have to give him the scavenger camp coordinates for nothing? That intelligence was hard-won, and the price he asked for weapons was too steep. He would not pay for materials. He was asking for pure labor, and nothing else." Lao Wang's tone full of contempt. Zhao Cheng waved a hand, his tone even and unyielding. "We've been to that scavenger camp before." He closed his eyes and recalled an unpleasant memory. "How many went that time?" 12. "How many returned?" 7. "We lost 5 people. We brought back only 1 bottle of elixir, and it shattered while we were fleeing. The returns did not match the cost." He opened his eyes and glanced at an inconspicuous stain on the headliner. "But Jiang Xun has that capability. His car can ram scavengers, his arrows can blow scavengers apart. We only need to stay in the vehicle and send a coordinate, and we can pocket 5 bottles of physique-enhancing elixir for nothing. Any objections?" Lao Wang was at a loss for words. His lips moved as if to protest, but he could not. As for the trade, Zhao Cheng gave him no room to breathe. If you can find someone else who can produce refined-grade armor and weapons, that would be better. Lao Wang opened his mouth and closed it again. He had tried. In the entire District 1024, there was no one capable of crafting refined-grade equipment. At present, only Jiang Xun could do it. Seeing Lao Wang's expression, Zhao Cheng softened his tone. You couldn't find anyone right. Then stop griping about his price. The market decides the value, not me. Lao Wang, how long have you been with me? Since the first day we formed the convoy, Lao Wang answered. Then you should know my decisions are not made on a whim. Zhao Cheng leaned back into his seat and folded his hands over his abdomen. Even if Jiang Xun refuses to join Tongxing's, having him as an ally does us no harm and may well benefit us. Whether Long Tu can swallow him up is still unknown. Lao Wang was silent for a long moment, then nodded. I understand. I was being narrow-minded. Zhao Cheng opened the touch screen from the passenger seat. The display lit up, and he rapidly typed a few lines broadcasting them to a Cheng and the other squad leaders. The message was brief: keep a close eye on Langtus movements. I report any gatherings, redeployments, or interceptions immediately. Avoid direct confrontations and focus solely on intelligence gathering. After sending the messages, he stowed the communications device back in his bag, crossed his hands over his abdomen again, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose. There was a faint weariness between his brows, but his expression had eased considerably. Lao Wang glanced at him and eased his shifting, lowering the engine revs a little. The rhythm of the tires rolling over asphalt slowed accordingly. With his eyes closed, Zhao Cheng continued to calculate another ledger in his head. The convoy stock of green-grade blueprints was exceedingly sparse. Trial rewards did not always place in the top 3, and even a top 3 finish did not guarantee good loot. Fortunately, the pin-buy order in the regional channel had taken effect. They bought a few green blueprints from solitary roamers who could not afford to keep them. Combined with the convoy's existing inventory, they could just meet the price offered to Jiang Xun. He ran the inventory numbers over in his head, once more confirmed there was no problem, and finally relaxed, his breathing steadied. Late at night, the sky had turned absolute black. No stars, no moon. The gray mist had shut the heavens away completely. Jiang Xun parked on a stretch with a wide field of view, shut off the headlights and the engine. Only the warm yellow dome light inside the vehicle remained lit. Outside the windows, the gray mist rolled slowly along the roadside, occasionally whispering a barely audible rustle. Shen Shuyao stretched in the passenger seat, arms reaching overhead, a satisfied sigh escaping her. Xiao Wujiu on the back seat yawned, began to lick its paws, front then back, and finished grooming, buried its head in its tail, and curled into a ball. Shen Shuyao rose from the passenger seat and walked to the kitchenette. She opened the fridge for leftover dumplings from lunch, rummaged a small handful of dehydrated nori and 2 eggs from a storage compartment. She turned on the induction stove, and the water in the pot began to steam. Tying on an apron, she slid the dumplings into a frying pan, the oil sizzled, and she hummed an unidentifiable tune. Jiang Xun walked back to the driver's seat and opened the vehicle's touchscreen to the crafting station interface. He selected the composite defensive structure thorn fence and hit craft. When the progress bar filled, he queued it again, running 3 consecutive batches, together with the earlier test run, that made 4 in total. They had bought a large stock of various materials at the service area, so supplies remained ample. He donned his armor and carried the 4 folded thorn fences out of the trunk in 2 trips. First, he arranged the outer layer. He placed the 4 fences about 10 meters from the vehicle. 2 would cover each cardinal direction. He clipped adjacent frames together with connecting latches to form an irregular circle. Each ground stake was hammered into the soil to ensure stability. Once the outer ring was secured, he set up the inner layer, about 3 meters from the car, again with 4 fences forming a smaller circle to enclose the vehicle tightly. A roughly 1-meter buffer remained between the 2 rings. Even if the outer line were breached, the inner ring would still stand. Jiang Xun stepped back a few paces and surveyed the surroundings. The twin thorn fences encircled the car with no blind spots. Barbed wire glinted coldly in the spill of the dome light. Serrated blades flipped up along the wire like a row of teeth, quietly waiting for prey. A visceral sense of security welled up within him, not a fragile hope of safety, but an absolute certainty. Leaning against the door, he produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, leftovers from Long Tu supplies seized earlier. He had sold some at the market and kept a few packs for himself. In his previous life, he had not been a smoker, only taking a cigarette on rare social occasions. Here on the road, an occasional smoke helped clear his thoughts. He lit one, and the ember flickered in the darkness. He drew a long breath and exhaled slowly. The smoke dissipated quickly into the gray. Long Tu had a rough fix on his position, but he was not worried. As long as no one else had a refined-grade vehicle at present, he was unrivaled. The refined vehicle upgrade blueprint had been a reward for scoring 1,000 points in a trial, others would likely have to wait some time to obtain the same blueprint. No number of ordinary vehicles posed a threat. With a single road directive issued, no one could trap them. Besides, his vehicle had already been upgraded to refined quality and fitted with external armor kits. Its defense and mobility far outmatched ordinary modified cars. Even if the road directive were cooling down, even if Li Jinshan personally led a blockade, he felt confident he could handle it. What truly made him frown was another matter. The other roamers they met along the way had more or less recognized him. The car was too conspicuous. Matte dark gray external armor roof storage, it was hard for anyone not to take a second look. Being observed by too many people was not a good thing. The regional channel was full of people sharing their coordinates, which irritated Jiang Xun. Fortunately, his vehicle's speed was sufficient. Those who wanted to tail him simply could not keep up. When he finished the cigarette, he stubbed it out on the fence's metal frame and tossed it beyond the perimeter. His thoughts drifted back to the Tongxing's leader Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng gave him the distinct impression of being uncommon. He was not Li Zinshan's kind of brute who ruled by force, nor was he like Song Zhiyao with her blunt exclusionary precision. Zhao Cheng behaved like a chess player thinking several moves ahead. Sending intelligence was a gesture of goodwill, opening a trade was a probe, and providing the scavenger camp coordinates was a concession. Each step measured and exactly calibrated. Doing business with a man like that felt comparatively safer for now, but it did not mean he could be trusted completely. On this road, trust was the rarest and most extravagant commodity. Jiang Xun stood outside the car, when suddenly the driver's side window was cracked open from the inside, and then the entire window slowly descended. A grayish-white paw rested on the window ledge, shortly followed by Xiao Wujiu's head peeking out from the gap. Its front paw clung to the window frame, its nose sniffing vigorously in Jiang Xun's direction a couple of times, then it opened its mouth and let out a short, urgent "Ao-ao." The sound was not loud, but Jiang Xun understood the tone. It was urging him to get in the car to eat. He smiled and turned to walk towards the car door. He opened the car door and climbed into the driver's seat. Xiao Wujiu had already jumped down from the window, circling between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, its tail wagging so hard that its entire rear end swayed. Jiang Xun bent down, placing his hands under its front legs, lifting it up to his face. Xiao Wujiu tilted its head, its tongue hanging out from the corner of its mouth, its round silvery gray eyes fixed on him, its forepaws gently paddling in the air. He rubbed its neck and then set it down. The little creature darted towards the kitchen, its paws making a soft scratching sound on the non-slip rubber mat. Shinchuyu had already finished her tasks. The pan-fried dumplings were reheated, and the seaweed egg drop soup was ready, steam wafting up from the bowl. She turned around holding two bowls, and just happened to see Jiang Xun approaching from behind. "So," she said, "you've been out of the car for a while. If I hadn't let Wujiu call you to eat, you wouldn't have come back in." Jiang Xun wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Shinchuyu twitched her nose and frowned. "You've been smoking." "Yeah, I smoked one to get a feel for it." She shrugged her shoulder, pushing his chin off her shoulder. "There's a smell, go brush your teeth." Jiang Xun didn't let go, instead holding her a little tighter. Xiao Wujiu was sitting beside them, tilting its head, watching the two of them cling together, ears perked up straight, a look of confusion on its face. Jiang Xun caught a glimpse of its curious expression, lowered his head, and blew a breath towards Xiao Wujiu. The little creature's nose twitched, then it extended a front paw, pressing its paw pad directly onto Jiang Xun's mouth. The pressure wasn't strong, but the stance was resolute. The paw pad pressed down on his lips, and even pushed a little harder. Shinchuyu couldn't help but laugh at the scene. With its paw blocking his mouth, Jiang Xun muffled, and his eyes widening, as he shot a look at Xiao Wujiu that expressed, "You have betrayed me." Unmoved, Xiao Wujiu let out another "Ao," wriggled free from his arms, hopped onto the back seat, curled up in its nest, turning its back to him. By the time Jiang Xun finished brushing his teeth and returned to the dining table, Shinchuyu had already set the bowls and utensils. The bottom of the reheated dumplings was crispier than before, and the egg flowers in the seaweed soup were broken into fine pieces, floating on the golden surface of the soup. There were also a few soft dumplings in Xiao Wujiu's food bowl. It was focused on eating, its cheeks puffed out, and its ears twitched in rhythm with its chewing. The two sat down facing each other. Outside the car window was darkness, gray mist, and the metallic cold light of 2 layers of thorny fences, but inside the car there was the warm yellow of the ceiling light, the steam from the pan-fried dumplings and egg drop soup, and a person across from him bringing a dumpling to their mouth. After chewing a dumpling, Shinchuyu picked up her soup bowl, blew on it, took a small sip, and put it down, saying, "Will we reach the scavenger camp by tomorrow afternoon?" "About that." Jiang Xun picked up a dumpling and rolled it in the vinegar dish. "Once we arrive, well, observe, first confirm the accuracy of the intelligence, and then decide whether to act. There's no rush." Shinchuyu nodded, picked up another dumpling, and put it in her mouth. Late at night in the small bedroom of the car, the ceiling light was dimmed to the lowest warm color, casting the entire small space in a hazy amber glow. The thorny fence outside the window was faintly visible in the gray mist, and the outline of the barbed wire was occasionally highlighted by a distant, unknown glimmer. The car was very quiet, only the low-frequency hum of the air conditioning system and the faint sound of water coming from outside the small bedroom. Shinshuyu wiped herself down and changed into the set of underwear and nightgown that she had secretly stashed in the bottom of the shopping cart, while Jiang Xun wasn't looking. The straps of the silk nightgown were extremely thin, and the black lace extended down along the neckline, the hem just reaching her thighs. She stood in front of the added dressing mirror for a moment, running her fingers through her freshly dried hair, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Jiang Xun lay on the bed, hands behind his head, his gaze slowly shifting from the car's ceiling lining to her. Xiao Wujiu jumped up from the foot of the bed, a chew toy in its mouth, its tail wagging rapidly. It first rubbed around Shen Chuyu's legs, then turned and burrowed into Jiang Xun's arms. Jiang Xun reached out and grabbed the scruff of its neck. Xiao Wujiu's body instantly stiffened, its limbs curled up, tail tucked between its legs, still holding the chew toy in its mouth, its eyes wide open with a confused expression. Jiang Xun got up and opened the bedroom door, placing Xiao Wujiu outside in the middle of the car compartment. After it landed, Xiao Wujiu turned back to look at him, the chew toy falling from its mouth onto the floor, letting out a plaintive "Ao Wu." Jiang Xun pointed to its little nest and said, "Good boy, go sleep," then closed the door. Shinshuyu leaned against the head of the bed watching this scene and laughed. "You throw it out every time, it will be unhappy. If it's unhappy, then so be it. As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. It's extra tonight." Jiang Xun lay back down beside her, his tone casual. Shinshuyu blushed and shot him a glare. Late at night, the car fell completely silent. The thorny fence stood guard outside the car, the gray mist billowing in the distance. Having Shinshuyu by his side truly elevated the quality of his life a great deal. As for which aspect had improved, it was not for you to concern yourself. Jiang Xun smiled inwardly, turned on his side, draping his arm over her waist, and closed his eyes. Just as dawn was breaking, the density of the gray mist was much lower than at night, and through the mist one could see the sky, tinged with a faint gray-white hue. Jiang Xun woke up first feeling refreshed. The quality of sleep last night was extraordinarily high, with the double-layered thorny fence and the armored vehicle giving him a sense of security he hadn't experienced in a long time. He quietly dressed, gently placed Shinshuya's arm, which was outside the blanket, back into the covers without waking her, then pushed open the bedroom door and stepped outside. As soon as the door opened a crack, Xiao Wujiu sprang up from its nest. It shot out like a grayish-white fur ball launched from a slingshot, its forepaws slipping a little on the floor before it regained traction. Then it dashed to Jiang Xun's feet and started to circle around. Its tail wagged so vigorously that its entire rear end swayed, its front paws climbing up his pant leg, its tongue hanging out of its mouth, having completely forgotten the grievance of being tossed outside last night. Jiang Xun crouched down, rubbing its neck and ears. It emitted a comfortable purring sound from its throat and licked his hands several times. Jiang Xun walked to the car window, lifting Wujiu up so it could see outside as well. Through the gaps in the thorny fence, the sight before him made his eyebrows raise. Outside the outer fence lay dozens of zombie corpses, some caught and partially hung on the barbed wire, dried black blood trickling down the barbs. Others had their throats sliced open by serrated blades, their heads tilted at an odd angle. Further away, a scavenger knelt on the ground, multiple deep wounds visible on its body from the barbs, several cracks in the bone plates on its back, its chest plate covered in broken barbed wire, its entire body heaving as it struggled to survive, but it was not dead. The barbed wire was covered in black blood and bits of flesh, but the barbs and blades showed no obvious signs of breakage. The active thorns had likely repaired much of the damage overnight. Well, this fence is even more reliable than I imagined. I didn't hear a sound last night. He set Wujiu down, put on his armor, strapped on his knife, and opened the mobile gate of the fence to step outside. Wujiu followed closely behind him, excitedly sniffing around in the moist gray morning air. Jiang Xun first folded and retrieved the inner and outer thorny fences, unlocking the clasps of the 4 sets of fences in order, then moved them back to the trunk after folding them. Wujiu had already picked up its little bag for carrying coins, running around the zombie corpses, stopping to sniff out the locations of coins, and then pawing them out from the cracks in the rubble, before carrying them back to the bag, accurately tossing them inside, its tail wagging rapidly the entire time. Meanwhile, Jiang Xun walked towards the scavenger, who was half kneeling on the ground. Hearing the footsteps approaching, the scavenger attempted to struggle to its feet, its leg bones having been cut several times by serrated blades, unable to support its weight. It propped itself up with its uninjured right arm, producing a low hoarse growl from its throat, emitting a threatening vibration. Jiang Xun circled to its side, drew his knife, and thrust it into the gap between its skull and cervical spine. The scavenger's body convulsed violently, all four legs buckling, its massive body crashing forward onto the rubble-strewn ground. A faint gray decomposition glow emanated from its body, 2 complete scavenger bone plates, and a robust arm bone falling out. All excellent materials for crafting armor and weapons. He picked up the bone plates and arm bone, bringing them back to the car, then called out Wu Jiao. The little creature was busy running around a zombie corpse, its little bag stuffed with coins, and upon hearing his call it immediately picked up the bag and sprinted back, its mouth full, the bag jingly with coins. It jumped into the car, placed the bag on the passenger floor mat, then squatted beside it, panting with its tongue out, its tail sweeping back and forth on the floor. Jiang Xun securely stored all the fences in the trunk, closed the car door, and internally raided the thorny fence a notch higher. The white-quality simple traps collapsed under a few stomps from zombies, while a scavenger could completely demolish them with one step. The green-quality thorny fence, supported by active thorns, withstood the impact of over 30 zombies and one scavenger throughout the night with the barbs intact and the blades unbent. When they woke up, it would have repaired itself quite a bit. Even a scavenger couldn't completely destroy it. Indeed a good thing. Jiang Xun returned to the middle of the vehicle, just as Xiao Wu Jiao had finished wiping its little paws and mouth. It squeezed through the gap in the mobile door, its pouch still stuffed, making a jingling sound. By the time he opened the bedroom door, the little creature had already placed the bag on the passenger floor mat, and then dashed into the bedroom at full speed. Jiang Xun leaned against the doorframe, peering inside. Xiao Wu Jiao jumped onto the bed first, nudging Shin Chuya's face with its nose. Shin Chuya, still groggy, pushed its head away and turned over. Xiao Wu Jiao didn't give up, circling to the other side, grabbing her nightgown sleeve and pulling it outward, its tail causing the entire mattress to quiver. Finally, Shin Chuya opened her eyes, yawned, rubbed Xiao Wu Jiao's head, and mumbled, okay, I'm up. She sat up, her hair a tangled mess, the strap of her silk nightgown slipping down her shoulder, rubbing her. Then she saw Jiang Xun leaning against the doorframe, a clearly mischievous smile on his lips. She instinctively blinked a couple of times, then evidently recalled last night's events, her eyes rolling with a mix of charm and embarrassment as she said, "What are you looking at? Turn around." Jiang Xun raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, laughing as he turned and walked away. After she finished freshening up and changed into some clothes, she walked into the kitchen area, pulling out several eggs, a carton of milk, and half a bag of sliced bread from the refrigerator. In the frying pan, the oil began to sizzle, and the eggs quickly solidified into a golden pancake at the bottom, while the milk in a small pot slowly began to steam. Jiang Xun fired up the vehicle, smoothly driving away from their overnight spot and back onto the endless road. The gray area on the navigation still quietly flickered ahead. Shin Chuyu brought the fried eggs and hot milk to the dining table, also producing a small plate of spicy sauce, taking some over to feed Jiang Xun. Xiao Wu Jiao was squatting at the kitchen door, having finished the soft dog food in its bowl, looking up with its head tilted, hoping for any leftover bits of fried egg to drop. This little guy's appetite is growing. Shin Chuyu prepared a small bowl of food for Wu Jiao again, and it finally finished eating with satisfied crunching sounds. Sunlight streamed in through the windshield, casting the entire cabin in a warm yellow hue. The wheels rolled over the asphalt, producing a low, steady friction sound, and the scavenger camp was getting closer on the navigation. Before long, the scenery on both sides of the road completely transformed within just half an hour. Originally, some abandoned building foundations and dead tree stumps were still visible, but soon those vanished, replaced by low shrubs and cracked earth. As they drove further, even the shrubs disappeared, and fine sand began to appear on both sides of the road, the color of the gray mist shifting from gray-white to earthy yellow, mixing with the dust, reducing visibility significantly. The navigation indicated multiple forks ahead, and Jiang Xun followed the directions, turning left and right, passing several road signs half buried in yellow sand, until the vehicle entered an exceptionally wide main road. This road was absurdly wide, the lane markings long worn away by the winds and sands, yet the width of the asphalt was even broader than the previous forest paths. There were no longer any trees or buildings on either side, only endless desert, impossibly vast. The dunes rolled on the gray mist, billowing at the edges of the desert, swirling dust spiraling into the air. The temperature had noticeably risen, and Shin Chuyu had already turned on the air conditioning. The dashboard displayed the outside temperature skyrocketing. The asphalt surface of the road was still relatively intact, but the roadbed on both sides had been buried by yellow sand, and some sections had quicksand spilling over the surface, making a shushing sound as the tires rolled over. Shin Chuyu pulled down the sun visor, and took out a pair of sunglasses to wear casually, handing Jiang Xun another. Xiao Wujiao was lying under the air conditioning vent, and Xin Shuyu pulled out another pair for it to wear its cool appearance, making Xin Shuyu very pleased. Jiang Xun turned the steering wheel slightly to the right, leaving deep tire tracks on the sand-covered road as the vehicle came to a stop beside a sand dune. A red dot appeared on the detector screen. He rolled down the window and leaned out to take a look. At the halfway point of the sand dune, a corner of a cargo box was exposed, buried in sand, with only a palm-sized area visible. Another one. He pushed the car door open and pulled out a folding shovel from the trunk. Xin Shuyu also jumped out of the car, pushed her sunglasses up on her nose, and kicked the sand surface on the other side of the dune with her shoe. The sand shimmered in the sunlight with a glaring earthy yellow hue as gray mist and dust mixed together, reducing visibility significantly compared to the previous stretch of road. After a few shovelfuls, the entire outline of the cargo box emerged from the sand pit. He stuck the shovel into the sand and bent down to pry the box out. Xin Shuyu crouched down, as well, using a small shovel to dig. The two worked together to excavate two more boxes, moving them to the side of the car and prying them open one by one. Inside were several barrels of spare gasoline, a box of meat, 20 iron ingots, and a package of desiccant unique to desert areas. Xin Shuyu stored the desiccants separately in the storage compartment, as the temperature difference between day and night in the desert was significant, making this useful for moisture prevention. Unbeknownst to them, a few pairs of yellow eyes had appeared on the sand dunes on either side of the highway. Desert wolves. Their fur almost merged with the sand, slightly smaller than the wild wolves they had encountered before, but with longer limbs. They crouched atop the dune like stone sculptures polished by wind and sand. Occasionally a few bolder ones would approach the roadside, sniffing at the scents left by the car tires. Jiang Xun straightened up and shot them a glance, drawing a straight knife from his side. It didn't take long before the few that got too close were knocked over onto the sand. A faint decomposition glow rose from the wolf carcasses, dropping a few pieces of mediocre quality leather and a small section of beast bone, along with a single roaming coin. He picked up the leather and examined it. The texture was coarse, barely usable for armor lining, but incomparable to wild boar skin. As for the wolf meat, he crouched down and used the knife tip to pry off a piece. The strong, gamey smell rushed into his nostrils, causing even Xiao Wujiao to sneeze and back away after coming to sniff. It was hard to swallow for himself, so he could only put it up for trade. "No need to kill specifically for this," he said, cleaning the straight knife on the wolf skin and sheathing it. "Just clear the obstruction." Back in the car, they continued driving forward, the howls of desert wolves echoing outside, their voices long and hoarse, bouncing back and forth between the dunes several times. Xiao Wujiao perked up its ears in the back seat, tilted its head to listen for a moment, then raised its head and tried to mimic a howl. Its howl still carried a puppy-like tone, so innocent that it was completely on a different wavelength compared to the rough, wild howls of the desert wolves. However, upon hearing this sound, the desert wolves outside collectively took several steps back, and those that had been crouching on the roadside jumped back onto the dunes. The presence of a gray mist hound naturally deterred ordinary beasts, even though this particular one was still running around with its teething rope in its mouth. Xin Shuyu poked her head out from the kitchen area, holding a soup ladle. "Wujiao, why are you trying to howl like them? You are a gray mist hound." Xiao Wujiao tilted its head with one ear up and one ear down, clearly having no ability to differentiate between the two concepts. It let out another soft howl, then lay back down in its nest, resting its chin on its forepaws, continuing to gaze out at the sand dunes beyond the car window. The heat waves from the desert road pressed in from outside the windshield in wave after wave. The air conditioning was set to medium, and cool air evenly filled the entire cabin. The outside temperature had already soared to nearly 50 degrees, and the asphalt road had softened slightly under the sun, leaving a shallow imprint as the tires rolled over it. Occasionally dust and sand would whip up from the sides of the highway like a moving yellow wall that slammed against the vehicle, with small grains of sand pattering against the armored plates and bulletproof glass, creating a dense crackling sound. Some sections of the road had already formed small wind swirls, tiny dust devils spinning on the surface, and when the vehicle passed through, one could feel a slight lateral push, but the excellent self-weight and external armor meant that this light wind couldn't budge the vehicle at all, merely coating it in dust. A layer of yellow dust coated the car windows, and after a few minutes of the wipers spraying and cleaning, they were dirty again. Outside, the yellow sand was all over, with heat waves distorting the outlines of the distant dunes into a blurry mirage. Desert wolves crouched in a row atop the dunes, watching the armored vehicle slowly move along the highway. Inside the car, the cool air from the air conditioning surrounded them. Xin Shuyu took out a watermelon that had been retrieved from the cargo box. It wasn't large, but once cut open, the flesh was bright red and juicy, with the juice flowing down the blade onto the cutting board. She used a fruit knife to cut the flesh into small pieces, placing them into a glass bowl with a few toothpicks, and brought it over to the driver's seat. Jiang Xun speared a piece with a toothpick and put it in his mouth, cool and juicy with just the right amount of sweetness. Shin Shuyu also took a bowl for herself and leaned against the passenger seat, crossing her legs and leisurely skewering watermelon pieces to eat, looking as if she was on vacation. Sporadically, other travelers' vehicles appeared on the desert road. A few were parked by the roadside, their hoods open and emitting white smoke as their cooling systems failed under the high temperatures. The owners were sweating profusely as they leaned beside the engine compartment, tightening screws, their lips cracked, several empty water bottles tossed aside. Some were hiding in the shadows beneath the car, covering their heads with towels, with several empty bottles piled beside them. They heard the low and steady engine sound of Jiang Xun's armored vehicle and quickly crawled out from under the car or straightened up from the engine hoods, desperately waving towards the highway. Some raised wrenches, hoping to borrow tools. Others held empty water bottles, wanting to ask for water, while some simply gave a thumbs up and pointed towards their car's back seat, hoping to hitch a ride. Jiang Xun and Shin Shuyu exchanged a glance. He kept his foot on the accelerator and his hands steady on the steering wheel. Shin Shuyu speared another piece of watermelon with a toothpick and brought her gaze back from the waving travelers, lowering her head to hand a piece to Jiang Xun. The car continued moving steadily forward, and those figures waving under the scorching sun gradually blurred in the swirling yellow sand, ultimately twisted by the heat waves into indistinct outlines, disappearing from the rearview mirror. Jiang Xun turned the car into an abandoned desert overpass. Half of the bridge deck had long since collapsed, and the remaining reinforced concrete structure cast a shadow, shielding them from the midday sun. He parked the car steadily, turned off the engine, and the residual cool air from the air conditioning continued to flow from the vents. The temperature under the bridge was about 10 degrees lower than outside, saving a bit of power consumption. A private message notification popped up on the car screen. Shin Shuyu reached out to click it open. It was from Zhao Cheng, accompanied by a list of materials: iron ingots, steel bars, leather, and fibers, enough to make 20 complete sets of excellent grade weapon armor, already transferred to their storage space through the trading system. Zhao Cheng's message was brief: materials are ready, can be made anytime. After they're done, message me for the blueprints. Jiang Xun glanced at the list and asked Shin Shuyu to take out the blueprint replicator first. The 12-hour cooldown had already passed. Shin Shuyu retrieved the silver-gray matte metal flat box from the storage compartment at the head of the bed, opened the lid, placed the quality transition blueprint kept as a master copy into the left original paper slot, and randomly pulled out a useless white paper from the storage bag to insert into the right blank slot. She closed the lid and pressed the start button, and the blue indicator light on the dark glass panel began to flicker in a regular pattern, while the progress bar slowly crawled from 0 to the right. During the half-hour wait, the two had a simple lunch. Shin Shuyu made a few thin pancakes using the leftover dumpling filling and dough from yesterday, frying them to a golden brown on both sides, and added a few slices of smoked meat inside. Xiao Wujiao crouched at the kitchen door, looking up and waiting. Shin Shuyu broke off a piece of the unsalted pancake and tossed it to it. It caught the pancake and ran back to its nest, pressing its forepaws against the edge of the pancake and crunching it loudly. The replicator emitted a ding, the blue indicator light stayed on, and the progress bar was full. Shin Shuyu wiped her hands clean and opened the box, revealing 2 quality transition blueprints lying side by side, their light green sheen flowing slowly in the shaded light. Jiang Xun took out the newly copied one and returned the master copy to the storage compartment for next time. Holding the freshly created blueprint, he walked to the driver's seat, opened the production interface on the central touchscreen, dragged it into the fusion slot, and then selected the ordinary equipment production blueprint and ordinary weapon production blueprint from the white paper list. The icons for the 3 blueprints crowded together in the center of the screen. He pressed the fusion button and the green light effect flickered rapidly on the screen. The progress bar filled up in just a few seconds, and a new blueprint with a faint green glow popped out. Excellent grade armor weapon production blueprint, green level. Jiang Xun did not rush to make goods for Zhao Cheng. He dragged this new blueprint into the production interface, first removing the set of ordinary grade armor he was wearing from the equipment slot as base material, then pulling out the high-grade materials purchased from the service area's trading hall from the storage compartment, along with various materials dropped by scavengers, piling them all into the production station's sensing area. He pressed the production button, and the progress bar began to slowly move to the right, estimated at 15 minutes. Taking advantage of this interval, he also removed Shin Shuyu's armor, piled the materials in the same way, and queued it for production. Xiao Wujiao, having finished its meal, was lying on the back seat, licking its paw. Upon hearing the low hum of the production station, it perked its ears and glanced over, then laid back down to continue licking. Outside the bridge, the desert heat waves continued to surge with the wind whipping up yellow sand from both sides of the bridge. Meanwhile, inside the cool car, only the low-frequency hum of the production station and the slow progress of the progress bar could be heard. The production queues for the two excellent-grade armors were running simultaneously. The production station's prompt sound rang out 4 times in succession. Jiang Xun took the finished products one by one from the sensing area and laid them out on the floor of the cabin. His armor was the first to take shape. The base was a deep gray color with matte alloy plates embedded at the chest and back, diamond-shaped reinforcements on the shoulders, and leather folds preserved at the joints, allowing for smooth movement. He put the armor on, tightened the straps, and moved his shoulders a few times. It fit closer than before with alloy plates covering vital areas, yet he felt no restriction in his movements. The attribute effects lined up on the production station interface: excellent composite tactical armor, green base defense significantly enhanced. It can withstand the bites and scratches of ordinary zombies and significantly reduces damage from scavenger bone spikes. Attribute effect: thick insulation enhanced, doubles the warmth effect, making the subcutaneous thermal layer thicker, capable of resisting the extreme damp cold of gray tide nights, while reducing body temperature loss speed. It maintains temperature balance without additional energy consumption. Attribute effect: bone powder permeation layer incorporates bone powder particles into the armor's inner layers, which slightly shatter upon receiving strong bludgeoning impacts, absorbing shock and reducing internal bruising, simultaneously increasing the armor's resistance to piercing attacks, making arrows and bone spikes harder to penetrate. Attribute effect: alloy reinforcement embeds thin alloy plates in the chest, back, shoulder, and outer thigh, which are lightweight yet high in hardness. They offer strong protection against frontal impacts and slashes, and the smooth surface of the alloy makes it easy for zombie teeth to slip when biting. The straight knife followed closely. Its matte gray-black blade had extremely fine serrated textures, and the spine featured a row of small, backward-facing bone spike serrations. He picked up the knife from the sensing area and weighed it in his hand. The anti-slip, sweat-absorbent wrap on the handle felt solid. Excellent Ripper straight knife, green base damage significantly enhanced. The blade's hardness was reinforced, easily capable of slicing through zombie neck bones and deeply penetrating scavenger bone plates. Attribute effect: vicious canine bite advanced, embeds for scavenger claw tips into the blade, retaining the fangs. When slashing, it causes irregular tearing wounds, leaving jagged edges that are extremely difficult to heal naturally. Twisting the blade after penetrating will expand the tearing range. It has additional armor-piercing effects against gray mist creatures. Attribute effect: bone spike serration features a row of small, backward-facing bone spike serrations along the blade's spine. When drawing the knife, the serrations will snag the target's tissue, causing secondary tearing, and can also be used to saw through harder materials such as bone plates and ropes. Attribute effect: high carbon forged blade undergoes secondary tempering, maintaining sharpness for longer without easily dulling. Additionally, the weight distribution of the blade has been optimized for greater slashing inertia. Shin Chi's armor was light gray, having a full circle less thickness than Jiang Xun's. The limb armor was lightweight and form-fitting, while the torso featured honeycomb-shaped ventilation holes, and dark-colored sound-dampening strips were sewn on the outer sides of the leg armor. She took it and put it on, moving her knees and elbows a few times. It was considerably lighter than her previous armor. Excellent Spirit Cat lightweight armor, green base defense, moderate defense leaning towards agility. It offers good protection against zombie scratches and bites, and can buffer some damage from heavy hits by scavengers. The weight is extremely light, not affecting movement. Attribute effect: thick insulation lightweight retains the warmth effect, but reduces weight through cutting, preserving only the thick skin in the core area of the torso, using thin skin for the limbs, while the wearer's body temperature adjusts the inner layer's temperature for constant comfort, enhancing breathability and moisture wicking, suitable for intense movements. Attribute effect: silent steps enhanced incorporates sound-dampening foam into the layers of leg armor and boots, reducing noise by 80 when walking, running, or jumping. Even when moving over gravel or metal surfaces, it only produces very light friction sounds. Additionally, it increases agility by 3, slightly improving evasion and attack speed. Attribute effect: tendon toughness weaves a layer of elastic tendon fibers into the inner layer of the armor, which tightens to disperse impact force when struck and is not easily torn. It also increases the armor's tensile strength, allowing for greater freedom of movement at the joints, like driving one's arms. Shin Chi's weapon was completed last. It was approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters long, with a silver-gray triangular head featuring a blood groove, the gun barrel wrapped in black non-slip rope, and a metal weight ball at the tail. Shin Chuyu held the gun in her hand, spinning it in her palm with a low, crisp whoosh. She weighed it and said the gun barrel felt slightly heavier than before, but it was actually more comfortable to wield. Excellent shattering gun green base damage significantly enhanced. The gun head is made of steel with extremely high hardness, easily piercing through scavenger bone plates. The gun barrel has good toughness and is not easily broken. Attribute effect: earth-shattering shockwave. When the gun head strikes a target, the impact force expands outward from the tip, causing internal soft tissue tearing within a 5 cm radius. It deals lethal area damage to unprotected areas such as the abdomen and throat. Attribute effect: blunt shock enhanced. Even if it doesn't pierce the armor, the impact energy will be transmitted through the gun barrel, causing the target's internal organs to vibrate, leading to dizziness or vomiting. A hit to the head can cause temporary unconsciousness. It also increases the destructive power against vehicle glass and thin metal plates. Attribute effect: bone core tough rod. The gun barrel is embedded with a bone core, significantly enhancing toughness, capable of bending under great force without breaking. The barrel's weight has slightly increased, resulting in greater striking inertia, enhancing impact power by 30. Attribute effect: heart of steel armor piercing. The gun head is made of steel with intrinsic armor-piercing properties. When attacking armored targets, there is a chance to penetrate iron sheets or bone plates directly. Jiang Xun fastened the last buckle of his armor and moved his shoulders a couple of times. The leather folds at the joints of the armor unfolded with his movements, making no sound of friction. He looked down at the matte alloy plate on his chest and knocked on it with his knuckles. The sound was muffled and deep, like hitting a solid iron door. If I encounter scavengers again, this should withstand any blow. The premise was to avoid hitting the head. He lowered his hand and drew a straight knife from its new sheath. The blade was a matte gray-black, and only upon closer inspection could one see the fine serrations along the edge. The backward-facing bone spikes on the spine glimmered coldly in the shadow of the bridge. He gently scraped his thumb along the edge of the blade. Even without applying force, he felt a resistance. Not the dullness of a blunt edge, but the razor-sharp blade actively gripping his fingerprint. Compared to before, the current straight knife gave Jiang Xun a stronger sense of security. Shen Shuyu had finished putting on her light gray armor on the other side of the vehicle compartment. She jumped in place and turned around the dark, silent strips on her leg armor, gliding smoothly along the ground with her foot movements. When she wore ordinary grade armor before, the soles of her boots would make friction sounds on the anti-slip rubber mats. Now only a faint rustling sound remained, barely noticeable unless one listened closely. She picked up the newly formed shock rifle from the sensor area, holding the middle of the gun barrel with one hand. In the limited space of the compartment, she swung it a couple of times. The sound of wind cut by the gun barrel was lower and heavier than before, and the metal counterweight at the rear pushed the entire gun forward an extra half-inch with its inertia. The gun barrel is heavier, but it swings more smoothly. She lowered the gun and traced her fingers over the blood groove of the triangular blade. I need to take a few more bottles of physical enhancement potions, otherwise the weight of the weapon will exhaust too much stamina. Jiang Xun sheathed the straight knife and took a seat in the driver's seat. The materials list from Zhao Cheng on the production table had already been automatically divided. 20 sets of quality armor and weapons. Basic materials: iron ingots, steel ingots, leather, and fibers, each set meeting standard specifications without any rare additions like scavenger bone plates. He slid the list over to Shen Shuyu, started the engine, and the vehicle emerged from the shadow of the bridge, rolling back onto the desert road, softened by the scorching noon sun. Shen Shuyu adjusted the passenger seat forward and turned the production table's interface towards herself. She simultaneously shoved 5 sets of materials into the sensor area, and the option for batch production popped up on the screen, which she confirmed. The progress bar slowly crept to the right, and the low humming sound from the production table resonated through the floor of the compartment, deep and steady, blending with the engine's noise. She rested her elbow on the edge of the center console, her chin on her hand, intently watching the progress bar jump step by step. Outside the window, waves of yellow sand swept past, and occasionally larger grains of sand hit the bulletproof glass with a crisp ringing sound. Jiang Xun held the steering wheel with one hand and glanced at her. Boring. It's easier than fighting, Shen Shuyu replied, without looking up, her fingers swiping across the screen to group the next batch of materials. Just a bit tedious. Just think of it as scrolling through your phone. Shen Shuyu smirked slightly. After a moment, the progress bar for the first batch of 5 sets filled up simultaneously, and the production table emitted a short prompt sound. She took the finished products out. The first set of quality armor was neatly stacked, feeling weighty in her hands. However, upon opening it, the armor was nothing but standard steel plates with leather linings, lacking the alloy plate on the chest, the angular reinforcements on the shoulders, and the honeycomb ventilation holes at the joints. Visually, it looked much thinner compared to the set Jiang Xun was wearing. The knife beside it was in the same situation. The sharpness of the edge met standards, and the quality base was there, but the edge was smooth, lacking serrations, and the spine had no bone spikes. It felt heavy in hand, but lacked the oppressive sense that it could tear through anything upon picking it up. She voiced her findings, and Jiang Xun glanced at the rearview mirror with an unchanged expression. It's sufficient for them. Quality-grade white bards are still significantly better than the ordinary-grade armor they currently wear. Zhao Cheng didn't want artifacts, he wanted mass-produced gear for the convoy. Shen Shuyu nodded and neatly stacked the first batch of finished products onto the folding shelf in the trunk, returning to the passenger seat to continue shoving materials into the sensor area. The progress bar started jumping again, one step at a time. In the meantime, she forked 2 pieces of leftover watermelon for herself and handed one to Jiang Xun, bringing it to his mouth. By the 4th batch, she had become so skilled that she no longer needed to look at the materials list. How many iron ingots, how many steel ingots, how many square feet of leather, how many rolls of fiber, she could get the proportions right even with her eyes closed. In less than an hour, all 20 sets were completed. The folding shelf in the trunk was neatly stacked with equipment, 20 sets of armor arranged in a line, and 20 weapons bundled according to Zhao Cheng's specified proportions. Half were knives and axes, and spears each accounted for a quarter. Each weapon had been sharpened, every set of armor's joints could move normally, and the quality-grade base was present. While there were no added effects, each piece was enough to give an ordinary wanderer who had never worn armor an extra life in front of zombies. Shen Shuyu placed the last set of armor on the shelf, brushed off the metal shavings from her hands, and was about to send a private message to Zhao Cheng on the touchscreen when the light outside the vehicle suddenly dimmed. It was not the kind of darkness that settled layer by layer like dusk, but rather as if someone had draped a gray-yellow cloth from the sky, compressing the entire desert's color from a glaring earthy yellow to a dark orange. Jiang Xun looked up through the windshield. The sun was completely obscured, leaving only a blurred halo hanging in the air, its edges glowing red, resembling a half-closed eye. The temperature had not dropped, instead it felt more oppressive. The heat waves that had been exposed to the sun were still there, but the wind carried a heavy sense of pressure, and the air became thick. The contours of the distant sand dunes were distorted beyond recognition due to the heat. Something's not right. Jiang Xun tightened his grip on the steering wheel, easing off the accelerator, and the vehicle gradually slowed down. The wind had suddenly intensified within just a few seconds. The fine sand along the roadside was lifted by the wind, forming long yellow lines that resembled countless snakes slithering along the highway. In the distance, several small dust whirlwinds formed among the sand dunes, swirling across the road. When they collided with abandoned vehicles at the roadside, they made a crisp sound like grains of sand striking metal. A wanderer still squatting beside the engine hood was frantically trying to cover the engine with a waterproof. The wind snatched the waterproof cloth out of his hands like pulling away a napkin. He chased after it a few steps, but the cloth flipped several times in the air and flew farther away. The desert wolf pack crouching on the sand dunes changed entirely. They had once looked like a row of stone sculptures waiting for prey, but now they turned around silent and non-aggressive, simply lowering their heads and tucking their tails as they sprinted away from the road. One pup couldn't keep up with the pace of the mother wolf, staggering several steps in the sand. The mother wolf turned back, biting its neck, and continuing to run without looking back. Shen Shuyu closed the private message interface and opened a regional channel. Messages were already flooding in. What the hell is going on with the weather in the desert? It was fine just a moment ago, and now it's suddenly dark. The sand got into the engine. Help. The engine light is on, and I'm parked by the roadside, too scared to move. Who has a filter? I'll trade 2 packs of compressed biscuits for 1. I can't open the window, it's full of sand. If I don't open the window, I'll suffocate. If I do, I'll eat sand. Pick one. I opened the window for air, and now I have a mouthful of sand. Oh, I'm still coughing it up. Damn it, you all moved into new terrain while I'm still circling around the old forest. It's similar to the forest terrain, but the environment is even worse. With the windows tightly closed, grains of sand tapped against the bulletproof glass, creating a sporadic crackling sound. The windshield wipers automatically detected the sandstorm and began to wipe back and forth slowly. The low-frequency hum of the air conditioning inside the vehicle was steady, and the wind blowing from the vents was dry and cool, without a trace of sand. The small Wujin lay against the window, ears perked, its silvery gray eyes following the swirling yellow sand outside. This might not be an ordinary sandstorm. Jiang Xun downshifted, and the headlights could barely illuminate less than 10 meters in the swirling yellow sand, making it impossible to see the road markings. The grains of sand continued to produce a dense sound against the vehicle's armor plating. He turned the steering wheel half a turn to the left to navigate around a section of road half buried in quicksand, and the vehicle remained steady against the crosswind. It feels like a warning. He glanced at the sand dust concentration reading displayed on the vehicle screen. The red curve was still rising. Shin Shuyu also looked at the rising curve, took a sip of water from her cup, leaned back against the seat, and stared out at the indiscernible yellow-brown landscape, casually saying, "Could it be a natural disaster approaching?" Jiang Xun was taken aback. "Don't say that, it does look like a natural disaster warning." The small Wujin yawned, resting its head on its paws, but its ears remained perked. Shin Shuyu opened the private message interface and sent a message to Zhao Cheng. 20 sets of armor and weapons are ready. Zhao Cheng immediately replied, and the two requested a trade on the private chat page, exchanging payment for goods. She dragged the 20 sets of armor and weapons into the trade bar in batches, and on the other side, 2 sheets of faintly glowing green blueprint appeared. Both parties confirmed the system, deducted the payment, and the trade was completed. 2 sheets of green quality blueprints materialized in the center console. Shin Shuyu picked up the first one slowly, tracing her finger along the edge of the perforated outline, reading the description aloud: Vehicle Storage Expansion Green Quality. It increases effective storage capacity to more than 3 times that of white quality, utilizing every part of the vehicle structure to expand the vehicle's area while maintaining its appearance. 3 times. Jiang Xun, steering with one hand, glanced at her. White quality can already hold a lot. What does 3 times even mean? We could build a small warehouse inside the vehicle. This type of one-time use blueprint couldn't just be used, it needed to be paired with a blueprint replicator for unlimited production. Shin Shuyu set that blueprint aside and picked up the second one. This one's base color was darker than the previous one, with a fine silver edging around the edges. She read aloud, Adaptive Pet Armor Green Quality. A full coverage armor specifically designed for the endless road pets, made from self-adjusting materials that automatically adjust size as the pet grows, balancing defense, lightweight, and freedom of movement. Jiang Xun glanced down at the small Wujin lying on the foot mat of the passenger seat. It rested its chin on its front paws, dozing off, its tail occasionally sweeping across the mat. In the past few days after their meals improved, its shoulder height had increased again. The sample armors it tried on in the pet area at the service station were now too small, and the armor pressed tightly against its shoulder blades but refused to wear them again after one try. Given its size, it changes every day. An ordinary armor would become too small within a week. This adaptive one is indeed convenient. He reached out and rubbed the back of Wujin's neck. The little fellow gave a sleepy hum, shaking its ears a couple of times before continuing to sleep. And it provides protection, so in the future, when Wujin follows us out of the vehicle, we won't have to worry about it getting hurt. This one can be kept for now, though there's no rush to make it. He stacked the 2 blueprints together and handed them to Shin Shuyu, saying, "We can wait until Wujin grows a bit more, or when it needs to participate in battles, before making it. For now, its main job is still to collect coins and be adorable." The harsh conditions lasted shorter than expected. After about half an hour of swirling yellow sand, the wind began to noticeably weaken. The sky gradually faded from that oppressive dark orange back to the earthy yellow it should be on the desert road, as if someone was lifting the gray-yellow cloth draped over the sky layer by layer. Visibility restored to several hundred meters, but the dust in the air remained heavy like a thin veil covering the entire road, making everything appear through a yellow filter that lingered for a long time. The frequency of the grains of sand hitting the car window changed from a dense crackling to sporadic light taps. The windshield wipers wiped for a while longer before finally stopping. There were more and more abandoned vehicles by the roadside. Several cars were parked on the shoulder, their hoods all open with their owners in various positions. Some were crouched beside the engine compartment, frantically tightening screws with wrenches, pausing to wipe the sand off their faces after a few turns. Others squatted nearby, covering their faces with clothing, their shoulders trembling slightly, hard to tell if they were gasping for breath or crying. One vehicle's front wheel was stuck in quicksand, and the owner was desperately trying to shove wooden planks under the tire, but as soon as the plank was inserted, the tire rolled over and flung it away. A private message from Zhao Cheng popped up on the vehicle screen. Shin Shuyu opened it and read, "Equipment received, quality exceeds expectations. Thank you." It was clear that the companion had already tested the strength of this batch of equipment. The quality-grade white bars were still quality-grade, separated by a whole chasm of quality from the ordinary-grade armor. Ordinary zombies could leave marks on ordinary armor, but on quality-grade armor, they couldn't even leave a trace. This batch of goods from Zhao Cheng was meant to arm the core forces, significantly enhancing their convoy's combat power. There was another message below the private message. Shin Shuyu continued reading, "Additionally, a team from Wolf Path is active near the coordinates of the scavenger camp. The exact location is unclear, but the general direction matches. Be careful." Jiang Xun mentally marked this piece of intelligence. The scavenger camp was their destination, and the Wolf Path people were also lingering in that area. Either Li Jinshan had discovered the coordinates of the scavenger camp, or they had coincidentally crossed paths. Regardless of which situation it was, Jiang Xun felt it was unlikely to be such a coincidence that they would actually encounter each other. Shin Shuyu closed the private message, leaned against the passenger seat back, and unconsciously twirled her fingers around the tip of her ponytail. Zhao Cheng is becoming increasingly inscrutable. He sends intelligence, helps keep an eye on Wolf Path, and doesn't haggle over trades. What exactly does he want? He wants us to stay alive. Jiang Xun turned the steering wheel slightly to the right to avoid a section of road half covered by quicksand. If Wolf Path takes us down, their strength will surge, and the next target will be the companions. Helping us is helping himself. He paused and added, moreover, if I'm not mistaken, he wants to establish a long-term relationship. Delivering intelligence is a one-time deal, but doing business is sustainable. He has needs, and we have production capacity. It's a win-win situation. Shinshuyu pondered, so you're willing to continue trading with him? It depends on the situation. So far among the 3 convoy leaders we've interacted with, he's the least unpleasant. As dusk approached, the sunset was filtered through gray mist and yellow sand, turning into a murky dark orange. Jiang Xun drove closer to the coordinates shared by Zhao Qing, only to discover that the navigation indicated the end of the route. There was no road. It wasn't a loss of signal. The road simply ceased to exist. Jiang Xun slowed down, looking through the windshield ahead. The asphalt surface seemed to have been heaved up from beneath by some force, with concrete chunks rolling to the sides, revealing the black earth underneath. Further ahead, there was no road, only a desert covered in yellow sand. He turned the steering wheel halfway, and the vehicle rolled onto the shoulder, the sensation under the tires shifting from smooth asphalt to soft sand and gravel. The all-terrain explosion-proof tires left deep treads in the sand, and the vehicle swayed slightly before stabilizing. The desert outside the window changed its appearance. The gentle sand dunes were left behind, replaced by uneven mounds of earth, wind-eroded pillars with bizarre shapes, and dried-up ravines resembling wounds on cracked skin. The gray mist was thicker than that on the road, rolling close to the ground, its color shifting from gray-white to gray-brown. In addition to the taste of sand and soil in the air, a vague odor began to mix in. Not the stench of decay, but something more primal. A mingled scent of blood, metal, and something akin to the stench of an animal den wafted and seeping through the ventilation gap of the car window. Xiao Wujio stood up in the back seat, ears perked up straight, a low whimper emanating from its throat. We're almost there. Jiang Xun slightly closed the ventilation gap of the car window, the odor lessening, but not entirely vanishing. From now on, stay alert, and don't let your guard down. Tonight, we can only verify the accuracy of the intel. Attacking is unrealistic at this time. Night is about to fall, and stumbling through this completely unfamiliar terrain to raid a scavenger camp is akin to walking to one's doom. As the vehicle crested a higher sand ridge, the view ahead suddenly opened up. However, the vastness did not inspire comfort. Shin Shuyu instinctively leaned back, and Jiang Xun pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt atop the sand ridge. The ground ahead dipped down, forming a vast irregular depression with a diameter of at least 3. The edges of the depression were steep, as if a large chunk of earth had been excavated, or perhaps it was eroded by creatures of the gray mist that had long occupied the area. Scattered throughout the center and edges of the depression were numerous low structures. Not ordinary buildings, but nests constructed from bones, metal scraps. Scattered throughout the center and edges of the depression were numerous low structures. Not ordinary buildings, but nests constructed from bones, metal scraps, and abandoned vehicles. Each pile lacked a regular shape, yet a vague sense of order could be discerned from an overall view. Higher bone heaps lined the perimeter, while shorter ones concentrated in the center, leaving several passageways running through the camp. The largest structure stood in the very center of the depression, assembled from several scrap trucks and numerous bone panels towering 2 stories high. Atop it was a crooked metal flagpole, with something fluttering in the wind, indistinguishable whether it was beast hide or something else. The concentration of gray mist within the depression was extremely high, but not evenly dispersed. It surged from the ground's crevices like low-temperature steam, rolling slowly along the dark gray surface. The mist piled at the edges of the depression, forming a clear boundary. Outside was yellow sand, while inside was the gray-brown fog. The dim orange light of the sunset slanted into the depression from above, illuminating the mist with an eerie sense of layering, as if viewing another world through a murky layer of water. Visibility was low, only allowing a glimpse of the first layer of structures on the periphery of the depression, while the interior was completely swallowed by mist. The wind slowed at the edge of the depression, emitting a low whimper. From deep within the mist came rhythmic knocking sounds. Ding, ding, ding. Like metal striking against bone panels, dull, repetitive, and leisurely. Occasionally interspersed were the low growls or abrupt howls of scavengers, as if they were communicating some information to one another. The frequency of the entire sound environment was much lower than that of a horde of zombies, creating a suffocating and heavy sensation as if standing at the edge of a slumbering giant's den listening to its rhythmic breathing. Shin Shuyu lowered the car window to a narrow slit, and a mixed air of blood, metal, and animal stench rushed in immediately. She closed the window, turned to Jiang Xun, and spoke in a low voice. Is this still a camp? This is completely a den. Scavengers are smarter than zombies. They can build and organize. This place indeed looks like a location they have occupied for a long time. Jiang Xun stared at the rolling mist boundary in the depression, cranked the steering wheel hard to the left, and slowly turned the vehicle around at the top of the sand ridge, retreating back to the windward side. Jiang Xun did not drive the car into the depression. He parked the vehicle behind a mound of earth at the edge of the depression, just concealed by the undulating landscape, eroded by the wind. From the camp's perspective, only a patch of yellowish-brown rock smoothed by sand and wind was visible. The engine was turned off, the headlights were off, and the interior lights were adjusted to their dimmest. The two of them exited the car. Shin Shuyu held Xiao Wujiu in her arms. The little guy remained silent, ears perked straight, its silver-gray eyes peering through the swirling dust toward the direction of the depression. Jiang Xun slung the compound bow over his back, hung the quiver at his waist, and the two of them crouched low stealthily, making their way along the natural gully between the mound and the wind-eroded pillars toward the edge of the depression. The sand underfoot changed from soft to firm, and their footsteps grew lighter. When they were about 100 meters away from the depression, scattered bone fragments began to appear on the ground. Fragments of bone plates, shed by the scavengers, their edges dulled by wind and sand, became irregular thin sheets scattered on the ground like gray withered leaves. Shin Shuyu sidestepped a larger bone fragment, but accidentally stepped on a smaller one, producing a faint cracking sound. Both of them paused, waiting for a moment. Apart from the distant low knocking sounds from within the depression, there was no other response. She exhaled the breath she had been holding and continued forward. The surface of the sand displayed drag marks about half a meter wide, a palm's depth, winding towards the direction of the depression. Shin Shuyu crouched down and traced her finger along the edge of the drag mark. Remnants of dried black liquid still lingered at the bottom of the groove, having seeped into the sand grains and congealed into clumps. The marks of scavengers dragging their prey indicated by the width and depth that the dragged object was not light. Further ahead, discarded vehicle parts became more frequent. A broken car door was half buried in the sand, and the metal of the crash beam had been pierced by something with several holes, the metal curling outward, not cut cleanly, but rather torn open like jagged teeth. A deformed wheel hub lay beside a piece of wind-eroded rock, with several tooth fragments embedded in the spokes. Shin Shuyu lightly kicked the wheel hub with the toe of her boot. It wobbled, looking quite new, as if it had just been piled here recently. Jiang Xun glanced back at her. She withdrew her foot and stuck out her tongue, continuing to follow. The air was growing increasingly heavy with odor. The mixed scent of blood, metal, and animal stench wafted continuously from the direction of the depression, making even a single inhalation feel abrasive to the throat. Shin Shuyu pulled up the collar of her armor to cover her mouth and nose, her breathing through the fabric becoming slightly muffled. The two found a wind-eroded pillar. This pillar stood about 3 meters tall, with a small flat surface carved by the wind at the top, leaning against an earthen slope, perfectly concealed from the camp's view. Jiang Xun removed the compound bow from his back and handed it to Shin Shuyu, climbing up the side of the pillar, where wind erosion had created a hollow. His boots pressed against the sandstone, he grasped the edge at the top and rolled himself over. Looking down from the top of the pillar, the layout of the surrounding edge of the depression resembled a torn map spread out beneath. Scavengers had encircled the perimeter of the depression with irregular structures, using overturned abandoned vehicles and large bone panels excavated from who knows where. The vehicles were placed upside down with their wheels facing outward, rusted spokes resembling rows of corroded iron teeth. Bone panels were inserted into the sandy ground, each nearly a person's height, with points facing outward, slightly sharpened, placed with uneven density. In some areas, multiple rows were tightly packed, while in others there were obvious gaps with shadows moving back and forth behind them. Those shadows moved slowly. Each step was punctuated by pauses, the bone panels on their backs appearing faintly through the mist, occasionally stopping, changing direction, and continuing on. The rhythm was too regular. They were on patrol. Behind the barrier lay an open area approximately 30 to 40 meters deep, scattered with a denser array of bone fragments and metal scraps than outside. Deeper within, the mist was too thick, only allowing a vague outline of the second layer of higher bone piles to be seen. Jiang Xun shielded his eyes from the slanted dark orange sunlight, with his hand staring at the swirling gray-brown fog. Suddenly the wind lifted a portion of the mist, revealing it for less than 2 seconds. Several scavengers occupied their respective areas, either standing or crouching, not huddled together. One scavenger squatted on the ground fiddling with a dark mass, unclear whether it was loot or remnants of food. Another leaned against a tall bone pile, its forelegs curled up the bone plates, gently rising and falling, as if dozing. Before the mist reclosed, a significantly larger individual than the others emerged from deep within, walking steadily. As it passed the nearby, crouching scavenger, shifted slightly aside. It did not stop, continuing deeper into the camp, its figure swallowed by the mist. Jiang Xun climbed down from the wind-eroded pillar, landing with slightly bent knees, making almost no sound. Not just a few. He readjusted the compound bow on his back, looking at Shun Chiyo. It's a whole tribe. Larger in scale than we imagined. He quickly described the distribution of the barriers, the patterns of their patrols, and the last larger scavenger. Shun Chiyo frowned and asked if they were still going to attack. Jiang Xun shook his head, suggesting they retreat to the car and discuss it in the morning. Night was their territory, visibility was poor, and the mist was thick, making it unwise to take risks. The two crouched low, retreating back along the gully they came from, Xiao Wujiu poking its head out from Shun Chiyo's arms, sniffing towards the depression, then retracting its head. Jiang Xun opened the car door, waiting for Shun Chiyo and Wujiu to get inside, before slipping into the driver's seat, gently closing the door. The engine did not start, the headlights were off, and the entire vehicle quietly leaned against the back of the mound, blending into the surrounding wind-eroded rocks. In the distance, deep within the depression, the knocking sound of ding-ding-ding continued, the rhythm unchanged.